Chapter 1, Countdown to Conquering Beauties. Jiang Tai, I've made it very clear. I hope you won't bother me anymore. Near Dongzhi Normal University, inside Niaoyu coffee shop. Gu Xiaoman said impatiently.
Xiaoman, I really don't understand why our 3-year relationship ended so suddenly. We've been together since freshman year, traveled to so many places together, watched so many movies, made so many memories together, and agreed to get married after graduation.
Why is this happening? Jiang Tai looked at his girlfriend in front of him and couldn't accept this result. He and Gu Xiaoman were college classmates.
He comes from an ordinary family, but he is sunny and handsome. With a height of 1.78 meters and 6-pack abs, he is enough to attract many girls in school.
Gu Xiaoman was also a class beauty.
She was 1.65 meters tall, had delicate facial features, and knew how to put on makeup and dress up.
She was also the object of admiration of many male classmates.
The two had known each other since their freshman year and had a mutual crush on each other, dating since their second semester. 3 years had passed, and they were both seniors.
But just last week, Gu Xiaoman broke up.
In the past few days, Jiang Tai has been calling and texting like crazy, admitting his mistakes and trying to make amends.
Finally, Gu Xiaoman agreed to meet again today to put things right. Get married? What are you going to get married with? Just your internship salary? Or your part-time job at a fast food restaurant at night? Have you prepared the RV? Have you prepared the gift?
Buying a house in East City costs at least 6 million, and a car worth 3 or 500,000 is normal.
A gift of 200,000 is not too much, right? Not counting other things. Now tell me, with a monthly income of 6 or 7,000, what are you going to get married with?
Gu Xiaoman leaned back in her chair, looking coldly at Jiang Tai across from her, her eyes filled with disdain. But I'm still a student after all, so I'm just an intern at the company. I'll work hard after graduation. Xiaoman, let's work hard together, and everything you mentioned will be possible.
How can I just let go of the relationship I've had for 3 years?
Jiang Tai was disappointed after hearing what Gu Xiaoman said, but he still made a final effort.
Work hard together, let me work hard with you, and then live a hard life together to pay off the mortgage and car loan. How dare you say that? You let a woman suffer with you. Are you still a man?
You don't have to say it anymore, Jiang Tai.
I have decided. During my internship, I met the right person. He can give me a lot of things that you can't do. Let's part ways amicably.
After saying that, Gu Xiaoman stood up and left Niaoyu coffee shop. Jiang Tai watched Gu Xiaoman leave silently.
He saw a Mercedes-Benz E300 parked on the street. Gu Xiaoman opened the door and got in.
Then she quickly disappeared from sight. The autumn afternoon sun shone through the glass of the coffee shop onto Jiang Tai's face, as if silently mocking this pure love warrior. After a long while, Jiang Tai sighed softly. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been fickle, but poor men are always sincere.
It's over. The 3-year relationship ended.
After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Tai walked out of the coffee shop. Jiang Tai gave a wry smile as he looked at his electric scooter parked on the side of the road.
As expected, money always comes first in this world. Compared to other people's Mercedes-Benz and BMWs, his electric scooter looked shabby.
Just as Jiang Tai took out his keys, he suddenly heard a ding sound. Then, a voice came from the brain. The God-making system has found a suitable host.
Would you like to bind it?
Jiang Tai was stunned for a moment, then reacted and was filled with ecstasy.
Isn't this the legendary system? Is his luck about to change?
Clear host to confirm whether to bind to the system, countdown 10 seconds, 10.
Confirm binding.
As the countdown of the system in his mind began, Jiang Tai hurriedly responded to the system.
Host has confirmed binding, system loading. System loaded successfully.
As the system sounded, a picture of data suddenly appeared in Jiang Tai's mind.
Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 79 points.
Physical strength, 20 average human strength.
Stamina, 30 human network average. Physical fitness, 5. Financial resources, 1,789 yuan. System stage, internship stage. Skill, gods, I can see relevant information about the target woman. Hello, host. You are currently in the internship phase of the God-making system and need to accept novice tasks. After completing the novice tasks, you can successfully become a full-time employee. Oh my god, there are still newbie missions? It's still the internship stage, and it's so strict. Oh, system, where's my newbie gift pack? Hello host, you will receive the novice gift pack only if you complete the novice mission and successfully become a regular member. If you fail the novice mission, the system will determine that the regularization has failed and will automatically unbind you. Okay then, accept the novice mission. Newbie mission released. Host, meet a stranger woman with a beauty score of 75 or above today and establish an intimate relationship within 3 days. Mission requirements: the total amount of money spent to achieve the mission goal must not exceed 1,500 yuan. Women in the service industry are not counted. Jiang Tai. System. Jiang Tai, why don't you watch what you are saying? System, host, please feel free to ask any questions you have about the mission. Jiang Tai, that is, I have to spend 1,500 yuan to get to know a stranger girl and establish an intimate relationship with her within 3 days to complete the task. System, that's right. Jiang Tai felt confused. No. System brother, I'm F-King drunk. I've seen other people's novels where system newbie gift packages are either worth hundreds of millions or luxury cars and castles. It seems like in my case, I have nothing to start with, so I'm just trying to get something for nothing. System, hello, host. This system doesn't support idlers. If you can't even complete the novice mission, we will determine that you are not worthy of becoming a host, and you will naturally get nothing. On the other hand, as long as you successfully complete the mission, then this system will have plenty of good things. Jiang Tai was silent for a moment, then asked, Is Eye of God my only skill right now? System, yes, the God's Eye skill allows you to see your own attributes and the relevant attribute information of the target female. More skills will be unlocked as you advance in the host stage. Jiang Tai thought about it and said that he had no other questions. Then the mission timer begins. Host, I wish you good luck. Chapter 2 Classmate, let us go on a date. Jiang Tai hopped on his electric scooter and headed towards the university town. Time was short, and the task was heavy. If he wanted to get a girl for 1,500 yuan, he had to start with student girls. At the same time, I opened the system information panel in my mind and clicked on the appearance description. System appearance scoring criteria. Appearance ratings of 159 are for people with poor or average appearance. These people are automatically blocked by the system. The appearance level of 60-69 is above average. This type of people has a good foundation and is a fake beauty. After putting on makeup, they can attract some men. This type of people has a high self-esteem and is prone to princess syndrome, so they are also automatically blocked by the system. A beauty level of 70-79 is considered beautiful. Such people are considered real beauties. Generally speaking, class beauties and school beauties belong to this category. The appearance level of female celebrities is 80-89. This type of people can already make a living with their looks. Most female stars in film and television are in this range. Appearance 90-99 a peerless beauty, a beauty among beauties, with an unparalleled beauty that is hard to come by. 100% beauty, the legendary goddess. Note, the male appearance score is converted in the same way, so the system will not be repeated here. Jiang Tai nodded silently after seeing the system's introduction. The ratings seemed reasonable. Back in the day, the internet used a 10-point scale. A 7 was considered a great beauty, while 8 and 9 were considered celebrity status. Converting to a 100-point scale like this was objective and reasonable. However, later on, many female chicken soup influencers made many outrageous statements in order to harvest women's leaks, which made some women's self-confidence unprecedentedly inflated. For example, a girl with a 3-point figure looks for an online chicken soup teacher, saying that she has an ordinary appearance and lacks confidence. The female chicken soup teacher will tell her that although your foundation is only 3 points, you can make it 6 points with makeup, and through photo editing or face slimming, you can be a woman with 8 points of appearance, no worse than those female stars. You are a goddess, and there will be many dogs who will be fascinated by you and obsessed with you. There are so many cases like this that most appearance ratings are inflated, and many outrageous goddesses have appeared. Nyayu Coffee was not far from the university town, so Jiang Tai arrived at the university town area in a short while. Jiang Tai chose a place with a lot of traffic, parked his electric bike on the side of the road, and walked towards the crowd. At the same time, he gave instructions to the system in his mind, and the Eye of God scanned girls with an appearance of 75 or above and locked onto the target. In early September, early autumn, the weather is still quite hot.
Everywhere you look in Jiangtai, you can see many girls wearing cool clothes, which is pleasing to the eye, and the air is filled with the moist scent of youth. Ding, found a girl with a 75-point appearance. As the system voice sounded in his mind, Jiangtai looked at a girl queuing in the milk tea shop in front of him. The girl had shoulder-length black hair and wore a violet tank top with a black shawl over it. She also wore denim shorts with flesh-colored ultra-thin stockings and a pair of half-heeled open-toed sandals, looking extremely beautiful. Especially the pair of slender legs in thin flesh-colored stockings, which were faintly shiny under the sunlight, full of hazy beauty.
Name, Fengyu. Age, 18. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 75. Body type, 86. Favorability, 0 stranger. Number of romances, 0. Characteristics, love-brained, likes handsome guys. Intimacy, not activated.
Just choose her, Jiangtai decided and walked towards the milk tea shop. As he got closer and closer to the target girl, he suddenly felt nervous and anxious.
Damn, I am also the school idol with a look score of 79.
In recent years, there have been many senior and junior students in school who have pursued me or expressed their affection for me. But after being with Gu Xiaoman, Jiangtai consciously distanced himself from other girls and kept his distance, not to mention actively flirting with them. So, now that I suddenly have to chat up a strange beautiful classmate, I am naturally nervous. While he was thinking about this, the person had already walked in front of Fengyu. Jiangtai calmed down, patted Fengyu gently, and then said, "Hello, classmate. I was just taking an aimless walk when I saw you in the sunshine. You looked so beautiful, and I was really moved. I thought it would be a pity to miss you, so can we get to know each other?" "Ha?" Fengyu was stunned for a moment, then looked the man up and down. He was handsome and sunny, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked very upright and didn't seem like a bad guy. He unconsciously let down his guard. "Ah, hello classmate, my name is Fengyu, nice to meet you." Ding, Fengyu's favorability increased by 30. Seeing Fengyu's enthusiastic response, Jiangtai relaxed and spoke more calmly.
"Classmate, do you often drink milk tea at this milk tea shop?"
No, it's my first time here. I saw a long line so I followed the crowd.
I haven't decided what to order yet.
I'm a freshman at Dongshu University of Finance and Economics, so I'm not very familiar with this place."
"That's a coincidence, Junior. I'm a senior at the normal university next door to you.
Speaking of which, I often come to this milk tea shop.
It's also the best milk tea shop in this university town.
I'll have some later."
Okay.
"Boss, 2 cups of autumn whisper. This milk tea is blended with citrus juice and pomelo pulp. The addition of these 2 seasonal fruits creates a flavor of autumn. The final addition of a few drops of pomegranate juice is like the tears of a young girl watching the bleak autumn scenery, the falling leaves and the birds leaving their nests.
This is the origin of the name Autumn Whisper."
Ding, Fengyu's favorability increased by 30. Jiangtai was talking nonsense seriously, but he didn't expect Fengyu's favorability to increase to 60. On this side, Fengyu felt his heart pounding when he heard Jiangtai's introduction. 18 years old is the age when a girl is in love.
She has also watched many idol dramas and read many romance novels. How can she not yearn for love?
I didn't expect that I would meet this handsome senior on campus when I just registered as a freshman. She couldn't help but secretly look up at Jiangtai, her face flushed for no reason, and she quickly lowered her head again, only saying softly, "Senior, you understand." Ding, Fengyu's favorability increased by 10.
Jiangtai looked at the system notification and was overjoyed.
Having just met and chatted, her affinity reached 70, which meant this girl was attracted to me. So, I had to strike while the iron was hot. Seeing the girl in front of him bow her head in silence, Jiangtai reached out and gently stroked Fengyu's hair. He held out his hand to the other man's shocked expression. On his palm was an autumn leaf. He said softly, "A leaf just fell into your hair."
Fengyu's face turned even redder.
"Mr. Feng, if you have nothing to do later, I'd like to invite you to watch a movie this afternoon and have dinner together." Although going to the movies on a date is an old trick, it is completely sufficient for freshman girls.
This. Fengyu was at a loss for words due to this sudden invitation.
She already had a good impression of the boy in front of her, but after all, this was their first meeting today, and she didn't know whether to agree or refuse, so she was incoherent for a moment.
"Well, Mr. Feng, I really think you're so cute right now,
So I really want to make a date with you. Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Tai naturally took Feng Yu's hand. Ding, Feng Yu's favorability increases by 10.
Chapter 3, Ambiguity in the Cinema.
Jiang Tai held Feng Yu's hand, and the latter did not struggle or resist, but her face was as red as a ripe apple. Ding, Feng Yu's favorability reaches 80 lover. It went so smoothly that Jiang Tai didn't expect that his charm would be so great. He really wasted 3 years of his youth by being devoted to Gu Xiaoman in the past few years. Today, just one encounter and a cup of milk tea has already made the other person fall in love with me. Perhaps, today is the chance to unlock intimacy. Thinking of this, Jiang Tai asked the system, please explain the relationship between favorability and unlocking intimacy.
Host, hello. The target's favorability towards you is as follows. Favorability 0 stranger. Favorability 130 no. Favorability 3160 friends. Favorability 6179 ambiguous. Favorability 8089 lover unlock intimacy success rate 20%. Favorability 9099 passionate love and intimate relationship success rate 50%. Favorability 100 true love can unlock intimacy with 100% success. Inside the cinema. Jiang Tai chose the couple's seat at the back. The armrest between the two seats can be pulled apart to facilitate private communication between couples. Jiang Tai also planned to find an opportunity to get closer during the movie viewing process. At this moment, Feng Yu didn't pay any attention to the content of the movie, her mind was in a mess. It felt like a dream. I came out of the dormitory in the afternoon and prepared to go shopping in the University Town Commercial District. How come I was inexplicably approached by a boy, and we naturally held hands and went to watch a movie together? But this boy is so handsome and looks very sunny. I feel so happy walking hand in hand with him. He is indeed the type I like. I was busy studying in high school and never had a relationship. Is this what love feels like? While Feng Yu was daydreaming, Jiang Tai pulled open the armrest in the middle of the seat and then carried Feng Yu towards him. Jiang Tai couldn't help but feel his heart flutter at the sight of the soft jade in his arms. He lowered his head and whispered in Feng Yu's ear, "Is it comfortable leaning against me like this?" I don't know, I'm shy. Feng Yu felt his face was about to burn and murmured softly. Ding, Feng Yu's favorability plus 2. 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 After the movie, Jiang Tai took Feng Yu to a nearby tea restaurant for dinner. Feng Yu drank a sip of lemon tea, supported his head with his hands, and wondered what he was thinking about. Suddenly, she looked up at the senior student across from her who was munching on a pineapple bun and asked seriously, "Senior, I think you're really good at flirting with girls. Do you often approach girls like this?" Well, facing these sudden questions, if you give a wrong answer, your favorability may drop immediately. Jiang Tai, who was chewing a pineapple bun, was startled and almost choked. His mind raced, and he quickly organized his thoughts. It's not that I'm good at flirting, but you're so charming that I can't help myself. Ha! I was touched and hugged by you on the first day I met you, it's hard not to be suspicious of you. So, how many girlfriends have you had? Feng Yu stared into Jiang Tai's eyes, and could see a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Before you, I only dated one person, but we broke up later. Then I closed my heart and locked away all love until I met you. Jiang Tai answered seriously. This statement is 90% true and 1% false. Jiang Tai has indeed only had one girlfriend, Gu Xiaoman, in the past few years, and they broke up last week. But to say that he was sealing his heart and locking up his love was far off the mark. He'd just come here today with a system mission to flirt with a schoolgirl. But at this moment, his serious answer did sound like the truth. Really? Then why do you like me? Feng Yu already believed it 80% and just wanted to confirm it again. I don't know either. Maybe this is what love is like, it just comes from nowhere and goes deep and deep. Ding, Feng Yu's favorability plus 2. Feng Yu's favorability reaches 90, passionate love. Hateful, so smooth talking. Feng Yu bit the straw, feeling quite happy. This senior seemed quite reliable, not like the playboy who played around everywhere. He was an ideal partner. Sure enough, this is love at first sight, love from heaven, the domineering senior has fallen in love with me. It seemed like he had answered correctly. Seeing his favorability increase, Jiang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, women are really strange. They say they hate you, but they actually like you in their hearts. But now I might need to consider another issue. Feng Yu's favorability towards me has already reached 90, which means that there's a 50% chance of success in unlocking their intimacy. Should I try to complete the system's novice mission today while the iron is hot? After all, the system only gave me 3 days. Everything went surprisingly smoothly today. From what I can see now, Feng Yu is obviously attracted to me, and there is indeed a chance for me to go further. But from another perspective, there is also the possibility of failure. Once the unlocking fails, the favorability will probably decrease, and there will be a lot of defensiveness, then it will be more difficult to make another appointment within 3 days. Neither time nor money will allow me to find a girl with a beauty score of 75 or above in the remaining time. So, how to choose? Chapter 4, Call Me Darling. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Tai decided to give up the idea of going any further today. After all, the probability of failure is still too high. After calming down, I figured out why today went so smoothly. Feng Yu is definitely a campus beauty, and the reason why things had progressed so quickly with her today was due to too many external factors. First of all, Jiang Tai is a handsome guy and can easily attract girls' favor. Secondly, Feng Yu is a freshman and has not experienced much of the world. He is full of desire for love. At the same time, he has not encountered too many dog-licking baptisms, so overall he is relatively simple. If a girl is in her 3rd or 4th year of college or a woman who has entered the working world, even if she has a crush on Jiang Tai, she will definitely pretend to be reserved and guide the other party to make material contributions. In fact, for an 18-year-old girl who is obsessed with love, it is already very good to be able to achieve this on the first day. If she tries to force herself to go further, logically speaking, she will probably not succeed. Thinking of this, Jiang Tai said to Feng Yu, "Have you finished eating? It's getting late. I'll take you back to the school dormitory." Dongshi University of Finance and Economics only moved into this university town in recent years. Not only does it have excellent hardware facilities, but the school also has a good green environment. At this moment, Jiang Tai and Feng Yu were walking hand in hand on the campus. The moonlight was like water. Jiang Tai looked at Feng Yu's face, and for a moment he felt dazed. Under the hazy moonlight, Feng Yu and Gu Xiaoman's appearance seemed to slowly overlap. Once upon a time, he and Gu Xiaoman also walked hand in hand like this. The two also imagined the future together. At that time, whenever they talked about their future life, Gu Xiaoman's eyes were always full of longing. But in the face of reality, the so-called love has no resistance at all. It will be completely shattered with the slightest touch. Gu Xiaoman back then was as pure and innocent as Feng Yu is now, so will Feng Yu in the future also become Gu Xiaoman now? Jiang Tai shook his head, no longer thinking about it. Now, he had the system to rely on. As long as he successfully completed the novice mission, the future would be in his own hands. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Feng Yu reluctantly let go of Jiang Tai's hand. "Well, senior, I'm going back to the dormitory." Jiang Tai smiled and hugged Feng Yu gently in his arms. "You forgot to say goodbye." "Senior, goodbye." Feng Yu buried her head in Jiang Tai's chest, feeling a masculine scent that made her a little intoxicated. "Are you still calling me senior? It's time to change your name." Jiang Tai stroked Feng Yu's hair and said mischievously, "You should call me dear." Hearing Jiang Tai's words, Feng Yu blushed again. She remembered that she had blushed many times today, but she seemed unable to control it. She was so angry. "Humph, I won't pay any attention to you." Feng Yu broke free from Jiang Tai's arms with a coquettish cry, and then ran back to the dormitory. Watching her leave, Jiang Tai couldn't help but laugh. This girl ran away in despair. Late at night, Jiang Tai returned to his rental house and calculated the amount of money he had spent today. 2 cups of milk tea for 30, 2 movie tickets for 100, dinner for 160, total cost for 290. According to the system requirements, before successful intimacy, the amount spent on Feng Yu cannot exceed 1,500. That means there's still over 1,200 left for dating expenses. Moreover, 1 day of the 3-day deadline has been used, leaving only 2 days, which means there is only 1 chance for a date left. While I was thinking, the sound of a text message came from my cell phone. It was from Feng Yu. "Senior, what are you doing? Can't sleep, missing you." Jiang Tai couldn't help but smile when he saw the message. After all, who could resist a love brain school beauty? We've only been apart for a while, and you're already missing me? Humph, your attitude is wrong. It seems like he's not thinking about me all the time. He flirts with me and then acts cool and aloof. He doesn't even take the initiative to message me. What a scumbag. What the hell is going on?
Jiang Tai was so confused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Women's train of thought was too amazing. No way, I was thinking about you too. I was thinking about asking you out tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'm free tomorrow, just tomorrow.
Fengyu was completely in love at this moment, and it felt like a long time since they last saw each other for a day.
Okay, let's meet at the Drunken Lemon restaurant tomorrow night. I'll send you the location later. Drunken Lemon restaurant is a good place to hang out in this university town.
It's a great place for a date. Jiang Tai thought about it again, called a nearby couple's hotel, and booked a round bedroom with a fall in love theme for tomorrow night. Well, dinner will cost about 700-800, and the hotel will cost 300, which is about the same budget.
Due to funding constraints, this is probably the best process I can think of. The rest depends on luck.
Jiang Tai thought about it inside, cursing that the system was really stingy.
It didn't give him anything at the beginning and made him complete the task in vain. I have to go to school for internship early tomorrow morning.
There's no point in thinking too much.
Let's go to sleep first. The next morning,
Jiang Tai rode an electric scooter to the affiliated middle school of Dongshi Normal School. Jiang Tai, a senior undergraduate student at Dongshi Normal University, majored in traditional Chinese language and literature.
He is currently serving as an intern as a Chinese teacher in Class 2, Grade 3.
There is a beautiful woman, I never forget her after seeing her. If I don't see her for a day, I miss her like crazy.
Phoenix, return to your hometown, travel around the world to find your mate.
On the blackboard, Jiang Tai wrote Feng Qiu Huang and then explained the origin of this poem to the students.
This was the last class of the morning.
After the bell rang, the students left the classroom one after another. Only Lu Shueya, the head teacher of Class 2, was left sitting in the classroom as the last listener.
Lu Shueya was well dressed in a professional teacher's suit, with her black hair tied up in a bun.
Her facial features were soft and had a hint of bookishness.
She was an intellectual beauty. Teacher Jiang, this class was very good.
You touched on all the important knowledge points and interacted well with the students. It's clear that you prepared carefully.
Lu Shueyo said affirmatively. Teacher Lu, I'm glad you approve of this.
These kids will soon be facing entrance exams, and I can't afford to be careless.
Jiang Tai replied. Ding! A capturable target has been found.
The system's voice came from my mind. Jiang Tai was slightly stunned, then realized that Lu Shueya was also a beauty with a beauty score of over 70 points, and was a target worth pursuing.
Show target information. Name, Lu Shueyo. Age, 27. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 77. Body type, 83 centimeters. Favorability, 40 friend. Number of romances, 2. Characteristics, warm-hearted, likes responsible people. Intimacy, not activated.
Jiang Tai nodded inwardly.
Teacher Lu was already quite good.
She was quite pretty, and at 27, she had only been in 2 relationships. And judging by her profile, she seemed quite kind. He thought he might be able to win her over if he had the chance.
Hey, if Teacher Zhang hadn't been sick, we wouldn't have asked you to take over temporarily. Don't put too much pressure on yourself.
As a trainee teacher, you don't have that much workload.
Lu Shueyo said apologetically. It's okay, Teacher Lu. This is also a good experience for me.
Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. Jiang Tai thought about it and decided that since Teacher Lu was also a target, he still needed to cultivate feelings with him. I'm currently short on money, so I'll start with the school cafeteria.
Chapter 5, Help me make a home visit.
The two came to the campus cafeteria. Lu Shueyo ordered a plate of 3 fresh fried rice, Jiang Tai ordered a beef vermicelli casserole, and bought 2 cups of coffee.
Teacher Lu, have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. You still have 2 classes in the afternoon.
Jiang Tai handed over a cup of coffee.
Okay, thank you. Lu Shueyo took the coffee and took a sip.
There was still a hint of fatigue between her eyebrows. It was obvious that she had worked late last night again. As a key middle school in Dongshi, the affiliated middle school of Dongshi Normal School has students who are either excellent in academics or have excellent family backgrounds. Regardless of which of the 2 options is better, the school and parents have extremely high expectations for students' admission rates, so the teachers in this school will naturally be under great work pressure. Lu Shuao and Jiang Tai taught Class 2, Grade 3, which was in the middle school division. But the transition from junior high to high school was fast approaching. Jiang Tai was fine, he was just an intern, filling in for the ailing teacher Zhang, but he only needed to do his job well.
Lu Shuao, on the other hand, was different.
As the head teacher and math teacher for Class 2, her workload was heavy, often pushing her into the night. The hour-and-a-half lunch break at school was one of the few times she could relax and unwind. "Teacher Lu, although work is important, you should also pay attention to rest," Jiang Tai said with concern. "Well, the overall performance of Class 2 in the last mock exam was still not as good as expected. We still have to think of a solution in the remaining months." Lu Shuao took a sip of coffee and seemed to remember something. "By the way, Teacher Jiang, Songwan hasn't come to class for 2 days. I called her home but no one answered." Songwan, Jiang Tai remembered this girl. She was the math class representative of Class 2, Grade 3. She had good grades, but recently she seemed to be often depressed and couldn't concentrate in class. "Songwan, did something happen to her family? Now is the most critical time for studying. It's strange that she hasn't come to class for 2 days. I don't know the specifics, but last week, when Songwan was leaving school, I saw a few people from the community waiting for her at the school gate. They talked to her and she seemed very scared. Teacher Jiang, could you help me visit Songwan's home tomorrow? I'm too busy with work to leave these past 2 days." Jiang Tai glanced at Lu Shuao and saw the worry on her face, which made him feel very fond of her. In today's society, there are too many teachers who are lazy and just get by. How many of them are as serious and responsible as Lu Shuao? "Okay, send me Songwan's address. I'll go to her house tomorrow morning to find out what's going on." Ding! Lu Shuao's favorability increased by 10 points. "Thank you, you've worked so hard, Teacher Jiang." As the sun sets and the bell for the last class rings, students leave the school one after another and teachers also go off work one after another. School gate. Jiang Tai was about to leave on his electric scooter when he suddenly saw a few gangsters looking out the door. He was shocked. Could these be the gangsters that Teacher Lu mentioned? He approached intentionally or unintentionally and heard the sound of several people talking. "Fuck it, I haven't seen him in 2 days. This little thing is obviously hiding from us. What should I do, boss?" "Fuck them. The big one lied, and the little one disappeared too. They're so shameless. Ha ha. They're forcing us to take ruthless action. Let's go. Let's go back today, and give them a taste of their own medicine tomorrow." Seeing the gangster leave, Jiang Tai was thoughtful. It seemed that something had happened at Songwan's family. He would visit her home tomorrow morning to find out. After calming down, Jiang Tai put all his messy thoughts behind him and drove towards the university town. Leave tomorrow's affairs to tomorrow. Today, there's only one goal: to win over the school beauty, complete the system's newbie tasks, and reach the pinnacle of life. Jiang Tai first came to the couple's hotel and asked to see the room. The room attendant led Jiang Tai to his guest room, which was beautifully decorated. The walls featured large murals and romantic decorations. The round bed was comfortable and spacious, with a mattress of just the right firmness and a soft, light quilt, creating a warm and cozy feeling. The lighting was soft and inviting, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. The room also had an exquisite dressing table and a fully equipped, clean bathroom. Great! Jiang Tai returned to the hotel front desk, paid the room fee, and verified his ID. "Add another $100 and I'll cover the bed with red roses and blue rose petals." After leaving the hotel, it was already late. Jiang Tai immediately rushed to the Drunken Lemon restaurant. Drunk Lemon Restaurant is a romantic-themed Western restaurant. There is a tripod piano in the hall, and the bar displays a variety of red wines and whiskeys, and you can also see bartenders mixing cocktails. The long Western-style dining table was very classy, with roses arranged in vases on the table. Light classical music played on the speakers, making for a relaxing and enjoyable atmosphere. Jiang Tai chose the quietest dining table and sat down. Feng Yu had just sent a message saying that he would be there soon. "Waiter, please take a look at the menu." Jiang Tai raised his hand to signal the waiter to bring the menu, and looked at the unit prices of the dishes and calculated them in his mind. After all, the budget is limited. The hotel room cost 300, plus 100 for the rose decoration. Now the remaining available budget is only 800.
If I accidentally order more than this, the system novice mission will be directly failed, which will be a big loss.
Order 2 dinner rolls, a drunken lemon salad, a pan-fried beef tabbouleh, a beef pizza, a 500 GT bone steak, a serving of paella, 2 cocktails, and, never mind, a small bottle of rose.
That's all. Count the price. Hello sir, the total is 780.
Zhang Tai looked at the time and saw that Feng Yu should be arriving soon, so he signaled to the waiter to start serving the dishes.
Not long after, Feng Yu arrived.
Today Feng Yu wore a plaid JK miniskirt with a blue sailor suit, a pair of white knee-high socks, and black leather shoes, looking playful and cute.
Senior, good evening. Feng Yu was in a very good mood after seeing Zhang Tai. He quickly walked over to Zhang Tai and sat down. Chapter 6 Senior, no. I told you to call me dear.
Zhang Tai flicked Feng Yu's forehead with his finger and said with a smirk, I told you not to listen.
Humph, you only know how to bully me.
Feng Yu said coquettishly, then raised her little pink fist and hit Zhang Tai a few times. While the two of them were playing and joking, the dishes were served one by one.
Stop making trouble and eat.
Zhang Tai cut the steak into pieces, dipped it in sauce and put it on Feng Yu's plate.
This is delicious.
Feng Yu said vaguely with a pout.
It's delicious, just eat more.
Come, try a piece of beef pancake. Zhang Tai picked up a piece of beef pancake with a fork and put it into Feng Yu's mouth.
Wow, it smells so good.
Feng Yu's eyes were filled with the satisfaction of delicious food.
Come, try the seafood fried rice.
Zhang Tai picked up a spoonful of seafood rice with a spoon and fed it to Feng Yu's mouth.
Ah, the shrimp in this rice is so chewy. Cheers.
Zhang Tai gently hugged Feng Yu and gestured for her to pick up the cocktail and clink glasses.
Senior, the environment here is so nice, it feels so romantic.
Feng Yu drank a sip of cocktail, with a hint of charm in her eyes, looking at Zhang Tai, and murmured. Zhang Tai smiled after hearing this, stroked Feng Yu's hair with his hand, and then whispered in her ear, Now, I want to taste your lips.
Then he kissed Feng Yu on the lips. Boom! Feng Yu's mind went blank.
A strange feeling spread from her lips, sweeping through her body like an electric shock. She could almost hear her own heart pounding, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. Ding, Feng Yu's favorability increased by 2 points.
My first kiss is gone. You bad guy, you bullied me again. But I feel strangely comfortable.
When Feng Yu was lost in thought, Zhang Tai gently pushed her away. He looked at Feng Yu's flushed face and smiled. He helped her tidy up her slightly messy hair and said to her, Let me play a song for you. Zhang Tai sat down on the grand piano in the shop and briefly tested the tuning.
Then, his hands gently stroked the keys, and a pleasant melody emerged.
The piano piece was called Wedding in a Dream, and the melody was romantic, elegant, and tinged with a touch of sadness. Zhang Tai learned piano for a few years when he was a child. Although he gave it up later, he can still play a few familiar songs with ease. Feng Yu froze in her seat, her heart melting and overflowing with tenderness. She couldn't help but close her eyes, a picture forming in her mind, herself in a white wedding dress in a holy hall. The man across from her in a handsome suit was none other than Zhang Tai, who gazed at her affectionately, asking if she would be his bride.
I do.
Feng Yu had already responded in her heart, and her eyes were already a little moist.
Ding. Feng Yu's favorability increased by 5 points. When the song ended, the restaurant erupted in applause, and many young women cast admiring glances at Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai bowed slightly to the applauding guests. At that moment, he was as elegant as a medieval nobleman. Does it sound good, dear? Zhang Tai returned to his seat and asked Feng Yu.
Feng Yu leaned into Zhang Tai's arms.
It sounds good, very good, dear. I like you so much.
At this moment, the young girl in love has completely fallen. Zhang Tai opened the rose sparkling wine, poured it for himself and Feng Yu, and said, Cheers, to our sweet life. The bottle of wine was almost empty and Feng Yu was almost drunk.
Zhang Tai asked softly in her ear, Where do you want to go next? I can go anywhere, as long as I'm with you.
Then he lay on the table and passed out drunk.
Zhang Tai gave a bitter smile, What a silly girl.
Then he carried her on his back and left the restaurant. In the taxi, Zhang Tai looked at Feng Yu beside him, and kept thinking about a question in his mind.
Do I really like her? This innocent and lovely girl likes me so much. If I want to take her body soon, is it because I truly love her, or is it just to complete the system's task? If I just treat her as a tool, then what's the difference between me and those scumbag men who play with women?
As he drew closer to his goal, Jiang Tai began to struggle. He had always been kind and had never let anyone down. The fact that he had kept his distance from so many women for 3 years because of Gu Xiaoman, despite his circumstances, spoke volumes about his moral integrity. At that moment, his conscience began to question him. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Taichang breathed a sigh of relief, his mind suddenly becoming clear. Of course I like her. She's young and beautiful, and I'm single. I didn't lie to her. I completed the system tasks to get the rewards and to have a better life with you in the future. It's not like I broke up with her just because I completed the tasks. What's there to be entangled about? As a human being, it is enough to have a clear conscience. If you are always hesitant and worried about everything, what is the point of living? The taxi driver stopped the car in front of the hotel and indicated the fare was 20. Jiang Tai thought, damn, this is really stuck at the 1500 consumption amount. After paying the fare, he supported the drunk Feng Yu and resolutely entered the couple's hotel. Inside the hotel, the room attendant saw Jiang Tai with a drunk beauty and remembered that he had received him in the afternoon. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and signaled to Jiang Tai with his eyes, brother, you are awesome, and you are steady. Jiang Tai nodded to the room attendant and entered the room with a determined look. Jiang Tai carried Feng Yu to the bed, helped her take off her little leather shoes, and let her lie flat on the bed. Then he went to the bathroom, wet the towel, and wiped Feng Yu's face. Wake up. Jiang Tai has his own bottom line. He can't do these things when a woman is completely drunk. If Feng Yu wakes up and doesn't agree, he won't force her. Feng Yu was in a daze when he heard someone calling his name and slowly opened his eyes. She opened her eyes and saw Jiang Tai first. She was overjoyed to have her lover in front of her. Then she saw the bed covered with rose petals. How romantic, she thought. Finally, she realized she was lying in bed. Her face flushed again, and she picked up a pillow and buried it in her face. Whispering softly, bad man, you wanna bully me again? Do you like me? Like? Then let's really be together. Jiang Tai asked softly in her ear. Well, I don't know how. Feng Yu was confused and his brain was almost frozen. It's okay, I'll teach you. Jiang Tai took the pillow away and Feng Yu did not resist. Jiang Tai kissed Feng Yu on the lips, and Feng Yu began to respond. Ding. Feng Yu's favorability plus 1 inch. Ding. Feng Yu's favorability 1 inch. Ding. Feng Yu's favorability plus 1 inch. Ding. Feng Yu's favorability 1 inch. The system's voice rang in his mind. Seeing her favorability level fluctuating, Jiang Tai knew that she was extremely conflicted. Just as he was about to intensify his attack, Feng Yu suddenly broke free, whispering, Senior. No. Chapter 7 Novice Mission completed. Jiang Tai didn't say anything, just looked at Feng Yu quietly. Senior, dear. I'm so scared. Feng Yu crossed his arms over his chest, his body trembling slightly. Be good, don't be afraid. If you are really scared, just rest well and don't do anything. Jiang Tai hugged Feng Yu in his arms and said gently. I'm afraid you won't want me anymore. I love you so much, but will you always love me? Feng Yu's voice got smaller and smaller. I'm afraid you're just playing around. Jiang Tai looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said seriously, I, Jiang Tai, swear to heaven that I am serious about you. If you follow me, you will be my lover. I will never let you down. If you break this oath, heaven will strike you with lightning. At this moment, the system's voice came out. Ding. Feng Yu's favorability is 100. Ding. Feng Yu's intimacy has been successfully unlocked. Jiang Tai was slightly stunned, and then asked in confusion, does this unlock intimacy? I haven't done anything yet. Ding. This system is a clean, green version, currently focused on romantic relationships. It's a legal, compliant, pure, and serious system. This isn't the kind of unethical system that attracts attention by skirting the rules. Please don't misunderstand me. Conditions for achieving an intimate relationship. The target woman's favorability reaches a certain value and she actively confesses her feelings to the host. This doesn't mean anything must happen, please don't get the wrong idea. Jiang Tai was speechless for a moment. If that's the case, why don't you explain it clearly from the beginning, system brother? I thought. Jiang Tai thought a little embarrassedly. He looked down at Feng Yu in his arms, but he felt relieved unconsciously.
Yuer's performance just now clearly showed that she was still a little hesitant. That's fine. After all, she and I have only known each other for 2 days. She shouldn't lose her innocence because of a momentary infatuation. In that case, let's call it a night. Thinking of this, Jiang Tai said softly to Feng Yu, Yuer, I'm sorry. You don't have to do anything tonight, just have a good rest. Feng Yu was slightly surprised, but soon a warm feeling rose in his heart. He can be so considerate of me, he must really like me. The system's voice sounded again. Ding. The host successfully completed the novice mission. Ding. The host activated the novice gift pack. Ding. The host has passed the internship test and has become an official host. The system has opened the first phase of the main quest. The first phase of the main mission, drunkenly lying on the lap of a beauty, the current completion rate is 5%. Jiang Tai woke up to the sound of the system ringing and took a long breath. I finally completed the novice mission and passed the internship period, and officially became the system host. From now on, my destiny will be firmly in my own hands. Open the newbie gift pack. The newbie gift pack has been opened. It contains a Mercedes-Benz S400L luxury model, a 260 square meter apartment in Jingzhou Tianhua, Dongshi, 1 million in cash, 10 basic attribute points, skill bonuses, and an introduction to combat. Following the system's voice, a Mercedes-Benz key appeared out of thin air and fell into Jiang Tai's hands. Ding ding ding, a text message came to my phone. 1 million yuan was transferred to your card number ending in 1188, and the current balance is 1,212. Host, your house is in building 1 of Jingzhou Tianhua, and the Mercedes-Benz is already parked in parking space 1. Jiang Tai was ecstatic. This way, he could finally join the ranks of the middle class. He had previously given up hope on the newbie gift pack due to the system's stingy newbie tasks. Now, it seemed like the stuff was pretty good. System, how do I use attribute points and skill rewards? Hello, host. You can open your own attribute panel and freely choose the corresponding attributes to add. Please note that the attribute cap is 100, and you cannot add more than that. As for the skill reward, if you directly choose to activate it, an image will automatically form in your mind and you will gain the skill. Host, please note that the reason the skill in the novice gift pack is introductory combat skills is because your main quest at this stage is to get acquainted with high-quality beauties and unlock intimacy. Beauties are a scarce resource in society, and this process will inevitably lead to danger. To prevent you from being accidentally beaten to death, introductory combat skills are very practical for beginners. Fuck. It sounds like I'm in a high-risk industry now. I'm learning skills and getting started in fighting. As Jiang Tai followed the instructions for learning skills, many clear images came to his mind, including the ancient martial arts of Dragon Country, Muay Thai, Judo of Sakura Country, Taekwondo of South Korea. Various fighting styles were transmitted to Jiang Tai's sea of consciousness like a movie. Who? Jiang Tai took a long breath and then slowly exhaled. He felt that he was also a martial arts master. The so-called entry-level martial arts was only relative to the system. In fact, Jiang Tai's fighting ability at this moment was comparable to some Sanda champions and Muay Thai champions. Open the Personal Attributes panel. Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 79 points. Physical strength, 20 average human strength. Stamina, 30 human network average. Physical fitness, 5. Financial resources, 1,212 yuan. System stage, the official first stage. Main mission, lying drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, target achievement rate is 5%. Skills, gods I can see relevant information about the target woman, introduction to fighting. Add 10 attribute points to physical strength. Jiang Tai operated on the attribute panel. Then I took a look at the panel page after the properties were updated. Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 79 points. Stamina, 30 human level excellence. Stamina, 30 human network average. Physical fitness, 6. Financial resources, 1,212 yuan. System stage, the official first stage. Main task, lying drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, target achievement rate is 5%. Skills, gods I can see relevant information about the target woman, introduction to fighting. System, how do I complete the main quest drunkenly sleeping on the lap of a beauty? And what will happen after I complete it? Jiang Tai stared at the main quest and decided to figure out this problem.
Hello host, the quest drunk on the lap of a beauty requires you to constantly capture beautiful women and have intimate relationships with them.
The completion of the quest is related to the beauty of the captured women. The specific connections are as follows.
After completing an intimate relationship, beauties with scores of 70-79 will have their task completion rate increased by 5%. After completing an intimate relationship, beauties with scores of 80-89 will have their task completion rate increased by 10%. After completing an intimate relationship with a beauty with a score of 90-99, the task completion rate will increase by 20%. If you complete an intimate relationship with a 100-point goddess, you can directly increase the mission completion rate by 50%. Again, I emphasize that this system is a clean, green version, currently focused on developing relationships. It's a clean, legal, compliant, and serious system. Conditions for achieving an intimate relationship: the target woman's favorability reaches a certain value and she actively confesses her feelings to the host. Don't get carried away by the idea that you can unlock an intimate relationship without anything happening. Each beauty you establish an intimate relationship with will earn you a corresponding reward.
After completing the first phase of the main quest, you'll receive a huge reward. This will also unlock the second phase of the main quest. What is the main task of the second phase?
Jiang Tai asked.
Hello, host.
The specific content of the second phase of the main mission can only be known after completing the first phase of the main mission.
Okay, I understand.
After Jiang Tai figured out these issues, he closed the conversation with the system.
Chapter 8 Home Visits. Jiang Tai remembered Lu Shuia's instructions and decided to visit Song Wan's home today.
Although Jiang Tai's worth has changed drastically overnight, Lu Shuia is still a target that can be conquered. In order to obtain system rewards, he has to try his best to increase his favorability, so he is not planning to quit his internship at school for the time being.
Coincidentally, Jiang Tai looked at the address sent by Lu Shuio and found that Song Wan also lived in Jingqiu Tianhua, and her home was on the second floor of Building 3.
Jiang Tai found his electric scooter on the side of the road, touched the front of the scooter, and said, "Old buddy, if you use it one more time today, you'll retire and drive a Mercedes-Benz from now on." About half an hour later, Jiang Tai rode his electric scooter to the gate of Jingqiu Tianhua community.
Who are you looking for? What are you doing here?
As the upscale residential area of East City, the security here is quite strict, and outsiders are generally not allowed to enter. The security guard standing guard at the door saw Jiang Tai riding an electric scooter and thought he was a delivery man or a salesman, so he approached to inquire.
I'm here. I'm the owner of this place, I'm going home.
Jiang Tai originally wanted to say that he came for a home visit, but then he thought, he is already the owner of this place, what excuse does he need to go home?
Are you a homeowner?
The security guard looked Jiang Tai up and down. Although he looked handsome, he was dressed in cheap clothes and rode a small electric scooter. He didn't look like someone who could afford a $10 million apartment.
He couldn't help but sneer. Go away.
You're a homeowner using sales pitches. I've been a security guard for over a decade, and I can tell you're broke.
Get out of here.
Jiang Tai was furious after hearing what the security guard said.
He said coldly, I'm the owner of the second floor of Building 1 of Jingqiu Tianhua. My name is Jiang Tai. I want to go home now.
If you dare to stop me again, I will call the police directly.
You're trying to act like a jerk to me, aren't you?
The security guard looked at Jiang Tai with contempt in his eyes. The other security guard, who had been watching the excitement, was more composed. Seeing Jiang Tai like this, he was stunned for a moment.
Could he really be the owner? Why was he so aggressive?
He should call the sales staff to confirm. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll confirm your information with the sales staff. About 5 minutes later, a man in a suit arrived at the gate.
Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Tai Jiang?
I am your account manager Chen Lin. Yesterday you bought a 2-story flat for a total transaction amount of 23 million.
Here are the room card keys and contract.
Chen Lin said politely. Well, but I was stopped when I was about to go home just now, and I was mocked.
Is this what you call the experience of being an owner of a high-end residential complex?
Jiang Tai said coldly. Chen Lin looked at the security guard who had just blocked the road.
Who do you think you are? The owners here are all either wealthy or noble. How can you afford to offend them? You speak ill of them without knowing the situation. I will report this to the company leadership. You should pack up and get out of here.
The security guard who had just blocked the road turned pale, and apologized repeatedly. "Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry.
It's my fault. Please don't hold it against me." Zhang Tai ignored him and walked towards his residence. Came to the second floor of a building.
Opened the door and the layout of the house comes into view. The large flats at Jingxiu Tianhua are luxuriously decorated, from furniture to wallpaper and artwork. High-end materials and modern design concepts are used to create a unique atmosphere. It also has high-end supporting facilities, including central air conditioning, smart home system, high-end bathroom facilities, spacious study and entertainment room. Zhang Tai felt very satisfied. He took the elevator to the underground parking lot and saw his brand new Mercedes-Benz S400L.
The Mercedes-Benz S400L, a mid to high-end Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, is widely acclaimed for its luxurious interior, spacious cabin, and exceptional performance.
Zhang Tai opened the door and slid into the driver's seat, feeling the comfortable seat. Most importantly, the spacious interior offered ample space for him to accomplish many tasks.
After exiting the Mercedes-Benz, Zhang Tai took a deep breath, feeling a surge of confidence.
From this moment on, he had truly transitioned from a poor loser to a member of the middle class, and the future held an immeasurable potential.
Okay, it's time to take a look at Song Wan's family situation.
Speaking of which, her family can live in Jingxiu Tianhua, and the conditions are pretty good.
So what happened to them recently? What's going on with the thugs at the school entrance?
While thinking about this, Zhang Tai had already arrived at Building 3, entered the elevator and pressed the second floor button.
Damn it, open the door. Don't be so shameless.
The sound of banging on the door was deafening. Zhang Tai could hear the shouting and cursing before he even got out of the elevator.
He couldn't help but frown. It seems like the security here needs to be replaced. They actually let this group of people in so easily.
When the elevator door opened, I saw a few people standing at the door of Song Wan's house. They were the thugs I saw at school before.
Seeing someone coming, one of the thugs asked Zhang Tai, "Who are you? What's your relationship with this family?"
Zhang Tai took a quick look and saw 6 thugs standing at the door. Most of them were wearing short-sleeved shirts and had tattoos of dragons and phoenixes on their arms.
They looked like gangsters.
"I'm Song Wan's teacher, and I'm here for a home visit today."
"Who are you? Why are you banging on doors in a residential building? It's disturbing the neighbors. Aren't you afraid of being taken away by the police?"
A skinny guy with dyed yellow hair among the thugs pointed at Zhang Tai and said, "Fuck you, you're disturbing the public.
Song Wan's family owes our boss millions, and we're here to collect the debt. Debts should be repaid, that's only natural.
Even if the police come, the same principle applies. You're a teacher, so you're probably just a bookworm. You haven't experienced much in society, so get out of here now and don't get involved in this mess." He spoke with confidence. When he came over just now, a few people gave a cigarette to the security guard at the door. The security guard also knew the situation of Song Wan's family and was confident that there would be no complaints. So I just turned a blind eye and ignored it. Zhang Tai didn't get angry after hearing what Huang Mao said. He thought for a moment and said to the thugs, "If you keep knocking on the door like this, she's unlikely to open it.
How about this? You guys leave first and come back this afternoon. I'm her teacher. I'll talk to them about the situation and we'll discuss any issues this afternoon."
Among the 6 thugs, there was a man with a scar on his face, who looked like the leader. He looked at Zhang Tai, was silent for a moment, and then signaled the others to leave first. Before entering the elevator, he looked back at Zhang Tai and said, "Teacher, most people would avoid this kind of thing, but you're still willing to visit their home to understand the situation. You're pretty good. I, Lu Meng, will give you this favor.
We'll come over this afternoon.
If they're still hiding in their room like this, don't blame us for being rude." After a few people left, Zhang Tai knocked on the door gently.
"Song Wan, are you home? I'm Teacher Jiang."
There was no movement from the door, Zhang Tai said again.
"The teacher is the only one at the door now. There is no one else. The teacher is here to visit your home today to learn about your recent situation."
With a click, the door opened. Zhang Tai was stunned and saw a beautiful woman standing in the door. Chapter 9 My 36-year-old female tenant. Ding, a capturable target has been found.
Show target information. Name, Zhou Qi. Age, 36. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 81. Body type, 86. Favorability, 20 knowledge. Number of romances, 1. Characteristics, cowardly, likes relatively strong men. Intimacy, not activated. Looking at the beauty standing in the room, Jiang Tai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The most beautiful age for women is between 20 and 30. After this age, most women's appearance will decline. Therefore, there are very few people who can still be called beautiful after the age of 35. However, Zhou Qi in front of him is definitely a beauty. Zhou Qi was wearing casual clothes, but that couldn't hide her good figure, especially her impressive breasts that seemed to be about to burst through her clothes, giving people a very oppressive feeling. She was not wearing any makeup, and her natural look only highlighted her delicate features, especially her peach blossom eyes, which naturally carried a kind of charm. Hello, you must be Teacher Jiang. I'm Zhou Qi, Songwan's mother. Zhou Qi looked at Jiang Tai with a guilty look on her face. I'm sorry to trouble you. Please take a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. Zhou Qi led Jiang Tai to his seat, poured him a glass of water, and then sat down next to Jiang Tai. Hello, I'm here on behalf of Songwan's homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu, to conduct a home visit. I'd also like to understand why Songwan hasn't been to school recently. Well, something happened at home recently, and Wan was affected. She didn't dare go to school these past 2 days. I saw some people banging on the door just now, saying you owe them money. I saw these people at school before. Is this why Songwan doesn't dare to go to school? Yes. Zhou Qi paused, her eyes suddenly red. My husband went bankrupt from stock speculation, and he borrowed a lot of high-interest loans to make up for his losses in the last period of time. Where is your husband now? Jiang Tai saw tears welling up in Zhou Qi's eyes and handed her a tissue. He abandoned his wife and daughter and ran away. Zhou Qi wiped away tears. After his last attempt failed, he took the remaining valuables and ran off with another woman. Another woman? Jiang Tai frowned slightly. Yes, my husband used to be an executive at a listed company. He had a respectable job and a good income. But in the last 2 years, he met a young woman and started speculating in stocks like crazy, and he quickly lost all his money. Jiang Tai understood everything Zhou Qi had to say. He was probably the victim of a scam. He had abandoned his wife and daughter to run off with another woman, which was a grave mistake. Because I owed high-interest loans and had no way to repay them, these debt collectors came to my house to make trouble. They even came to the school gate to threaten my daughter twice. So Xiaowan didn't dare to go to school for the past 2 days. Zhou Qi couldn't stop crying when she talked about the sad things. How much money do you still owe them now? Jiang Tai asked. The house I live in now has been listed for sale for more than 10 million yuan, and I have basically paid off the debt. There is still a loan shark company. The principal is 900,000 yuan, but they said that the interest has compounded to nearly 3 million yuan in a few months. Zhou Qi felt desperate. Even if he sold the house and all his jewelry, he still could not pay it back. The principal is 900,000 yuan, and the interest can roll up to 3 million yuan in just a few months? Jiang Tai was slightly surprised. This kind of interest is obviously illegal. We can report them to the police for extortion. I told them the interest rate was too high, but they threatened me, saying if I didn't pay it back, I should be more careful when going out. Zhou Qi said helplessly, besides, I don't even have the 900,000 yuan principal now, so I can't pay them back at all. Jiang Tai was silent, pondering whether he should help Zhou Qi settle her debts. Judging by the system's data, Zhou Qi was a viable target, with a score of over 80. Although much older than him, she was still a stunning beauty. Furthermore, given her family situation, having been abandoned by her husband, he felt no moral burden to have an intimate relationship with her. However, he only had 1 million yuan in cash, and if he helped her settle her debts, his finances would be tight for a while. Then how long can you live in your current house? Jiang Tai suddenly asked. We'll have to move out in the next 2 or 3 days. Zhou Qi felt sad when he thought about having to sleep on the streets soon. Jiang Tai was silent for a long time before deciding to help Zhou Qi deal with her debt first. Judging from Feng Yu's strategy, if he succeeded in capturing the target beauty, the reward he would receive would definitely be far more than 1 million. Furthermore, Zhou Qi's appearance was over 80, so the reward was bound to be higher. Even if I take a step back, I have a car and a house after all, so I can just treat this 1 million as a gamble. Even if I fail to conquer Zhou Qi and don't get the reward, as Songwan's teacher, I don't want to see this orphan girl and her widowed mother end up in a dead end. Is Songwan at home? Jiang Tai asked. She's in her room and doesn't dare come out. After the disturbance this morning, she's hiding even more and doesn't want to see anyone. Since you're older than me, I'll call you Sister Zhou. Jiang Tai took out his room key and handed it to Zhou Qi. What a coincidence, you and I are neighbors. You and Song Wan can move into my house for the time being. Zhou Qi was stunned, unsure why this young teacher was so kind to her. She'd been chatting with Jiang Tai so much because she'd been feeling incredibly depressed lately and wanted to talk to someone. But he'd directly invited her to stay with his children. Why? Could it be that teacher Xiao Jiang is attracted to me? Zhou Qi knew that he was pretty, but quickly shook his head. No. I'm too old. Teacher Xiao Jiang looks sunny and handsome, a good-looking man. He has no shortage of young and beautiful girls. How could he be attracted to me? While Zhou Qi was daydreaming like this, his favorability towards Jiang Tai had skyrocketed. Ding, Zhou Qi's favorability increased by 40. Ding, Zhou Qi's favorability has reached 60. Friend. Teacher Jiang, this isn't very convenient. Zhou Qi was a little confused and refused subconsciously. Convenient. My house has 5 rooms. You and Song Wan can each live in one. Jiang Tai looked at Zhou Qi and said seriously. Song Wan will be taking the high school entrance exam in a few months. Don't make any more trouble at this critical moment. Don't let it affect her studies. Zhou Qi's heart moved, and she felt that Jiang Tai's decisive attitude was very manly. She couldn't help but feel a little amorous. Well, I'm really sorry to trouble you, Teacher Jiang. Zhou Qi thanked him repeatedly. Don't worry about the loan sharking issue. I'll help you negotiate. Jiang Tai took a sip of water. There will be a result today. Wait for my news. Zhou Qi was stunned. What? Not only were they willing to provide accommodation, but now they were even willing to help negotiate millions of dollars in debt? This little teacher Jiang and I had no previous relationship, and she was just Song Wan's teacher. Why would she go to such lengths for us? I'm completely broke now, and besides my somewhat attractive body, what else is there worth pursuing? Yes, I was right just now. Teacher John really has a crush on me. Zhou Qi's heart was completely confused. Chapter 10 Goodbye Gu Xiaoman. Zhou Qi, who experienced her husband's betrayal and was deeply wounded during this family tragedy, has been left alone to deal with loan sharks and debt collectors while also protecting her daughter, leaving her emotionally and physically exhausted. At that moment, teacher Xiao Jiang appeared and listened to her story. He offered to house her and her daughter and even negotiated her debts. He provided support when she was isolated and helpless. Zhou Qi could think of no other reason for Jiang Tai's help than that he was attracted by her beauty. Zhou Qi looked at Jiang Tai and thought he was handsome, sunny, and well-spoken. Furthermore, living in a high-end residential complex like Jingshou Tianhua at such a young age clearly meant he had considerable financial resources. Was he dreaming? Could someone with such conditions really be interested in someone like him, a married woman with children? Ding, Zhou Qi's favorability plus 10. As Zhou Qi was daydreaming, he became more and more fond of Jiang Tai. Seeing the system prompt, Jiang Tai realized that the beauty in front of him was about to fall for him. It seemed that he had made the right choice. Sister Zhou, if there is no problem, you and Song Wan should move now. I'm worried that those gangsters will come in the afternoon and scare the children. Jiang Tai said to Zhou Qi. Oh, okay, thank you so much, Teacher Jiang. I'll take the kids and move over right away. Jiang Tai looked at the time and it was already noon. Thinking that he still had to communicate and negotiate with the debt collector in the afternoon, he had to fill his stomach first. So he said to Zhou Qi. Sister Zhou, I'll buy some fried chicken and burgers from a fast food restaurant near the community. I'll pack some for you guys when I'm done. Zhou Qi didn't feel like cooking at the moment, so she thanked Jiang Tai and started packing her things for moving. Near the Jingshou Tianhua residential complex, there's a fast food restaurant called Laughing Hamburger House. Its humorous name and excellent flavors are popular with diners. Jiang Tai used to work there part-time, but later quit to go to school for an internship. Most of the part-time workers at fast food restaurants are students, so there's a lot of turnover. This time, Jiang Tai didn't see anyone he knew. After finishing a spicy burger set meal, Jiang Tai packed 2 chicken burger sets and walked towards the community. When they were almost at the gate of the community, a beautiful woman came towards them. It was Jiang Tai's ex-girlfriend Gu Xiaoman. At this moment, Gu Xiaoman was wearing a professional suit with a hip skirt, showing off her beautiful curves.
Her beautiful legs were covered in a pair of black stockings and red-soled high heels. She no longer looked like a pure student, but rather a mature white-collar lady.
Gu Xiaoman was also stunned when she saw Jiang Tai.
Then she glanced at the fast food in Jiang Tai's hand, and a hint of playfulness flashed across her face.
What a coincidence! Why, are you delivering food at the fast food restaurant again? Jiang Tai felt disgusted when he heard Gu Xiaoman's ridicule.
He was about to ignore her when the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind.
Show target information. Name, Gu Xiaoman. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 80. Height, 82 centimeters. Favorability, 50 friend. Number of romances, 17. Characteristics, proud and materialistic. Intimacy, not activated.
Jiang Tai felt a bang in his head.
It was as if it was about to explode. Gu Xiaoman has been in love 17 times already? How is this possible?
Jiang Tai looked at Gu Xiaoman in disbelief, and every detail of the past few years seemed to come back to him. In their first year of dating, under the moonlight, they kissed passionately. When Jiang Tai slipped his hand inside Gu Xiaoman's clothes, she grabbed his hand.
Don't do that, it's too fast. I hate men who touch me. I don't like it.
On Valentine's Day in their second year of dating, Jiang Tai worked part-time for 3 months and bought Gu Xiaoman a new phone. In a Western restaurant, the atmosphere was perfect, with wine and champagne. Just as Jiang Tai was about to ask for sex, Gu Xiaoman said, "I'm different from other girls.
I refuse sex before marriage. I want to save the best of myself for our wedding night. I hope you understand."
In the third year of their relationship, the winter snow fell.
The two watched the snow fall together.
Gu Xiaoman leaned in Jiang Tai's arms and said gently, "I know you have endured it very hard these years."
In fact, I have too. But I am a traditional girl.
I still hope to wait a little longer.
Let's get married after graduation.
The past pierced Jiang Tai like a sharp blade, and he couldn't help but stagger.
How is this possible? The girl who has always been pure and lovely in my heart is actually so messy outside. Hee, I see. It turns out everyone can do it, but I can't. I've been fooled.
I've been toyed with by this woman for 3 years.
Gu Xiaoman, you really shouldn't have provoked me. I will make you pay a heavy price.
Jiang Tai tried hard to calm himself down. He deliberately ignored Gu Xiaoman and walked up to the security guard who had made things difficult for him in the morning. The security guard immediately bowed and nodded when he saw Jiang Tai coming.
"Mr. Jiang, you're back?"
Jiang Tai glanced at him and asked, "Why, you haven't left yet?" The security guard quickly smiled and apologized. "Mr. Jiang, I've worked in the community for many years, and I just pleaded with the manager.
Please be magnanimous and forgive me for once, and leave me a meal."
Jiang Tai ignored the security guard and walked towards Zhou Qi's house.
Gu Xiaoman, who was standing by, was shocked and confused when she saw this scene.
The security guard's deferential treatment of Jiang Tai earlier couldn't be the same as that of a delivery driver. It was more like the attitude he showed to the owner.
Could it be that Jiang Tai owned this place? But the houses here were all over 20 million yuan. How could Jiang Tai possibly afford one? Had he been feigning poverty all those years in college?
No, I needed to find another opportunity to test his worth.
The other side.
Jiang Tai gave the packaged meals to Zhou Qi and Song Wan.
Song Wan looked uneasy at the moment.
Jiang Tai patted Song Wan on the shoulder and said, "Song Wan, your grades have always been good.
The teacher is very optimistic about you. You have a high probability of going to a good school in this high school entrance examination. Don't let other things affect you. As for the rest, the teacher will help you take care of it." Song Wan looked up at teacher Jiang and suddenly felt a sense of security in her heart. Afternoon. Scarface Lu Meng came again with a few thugs. "Boy, what are you talking about?"
"I made it clear this morning," Lu Meng said coldly when he saw that Jiang Tai was the only one there.
"I'll handle the debt. Take me to see your boss."
Jiang Tai said calmly.
"You want to deal with the debt? Can you pay back millions?" Lu Meng couldn't understand why he had to bear this responsibility since he was just a teacher. "Yes, I'll handle it."
"It's inconvenient to hand over such a large amount to you."
"Take me to see your boss." "You kid are kidding us, right?"
"Let me tell you, I can take you to see our boss, but if you can't pay the money, you may not be able to come out with your head held high. The yellow-haired man stared at Zhang Tai with a look of disbelief. Lu Meng looked at Zhang Tai and saw that he looked calm, not like he was lying. He had been pressing for this debt for a long time, so perhaps this was his chance. So he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you to see our boss."
Chapter 11 Negotiation.
Lu Meng and his group were waiting at the gate of the community, and a van was parked next to them. After a while, Zhang Tai drove up to them in a Mercedes-Benz S400L and said, "Lead the way." When a few thugs saw Zhang Tai driving a car worth more than 1 million yuan, their impression of him changed greatly. The yellow-haired thug said to Lu Meng, "Brother Lu, it seems that this guy is quite rich. It seems that he can repay the debt." Lu Meng nodded, asked his men to get on the van, and then led the way.
In an abandoned building,
a middle-aged fat man was smoking a cigarette, and there were a few thugs standing beside him. Seeing Lu Meng and the others coming back, the fat man asked, "How's the debt collection going?" Lu Meng pointed at Zhang Tai behind him and said, "Boss, he said he came to settle this debt."
"Oh?"
The middle-aged fat man narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Tai, then looked at the Mercedes-Benz parked not far away. This guy is dressed very casually, but he drives a car worth over 1 million yuan. He must be a low-key rich second generation.
He may have some connections. Don't offend him easily. Thinking of this, the middle-aged fat man smiled and said, "What's your name, little brother? What do you do?"
"My name is Zhang Tai, and I'm a middle school teacher. I'm here today to pay off Zhou Qiping's debt."
"What's your name, boss?"
Zhang Tai glanced around. Besides the fat man who was speaking, there were 10 other people nearby, all of them thugs. If a fight broke out, he wasn't sure his newly acquired fighting skills would be enough to handle so many people, but now that things had come to this, he couldn't afford to back down.
"My name is Chen Pang, everyone in the underworld calls me Fatty Chen." Chen Pang exhaled a puff of smoke. "The Zhou family owes us 2.97 million yuan, including principal and interest.
It would be great if Mr. Jiang is willing to settle the debt." Zhang Tai lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff, walked up to Fatty Chen, and then slowly exhaled towards him.
"Boss Chen, are you kidding me? Zhou family borrowed 900,000 yuan from you a few months ago, and now it's 2.97 million yuan including principal and interest? There's been a crackdown on usury recently. Aren't you afraid of being arrested and sent to jail for this kind of interest?" Fatty Chen's face changed.
When their family borrowed money, the interest was clearly marked. Saying something like this now is dishonest. "Mr. Jiang, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you can help them pay off their debts, that would be great. If you can't, there's no need to waste everyone's time by saying this."
Fatty Chen didn't know Zhang Tai's background and didn't want to offend him easily, so he suppressed his anger.
"Boss Chen, the man who borrowed money from you has run away, and now Zhou Qi's family is left with only his daughter and widow. You can't force them to pay even if you kill them." Zhang Tai paused, then continued, "I felt sorry for them, so I helped them, but the price you quoted is not negotiable."
"Boss Chen, you are a smart man.
Give me a suitable price, and I will settle the debt, and you can also get some money, which is better for everyone."
Fatty Chen didn't speak for a long time.
He only looked up after finishing his cigarette and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'll give you a favor and settle the debt with 2 million.
No less." "Boss Chen, you may not have understood what I just said."
Zhang Tai shook his head. "How about this? I'll give you a number, 1 million to settle this debt.
In addition to recovering the principal, there will be 100,000 interest in the next few months. I am already very sincere." Zhang Tai did not lie, he was indeed sincere.
This 1 million was almost all the money in his card.
He, Fatty Chen laughed, "Mr. Jiang might have made a mistake." "Oh? We're in the loan shark business, so we naturally have ways to collect debts. Zhou Qi's pretty, and if we introduce her to some of the chow bosses, we should be able to make quite a bit of money." Fatty Chen gave a lewd smile, then gestured at the thugs beside him. 2 million is already quite generous to you. My brothers have to eat. If everyone talks like you, wouldn't we just be doing charity?" Zhang Tai sighed, "Does that mean we can't reach an agreement? How about this, Mr. Jiang, let's make a bet."
Fatty Chen said slowly, "I have 10 brothers here.
If you can defeat them all, I'll accept the 1 million yuan settlement."
He pointed at the Mercedes-Benz. "If you can't do it, I can also pay you 1 million yuan plus your car to settle the debt."
"I can't let you come here for nothing, he. Fatty Chen thought Jiang Tai was just a middle school teacher, so how could he possibly beat 10 thugs? So, his implication was, since you've come to me, don't even think about getting away unscathed. You have to pay this debt, whether you want to or not. Sure. Jiang Tai smiled confidently, then walked to an open area. He took off his coat and pointed at the thugs around Fatty Chen. You all come together. Fatty Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Jiang Tai to be so confident. Could he be a martial artist? However, he glanced at the scarred Lu Meng beside him. As long as Lu Meng was there would be no accidents. Thinking of this, he said, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Mr. Jiang has already spoken, so just accompany him to practice." Damn it, just pretending. The first one to take action was Huang Mao. The yellow-haired man rushed towards Jiang Tai and kicked towards Jiang Tai's waist. Jiang Tai raised his left arm to block, stepped forward with his right foot, forcing the yellow-haired man to lose his balance, and at the same time pushed the yellow-haired man's waist with his right hand, easily pushing him to the ground. Huang Mao fell to the ground and was stunned for a moment, then shouted, "Everyone, come together." So the other thugs rushed forward, only Lu Meng stood aside and didn't move. Facing the aggressive thugs, Jiang Tai first chose to defend firmly. It was obvious that these thugs had no systematic combat training and fought with all their might. This style of fighting consumed physical strength very quickly. Amidst the chaotic siege of the thugs, Jiang Tai dodged left and right, protecting his vitals. The thugs' damage to him was limited, and his physical strength had been greatly increased after being strengthened. Within a few minutes, the 9 thugs who were besieging him slowed down noticeably and began to pant. At this moment, Jiang Tai began to fight back. During the defense, he found the flaws in the thugs' movements and used Muay Thai techniques, punches, elbows, knees, and kicks. Often, he would kill with one blow and quickly knocked out the 9 thugs. Lu Meng had been watching the fight from the sidelines. He initially thought Jiang Tai, a mere mortal, couldn't possibly defeat 9 thugs, but he quickly discovered Jiang Tai's advanced fighting skills, encompassing not only Muay Thai but also Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Taekwondo. Furthermore, Jiang Tai's combat tactics were exceptional. He maintained a firm defense against the thugs' fierce attacks, draining their energy. Then, he looked for an opportunity to knock them out with a single strike. He was truly a formidable figure. With $1 million on the line, he had to find a chance to strike. Just as Jiang Tai breathed a sigh of relief after defeating the 9 thugs, he felt a sudden gust of wind from behind him. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block. A sharp pain shot through his arm. The punch was powerful, unlike those from the thugs. Before Jiang Tai could turn, the opponent's flying kick struck again. Unable to block it in such a hurry, he could only do his best to sidestep to avoid the vital part. With a bang, Jiang Tai was kicked 2 or 3 meters away. Jiang Tai finally saw who was coming. Scarface Lu Meng took action. Chapter 12 Fierce Fight. Lu Meng's 2 attacks just now allowed Jiang Tai to make a quick judgment. Lu Meng was a master. His body had been strengthened by 10 attribute points, making it much stronger than an ordinary person. The punches from the thugs just now barely caused any damage. However, Lu Meng's punches and kicks made him feel threatened. This was a formidable opponent. Although Jiang Tai had acquired combat skills, he lacked actual combat experience. Lu Meng, on the other hand, was clearly a seasoned veteran. The outcome of their duel was uncertain. Lu Meng took off his coat and rushed towards Jiang Tai. He adjusted his breathing and hit his opponent with a torrential rain of punches. He didn't want to give Jiang Tai a chance to breathe, and wanted to defeat his opponent in one go. Jiang Tai saw Lu Meng's fierce attack and knew that he couldn't block it as easily as he did with Huang Mao. So he quickly flipped his palms, and countless palm shadows blocked the opponent's iron fists one by one. Seeing that his fierce attack was unsuccessful, Lu Meng dodged and came to Jiang Tai's side, with his arms on his opponent's neck, intending to perform a naked choke. If the naked choke was completed, Jiang Tai would definitely lose. At the critical moment, Jiang Tai used a heavy weight to sink his body, and pressed Lu Meng's arm back with his right arm to destroy the opponent's lock technique. At the same time, his left arm formed an elbow and hit the opponent's body. Lu Meng felt pain in his abdomen, but he still gritted his teeth and punched Jiang Tai on the head. The two stumbled apart, neither attacking again for a moment. Lu Meng clutched his abdomen, catching his breath. Jiang Tai, struck on the top of his head, felt slightly dizzy and gasped for air. Lu Meng took a moment to catch his breath before launching another attack. He leaped up and unleashed a Taekwondo whirlwind kick, sending the force flowing through his waist, hip, thigh, calf, and instep to strike Jiang Tai.
This strike, gathering all his strength, was powerful and devastating. Jiang Tai raised his left arm to protect his head, gritting his teeth to take Lu Meng's blow. He forced himself to steady himself, enduring the severe pain. With his right arm, he grabbed Lu Meng's leg and slammed it to the ground. Lu Meng lost his balance and was about to be smashed to the ground. He remained calm, using both hands to steady himself, and with his other leg, he kicked Jiang Tai in the face. Jiang Tai let go in pain, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth.
Lu Meng succeeded in his attack.
After his legs landed on the ground, he suddenly exerted force and rushed towards Jiang Tai.
His right palm turned into a claw and went straight for Jiang Tai's throat. He wanted to decide the winner.
Seeing Lu Meng coming at him, Jiang Tai concentrated all his strength on his right knee and rammed it into Lu Meng's abdomen, while trying his best to turn his head to dodge.
Lu Meng groaned as he was hit twice in the abdomen.
He couldn't help but fall down in pain. Although Jiang Tai tried his best to dodge and was not directly choked by the opponent, his neck was still scratched and bleeding profusely for a while. Lu Meng struggled to get up and walked step by step to Jiang Tai. He took a long breath and his eyes were cold. Jiang Tai also adjusted his breathing and looked coldly at the opponent in front of him.
Next moment,
the two men swung their fists at the same time in perfect harmony. This time, both sides gave up on defense and attacked with all their strength. Both of them punched each other like a rainstorm, trying to knock down their opponent. The two men didn't know how many punches they had thrown at each other, and at this moment they were both covered in blood.
Lu Meng felt a surge of anger.
He'd been fighting in underground boxing since he was a kid, and had experienced countless street fights. He'd only just honed his skills, but this young man in his early 20s possessed so many fighting skills and such a strong physique. He wasn't even a physical education teacher, he was a Chinese language teacher.
Damn it, how could such a thing happen in the world? How could I lose to someone like that? Impossible. Thinking of this, Lu Meng concentrated all his strength into his fist and slammed it hard into Jiang Tai's face.
A surge of pride rose in Jiang Tai's heart. He'd lived so cautiously all those years. Others, handsome and wealthy, were enjoying luxury cars and beautiful women, while he, with his good looks, had to work part-time to pay for his studies. And in the end, he was even toyed with by his girlfriend.
How pathetic.
Finally, God had mercy on him and the system had arrived. He'd learned skills and strengthened his physique.
Couldn't he still take down a gang leader? If he couldn't even get past this, how could he expect to survive the next?
With this thought in mind, Jiang Tai used up his remaining strength and punched Lu Meng in the face.
Bang bang with two loud noises, the two men used all their strength to hit each other in the face.
The two men fell to the ground at the same time, and neither of them was able to get up.
For a moment, they both lost their ability to fight. Fatty Chen's expression shifted as he observed this scene.
He felt that this young man named Jiang Tai was indeed something. He was so talented despite his youth, and since he could drive a car worth over 1,000,000 yuan, his family background must be quite impressive.
He really didn't want to offend such a man.
As for the 1,000,000 yuan to settle the debt, while it was a little less, he would still make a profit. He might as well do him a favor, maybe he could still help him in the future.
Fatty Chen lit another cigarette for himself. He had made a decision.
It was unknown how long it took before Jiang Tai finally stood up. Lu Meng beside him also staggered to his feet.
Ha, continue? Jiang Tai sneered and approached. Come on, who's afraid of who? Lu Meng clenched his fists.
Seeing that the two were about to start fighting again, Fatty Chen spoke up.
Stop it, there's no need to fight anymore.
Fatty Chen exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke. Just settle the 1,000,000 yuan, as Mr. Jiang asked.
Boss, I didn't lose. Lu Meng looked at Fatty Chen with a dissatisfied tone. Mingzi, you really didn't lose. Fatty Chen smiled. Mr. Jiang, you're tied right now. You don't win the bet, but I've seen your abilities and want to be friends with you. So let's settle the amount you agreed on. Boss Chen, thank you. Jiang Tai knew that Fatty Chen was holding back.
These people all had weapons in their hands, which were useless when fighting him.
Otherwise, he would probably be unable to stand by now.
Jiang Tai asked Fatty Chen for his bank card number and transferred 1,000,000 yuan to him.
He walked up to Lu Meng again and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Lu, you are really tough. I admire you.
Lu Meng also patted Jiang Tai on the shoulder and said with a smile, you are really good at fighting.
There is no longer any question of winning or losing in the bet.
After the battle just now, both of them felt a sense of hero respect for each other. After the incident was over, when Jiang Tai drove away from the abandoned building, he felt severe pain all over his body. During the fight with Lu Meng, the adrenaline in his body had been continuously secreted, suppressing the pain. Now that he was relaxed, the intense pain made it almost impossible for Jiang Tai to drive. He parked the car on the side of the road for a long time and decided to go to the hospital first.
You're still not strong enough? You need to improve your strength as soon as possible. You can't be in such a mess anymore. Dongshi People's Hospital. When Jiang Tai walked into the hospital covered in blood, the nurse on duty almost called the police. The doctor prescribed some blood-activating and blood stasis-removing medicines for Jiang Tai. Considering that Jiang Tai's injuries were serious, the doctor still asked Jiang Tai to get in 4 drip for auxiliary treatment.
Jiang Tai paid the fees, which totaled more than 300 yuan including the 4 drip. Now not only is there no money left in the card, but even the more than 100 yuan in cash he had on him is almost used up.
We're really running out of money now.
We can only wait for our internship salary in a few days. Jiang Tai smiled bitterly. Then he went to the department where the 4 drip was being administered. While waiting in line for an 4 drip, Jiang Tai actually fell asleep.
Wake up!
As a gentle voice came, Jiang Tai slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a sweet-looking female nurse. The nurse in front of me was wearing a nurse's uniform. She had a pretty face, with a pair of bright eyes beneath willow-shaped eyebrows. She had a playful, straight nose and a cherry mouth. She looked very cute. As expected, young beauties are the most soothing. Jiang Tai looked at the beautiful nurse in front of him and felt very pleased.
Ding! A capturable target has been found.
At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Jiang Tai's mind.
Chapter 13 Nurse Lin Yanran. Show target information. Name, Lin Yanran. Age, 23. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance, 81. Body type, 84. Favorability, 0 stranger. Number of romances, 0. Characteristics, changeable personality, lack of security, foodie. Intimacy, not activated. An insecure foodie.
Jiang Tai seemed to be lost in thought, but his eyes couldn't help but stare at Lin Yanran's chest. The nurse's professional attire wrapped her chest tightly, but it still looked firm and upright.
Hey! What are you looking at?
Lin Yanran blushed slightly when she felt Jiang Tai's gaze. She felt offended. There was a hint of anger in her tone. Jiang Tai came back to his senses and felt a little embarrassed. After all, staring at a girl's breasts made him look like a hooligan.
I'm sorry, nurse.
Jiang Tai smiled and continued, it's too beautiful.
I couldn't help it.
Lin Yanran glanced at the man in front of her who was speaking frivolously and found that his face was bruised and bloody, obviously from a fight.
Well, this man is quite dangerous and doesn't seem to be a good person.
Lin Yanran was angry, and when the 4 needle pierced into the back of Jiang Tai's hand, she deliberately used a little force. It hurts nurse, please be gentler. Jiang Tai felt that Lin Yanran was being naughty, so he shouted in an exaggerated manner.
TSK, a grown man crying out in pain while getting in 4 drip. Lin Yanran felt a little guilty seeing Jiang Tai's big reaction. Look at you, all bruised up, did you get into a fight?
Yes, sister, look at all the injuries I have. I was already in so much pain, and the injection you just gave me almost killed me.
Jiang Tai looked at Lin Yanran pitifully.
You didn't even cry out in pain after such a fight, but you're crying out in pain after getting in 4 drip. Lin Yanran felt that Jiang Tai was teasing her, and she felt embarrassed and annoyed.
And, who is your sister? Why are you calling her so affectionately? Are you very familiar with her? That's right, then let's get to know each other, nurse sister.
Jiang Tai took out his phone with a smile, leave me your contact information, we'll be familiar with each other soon.
Bah, you scoundrel. Who wants to know you?
Lin Yanran thought Jiang Tai was just a little rascal and didn't want to bother with him anymore. After fixing the 4 bottle, she turned and left to take care of the next patient. This is considered a failed attempt to pick up girls. It's really not that easy to win over girls. Jiang Tai's smile froze, and he put his phone back in his pocket with a slightly embarrassed look. Forget it, I'll find another opportunity later.
Take a good rest while the 4 is on.
2 hours later, the drip was finished. Jiang Tai felt that his physical condition had recovered a lot. He stretched his arms and legs a little and walked out of the hospital. At this moment, it was almost dark. Jiang Tai got into his Mercedes-Benz, and just as the car started, he saw Lin Yanran coming out of the hospital gate and walking to the bus stop to wait for the bus. It seemed that she had also finished get-off work. Lin Yanran changed into casual clothes, giving people the feeling of a girl next door. Jiang Tai drove the car to Lin Yanran and rolled down the window.
Sister Yanran, where are you going?
Let me take you there. Lin Yanran was a little surprised to see Jiang Tai driving a Mercedes-Benz. She had originally thought Jiang Tai was just a street thug.
How do you know my name is Yanran? Ha, Sister Yanran's name is on her work badge.
I saw it when she was on 4 just now. Who is your sister?
I'm only 23. How old are you? Don't call me that. Damn it, this person keeps calling me sister. Isn't she making me sound old? Lin Yanran felt very unhappy. Alright, Sister Yanran, this should be alright, right?
Jiang Tai said with a smile, I finished the 4 and you just happened to be getting off work.
It's fate that we met again. Get in the car, I'm really not a bad person. How could a bad person say he's a bad person? Lin Yanran looked at Jiang Tai, always thinking that his smile was naughty.
But then she thought about it, the bus would take a long time to wait and it would be crowded. It would be nice to have a Mercedes-Benz take her home.
After a moment's hesitation, she decided to get on the bus.
Lin Yanran walked to the front of the Mercedes-Benz, took a picture of the license plate, then opened the door and got in.
I just took a picture of your license plate. If you are a bad guy, I will ask my friends to call the police. Lin Yanran said vigilantly in the back seat. Is there a possibility that I just want to be friends with you because you are beautiful?
Seeing Lin Yanran being so defensive, Jiang Tai felt a little speechless. Sure enough, this guy was relying on his nice car to flirt with girls everywhere.
He was probably a rich gangster. I couldn't make friends with someone like that.
I'd get out of the car and leave quickly, Lin Yanran began to imagine.
You, what kind of job do you do? Are you involved in society? Lin Yanran asked. I'm a Chinese teacher in a middle school.
Jiang Tai sighed. His appearance did not seem like that of a teacher.
What? You are a teacher, how can a teacher fight with others like this?
When Lin Yanran heard Jiang Tai say that he was a teacher, her first reaction was surprise, and her second reaction was disbelief. Jiang Tai thought about it and felt that it was not convenient to tell her the real reason for the fight, so he could only make one up. My student was blackmailed outside of school, and as a teacher, I went to seek justice, so I got into a fight with them.
Jiang Tai paused. 1 against 10, and I won. Is that so? Lin Yanran was skeptical.
If what he said was true, then this person seemed quite righteous.
Being a teacher wasn't bad either. He said he could beat 10 people at once, so he must be in good health too. Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. Oh, what am I thinking about?
Lin Yanran came back to her senses, her face slightly red. Jiang Tai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the system's notification of the change in favorability.
Finally, there was some progress. Soon, they arrived at Lin Yanran's residence. Sister Yanran, let's exchange contact information. Jiang Tai took out his cell phone again. Okay.
Through chatting along the way, Lin Yanran's impression of Jiang Tai has changed, so after a little thought, she gave him her contact information.
Well, let's meet again some other time.
Jiang Tai waved goodbye to Lin Yanran as she got out of the car. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Jingxiu Tianhua community.
Half an hour later, Jiang Tai finally returned home.
When I opened the door, Zhou Qi was already waiting in the living room. They had moved in from their original residence.
Why are you covered in injuries?
Zhou Qi asked hurriedly when he saw Jiang Tai's bruised face and nose.
Nothing, just a superficial wound.
Jiang Tai said lightly, I've already dealt with the debt.
No one will harass you anymore. What? Zhou Qi was stunned.
She had originally thought Jiang Tai would at most help negotiate repayment or reduce the amount of the debt. But she never expected Jiang Tai to help her pay it back.
Teacher Jiang, did you deal with the 3 million? Zhou Qi asked in disbelief.
It wasn't 3 million. I made a bet with their boss, and we had a fight, and I settled the 1 million.
Ding, Joe Cheese favorability plus 10. Ding, Joe Cheese favorability plus 10.
Ding, Joe Cheese favorability has reached 90.
Chapter 14, Lover's Hill of Keida University. Teacher Jiang, I really don't know how to thank you.
I will slowly return this 1 million to you. Joe Chi's voice trembled a little. Jiang Tai saw that the system showed that Joe Chi's favorability had reached 90, and knew that he was about to win over this mature woman.
No need, Sister Zhou.
It's not easy for you to take care of Songwon alone.
This 1 million will be my financial support.
Jiang Tai looked at Joe Chi with a smile and added the finishing touch.
Ding, Joe Chi's favorability plus 10.
Ding, the target Joe Chi's favorability has reached 100, and you can unlock the intimate relationship at any time. At this moment, Joe Chi completely fell.
Even if the debt is settled with 1 million after communication, what is the reason?
Why is Jiang Tai willing to spend so much money to help him? Yes, Teacher Jiang must have fallen in love with me at first sight. I didn't expect to find true love at this age. Take a closer look, Teacher Jiang is really handsome, young and rich.
Being with him is really a great bargain for me. He never asked anything of me.
It's hard to find such a good man who doesn't ask for anything in return.
Women are like this.
No matter how old they are, they still need a man to rely on. Joe Chi looked at Jiang Tai with eyes full of admiration. If her daughter Songwon was not still studying in the room, she would have even wanted to throw herself into Jiang Tai's arms. Jiang Tai knew that Joe Chi had succeeded in his strategy, and he was secretly happy that his hard work that day had not been in vain.
He looked at Joe Chi and said, Sister Zhou, do you have anything to eat? I was busy with things this afternoon and didn't have time to eat. Now I'm hungry.
Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Joe Chi's eyes sparkled with tears of happiness. She turned and walked towards the kitchen and started to get busy.
A moment.
Joe Chi brought out several steaming dishes. Come, eat quickly, kung pao chicken, homemade tofu, braised pork, fish-flavored shredded pork. Joe Chi turned around and went to the kitchen to serve Jiang Tai a bowl of rice. She took care of her husband attentively, like an obedient wife. Sister Zhou, your cooking is really delicious. Jiang Taifa said in his heart, I'll trouble you to cook for me during this period of time.
Okay, from now on I will prepare different delicious foods for you every day.
Joe Chi agreed without hesitation. She herself did not realize that the tone of her voice when speaking to Jiang Tai had changed drastically. After dinner, Jiang Tai said goodnight to Joe Chi and returned to his room to rest. While lying in bed, he heard a beeping sound from his cell phone. He took a look and saw that it was a message from Fengyu.
Oomph, you ignored me all day long. And you still want me to contact you actively. You must be unhappy. It was obvious that Fengyu was upset.
Sorry, you were.
I'd been busy all day and just came back to my room to rest.
Jiang Tai sensed the other party's unhappiness and hurried to comfort her.
Then come and keep me company tomorrow at noon. Hee, I miss you. A girl in love always wants to stick with her lover all the time. Okay, see you tomorrow at noon.
Jiang Tai quickly agreed. Jiang Tai's feelings for Fengyu are very special. It is the first time for both of them, and she is also Jiang Tai's first woman in the true sense. After chatting for a while, Jiang Tai and Fengyu said goodnight to each other and soon fell into a deep sleep.
The next day at noon,
Jiang Tai parked his car in front of the gate of Dongshu University of Finance and Economics. He suddenly realized that he had no money left, not even 100 yuan.
How was he going to go on a date this afternoon?
It seems that I have to find an opportunity to capture Joe Chi this afternoon, otherwise I will be too poor. Jiang Tai walked to the main gate of the school and waited for Fengyu.
Not long after, Fengyu appeared.
She was wearing a JK uniform with black stockings and black leather shoes.
She looked sexy and cute.
When she saw Jiang Tai, she ran over.
Honey, let me see if you have become more handsome.
Fengyu rushed over and hugged Jiang Tai, raised her head and looked at him coquettishly, with light in her eyes. Jiang Tai felt like his heart was about to melt. He put his left arm around Fengyu and stroked her head with his right.
Of course I miss you.
I missed you so much that I couldn't sleep well last night.
Where are we going at noon?
Fengyu blinked and stared at Jiang Tai.
Honey, I have something to tell you.
Jiang Tai stammered, I only have a few $dozen left, and my salary won't be paid in a few days.
Let's just have something to eat.
Fengyu looked at Jiang Tai and chuckled, you spent all your money on eating and getting a hotel room last time, you bad guy. Jiang Tai felt his face turn red and he didn't know how to respond. Let's go. Feng Yu came out of Jiang Tai's arms, holding his arm with one hand, took out his meal card with the other hand and shook it, saying with a smile, "It's okay if you don't have money, your wife will support you. Go to the study cafeteria to eat."
In the school cafeteria.
Jiang Tai looked at the college students sitting next to him and felt like he was back in his student days, full of youthful energy. Although he has not graduated yet, he is already in his senior year internship period. He no longer lives on campus and rarely eats in the campus cafeteria.
I found that you are not as handsome as before.
Feng Yu stared at Jiang Tai while biting his chopsticks.
Ah? Jiang Tai was stunned and didn't react. Your face seems a little swollen. No, you are not fighting with anyone anymore?
Feng Yu seemed to have discovered something, and she was thoughtful.
Why are you fighting? Hey! She suddenly approached Jiang Tai and said, "You are not fighting for another woman, are you?" It seems suspicious.
Jiang Tai was almost scared to death when he heard Feng Yu's words. When did this little girl become so smart?
I'm an intern teacher.
My student was blackmailed by some thugs outside the school, so I stood up for him and fought with them. Jiang Tai repeated what he had said to Lin Yanran before.
Are you not hurt?
Feng Yu asked with concern without any doubt.
It's okay, your husband is a good fighter. Jiang Tai couldn't help showing off in front of Feng Yu.
Don't do such dangerous things in the future. Feng Yu pinched Jiang Tai's face and said seriously.
Okay, I know.
After coming out of the cafeteria, the two walked hand in hand on the campus. Jiang Tai seemed to remember something, and said to Feng Yu with a smirk, "Let's go to Lover's Hill."
Ah?
Where is Lover's Hill?
Feng Yu was confused at this moment. Follow me.
Jiang Tai took Feng Yu's hand and walked towards a small forest ahead.
Chapter 15 Afternoon Time. There is a small forest on every university campus. There are always many couples dating in this kind of grove. With so many people dating, the grove becomes a lover's hill.
Jiang Tai led Feng Yu to the grove, a smirk on his face.
This is the holy place for a grand rendezvous with the financial giant, Lover's Hill. Coincidentally, there was no one else in the grove at noon today.
Feng Yu saw Jiang Tai's naughty smile and blushed.
Why are you smiling like that? Do you have any bad intentions?
Jiang Tai led Feng Yu to a patch of grass and pulled her to sit down.
I don't have any bad intentions. It's quiet here, with few people around, and the atmosphere is great. Aren't you from Normal University? How do you know about Lover's Hill at the University of Finance and Economics? Did you often pick up girls there?
No, that's not the case.
Lover's Hill in the University of Finance and Economics is very famous. Everyone in this university town has heard of it.
Jiang Tai took Feng Yu into his arms.
Because you are a freshman, you haven't heard of it.
Feng Yu leaned against Jiang Tai and thought he smelled really good.
It's so strange.
He's not wearing any perfume, but he smells really good. Feng Yu blushed a little. She realized that she had overthought.
Jiang Tai just hugged her gently without any other excessive actions.
Feng Yu suddenly felt a little lost just leaning against each other like this. She looked at Jiang Tai's handsome face, her heart fluttering for a moment, and she took the initiative to kiss him. Jiang Tai was slightly surprised, then revealed a wicked smile. Since you took the initiative.
Half an hour later. Feng Yu's face turned red.
She was angry and annoyed, and she punched Jiang Tai with her pink fists.
How could you be so bold? If someone had seen me just now, how could I stay in school? You are so mean.
Jiang Tai also realized that he had been too excited and did not consider the consequences. He hurriedly tried to comfort Feng Yu.
"Humph, you stinking hooligan, you bad man, I'm ignoring you." Feng Yu glared at Jiang Tai.
She actually felt that what she had just done was very exciting and very comfortable. But she couldn't say these words to Jiang Tai, otherwise, who knows what tricks this man would come up with in the future. Jiang Tai coaxed Feng Yu all the way to the door of the girls' dormitory.
You made me change clothes. How annoying. I have classes in the afternoon. You should go back first.
Feng Yu pretended to be very angry, trying to control Jiang Tai and make him behave more restrained in the future. Jiang Tai nodded and said, I was wrong just now.
You look so beautiful today. I couldn't control myself for a moment.
Feng Yu was secretly happy when he heard Jiang Tai's praise. He gritted his teeth, frowned, and turned back to the dormitory. After entering the dormitory, Feng Yu finally didn't have to keep a straight face anymore. She showed a shy smile and felt like she was dreaming.
It was too bold and exciting. Jiang Tai watched Feng Yu enter the dormitory, feeling a little uneasy. He wondered if he had gone too far and made her angry. At this time, Jiang Tai did not realize that he had fallen deeply in love with this girl. In reality, if it was just a system quest, Feng Yu would have already completed it, and there would be no new rewards for contacting her again. However, Jiang Tai couldn't help but get close to Feng Yu and care about her feelings, simply because he had already fallen in love with her. After leaving the school, Jiang Tai got back into his Mercedes-Benz. Jiang Tai was stunned for a moment. Let's go home first. Then he stepped on the accelerator. Jingxiu Tianhua, Jiang Tai's home. Zhou Qi sat in the living room, lost in thought. His daughter was at school today and wouldn't be back until the evening. If teacher Xiao Zheng came back, he wondered if he should confess his feelings to him. With a click, the door opened and Jiang Tai came back. Sister Zhou, did you have a good rest yesterday? Jiang Tai saw Zhou Qi in the living room and asked hello. Zhou Qi blushed slightly when she heard this. She hadn't slept well last night. I'm fine. Didn't teacher Jiang go to school today? I'll take a day off today and go to school tomorrow. Jiang Tai originally planned to pursue Zhou Qi in the afternoon, but he had just had sex with Feng Yu, so he felt a little tired and prepared to take a rest first. Sister Zhou, I'm going to take a shower and rest for a while. Jiang Tai greeted Zhou Qi and went into the bathroom. Zhou Qi was stunned for a moment. What did it mean to take a shower and rest? Why did Jiang Tai say that to him? Was he hinting? There was a sound of running water coming from the bathroom, and Zhou Qi felt a little shy for some unknown reason. She returned to her bedroom and lay on the bed, her mind racing. After a long time, she seemed to have made up her mind and her eyes became firm. Jiang Tai returned to the bedroom after taking a shower. He was lying on the bed and couldn't help but think of Feng Yu's playful and cute appearance. There was a knock on the door. Teacher Jiang, could you please open the door? Jiang Tai was stunned. Zhou Qi? He stood up, put on his clothes, and opened the door. Sister Zhou, what's going on? Outside the door, Zhou Qi was wearing a white long dress. Although it was light and elegant, her graceful figure could still be seen. She was truly a beauty. Chapter 16 Zhou Qi's Feelings. Teacher Jiang, do you like me? Zhou Qi looked shy. Although she was already a wife in her 30s, she still felt nervous and shy at this moment. Jiang Tai looked at Zhou Qi in front of him and said affectionately, Sister Zhou, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. At this moment, the beauty was so attracted to him that Jiang Tai couldn't say anything to spoil the mood. That's good, sister didn't misunderstand me. Zhou Qi felt extremely happy when she heard Jiang Tai's confession. She whispered softly, Teacher Jiang, don't you mind my age? You are handsome and rich, how could you fall for me? Women are always sensitive and suspicious by nature. Even though Jiang Tai has given so much for her and even though Jiang Tai has just confessed his feelings to her, she still asked the questions in her heart. Jiang Tai looked at Zhou Qi in his arms and said softly, love has never had anything to do with age. Besides, you are so beautiful, you look like a 20-year-old girl. How could I dislike you? Sweet words are the most touching. Zhou Qi looked at the man in front of her infatuatedly. Jiang Tai sighed softly and hugged her in his arms. Ding, Zhou Qi's intimacy has been successfully unlocked. Finally, the voice of the system's successful strategy came to my mind again. Ding, target strategy successfully completed. Rewards, ownership of the Laughing Hamburger chain, 10 million in funds, 10 attribute points, and acquired skill, culinary mastery. Ding, the first phase of the main mission, drunkenly lying on the lap of a beauty, the current completion rate is 15%. Ding ding ding, a text message came to my phone. 10 million yuan was transferred to your card number ending in 1188, and the current balance is 10 million yuan. Cooking mastery. Well, Sister Zhou cooks really well, and I gained cooking mastery after conquering her. Does that mean that if I successfully conquer a target, I gain their skills? Use the skill pack to master cooking skills. In an instant, the recipes of Kyoto roast duck, mapo tofu, dongpa pork, steamed sea bass, Buddha's laughing wall, clay pot chicken, one famous dish after another were transmitted into Jiang Tai's sea of consciousness. At this moment, he could already rival the top chefs. The Ziahaha burger chain, primarily in East City, had 10 stores, totaling over 10 million in assets. From this moment on, he was going to be the boss, and he had to run the business well. There are 10 attribute points, so let's add them to endurance first.
Jiang Tai glanced at Zhou Qi, who was sleeping in his arms, and felt that the previous endurance of 30 might still be a little insufficient.
Ding! Attribute increase completed. Show the host properties panel. Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 79 points. Stamina, 30 human level excellence. Stamina, 40 advanced human level. Physical fitness, 7. Financial resources, 10 million yuan, laughing hamburger chain. System stage, the official first stage.
Main task, lying drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, with a target achievement rate of 15%. Skills, gods I can see relevant information about the target woman, basic combat, mastery of cooking.
Well, this successful capture of Zhou Qi was quite rewarding.
Looking at the updated attribute panel, Jiang Tai nodded with satisfaction. The road ahead would be even more exciting, and he was full of confidence at this moment. By dinner time, Jiang Tai and Zhou Qi had tacitly agreed not to tell Song Wan about their current relationship. The reason was simple: Song Wan was only a few months away from taking entrance exams, and if they told her now that their teacher and their mother were in a relationship, she might not be able to accept it immediately. To avoid further complications, the two decided to keep the news a secret from Song Wan. After dinner, Jiang Tai said goodnight to Zhou Qi and her daughter and returned to his bedroom.
Song Wan also returned to her room and began to review her lessons. Ding! Lu Shuiao's favorability plus 10. Ding! Lu Shuiao's favorability has reached 60 friend.
Ding ding ding, and then a message came from Lu Shuiao.
Teacher Jiang, I saw Song Wan come back to class this afternoon. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. Teacher Lu, you're welcome. Song Wan is also my student, so it's my duty to help.
Jiang Tai replied casually.
Well, Lu Shuiao's favorability is now at 60. Once I succeed in my strategy, I should resign.
After all, there's not much point in staying in school anymore.
I own a hamburger chain. With my current assets, an internship salary of a few thousand yuan is meaningless. Jiang Tai sent some more chat messages to Feng Yu, then checked his moments. I really want to eat boiled beef and pickled fish. 55555, the food in the hospital cafeteria is too ordinary. Nurse Lin Yanran posted a message on WeChat Moments. Jiang Tai smiled, remembering that Lin Yanran was a foodie. Now that he had cooking skills, couldn't he easily handle it?
Thinking of this, Jiang Tai found some boiled beef, pickled fish, and hot pot lung slices, as well as many short videos or pictures of delicious food, and sent them to Lin Yanran, along with a message.
These things are so delicious. Damn it. You spread poison so late at night. I want to block you. After a while, Lin Yanran sent a reply.
Jiang Tai saw the message and laughed.
He knew the fish had taken the bait. Chapter 17, Night Meeting with Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran is on night shift today. At night, she really wants to eat something delicious.
Now, seeing the message from Jiang Tai, she felt angry and a little aggrieved.
This bastard must have done this on purpose, sending these treats to piss me off. Lin Yanran gritted her teeth.
He knows I can't eat them right now, so he sends these to tempt me. Humph, scumbag, using this method to attract a girl's attention, how could I fall for it? She was about to block Jiang Tai, but then, beep beep, Jiang Tai sent her another message.
Do you want to eat? I'll take you to eat tomorrow?
Looking at the message sent by Jiang Tai, Lin Yanran sneered in her heart. As expected, the scumbag's methods, hee.
I want to eat it, but I want to eat it today. If I can't eat it, I'll be very angry and will prepare to block you.
After Lin Yanran sent the message, she felt proud. It was almost late at night and most restaurants were closed. If you ordered takeout, you wouldn't get the delicious dishes in the picture.
Let's see how you deal with it.
Jiang Tai smiled bitterly when he saw Lin Yanran's message. This nurse had such wild and unconventional ideas that it was really hard to deal with her.
He got up quietly, not wanting to wake Zhou Qi and her daughter. He walked to the living room, opened the refrigerator, and saw some vegetables and meat inside. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Yanran. Okay, I'll make something delicious and bring it to you later. When Lin Yanran saw the reply, she was stunned. It was so late, where was he going to get food? Okay, I'll wait for you.
She replied a message, ready to see if Jiang Tai would deliver it later. Jiang Tai was busy in the kitchen, as if possessed by the god of cooking, and he made boiled fish fillets, braised pork, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes neatly and efficiently.
3 dishes are almost done. Jiang Tai thought for a moment and packed the dishes in an insulated box. Then he went to the underground garage and prepared to drive to the East City People's Hospital. Half an hour later, Lin Yanran received a call.
"I'm at the hospital entrance, nurse sister, come down to get the food." Lin Yanran was a little surprised.
He really brought me food so late at night? She felt a little touched. Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. I'm on duty and can't go down. Can you help me get up?
"I'm in general surgery room 3.
They don't allow takeout in late at night, how can I get here?
Jiang Tai said, looking at the sign at the guard post.
You just said you are my family member.
Lin Yanran felt something was wrong as soon as she said this, and her face turned red.
Okay. I'll say I'm your husband, here to visit his wife.
Jiang Tai said with a smile.
You are such a scoundrel, I'm hanging up. Lin Yanran hung up the phone.
She felt that Jiang Tai was always teasing her and stomped her feet in anger in the department. A few minutes later, Jiang Tai appeared in front of Lin Yanran carrying an insulated box.
Wife, your husband has brought you food. Jiang Tai smiled. Bah, who is your wife, you shameless bastard?
Lin Yanran was so angry that she wanted to kick Jiang Tai, but when she saw the dishes in the thermos box, she held back. Lin Yanran took the thermal box and swallowed.
Where did you get the food so late?
I heard you were hungry, and I felt bad, so I just cooked for you. Jiang Tai suddenly said gently.
Thank you.
Lin Yanran felt a warm feeling in her heart.
Being a nurse was a very tiring job.
She usually worked night shifts and spent most of her time interacting with patients. She had come to this city to work and live alone, and few people cared about her. Whether Jiang Tai had a purpose for delivering food in the middle of the night or not, she was very grateful for it.
Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. Let me try it and see how it tastes, hee hee. Lin Yanran is a foodie after all. Seeing the hot food in the thermos box, she was in a good mood. Lin Yanran opened the thermal box, and the tempting aroma instantly floated in the air.
She took a bite of the boiled fish fillet and found it tender, refreshing, and slightly spicy, a real appetizer. She then picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. It melted in her mouth, the gravy sweet. Finally, she tried the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which were slightly sour and sweet, and went really well with rice.
After finishing all 3 dishes, Lin Yanran was stunned.
This was even better than the food she'd had at a fancy restaurant.
She looked at Jiang Tai with disbelief. You made all these dishes?
Jiang Tai smiled and said, It's the middle of the night, who else could it be if not me? Lin Yanran stared at Jiang Tai, not forgetting to eat from her food. She suddenly realized that Jiang Tai was quite handsome. The last time they saw him at the hospital, his face was swollen from a fight, but now he looked much more pleasant. This man knows how to care for women, he's good looking, has some money, and is a Chinese teacher.
And most importantly, his cooking is delicious. Thinking about it this way, he seems like a good candidate. Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability plus 5. Ding. Lin Yanran's favorability is 75 ambiguous.
Jiang Tai was also delighted when he saw the system prompt. It seems that targeting the target's characteristics is more effective than achieving the desired result with less effort. Tonight, he cooked 3 dishes for the nurse, and her favorability rating soared from 30 to 75.
Lin Yanran was even beginning to think of Jiang Tai as a lover. Silly girl, why are you staring at me?
Jiang Tai reached out and touched Lin Yanran's head, saying with a doting look on his face.
I just think it's super delicious. Lin Yanran didn't resist Jiang Tai's actions. I think men who can cook are so handsome. Is this a confession, nurse sister?
Jiang Tai curled his lips after hearing Lin Yanran's praise.
Not really. It's just a compliment.
Lin Yanran said with a bit of arrogance.
Be my wife, and I'll cook for you every day.
Jiang Tai said slowly.
Lin Yanran didn't say anything for a while.
It would be great to eat delicious food every day, but she felt something was wrong, so she decided to remain silent for now.
How long until you get off work?
Jiang Tai asked.
There's about another hour left. Lin Yanran looked at the time.
Okay, I'll take you home later. It's not safe for a girl to walk alone late at night.
Jiang Tai looked at Lin Yanran and said. Okay. Lin Yanran did not refuse.
Nurses usually don't have much to do on duty late at night, so the two of them chatted and soon it was time to get off work. Lin Yanran sat in the passenger seat of a Mercedes-Benz. She opened the window and stared at the quiet street in the middle of the night, lost in thought. After a long time, she turned her head and looked at Jiang Tai. How many girls have sat in the passenger seat of your Mercedes-Benz? Lin Yanran had already had a strong impression of Jiang Tai, but because Jiang Tai was too frivolous when they first met, she was hesitant.
You're the first girl to sit in the passenger seat of my car, Jiang Tai said slowly. He wasn't lying.
Since he picked up the car, he had only had one girl, Lin Yanran.
TSK, who are you kidding? Lin Yanran didn't believe it.
She was a suspicious person, always lacking a sense of security. But at this moment, she still had a great affection for Jiang Tai. Perhaps it was the beautiful moonlight, or perhaps it was the loneliness that easily came with midnight, but Lin Yanran's heart was moved.
Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability plus 5.
Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability has reached 80 lover.
After he sends me home, will he ask to go to my house? If he asks me to, should I agree? Lin Yanran suddenly feels confused. As the car drove on, they would soon arrive at Lin Yanran's residence.
Seeing the system prompt, Jiang Tai knew that Lin Yanran already regarded him as her boyfriend in her heart.
He suddenly realized this was an opportunity. The atmosphere was great tonight. If he asked her to come upstairs and sit down, would she refuse? Chapter 18 Lu Xueyao's Troubles. The Mercedes-Benz stopped downstairs of Lin Yanran's residential complex. We're home. Thank you,
Lin Yanran said, but she didn't get out of the car immediately. Instead, she rubbed her hands nervously. She was feeling both excited and scared.
Well, go to bed early. You've worked hard on the night shift.
Jiang Tai stroked Lin Yanran's hair and said gently. Obviously, he had no intention of going up to sit down.
Lin
Yanran responded, opened the car door and went upstairs. At this moment, she felt relieved, but also a little disappointed. This contradictory mentality made her very troubled. Lying in the bedroom, Lin Yanran recalled what happened today, and there was still a hint of sweetness in her heart. In the end, Jiang Tai did not ask to come up, which showed that he was a gentleman. She had misjudged him before.
Ding. Lin Yanran's favorability plus 5.
Jiang Tai received the system message and smiled helplessly. This was definitely a great opportunity. The reason he didn't choose to advance the relationship was simply because he felt a little tired today. Although he had strengthened his body, he still needed to exercise restraint. As for Lin Yanran, judging from the current situation, it is only a matter of time before she is captured.
The next morning, Jiang Tai came to school and met Lu Xueyao in the office. Today, Lu Xueyao rarely wore a pair of high heels and a knee-length skirt. She also had her hair curled, looking mature, elegant and feminine. Teacher Lu, you are dressed so beautifully. Do you have an appointment today? Jiang Tai joked. Yeah, I have a blind date after get off work. Lu Xueyao looked a little helpless.
By the way, I saw Songwon came back to class yesterday and she was in great shape. It seems the home visit was very effective.
Her family encountered some trouble temporarily. After I learned about it, I helped to deal with it. It's no big deal.
Jiang Tai didn't intend to elaborate on the situation and just mentioned it briefly.
That's good, Teacher Jiang. Thank you for your help. I'll treat you to lunch at a restaurant outside the school. Lu Xueyao didn't ask any more questions. Okay, beautiful lady, of course I'm happy to treat you, Jiang Tai teased. After a while, the bell rang and the two of them went to the classroom to teach. In a blink of an eye, it was noon, outside the school gate. The restaurant is a little far away, Teacher Jiang, let me call a taxi. After saying that, Lu Xueyao turned on her cell phone to call a taxi. No need, Teacher Lu, take my car. Jiang Tai took out his car keys and the Mercedes-Benz not far away flashed its lights. Is this your car? Lu Xueyao was stunned.
She had met Jiang Tai several times after get off work before. She remembered that he rode an electric scooter.
Why did he change to a Mercedes-Benz today? Yeah, I did. I used to think gas was too expensive. I couldn't even afford it with my internship salary. Jiang Tai laughed. Then I thought it would be more comfortable to drive to work, so I followed along. Lu Xueyao, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but feel a fondness for Jiang Tai.
She felt Jiang Tai was unfathomable. He'd always been so low-key, yet he turned out to be a wealthy second-generation kid. Speaking of teacher Jiang, he was diligent and responsible at work, willing to visit students' homes and help them, and kind-hearted. Looking back, his financial situation was also excellent. It was just a pity, he was a little young. I was 6 years older than him, so how could he possibly be attracted to me?
What was I thinking right now?
Lu Shuiao was 27 years old, eager to get married. She'd been on numerous blind dates through family and friends, but most of them weren't suitable. At that moment, she subconsciously compared Jiang Tai to these blind date candidates and discovered that he was incredibly good.
Ding, Lu Shuiao's favorability plus 10.
Jiang Tai heard the voice coming from the system and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
In this society, how important is a good car? When you go out to socialize, you don't need to speak, the car will introduce itself for you. In reality, where are there so many sports cars worth tens of millions of yuan in this world?
That's all just a plot in novels and stories. In the real world, a Mercedes-Benz worth over 1 million yuan is already the ceiling for ordinary people. When they arrived at the restaurant, Lu Shuiao ordered the dishes and then stared at Jiang Tai.
What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Jiang Tai joked. Teacher Jiang, I was thinking that since you are so outstanding, it must be very happy to be your girlfriend. Lu Shuiao asked tentatively. How could I have a girlfriend? I've been a loner at school for so long.
On the other hand, you, Teacher Lu, are young and beautiful.
Whoever marries you will be very happy. Jiang Tai could only resort to the scumbag route at this point. It was obvious that Lu Shuiao, as a target, was traditional and conservative.
At her age, dating was always intended for marriage. If he said he had a partner, there was basically no chance of a relationship. Once his strategy succeeded, he would do his best to compensate Lu Shuiao. Besides, Feng Yu is my dear, Zhou Qi is my wife, and Lin Yanran is my daughter-in-law. It seems there is nothing wrong with saying that I don't have a girlfriend.
How can I be that good?
Lu Shuiao lowered her head slightly. She felt her face getting a little hot. To hide it, she reached out and lifted her hair. She didn't know why she felt happy when she heard Jiang Tai's answer. If I were really as good as you say, I wouldn't still need to go on blind dates. Lu Shuiao is 27 years old, but she's only been in love twice. She was in college for a few happy years, believing she'd found true love.
Unfortunately, after graduation, they went their separate ways.
After starting work, she had another relationship for 2 years, but he showed no interest in marrying her, so she broke up. Perhaps these two relationships drained Lu Shuiao's passion for love, making it difficult for her to fall in love again. As she gets older, she becomes more realistic.
Faced with her family's pressure to get married, Lu Shuiao has always been troubled.
Her mother once burst into tears when she talked about her not being married yet. She was also upset.
This is a matter of life and death, so how can she rush into it? So everyone goes on blind dates with a clear purpose. Usually, the person you like doesn't like you, and the person who likes you doesn't like you. So Lu Shuiao has been on blind dates for more than 10 times and still hasn't found the right person. Don't try too hard, love is destined by heaven. Jiang Tai looked at Lu Shuiao and smiled. Maybe the right person is right beside you. Lu Shuiao's heart was moved. What did this mean? Was it a hint to me? She looked up at Jiang Tai and saw that he was smiling. Unable to figure out his thoughts, she replied ambiguously. Maybe. As the dishes were slowly served, the two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. On the way back to school, Lu Shuiao kept thinking about whether she should take the initiative. At the moment, Jiang Tai was definitely a good candidate. The only thing she had to confirm was whether he minded being older than him. Ding, Lu Shuiao's favorability plus 5. At this time, Lu Shuiao's favorability has reached 75. She has ambiguous feelings for Jiang Tai and is only one step away from being lovers. Jiang Tai received the system message, but he was not anxious. Along the way, he continued to chat with Lu Shuiao leisurely. Not long after, the car arrived at the school gate. Jiang Tai parked the car and was about to enter the school with Lu Shuiao when he saw a beautiful woman walking towards him angrily not far away. It was Gu Xiaoman. Gu Xiaoman walked up to Jiang Tai, raised her hand and slapped Jiang Tai in the face. Jiang Tai. Don't you think you're being too extreme? Chapter 19 Gu Xiaoman's offensive. What? Jiang Tai was stunned by the slap. Gu Xiaoman had been doing something behind his back, and now she had the audacity to slap him? Teacher Jiang, who was this? Lu Shuya was stunned by this scene. Could it be that this woman was Jiang Tai's girlfriend, and Jiang Tai had done something wrong to her, and now he was here to accuse her? If so, then she needed to reassess Jiang Tai's character. What's wrong? When you were with me, you rode an electric scooter to pretend to be poor, but now you don't pretend anymore and drive a Mercedes to pick up female teachers? Gu Xiaoman said, glancing at Lu Shuya coldly, and raised her hand again, ready to continue beating Jiang Tai. Just stop it. Jiang Tai grabbed Gu Xiaoman's hand fiercely, and then said to Lu Shuya, Teacher Lu, this person is my ex-girlfriend. I will handle this situation. Please go back to the office first. Okay. Lu Shuya glanced at Gu Xiaoman and said nothing more. Gu Xiaoman's words just now made her very uncomfortable and offended. She unconsciously felt disgusted with Gu Xiaoman and no longer had the doubts she had about Jiang Tai. After watching Lu Shuya leave, Jiang Tai turned around and looked at Gu Xiaoman coldly, then raised his hand and slapped her to the ground with a paw. Gu Xiaoman was stunned. She couldn't believe that Jiang Tai, who had been a bootlicker for 3 years, would be so tough and dare to attack her. Ever since she overheard Jiang Tai's conversation with the security guard at Jinqiu Tianhua, she had been secretly following him. Later, she discovered that Jiang Tai was driving a Mercedes-Benz worth over $1 million, and she realized that Jiang Tai wasn't poor, but rather a low-key wealthy second generation. Yes, many wealthy people pretend to be poor to test whether their partners are gold diggers. It seemed that she had been deceived by Jiang Tai. At that moment, she felt betrayed. Damn it! If you had told me earlier that you were rich, why would I have broken up with you? Why would I have slept with other men since college? It's all your fault. Jiang Tai, you're such a hypocrite. You hid your money and wouldn't let me spend it. You didn't let me ride in your luxury car. For 3 years, you were just being insincere and didn't even consider me your girlfriend. She felt full of grievances and tears flowed down her face. She looked at Jiang Tai with tears in her eyes. You dare to hit me. It must be said that Gu Xiaoman is indeed a beauty. At this moment, she was wearing a white-collar professional suit and lying on the ground, which just showed her soft female curves. Coupled with her tearful expression, most men would not be able to control themselves when they saw her. But at this moment, Jiang Tai's eyes were cold, and he slowly said, It seems that I was too generous to you before. Faced with Jiang Tai's dominance, Gu Xiaoman didn't dare to use a hard approach anymore. She decided to try a soft approach to impress Jiang Tai. You hit a woman, what kind of man are you? Gu Xiaoman said pitifully, You're so rich, but you never told me. You're wary of me like a thief. Have you ever really considered me your girlfriend? I've been a virgin for the past 3 years, planning to marry you after graduation, and yet you're so hypocritical towards me. WTF? Jiang Tai froze in shock. Chaste as a virgin? The system panel clearly showed 17 relationships. Are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? You've done so many disgusting things, and you still dare to criticize me? Do you think you can claim the moral high ground? I have never seen such a shameless person. Jiang Tai looked at Gu Xiaoman lying on the ground, his face full of sarcasm. Didn't you say last time that you found the right person? Now that we've parted ways, why are you still looking for me? Gu Xiaoman's face changed slightly. The man she had been dating before was a company leader, but he was married, so at best she could only exchange his wealth for bags and make a little money. Now that she knew Jiang Tai's conditions were so good, she naturally couldn't let him go. She must find a chance to get his property. She quickly calmed herself down. Atai, I was just angry that day. I wanted to inspire you to fight and make progress. Gu Xiaoman's eyes were filled with tears, and her expression was sincere. We've been together for 3 years. How could I just let go? It must be said that Gu Xiaoman has a talent for acting. If Jiang Tai didn't have a system that could display data, he would almost believe her. Jiang Tai sneered inwardly, but then he thought, since Gu Xiaoman was the target of his pursuit and was now being offered to him, there was no reason for him to refuse her. So he deliberately slowed down his tone and said, So, there was a misunderstanding between us before? Gu Xiaoman sensed the change in Jiang Tai's tone and felt there was an opportunity. Yes, it was a misunderstanding. I'll treat you to dinner tonight and express my apology. Jiang Tai smiled and said, Okay, I have classes later and need to prepare the courseware. See you in the evening. After that, he turned and walked into the campus.
Gu Xiaoman watched Zhang Tai's back gradually walking away, touched her slapped face with her hand, and her expression became sinister and vicious.
In the office, Lu Shuiyao saw Zhang Tai coming back and couldn't help asking, "Teacher Jiang, is the matter settled?"
Zhang Tai smiled and said, "It's been dealt with. She was my ex-girlfriend and she cheated on me with another man." He paused and said, then, seeing that I was doing well, she wanted to get back together. I refused, so she came here to make trouble just now.
Lu Shuiyao nodded without saying anything.
She was thinking, this woman is too shameless. Zhang Tai sat at his desk, thought for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a message to Gu Xiaoman.
"Xiaoman, change your clothes tonight.
Wear red high heels, black stockings with suspenders, and a top that matches your professional secretary's attire." Gu Xiaoman received the message and smiled coldly.
"Humph, men are all lustful. Look how easily I can control you.
This feels a bit too revealing.
Isn't it a good idea?"
She still tried to pretend to be reserved. "According to my dressing instructions, I think you look great in professional attire," Zhang Tai said firmly. After seeing the message, Gu Xiaoman lowered her head and thought, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, she replied,
"Okay." After 2 classes in the afternoon, it was almost time to go home from school and get off work.
Zhang Tai sat at his desk with his eyes closed.
With a click, the office door opened and Lu Shuiyao walked in. Lu Shuiyao took a sip of water and started to touch up her makeup. "Miss Lu, it seems you take tonight's blind date very seriously," Zhang Tai said jokingly.
Knowing that Lu Shuiyao had a high opinion of him, Zhang Tai dared to greet her with some other names.
"Teacher Jiang, please don't make fun of me."
Lu Shuiyao smeared her lipstick. After all, it's a blind date, and both families know each other.
We still have to pay attention to etiquette.
As the school bell rang, Zhang Tai and Lu Shuiyao walked out of the school gate and went to their respective appointments.
Chapter 20 I Don't Like You, There Is No Need to Meet You in the Future.
Zhang Tai drove to the door of Gu Xiaoman's company.
Gu Xiaoman walked out of the office while chatting with a few female colleagues.
When she saw Zhang Tai's Mercedes-Benz, she said hello to the other female colleagues and got in. She sat in the passenger seat, as if she could feel the envious eyes of other colleagues, and she felt very proud. When they arrived at the restaurant, Gu Xiaoman ordered several delicious dishes at a high price in order to win Zhang Tai's favor. During the meal, Gu Xiaoman tried hard to find topics to talk about.
She reminisced about their first meeting and looked forward to the future. Her attitude was enthusiastic and positive, a stark contrast to her initial coldness in the cafe.
After dinner, Zhang Tai looked at the enthusiastic Gu Xiaoman in front of him, smiled, and said, "I'm a little tired.
Let's go to the hotel next door to rest for a while."
Gu Xiaoman anticipated this situation when she saw Zhang Tai's message in the afternoon, but she still pretended to be shy and said, "No, I'm afraid you will do something bad."
"Oh, that's it." Zhang Tai nodded. "Don't contact each other anymore. Let's just treat this as a farewell dinner."
Zhang Tai is quite strong-willed. After knowing that Gu Xiaoman is a gold digger, he doesn't give her any chance to choose.
Gu Xiaoman's expression changed slightly.
She was silent for a moment and then said, "Then just go and rest for a while.
Don't do anything else." Zhang Tai almost vomited.
This woman had slept with 17 men in her senior year, yet she always pretended to be innocent in front of him.
If she wasn't a potential target, Zhang Tai wouldn't bother to pay attention to her. Zhang Tai didn't say anything, took Gu Xiaoman's hand and walked towards the hotel. Inside the presidential suite,
Zhang Tai looked at Gu Xiaoman coldly and took off his coat.
"What are you doing? It's my first time." Gu Xiaoman's acting skills were amazing.
At this moment, her face turned red with shame and she spoke in a trembling voice.
Zhang Tai just found it funny. "What do you say? Put on the secretary uniform."
You go take a shower first,"
Gu Xiaoman said in a panic.
Zhang Tai sneered and decided to cooperate with Gu Xiaoman's performance.
"Okay, I hope you will change your clothes when I come out of the shower." Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Gu Xiaoman's face turned cold and vicious. She opened the bag containing her uniform.
Zhang Tai came out of the bathroom.
Gu Xiaoman was sitting on the sofa.
She was wearing a secretary uniform on the upper body, a hip-wrapped short skirt with suspenders and black stockings on the lower body, and a pair of red-soled high heels on her feet.
She looked sexy and charming. Zhang Tai was not fooled by Gu Xiaoman's beauty. He looked at the woman coldly.
He remembered the 3 years in college when he was teased and toyed with, and thought of Gu Xiaoman's innocent appearance but actually dissolute behavior. A huge anger came from my heart. An hour later, Zhang Tai didn't even look at Xiaoman and went into the bathroom to wash. Ding. Gu Xiaoman's favorability 10. Ding. Gu Xiaoman's favorability 10. Ding. Gu Xiaoman's favorability 10. Ding. Gu Xiaoman's favorability is 20. Acquaintance. Ding. Gu Xiaoman's intimacy unlocked successfully. The voice of the system's successful strategy came to my mind again. Zhang Tai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that as long as he unlocked the intimate relationship, he could get the reward of the target no matter how much the favorability was. Ding, target strategy successfully completed. Reward, 50 million in funds, 10 attribute points. Ding, the first phase main mission, drunkenly lying on a beauty's lap, has a completion rate of 25%. Ding ding ding, a text message came to my phone. 50 million yuan was transferred to your card number ending in 1188, and the current balance is 60 million yuan. Well, I didn't get any new skills from this strategy, but I got 10 attribute points and 50 million in funds, so the harvest is still good. There are 10 attribute points, this time I will add some to physical strength. Ding. Attribute increase completed. Show the host properties panel. Name, Zhang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 82 points. Physical strength, 40 top human level. Stamina, 40 advanced human level. Physical fitness, 8. Financial resources, 60 million yuan, laughing hamburger chain. System stage, the official first stage. Main mission, lying drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, with a 25% target achievement rate. Skills, gods, I can see relevant information about the target woman, basic combat, mastery of cooking. With the 10 points of physical strength increase, Zhang Tai felt that his muscles became tighter and his physique became stronger. And with the overall improvement of his physical fitness, his appearance also rose from 79 to 82. At this moment, Gu Xiaoman fell to the ground, looking very embarrassed. However, she looked in the direction of the bathroom with a smug smile on her face. After Zhang Tai finished his shower and put on his clothes, he finally took a look at Gu Xiaoman and found that there was blood where she lay. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This woman is really good at it. She actually used some unknown technology to fake her first period. Her scheming is so terrible. Now that I have received the reward, I still have to stay away from her. Hubby, I gave it to you for the first time, you have to be responsible. Gu Xiaoman said softly with charming eyes. Ha ha. I just thought about it while taking a shower. Zhang Tai looked at Gu Xiaoman with a playful look on his face. I don't like you, there's no need to meet in the future. Chapter 21. Lu Xueyo asks for help. What did you say? Gu Xiaoman was stunned. She looked at Zhang Tai in disbelief. Just now she resisted on the surface, saying no, but in fact her body was bending to accommodate. She has had sex with many men and is already very familiar with the techniques in this area. She is very confident that no man can resist such a passionate performance. What's more, she used technology to fake her first period, making herself look like a virgin in front of Zhang Tai. Just ask yourself, if your first love who you have been in love with for 3 years gives you her first time, which man would not treasure it? Gu Xiaoman was very confident in herself. She killed one man after another, and no man could withstand her. So when Zhang Tai said there was no need to say goodbye, Gu Xiaoman thought she had misheard. I said, I think you're boring, let's end it here. Zhang Tai looked at Gu Xiaoman coldly. From now on, we don't need to see each other again. You bastard. Although Gu Xiaoman was shocked, her acting skills were off the charts again. She burst into tears. We've been together for 3 years, how can you say such heartless words? Are you still a human being? Is it interesting to keep acting? Zhang Tai watched Gu Xiaoman's performance and suddenly felt bored. Don't treat everyone as fools. Don't you know what you have done? What do you mean? Gu Xiaoman asked sternly. Zhang Tai put on his clothes, too lazy to answer Gu Xiaoman, and turned and left. Watching Zhang Tai leave, Gu Xiaoman's expression turned sinister and terrifying. She spoke word by word, Zhang Tai. I will make you perish forever. Driving home, Zhang Tai felt great. He felt the thrill of revenge. He had successfully conquered Gu Xiaoman and received a lot of rewards. Beep, beep, beep.
His phone rang. Hello? Jiang Tai answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Jian?
I'm Zhang Wei, the general manager of the Laughing Hamburger chain.
I've received a notice from the board of directors regarding the equity transfer. You are now our chairman. When would it be convenient for you to hold a meeting with the store managers to familiarize yourself with the staffing arrangements? Well, it will take 2 days. You arrange the time and then notify me. Jiang Tai gave instructions to Zhang Wei. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll contact you after I confirm the time. After ending the call, Jiang Tai took a long breath. You can't just focus on women, it's time to start working on your career.
Just when Jiang Tai was about to get home, beep beep, a message came from his cell phone.
It was from Lu Shueyo. She sent a location in 2 words, save me. Oh no. Something has happened to Lu Shueyo.
Jiang Tai swerved the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator, heading towards the hotel.
2 hours ago.
Lu Shueyo's blind date this time is a doctor, and the profession of doctor naturally gives people a sense of security.
Hello, my name is Wang Dong, and I'm an internal medicine doctor at the First Hospital of East City.
The tall man in front of him greeted with a smile. Lu Shueyo looked at Wang Dong and thought that he looked gentle and elegant, so she naturally developed some good feelings towards him. The two chatted for a long time, and after dinner, they went shopping together and took a break in a cafe with 2 cups of coffee.
I'm going to the bathroom, Lu Shueyo said to Wang Dong. After seeing Lu Shueyo leave, Wang Dong suddenly showed a lewd smile.
He took out a small bag of powder from his pocket and poured it into Lu Shueyo's coffee cup.
This is a drug that makes you sleepless and also an aphrodisiac. As long as Lu Shueyo drinks it, she won't be able to escape tonight.
Wang Dong licked his tongue.
He thought Lu Shueyo was very pretty and he planned to teach this teacher a lesson tonight. After Lu Shueyo came back, Wang Dong regained his gentle expression. As the conversation continued, Lu Shueyo finally finished the coffee in the cup.
She was about to say goodbye to Wang Dong and go home when she suddenly felt dizzy and her body became hot. In a daze, she felt Wang Dong helping her up and bringing her to a hotel.
She finally realized something was wrong.
She might have been drugged. She used all her strength to see the hotel name clearly, then took out her phone and sent a text message to Jiang Tai, save me.
Wang Dong took Lu Shueyo to the prepared room.
He took out the camera from his backpack and started taking pictures.
This is Wang Dong's usual tactic. He has done many such things under the banner of blind dates. He drugged the blind date, raped her, and took photos. Afterwards, Wang Dong would use the photos to threaten the female victims. Since they met through a blind date and had many acquaintances in the circle, the victimized women generally considered themselves unlucky and were unwilling to make a big deal out of it, considering various aspects of their reputation. This made Wang Dong more and more courageous and his attacks more and more ruthless. Wang Dong chuckled and prepared to take the last step.
With a bang, the door was kicked open and Jiang Tai arrived.
Who are you?
Wang Dong was shocked and asked. Jiang Tai took a quick look at the situation in the room and had already guessed what had happened.
Fuck you, scumbag, drugging a woman.
He rushed to Wang Dong and punched him, knocking him unconscious. Jiang Tai picked up Wang Dong's camera and deleted all the photos of Lu Shueyo.
He walked to the bed, glanced at Lu Shueyo, and covered her with the quilt. He stood by the bed, frowning, ready to wait for Lu Shueyo to wake up before deciding how to deal with Wang Dong. Suddenly, a faint voice came and Lu Shueyo woke up.
Jiang Tai was shocked. Lu Shueyo had been drugged.
If something happened between him and her, wouldn't that be taking advantage of her? Teacher Lu, calm down. Chapter 22 Shopping.
Jiang Tai forced himself to calm down and nothing happened between him and Lu Shueyo.
However, Lu Shueyo's affection for Jiang Tai continued to grow unconsciously. Ding. Lu Shueyo's favorability plus 10. Ding. Lu Shueyo's favorability plus 10. Ding. Lu Shueyo's favorability plus 5. Ding. Lu Shueyo's favorability has reached 100. True love. Ding, Lu Shueyo's intimacy has been successfully unlocked.
The sound of the system's successful strategy came from my mind. Ding, target strategy successfully completed.
Reward, 20 million in funds, 10 attribute points. Ding, the first phase main mission, drunkenly lying on a beauty's lap has a completion rate of 30%. Ding ding ding, a text message came to my phone.
20 million yuan was transferred to your card number ending in 1188. and the current balance is 80 million yuan. There are 10 attribute points, and this time I will choose to add more to physical strength.
Ding. Attribute increase completed. Show the host properties panel. Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 82 points. Stamina, 50, the strongest level for humans. Stamina, 40, advanced human level. Physical fitness, 9. Financial resources, 80 million yuan, laughing hamburger chain. System stage, the official first stage. Main task, sleep drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, with a 30% target achievement rate. Skills, gods, I can see relevant information about the target woman, basic combat, mastery of cooking. Jiang Tai nodded in satisfaction, clearly feeling the effect of his body being strengthened again. He was now very confident that ordinary cold weapons would hardly cause any harm to his body. This time, by chance, I met Lu Shuio, who asked for help, and the reward I received was also very good. At this time, Lu Shuio was also completely awake. Jiang Tai handed her the clothes, turned around, and said to Lu Shuio with his back to her, "Shuio, put on your clothes first." Lu Shuio nodded, put on her clothes, and remained silent.
Jiang Tai pointed at Wang Dong, who had fainted on the ground, and said, "Teacher Lu, this person drugged you and took indecent photos of you. I've deleted the photos. What do you think we should do?"
Lu Shuio thought for a moment and said, "Let's call the police. Judging from his tactics, this isn't the first time.
We shouldn't let other girls get victimized again."
Okay. Jiang Tai nodded and called the police.
"Teacher Jiang, after what happened, let's take a day off tomorrow to adjust our mood."
Okay. Lu Shuio was in turmoil, her feelings towards Jiang Tai mixed.
She felt that with his qualities, he was an excellent marriage candidate.
But would Mr. Jiang marry her at just 21? If he had no plans to get married and was just dating, could she afford to waste time at her age? After what they had experienced, would it be awkward to run into each other at school? Soon, the police arrived and took Wang Dong away.
At the same time, Jiang Tai and Lu Shuio assisted the police in recording their statements, explaining the situation at the time. When the two men walked out of the Public Security Bureau, it was already dark.
Jiang Tai drives Lu Shuio home first.
Lu Shuio sat in the passenger seat with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking.
"Teacher Lu, I just told the school leaders about the situation and asked for leave for both of us."
Jiang Tai looked at Lu Shuio, feeling a little guilty. He took Lu Shuio's hand.
"Shuio, let's go shopping together tomorrow. I want to buy some clothes. Can you help me choose one?" Lu Shuio did not resist Jiang Tai.
She took the initiative to hold Jiang Tai's hand tightly, lowered her head and said, "Okay."
When Jiang Tai returned home after sending Lu Shuio off, it was already very late. Zhou Qi and Song Wan had already gone to bed, so Jiang Tai went back to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. He thought about what happened today and felt a mixture of emotions.
The next morning, Jiang Tai drove to pick up Lu Shuio. It's clear she's carefully applied light makeup today, which accentuates her delicate features. She's wearing a casual outfit, paired with a pair of casual white sneakers. After all, she was planning to go shopping today, and high heels would be too tiring for her feet.
"Where are you going?"
Lu Shuio fastened her seatbelt and asked Jiang Tai.
"Let's go to Global Times department store."
Jiang Tai thought for a moment and replied. Global Times department store is the most upscale department store in East Market, stocking a wide selection of high-end luxury brands from both China and abroad. Jiang Tai chose to come here because, firstly, he wanted to buy himself some nice clothes. After all, he was now the owner of a hamburger chain, and he had meetings with his employees in the next couple of days, so he had to get some clothes. Secondly, he wanted to buy something for Lu Shuio. Thinking back to what happened yesterday, he felt a little guilty.
Although Lu Shuio had taken the initiative, it still felt like she had taken advantage of him. Jiang Tai parked the car and walked into the mall with Lu Shuio. They walked side by side, and Lu Shuio naturally put her arm around Jiang Tai's.
Jiang Tai went to the men's clothing floor, where he tried on and purchased clothes at stores like Prada, Burberry, Versace, Connery, and Salvatore Ferragamo.
It's no secret that the luxury store staff were incredibly helpful.
Even though Jiang Tai was wearing cheap clothes he'd bought online, the staff didn't hesitate and instead offered thoughtful outfit suggestions. Jiang Tai already had a great figure, and after changing into clothes made of high-end fabrics, his entire demeanor changed immediately. In a business suit, he looked like a young, successful, and promising man, while in casual clothes, he looked like a nobleman from the upper class. Lu Shuao observed silently from the side and found that Jiang Tai was so elegant and handsome. She swallowed silently. In the end, Jiang Tai chose several sets of clothes from several major luxury brands, spending about 300,000 yuan.
Lu Shuao watched from the side and was secretly amazed.
He spent more than 300,000 yuan just by shopping in a mall. She was surprised at Jiang Tai's financial resources.
Shuao, thank you for your advice. Jiang Tai looked at Lu Shuao with a smile. Do you have any clothes you like? I can give you a few sets.
Lu Shuao was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Tai and said, "Then, in what capacity did you give me clothes?" She recalled her own initiative last night and felt shy. Her voice gradually trailed off. Is it a colleague, a friend, or a girlfriend?
Chapter 23 Balenciaga and Speed Shoes.
After Jiang Tai had experienced women like Feng Yu, Zhou Qi, Gu Xiaoman, and Lin Yanran, he had a good understanding of women's minds.
At this moment, he took Lu Shuao's hand and said softly, "Of course I regard you as my woman."
After that, he gently kissed her. Lu Shuao felt the warmth coming from him, and for a moment she was flustered and her body softened. She leaned into Jiang Tai's arms, feeling completely safe.
After a while, the two separated. Jiang Tai took Lu Shuao to buy a few sets of clothes, and went to Hermes and LV to buy a few bags.
In total, they spent more than 400,000 yuan.
These things are too expensive. There's no need to buy so many. During this time, Lu Shuao tried to stop it.
Jiang Tai smiled and said, "Spending money on your wife is not expensive at all. Don't worry, your husband has money." Lu Shuao's heart fluttered when Jiang Tai called himself husband and then wife.
Yes, he treats me like this and is willing to spend money on me.
He must be planning to be with me for the long haul. The thought filled her heart with sweetness.
Afterwards, Jiang Tai took Lu Shuao's hand and came to the door of the Balenciaga store. Jiang Tai looked at Lu Shuao with a wicked smile.
"What?"
Lu Shuao asked.
Jiang Tai pointed to the black pantyhose with letter prints displayed at the door and continued to smile mischievously.
Lu Shuao blushed. I don't usually like wearing stockings.
Besides, as a female teacher, I'm embarrassed to wear stockings with letters on them. Jiang Tai leaned close to Lu Shuao's ear and whispered, "Who told you to wear it outside?
Just wear it at home and show it to me." Lu Shuao finally understood why Jiang Tai had such a naughty smile just now. You are so mean.
Jiang Tai continued, "Wife, your legs are white, slender, and beautiful. If you pair them with Balenciaga stockings, they will be the best in the world.
I like to see them. Can you satisfy me?
Okay, then I'll try." Lu Shuao was already deeply in love with Jiang Tai at this moment, and she was willing to satisfy his requirements.
After coming out of the fitting room, Jiang Tai looked at the other person's sexy and slender legs and couldn't help but exclaim wow. Next, under Jiang Tai's persuasion, Lu Shuao bought Valentino attack speed shoes.
Lu Shuao had changed into a new outfit, a black hip-hugging dress, Balenciaga monogram socks, and Valentino shoes. She looked sexy, charming, elegant, and alluring. Her delicate features, her figure, and her pure, voluptuous beauty captivated Jiang Tai, leaving him with a frenzy of desire. On the way back, the two held hands, looking like a couple in love. By the way, Shuao, I plan to submit my resignation report tomorrow morning. Jiang Tai stroked Lu Shuao's hair.
Ah? Why is it so sudden?
Why? Lu Shuao asked puzzledly. I have a fast food chain company to run.
If I continue with my internship, I won't be able to manage the time.
Jiang Tai answered truthfully.
Okay, I respect your decision. Lu Shuao didn't say anything else.
The two of them played and joked for a while, and then had dinner together.
After dinner, Jiang Tai sent Lu Shuao home.
On the way home, Jiang Tai received a call from Zhang Wei.
Hello, Mr. Jiang.
I have an appointment with the store manager of another store.
I would like you to hold a meeting with us tomorrow afternoon. Is the time okay with you? The time is fine. Have you arranged the location?
Jiang Tai originally planned to go to the school to resign tomorrow morning, so the afternoon time was okay. The venue is at the Dongdolman Hotel, and we've agreed to use the conference room.
Okay, see you tomorrow then.
Jiang Tai hung up the phone, feeling a bit excited. After all, this was his first company, and he wanted to run it well. When Jiang Tai returned home, he saw Zhou Qi sitting in the hall.
Have you eaten?
Zhou Qi stood up and asked when he saw Jiang Tai coming back.
You've eaten, why haven't you rested yet?
Jiang Tai hung his coat on the hanger.
I just accompanied Wanner to review, and she just fell asleep. I couldn't fall asleep for a while, so I sat there in a daze. Jochi gathered her hair and looked at Jiang Tai and said, Well, I'm going to resign from the school tomorrow. From now on, I'll focus on running a fast food restaurant.
Jiang Tai saw that Jochi had dark circles under his eyes. Obviously he didn't get enough rest at night.
He asked with concern, Why, didn't you get enough rest?
Yeah, Jochi looked at Jiang Tai. I miss you so much that I can't sleep. Her eyes were full of love. Jiang Tai was shocked and worried that his body would be hollowed out. I'll be running a fast food restaurant later, so I'll have more free time.
He patted Jochi's shoulder. Relax today and don't disturb the kids. Jochi nodded and returned to his room.
Jiang Tai returned to his room and checked his phone. He found several messages from Gu Xiaoman. He ignored them and deleted them directly. There was also a message from Fengyu. Today during class, a cat ran into the classroom.
It was so cute. A picture was added at the end.
This cat must have thought my Yuer was so pretty that it couldn't help but follow her in.
Jiang Tai replied. Lululu, smooth talk.
Jiang Tai was chatting with Feng Yuzheng when, beep beep, he received a message from Lin Yanran.
555, I want to eat delicious food again. Can you arrange it for me?
Thinking of the delicious food, Lin Yanran's mouth was watering and she couldn't help but send a message to Jiang Tai.
What class do you have tomorrow?
Jiang Tai asked. I'll be off work at 5 p.m. tomorrow morning.
Lin Yanran replied. Arrange it. I'll pick you up from get off work at 5 tomorrow.
We'll go to the market to buy some groceries, and then go to your house and cook for you.
Okay.
Lin Yanran replied happily, and suddenly she remembered that Jiang Tai was going to her house.
She shuddered and thought, oh no, the house is a mess and she needs to clean it up quickly. Chapter 24 Meeting. Jiang Tai came to school in the morning and submitted his resignation.
Fortunately, Mr. Zhang, who had been ill, has recovered and returned to work.
Jiang Tai's departure will not have any impact on students.
At noon, Jiang Tai invited a few familiar teachers to a farewell dinner and said goodbye to everyone. After a short rest, he drove to the Dongleman Hotel. This was his first time attending a meeting as the boss, and he was very excited and confident that he could make this fast food chain bigger and stronger.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Tai arrived at the conference room.
At this time, other company staff had already been waiting in the conference room.
Jiang Tai sat down and signaled Zhang Wei that the show could begin.
Dear store managers, this is the new chairman of our laughing hamburger chain, Mr. Jiang Tai.
Zhang Wei introduced Jiang Tai.
The 10 store managers and several other persons in charge saw that although Jiang Tai was young, he was dressed in high-end luxury goods and had an extraordinary demeanor. They did not dare to look down on him and applauded to welcome him. Mr. Zhang, please tell us about our company's sales, profits, and quarterly earnings this year.
Okay, Mr. Jiang.
Currently, the 10 stores have sales of 8 million in the first 9 months of this year, averaging less than 100,000 per store per month. The gross profit margin is 50%, and the gross profit so far this year is around 4 million.
What about the net profit?
Jiang Tai asked. After deducting rent, labor, water, electricity, advertising, etc., the net profit is about 10%, said Zhang Wei.
Jiang Tai frowned.
10% meant that after a busy year, his 10 stores would only make a little over 1 million yuan, after deducting labor, utilities, and other expenses.
Is there any way to increase sales? We're an established brand, right?
That's difficult, Zhang Wei said somewhat awkwardly.
Although we have 10 chain stores in East City, the current market leaders are still McDonald's and KFC.
They have over 100 chain stores in East City, and their customer base is much larger than ours. Zhang Wei paused and continued, we previously targeted the lower-tier markets with low prices and gained a certain customer base. However, McDonald's and KFC have recently launched ultra-low-priced group buy packages, so we've lost some of these customers.
Apart from low prices, what other advantages do we have over McDonald's and KFC?
Jiang Tai looked at Zhang Wei. Frankly speaking, it's hard to have any other advantages.
Zhang Wei sensed Jiang Tai's dissatisfaction and quickly added, in recent years, many small and medium-sized fast food restaurants have gone bankrupt. We are actually surviving in the cracks. Is there any special taste?
Jiang Tai tapped his fingers lightly on the conference table, thinking about something. As for the taste, it's just like a hamburger or fried chicken, pretty standard.
Jiang Tai thought about it.
Hamburgers and fried chicken are Western fast food.
He has good cooking skills. If he incorporates the traditional cuisine of Longwei into fast food, will it be effective? People who come to fast food restaurants are looking for peace of mind. If they want traditional food, why don't they go to restaurants specializing in major cuisines?
Also, there's the issue of how to incorporate traditional cuisine into burgers, which is a huge challenge for developing new dishes.
Regarding the fusion of dishes, you can ask the new product developer to give it a try. Zhang Tai paused and continued to ask. Another question is, have we ever considered collaborating with other fast food chains?
Well, to be honest, competitors are enemies, and everyone's products are similar, so it's difficult to have any possibility of cooperation.
Zhang Wei said the truth. Zhang Tai sighed. Why can't you think outside the box? Do we have to partner with competitors in the fast food industry?
I've seen that the Kawaii Bento brand from Sakura country is very popular.
Is it possible for us to discuss cooperation with them?
Zhang Tai paused and continued, we can launch a joint meal with them, such as fried chicken and ramen, hamburgers and sushi, chicken nuggets and pizza, etc. This way, our fried chicken shop can attract customers who like bento, and the Kawaii Bento shop can also attract customers who like fried chicken.
It's a win-win cooperation. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He glanced at Zhang Tai.
This young man was definitely not some idle rich kid, but someone with real talent.
Mr. Jiang, your suggestion is excellent. I'll contact Kawaii Bento and let you know if there's any progress.
Zhang Tai nodded. Okay, everyone, let's stop here for today and adjourn the meeting. After everyone else left, Zhang Tai was the only one left in the conference room. He leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed like none of his subordinates had exceptional abilities. Even Zhang Wei was a dedicated worker, but they lacked innovation and pioneering thinking.
Leading these people into the market seemed like a long, arduous journey. After organizing his thoughts, Zhang Tai looked at the time.
It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He packed up and drove to East City First Hospital.
Not long after, Lin Yanran, who had just gotten off work, was seen walking out of the hospital gate. Zhang Tai rolled down the car window, called out to Lin Yanran, and threw her a wink.
Lin Yanran saw it and ran over with a smile. Why are you winking at me?
You're a pervert. After getting in the car, Lin Yanran asked with a smile.
Isn't this just an attempt to charm you?
Zhang Tai said with a smirk, what would you like to eat today? Delicious, well, mandarin fish with pine nuts, shrimp and longjing tea, mapo tofu, braised pork with radish, lion's head soup, that's all for now.
Lin Yanran is worthy of the title of foodie.
She was drooling as she listed the names of the dishes.
Little greedy cat.
Zhang Tai scratched Lin Yanran's nose, his tone full of pampering. Arrange. Arriving at the market, Zhang Tai selected the ingredients. He had acquired the cooking proficiency function from the system, which gave him a high level of judgment on the freshness and quality of the ingredients. After some selection,
Sister Yanran, we can start now. Zhang Tai sat down and said to Lin Yanran with a smile. Wow! This is so delicious. Lin Yanran praised the dishes highly.
The pine nut mandarin fish has a crispy skin and soft, smooth and tender meat.
It is sweet and sour and delicious. It has a faint aroma of osmanthus and pine nuts.
This dish is really delicious.
Lin Yanran praised it highly.
This dish of shrimp and longjing tea, wow, the shrimp is tender and meaty, and each piece is full of elasticity, and you can taste the original delicious flavor of the food. Paired with the new longjing tea around the Qingming festival, it not only tastes fragrant and sweet, but also has a unique tea aroma. The fusion of this tea aroma and the deliciousness of the shrimp gives this dish a refreshing taste that makes people feel very comfortable to eat.
Lin Yanran felt that it was so delicious that she couldn't help but swear. The color of this mapo tofu was very distinctive.
The tofu was golden yellow, paired with red peppers and green chopped green onions.
The colors are bright and it looks very appetizing.
And the aroma of mapo tofu was very unique, with a spicy and fragrant taste.
The tofu itself is tender and smooth.
During the cooking process, seasonings such as broad bean paste and Sichuan pepper are incorporated into the tofu, which makes the tofu have rich layers of flavor. The tofu has a soft texture and a smooth taste. It tastes full of bean fragrance and is intoxicating. Lin Yanran ate several mouthfuls of rice with mapo tofu.
Braised pork with radish.
Lin Yanran took a bite of the meat, and the mellow aroma of the meat came to her nose, with a hint of saltiness and a slight sweetness. She took another bite of the radish, and the radish had a very crisp texture and a refreshing sweetness. This sweetness formed a wonderful contrast with the saltiness of the pork, and also made the whole dish more layered.
It was really wonderful, and Lin Yanran felt extremely happy. The lion's head has a very rich flavor, a soft and smooth texture, a snow-white color, tender meat, and a mellow and fragrant aroma. Lin Yanran was very satisfied.
The comfort of delicious food clears away the fatigue from work.
Lin Yanran looked at Jiang Tai.
As the saying goes, when you're well fed and warm, you yearn for more. At that moment, she felt he was the one.
Handsome, wealthy, kind, and considerate, he could cook.
Yes, being able to cook was amazing. Her affection for him grew rapidly.
Ding, favorability +5.
Ding, favorability +5.
Ding, favorability +5.
Ding, Lin Yanran's favorability is 100.
True love.
Jiang Tai heard the voice from the system and nodded secretly. This girl was considered a success. Ding, Lin Yanran's intimate relationship has been successfully unlocked. The sound of the system's successful strategy came from my mind. Ding, target strategy successfully achieved. Rewards, 50 million in funds, 10 attribute points, and mastered medical skills. Ding, the first phase of the main mission, drunkenly lying on a beauty's lap, has a completion rate of 40%.
Ding ding ding, a text message came to my phone.
50 million yuan was transferred to your card number ending in 1188, and the current balance is 130 million yuan. There are 10 attribute points, and this time I will choose to add them to endurance.
Ding. Attribute increase completed. Show the host properties panel. Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 85 points. Stamina, 50, the strongest level for humans. Stamina, 50, humans' strongest level. Physical fitness, 10. Financial resources, 130 million yuan, laughing hamburger chain. System stage, the official first stage.
Main task, sleep drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, with a 40% target achievement rate. Skills, gods, I can see relevant information about the target woman, basic combat, cooking, and medicine. Use the medical proficiency skill package. Following Jiang Tai's instructions, the ancient medical skills of Longhua, including observation, auscultation, massage, acupressure, drug conditioning, Western medicine, physical therapy, surgical techniques, etc., all entered Jiang Tai's sea of consciousness.
Jiang Tai closed his eyes and rested, digesting the vast ocean of medical knowledge.
After a long time, he opened his eyes, with a gleam of light in his eyes. He had completely mastered all the skills in the medical proficiency skill package. This time, he'd reaped a great reward. Besides the 50 million in funding, he'd also used attribute points to fully upgrade his body to the peak human level.
He was already the peak, so what would the next stage hold? It was truly exciting. The medical skills package is also very useful. When you're out and about, it's inevitable that you'll get hurt. Now that you have medical skills at your disposal, you can rest assured.
Jiang Tai was very satisfied with the harvest.
The next morning,
Lin Yanran rubbed her eyes and woke up. She stretched and was a little confused for a moment.
Are you awake?
Jiang Tai saw Lin Yanran get up and greeted her gently. Come, I made you some vegetable and shredded pork noodles and 2 fried eggs.
Wash up and come for breakfast.
She simply washed up and then walked to Jiang Tai's side. Jiang Tai smiled, touched Lin Yanran's hair, and said with a smile, come and eat.
Lin Yanran took a bite of noodles, glanced at Jiang Tai, and felt very happy. Chapter 26, New Burger Development. Jiang Tai's face flushed. What you said could easily be misunderstood. It's not okay to drive so early in the morning. Lin Yanran was obviously in a good mood and stuck out her tongue at Jiang Tai.
Jiang Tai spread his hands and said with a smile, okay, as long as you are happy.
The two finished their breakfast while chatting and laughing.
Lin Yanran was on the early shift today, so Jiang Tai sent her to work. The car stopped at the hospital entrance. Jiang Tai rolled down the window and lit a cigarette.
He thought for a moment and called Jiang Wei. Hello? Mr. Jiang, good morning. What are your instructions? Have you contacted me about yesterday's meeting?
I've already contacted the person in charge of Kawaii Bento in East City.
I've made an appointment with them to discuss cooperation this afternoon. Okay, I'll wait for your news.
Also, please send me the location of our company's new dish research and development factory, and I'll go take a look.
Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll send you the location later.
Also, please notify the food factories or D department to receive you. After receiving Jiang Wei's address, Jiang Tai drove to the Laughing Hamburger Food R&D Center. When Jiang Tai arrived at the food factory, someone was already waiting at the door.
Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Qin Tian, the factory manager.
Qin Tian was wearing work clothes and greeted Jiang Tai warmly when he saw him. Jiang Tai nodded and said, "Take me to visit the food factory." Qin Tian took Jiang Tai to see the food factory's assembly line and introduced the current progress of new product development.
In the office,
Jiang Tai sat in the main seat of the conference room, leaning back in his chair, frowning slightly. "Sit down," he gestured to Qin Tian. After Qin Tian sat down, he saw that Jiang Tai seemed unhappy and felt uneasy. "I just finished my tour and would like to share some good things. The entire production line is very clean and sanitary. Food safety is their top priority, and they do a good job on that. The downside is, I've seen your research plan for new products. It's basically just drinks, ice cream with different flavors. Chicken legs and wings with new seasoning packets. Hamburgers with some vegetables." Jiang Tai paused and looked at Qin Tian. It can be said that there's no innovation at all. Qin Tian broke out in a cold sweat after listening to this. Mr. Jiang is right. As a food research and development manager, he often does not seek to make any achievements but to avoid mistakes. Developing a new dish for launch still costs a lot of money, from research and development costs to promotion and launch. If it can sell well, it is naturally a good thing. However, if it is not recognized by the public, it will bring losses to the company. My plan is to integrate Oriental cuisine into burgers, such as the fish fragrant shredded pork burger, the Kung Pao chicken burger, and the pickled fish burger, to achieve true innovation. Mr. Jiang, your suggestion is very constructive, but Qin Tian said with a hint of embarrassment, it's quite difficult to combine these home-cooked dishes with hamburgers, especially in terms of cooking skills. I'm afraid the current chefs are not up to the task. Jiang Tai tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He thought for a moment, then said, "I'll be here doing research and development with the food chef in the next few days." Okay. Qin Tian was also surprised. Could it be that this young boss in front of him had profound attainments in cooking? Okay, I'll come over this afternoon to assist you with new product development. After lunch, Jiang Tai began to communicate with the chef. Jiang Tai made home-cooked dishes on the spot, such as homemade tofu, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, green pepper shredded pork, boiled pork slices, pickled fish, etc., and then tried to match them with hamburgers, lettuce salad, and bread. This process isn't easy. Simply wrapping the dish in 2 slices of bread isn't the easiest part. Switching from rice to bread requires careful consideration of both texture and heat retention for a fast food meal. Furthermore, after all, Laughing Burger House's core focus is burgers, so even with such traditional dishes, the burger experience needs to stand out. Therefore, the sauce combination, bread size and thickness, and the amount of toppings all require repeated testing. It was quickly time to get off work. Jiang Tai had initially selected a few viable dish combinations for the day. He was quite satisfied with the progress of his work. Starting his own business wasn't easy, especially when facing industry giants. Innovation was essential to gain market share. "Jiang Wei, how is the cooperation going?" Jiang Tai asked on the phone. "Mr. Jiang, the other party is quite interested in our cooperation proposal. However, Kawaii Bento's headquarters is in Sakura Country, and the Dragon Country branch has no decision-making power. If we want to finalize the cooperation, I'm afraid we need to go to Sakura Country to negotiate with their headquarters." "Okay, you arrange your time and book the plane tickets. I'll go to the land of Sakura with you in the next 2 days." "Got it, Mr. Jiang. I'll let you know when I have a date." When I got home, Zhou Qi was cooking in the kitchen. Hubby Zhou Qi's heart fluttered when she saw Jiang Tai coming back. She said coquettishly, "How come you came home for dinner today? I saw you were very busy outside the past few days. You didn't even come home at night." Hearing the dissatisfaction in Zhou Qi's tone, Jiang Tai laughed and said, "Well, during the company's startup period, it's always very busy." Shawan isn't home tonight? Well, Wanner is going to make up lessons tonight," Zhou Qi said, and suddenly her beautiful eyes turned and she looked at Jiang Tai with a smile. Jiang Tai sat on the sofa and said, "I'm really looking forward to dinner and your cooking skills, cheer." Zhou Qi blushed when she heard Jiang Tai call her cheer. You call me that, I'm very happy." Jiang Tai smiled and started working on his company work on the sofa.
About half an hour later, Songwon came back.
The two of them tacitly returned to being friends and went back to their bedrooms.
Chapter 27 On the Eve of Going Abroad.
The next morning, Jiang Tai drove to the food factory again to conduct new product development tests. After a few days, Jiang Tai and Qin Tian finally decided on 3 new burger dishes: the fish fragrant shredded pork burger, the mapo tofu burger, and the kung pao chicken burger.
These 3 side dishes were chosen for their low cost, wide appeal, and easy storage. First and foremost, the cost is low.
Remember, Laughing Burger House specializes in fast food, and its target audience is generally price conscious. Therefore, the ingredients for this innovative fusion dish couldn't be too expensive. These 3 home-style dishes are relatively low cost and therefore quite suitable. Secondly, they have a wide audience. These dishes are the most common home-cooked dishes and are also very delicious. They are deeply loved by consumers, and new products using this as a gimmick can attract consumers to a certain extent.
Finally, they are easy to preserve.
These dishes have a relatively long shelf life and are not easy to deteriorate or damage. They are a good choice both for controlling the production costs of factory dishes and for the storage time after customers purchase the finished products. Jiang Taichang breathed a sigh of relief when the new product was finally finalized. At the same time, Zhang Wei has also contacted the people at the Kawaii Bento Sakura headquarters.
Tomorrow morning, the two will fly to the Sakura country to discuss cooperation matters.
Thinking that Lin Yanran got off work early today, Jiang Tai took a few new burgers and drove to find this beautiful foodie.
Lin Yanran walked out of the hospital gate and was very surprised when she saw Jiang Tai.
"Why are you here today?
You seemed very busy the past few days."
Jiang Tai raised the hamburger in his hand and said with a smile, "I've brought some delicious food to us little foodies." After Lin Yanran got in the car, Jiang Tai handed her the hamburger.
Lin Yanran took a bite and couldn't help but praise it.
"Wow, this burger is delicious.
This combination is so creative. Which genius came up with it?"
Jiang Tai was secretly pleased when he heard this, and pointed at himself and said, "This is your husband's idea."
"Superb,"
Lin Yanran said with admiration. The next morning, Jiang Tai looked at the time. There were only about 2 hours left before the plane took off, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the airport. When we arrived at the airport, Zhang Wei had been waiting for a long time. The two people entered the limited channel of the first-class cabin, and after passing the security check, more than half an hour before takeoff, they came to the exclusive lounge. Jiang Tai made a cup of coffee and handed one to Zhang Wei.
"Thank you, Mr. Jiang."
Zhang Wei hurriedly expressed his gratitude.
"Well, tell me about your plans for this cherry blossom trip." "Okay, Mr. Jiang. I've prepared some PowerPoint presentations."
Zhang Wei took a sip of coffee to refresh himself, then continued, "First, introduce our company to them, then outline the cooperation plan. We'll analyze the Longwa fast food market and look at the cooperative development from their perspective, so they can feel that this partnership is a win-win."
Jiang Tai nodded. Zhang Wei was quite well prepared.
However, business negotiations wouldn't go as smoothly as expected, so he would just have to deal with it as it came.
Jiang Tai checked the time and said, "Okay, it's almost time, let's board the plane."
After all, he was a first-class passenger, and the flight attendant received him warmly. The first-class seats are spacious leather sofas and equipped with audio-visual entertainment facilities. Compared with the economy class, it is 4 times more spacious. Although Jiang Tai is worth over 100 million yuan, it is his first time to sit in first class, and he secretly thinks it feels great.
"Hello, sir. Here are the pajamas and slippers prepared for you." As a pleasant voice came, a flight attendant walked up to Jiang Tai. She half squatted down and handed Jiang Tai the pajamas, slippers, and pillow.
When Jiang Tai looked up and saw the flight attendant, his eyes lit up. The stewardess had a beautiful face, with willow-shaped eyebrows, a small, straight nose, bright eyes, and white teeth.
She was a typical Oriental beauty.
At this moment, she was smiling, giving people a very friendly feeling. She wore a red and blue silk scarf around her neck, a Cheongsam-style stewardess uniform, and a pair of 10D flesh-colored stockings on her legs. At this moment, she was half squatting in front of Jiang Tai, and her beautiful legs, faintly visible in the slit of her cheongsam, looked even more delicate and smooth under the wrapping of stockings.
Ding! A capturable target has been found.
The system's voice came in his mind, and Jiang Tai nodded secretly. The stewardess in front of him was indeed a stunning beauty, so it was not surprising that she could be conquered.
Show target information. Name, Zhang Xiui. Age, 21. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Body type, 88. Favorability, 0 stranger. Number of romances, 0.
Characteristics: admires the strong, worships money, and likes small animals.
Intimacy, not activated. Thank you. Zhang Tai smiled and responded politely to the flight attendant Zhang Xiaoyi.
You're welcome, sir. Zhang Xiaoyi stood up and handed Zhang Tai a menu.
This is the menu for our first-class passengers. It's lunchtime. Take a look and see what you would like to eat. Zhang Tai took the menu, looked at it and said, let's have some Western food. Foie gras mousse, chicken breast salad, bread and butter, and a T-bone steak.
And a glass of Chardonnay and a glass of Sauvignon Blanc.
Okay, sir, please wait a moment.
Zhang Xiaoyi took back the menu and replied with a smile. She had just taken a careful look at Zhang Tai and found him to be handsome and of extraordinary bearing, and she had already developed a certain liking for him. Ding, Zhang Xiaoyi's favorability plus 20.
Chapter 28 Stewardess Zhang Xiaoyi. Not long after, Zhang Xiaoyi brought out the dishes one by one.
Zhang Tai took a few bites and found the food quite ordinary. With his current culinary skills, his taste was naturally very high. While the first-class food had a wide variety, the taste was quite ordinary. He put down his cutlery and looked at Zhang Xiaoyi beside him, smiling silently. Zhang Xiaoyi saw Zhang Tai put down his cutlery after taking a few bites, walked over and asked, "Hello, sir, is the taste not to your liking?" Zhang Tai smiled and shook his head.
Then, why are you staring at me, sir? Because you are a feast for the eyes, my lady. Your beauty is far superior to these dishes. I am very satisfied just by looking at you. This was a bit of a teasing remark. If it was an economy-class passenger, Zhang Xiaoyi might have been angry.
But Zhang Tai was a first-class passenger, young and handsome, which made her feel good about him. "Sir, you're such a joker," Zhang Xiaoyi replied with a smile.
Seeing Zhang Tai dressed in luxury goods, she couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you going to Sakura country to discuss business this time?"
Zhang Tai knew Zhang Xiaoyi was a money worshipper and admired the strong.
Naturally, he started to act cool. "Yeah, I guess. You've heard of Kawaii Bento, right? My own company also makes fast food. I'm going to their headquarters to discuss a potential partnership."
Ding, Zhang Xiaoyi's favorability plus 20.
He was a young entrepreneur. Zhang Xiaoyi couldn't help but observe Zhang Tai closely.
He looked only in his early 20s, yet he already owned a fast food chain.
It was truly remarkable.
It would be wonderful to develop a relationship with him.
But how could such an accomplished man not have a girlfriend? Sai, stop imagining things. How long have you been a flight attendant? Zhang Tai asked with a smile. It's been more than a year.
Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Zhang Tai, gritted her teeth, and couldn't help but say, "Sir, you are so outstanding, your girlfriend must be very happy."
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Tai looked at Zhang Xiaoyi with a half smile. "Why, are you interested in this?"
Zhang Xiaoyi looked embarrassed. She quickly waved her hands and said, No, I'm just asking casually."
Zhang Tai smiled, stopped talking, and began to close his eyes and rest. He suddenly realized that money was a valuable asset. A stunning beauty like Zhang Xiaoyi would have ignored him before, and if he were sitting in economy class now, he wouldn't even see her.
This stewardess served first-class passengers.
Now, all he had to do was show off his financial resources, and she would be so proactive.
Seeing Zhang Tai start to rest, Zhang Xiaoyi didn't dare to speak anymore.
She recalled Zhang Tai's expression and words just now, but couldn't figure out what they meant.
No woman wants to be a flight attendant. It's a glamorous job, but it's actually incredibly tiring.
Each flight can last from a few hours to over a dozen, and it's incredibly tedious.
A flight attendant is essentially a waitress, serving tea and water to passengers and cleaning the toilets. Sometimes, red-eye flights even require overnight stays. The reason they become flight attendants is simply to use their beauty and uniforms to find a good man and live a better life. The passengers in first class were mostly middle-aged business owners, and some were young, wealthy second generations. The wealthy second generations were the flight attendants' first choice, and at that moment, Zhang Tai, sitting next to them, was even more attractive than the average wealthy second generation. He was the owner of a business and was discussing international business. Ding, Zhang Xiaoyi's favorability plus 10.
Zhang Xiaoyi secretly made up her mind to keep the other party's contact information. As the plane lands, the destination is about to be reached. Zhang Tai was packing his luggage and preparing to get off the plane when Zhang Xiaoyi came over. She handed Zhang Tai a small gift box and said, "Hello, sir. Thank you for flying first class with our airline. This is a gift. I wish you a pleasant journey." Zhang Tai took the small gift box and found a mobile phone number written on it, signed by Zhang Xiaoyi. He looked at the beautiful stewardess in front of him with feigned surprise. Zhang Xiaoyi blinked at him and then smiled sweetly. Zhang Tai nodded and smiled in response. This is promising. Zhang Xiaoyi was secretly happy when she saw Zhang Tai's reaction. It seemed that the other party still had a good impression of her. Ding, Zhang Xiaoyi's favorability plus 10. That's a sure thing. Zhang Tai looked at the phone number on the gift box and felt secretly happy. He could find a chance to ask the other party out and win him over. Zhang Tai and Zhang Wei took a taxi to the Kawaii Bento headquarters as soon as they left the airport. The staff took Zhang Tai and the other person to the conference room. The top executives of Kawaii headquarters were already sitting in a row, and the one leading them was actually a beautiful woman. She was wearing a black coat and a dark purple tight-fitting suit. Her two slender and well-proportioned legs were clad in flesh-colored transparent stockings under her short, narrow skirt, and her black pointed high heels were shining in the light. Her face was like a blooming flower without frost, her eyes were quiet and cold, and there was a frost in her eyes that made people shudder. So cold and arrogant, so beautiful. Ding! A capturable target has been found. The system's voice came again in my mind. Show target information. Name, Nami Fukada. Age, 29. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Body type, 89. Favorability, 0 stranger. Number of romances, 2. Characteristics, cold and tough. Intimacy, not activated. Zhang Tai couldn't help but squint his eyes when he heard the message. It was truly a pleasant surprise that the person he was negotiating for business cooperation was actually a target he could conquer. Please take a seat, Nami Fukada gestured. Mr. Jiang, we received a call from Mr. Zhang Wei earlier expressing his interest in collaborating. Could you please share the details of the cooperation plan? Zhang Wei, please give a PPT presentation of your plan to all the senior executives of Kawaii. Zhang Tai gestured to Zhang Wei to give a speech. Zhang Wei connected his laptop to the screencasting system and began his speech. Good morning, everyone at Kawaii Bento. I'm Zhang Wei, the general manager of Laughing Burger House. With me is Mr. Zhang Tai, the company's chairman. First, let me introduce our company. We've been established for over a decade and currently have 10 hamburger fast food chains in Longwa East City. We have a stable customer base, and we understand that your company also has a considerable number of bento chains in Longwa. Therefore, we hope to launch a joint package to promote win-win cooperation and attract more customers. For example, fried chicken with ramen, hamburgers with sushi, chicken nuggets with pizza, and so on. In this way, our fried chicken shop can attract customers who like bento, and the Kawaii Bento shop can also attract customers who like fried chicken. It's a win-win cooperation. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, Nami Fukada leaned back in her chair and asked with a smile, Mr. Zhang, I understand your introduction just now. Now I have a question. Our Kawaii Bento is worth billions, has chain stores in many countries, and operates stably. And your Laughing Burger shop only has 10 locations in one city. So? Nami Fukada raised her head and glanced at Zhang Tai with an arrogant look. What gives you the right to talk about cooperation with us? Chapter 29 Female President Nami Fukada. Faced with Nami Fukada's aggressive questions, Zhang Wei was speechless for a moment. Zhang Tai took a sip of tea, his expression calm. Ms. Fukada, as far as I know, Kawaii Bento isn't doing well in Longwa. From what I understand, your company's chain stores in Longwa have shrunk from over 700 to 500 in the past year. Fukada Nami looked at Zhang Tai, her lips curled up slightly. So what? Under market competition, a company has its development period, and naturally, it also has its bottleneck period. Besides, even if the number of stores is reduced, our financial data shows that the Longwa branch was still profitable last year. Zhang Tai slowly shook his head. Ms. Fukada, please forgive me for being blunt. If your company doesn't make changes, it will not be able to gain a foothold in the Dragon Country market within 3 years. Nami Fukada raised her eyebrows. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. Zhang Tai took a deep breath and slowly said, your company entered the Longwa market 15 years ago. At that time, the only fast food restaurants in Longwa were KFC and McDonald's, and there were a few local fast food restaurants.
Considering the average income in Longwa at the time, Western fast food was not cheap.
Compared to hamburgers and fried chicken, your company's bento fast food is lighter and healthier, and the price is relatively reasonable, so it has gained a certain market audience. However, as the market develops, the two giants, McCain and Erickson, have launched numerous low-priced group-buy packages.
Furthermore, there are countless local bento fast food restaurants in China.
These new bento restaurants offer flavors that are even more in line with the eating habits of the Chinese people, making them more popular. Therefore, whether in terms of price or taste, Kawaii Bento no longer has any advantages. All it has left is the brand reputation accumulated over more than a decade and the support of its established customers. You should be aware that these won't last long.
Nami Fukada was slightly shocked.
As the CEO of Kawaii Bento, she knew full well that what Jiang Tai said was factual. But she remained calm and composed.
Mr. Jiang, there's no need to exaggerate.
The market is constantly changing, and future developments are unpredictable.
Even if what Mr. Jiang said is true, does that mean that Kawaii Bento can solve the problem by partnering with your company? If a multi-billion-dollar international company like us can't solve it, how can your company, with tens of millions of dollars in assets, handle it? That's wishful thinking. Fukada Nami was assertive, not because she truly despised Jiang Tai.
On the contrary, she was very interested in hearing the specific solutions Jiang Tai proposed. She was assertive simply because, if any future collaboration took place, she would have absolute control. Jiang Tai listened to Nami Fukada's words and just smiled without getting angry.
Ms. Fukada, the food product integration plan Zhang Wei proposed earlier has clearly stated the point of mutually beneficial cooperation.
You can use our products to break through your own bottlenecks, and we can also use your brand reputation to expand the market.
Nami Fukada smiled and said, "We have many options for this kind of cooperation. Even the two giants McCann are possible partners. What other advantages does your company have?" "Your question is a good one." Jiang Tai smiled.
Ms. Fukada, you should be well aware that the two giants, McCann and Erickson, are the leading Western fast food chains worldwide.
Their dominance is already established, and they won't cooperate with you at all.
As for other fast food companies, larger ones might be more inclined to view your company as a competitor, while smaller ones are unlikely to be able to provide any assistance.
In fact, our company is already your best partner at this stage. Nami Fukada's expression was calm, without any sign of fluctuation.
What sets our company apart from other burger companies is that we've innovated.
We've combined burgers with traditional cuisine to create dishes that better suit the tastes of the Dragon Kingdom people. This is unique in the existing fast food market. Jiang Tai stared into Fukada Nami's eyes and said confidently, "Our company's rise is only a matter of time. Partnering with you is simply a hope to accelerate our success by attracting more customers. But for your company, this is a golden opportunity to turn things around."
Honestly, your proposal is very appealing, Nami Fukada thought for a moment before speaking again.
But, unfortunately, your company is so small that I find it hard to believe that the promising prospects Mr. Jiang just described can become a reality.
Nami Fukada tapped her fingers lightly on the conference table, as if about to make a decision. Mr. Jiang, your plan is to expand and strengthen the company, and investment is essential in this process.
I wonder how much money you plan to invest in the company later. Zhang Wei's face paled slightly.
He knew that Laughing Burger House's total assets consisted of only 10 stores, and including the food processing plant, only a few tens of millions in assets.
Fukada Nami's words clearly showed her disdain for such a small scale.
She wanted to know Jiang Tai's true strength and capital. We've invested at least 100 million yuan up front, and plan to add 50 stores in East City and surrounding cities. All of them will be located in downtown areas.
We'll invest relentlessly in early promotion and traffic generation to quickly establish the brand, Jiang Taiyun said calmly.
Once the brand takes off, we'll raise funds and promote it through franchising and other methods.
Zhang Wei was shocked. 100 million?
This new boss was really generous.
How much was his net worth? Nami Fukada was also slightly shocked. As a potential partner, she had been observing Jiang Tai.
When Jiang Tai mentioned investing an additional 100 million, he looked calm, as if confident.
She mentally reassessed Jiang Tai's abilities.
Anyone willing to invest 100 million at once must be worth at least 1 billion.
So, he certainly had the credentials to be a partner of Kawaii Bento. Finally, Fukada Nami stood up and extended her hand to Jiang Tai. Mr. Jiang, I highly respect your business acumen and financial resources.
Kawai Bento is pleased to establish a long-term, stable strategic partnership with your company. I'll have my lawyer draft a cooperation plan later.
Please review it.
If it's satisfactory, we can sign a strategic cooperation agreement.
Ding, Fukada Nami's sensitivity increased by 30.
Zhang Tai also stood up and shook hands with Fukada Nami.
Ms. Fukada, I believe we can have a pleasant cooperation.
Over the next 3 days, Zhang Tai and Nami Fukada discussed details such as the terms of cooperation, and finally the two parties signed a cooperation agreement. Mr. Zhang, I'm very happy to establish a cooperative relationship with your company.
I'd like to treat you two to lunch. Sakura Restaurant.
On the table were bamboo tube sushi, sashimi platters, ishigaki clams, cherry trout, noto beef, small white shrimp caviar and other cherry blossom specialties.
The waiter poured the famous Sakura sake dasai into the glasses of Nami Fukada, Tai Jiang, and Wei Zhang. Nami Fukada raised her glass and greeted the two. My apologies.
According to etiquette, I should have hosted a banquet for you two on the day you arrived. I've been so busy with work that I only had time to enjoy a drink with you today.
Fukada looked at Zhang Tai. I've heard that Mr. Jiang is a master culinary artist.
These are all my Sakura specialties on the table.
I wonder what Mr. Jiang thinks of them compared to the traditional cuisine of Dragon Country. Chapter 30 Kabukicho in Sakura Country. Zhang Tai almost couldn't help laughing out loud. How dare you ask such a question, comparing your Sakura Country's food and dishes with our Dragon Country's?
I'm not insulting you, Sakura Country, but just trying noto beef and sake dasai is a novelty.
Don't be fooled by the ceremony and fancy presentation. Eating it regularly is worse than eating half a pound of pork head with a bottle of ergotu. However, since it was Nami Fukada who was treating him, Zhang Tai certainly couldn't say that. He thought for a moment and said, Ms. Fukada, Sakura Country's cuisine is very unique. The dishes have very high requirements for the selection of ingredients.
The chefs are careful and attentive during the cooking process, which shows their respect for the ingredients. Finally, they also pay attention to the aesthetics of the plating, which can be said to be a perfect combination of color, fragrance, and taste. Dragon Country, as an ancient culinary power, has developed over thousands of years and has a large number of culinary schools and branches.
In comparison, Dragon Country is more extensive and profound.
However, food is ultimately a matter of personal perception and is not a unified concept. I think the cuisines of Sakura Country and Dragon Country each have their own characteristics, so there is no need to compare them too much.
Nami Fukada smiled and said nothing.
At this time, Zhang Wei got up to go to the bathroom, leaving only Nami Fukada and Zhang Tai at the table.
Mr. Jiang, it's amazing that you're at the helm of your own company at the age of 21.
When I was 21, I was still a graduate student.
Nami Fukada raised her glass in greeting. Zhang Tai clinked glasses with her. It's just a bit of luck, nothing to be proud of. Mr. Jiang, do you have a girlfriend? Nami Fukada gently lifted her hair and continued, I'm 29 and still single.
I spend all my time studying and working.
Zhang Tai's heart sank.
This Fukada Nami's favorability rating for him was only 30, not even a friend.
Yet, she asked such an ambiguous question. This was completely different from what she had done with Lu Shuio or Lin Yanran before.
Her question was more like a test to determine what kind of man he was.
Ms. Fukada, you're joking. A stunning beauty like you must have many admirers.
Zhang Tai's lips curled up slightly.
As for me, I already have a girlfriend. We're in a very good relationship right now. Ding, Fukada Na's feeling of beauty is plus 10. As expected.
Seeing the system's favorability display, Zhang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. His judgment was correct.
Fukada had no intention of being kind to him, he was simply testing him.
His generous admission of having a girlfriend actually made her feel that he was a good person and a reliable partner. After Zhang Wei returned to his seat, the three of them exchanged greetings for a while and then ended their dinner. After returning to the hotel, Zhang Tai took off his coat. He lay on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. He relaxed completely, and cold sweat continued to drip down his face. He was under a lot of pressure during the negotiations with Nami Fukada these days. The other party was the CEO of a global fast food chain, while 10 days ago, he was just a poor kid earning a few thousand yuan a month. The arrival of the system had indeed changed a lot, but even then, his billions of dollars were nothing to him. During the negotiations, he had been bluffing, and when Fukada finally asked about additional funding, he only had 130 million left.
If Fukada didn't think 100 million was enough, the deal might not even be done. There's still a big gap between me and the real top rich people and the social elites. It seems that I still need to become stronger and have more financial resources.
Jiang Tai closed his eyes, with a lot of thoughts in his mind.
The next day, Jiang Tai asked Jiang Wei to return to China to handle some matters first, while he stayed in the Sakura country to spend 2 more days sightseeing. Jiang Tai visited the two-dimensional comic exhibition in Sakura country that day.
After all, she had read many Sakura comics when she was a child, so she thought it was very interesting to visit the comic exhibition. Next, he visited traditional cultures such as cherry blossom tea ceremony and flower arrangement, and compared them with the traditional culture of Longwa, which also broadened his horizons.
When it was night, he went to the famous Kabukicho Ikibangai in the land of Sakura.
Kabukicho Ikibangai is home to a large number of restaurants, bars, clubs, karaoke bars, cinemas, theaters, and entertainment venues. It is known as the #1 happy street in Sakura country and is often brightly lit and extremely noisy at night.
Jiang Tai walked along the street and saw many pretty little girls wearing cherry blossom skirts holding advertising leaflets to solicit customers on the roadside.
Jiang Tai walked to the entrance of a popular bar and saw a crowd of Sakura girls dressed in various uniforms. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the bar also offered a variety of situational drama services.
Simply put, these were scenes from films featuring Sakura actresses, such as subway trains, classrooms, and offices.
The bar offered these scenes to customers, along with a massage to help them distress. Jiang Tai thought about it and decided to go in and learn more about the scene and how to play. He chose the most beautiful Sakura girl at the door.
The receptionist, Sakura, saw that Jiang Tai was young, wealthy, and handsome, like a male celebrity. She happily and enthusiastically took Jiang Tai's hand and led him into the room.
"Sir, what service do you need?" asked the Sakura girl. "Just give me a massage, and take me through the role-playing experience of each scene," Jiang Tai replied. While the Sakura girl was sweet and adorable, Jiang Tai already had several girlfriends. Furthermore, he had been raised in the traditional Dragon Kingdom tradition and was deeply repulsed by such transactions. Even if it were legal in Sakura country, Jiang Tai wouldn't do it. He simply asked the Sakura girl to give him a massage, then went to different rooms to change into different uniforms for some role-playing. By the time we finished experiencing all the scenes, it was already late at night.
Jiang Tai walked out of Kabukicho Ikibangai.
After more than 3 hours of massage, he felt refreshed. Jiang Tai remembered that the Sakura girl's hands were swollen from massaging him, and she even gave her an extra tip when she left. After all, they all have to work hard to make a living, and it's not easy for anyone.
Bang bang.
Just as Jiang Tai was savoring the moment, gunshots suddenly rang out beside him. Jiang Tai looked in the direction of the sound. It was late at night and very dark. He could vaguely see a dozen people in black suits chasing a tall woman with guns. When Jiang Tai saw the scene, he turned around and ran without hesitation. It was too dark to see the woman's face clearly. Even if she was a beauty, what was it to me? Anyone who wanted to be a hero and save the beauty could do it, especially since she had a gun.
It was too dangerous, so I had to run. Ding.
The system has found a target that can be attacked.
Ding.
The target is a high-quality target with a score of 90 or above. Jiang Tai couldn't help but stop when he heard the system prompt. He looked at the woman being hunted not far away with a complicated expression.
Are you kidding me? This is my first time encountering a strategy target with a score of over 90, and it's so dangerous? Chapter 31 Yusuji Hana Kirara. Name, Yusuji Hana Kirara's gang big sister. Age, 25. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Appearance, 97. Height, 92 centimeters.
Favorability, 0 stranger.
Number of romances, 0. Characteristics, domineering and arrogant. Intimacy, not activated.
Jiang Tai was slightly stunned when he saw the system introduction display.
Back to the present. It was clear that Yusuji Hana Kirara was very agile.
Facing a dozen people chasing her, she was still able to escape, worthy of being a big sister. However, the people chasing her all had guns, so if she continued like this, it was only a matter of time before she was shot. But now, facing more than a dozen gunmen, how can he save Yusuji?
Jiang Tai's physical fitness has reached the strongest human level after a systematic strengthening process. He is fearless in a bare-handed or weapon fight.
In fact, his muscle density is so strong that ordinary swords and axes can't cause any damage to him.
But it's different when the opponent has a pistol.
No matter how strong a human being is, he is still made of flesh and blood.
How can flesh and blood withstand thermal weapons? Jiang Tai was already thinking of quitting. The risk was too great.
After losing a high-scoring girl, he still had a chance to capture her, but if he lost his life, he would lose everything. While Jiang Tai was thinking, the battle in front of him became more and more intense. The men in black who were chasing Yasuji Hanakirara saw that they could not surround her, so the few people in front opened fire.
After dodging several bullets, Yasuji groaned as she was hit by a bullet in the leg.
The pain was unbearable, but she didn't dare to stop. She suddenly exerted force with her other foot and rushed towards Jiang Tai. The man in black turned his gun and shot in Jiang Tai's direction.
"Fuck you!"
Jiang Tai cursed in his heart, but since things had come to this point, he could only give it a try. Jiang Tai hurriedly sought cover to avoid the bullets. He looked around and saw some billboards scattered along the roadside.
These billboards are usually used to solicit customers at night. Now it was late at night, and these people put the billboards on the street after get off work, and generally no one would take them away.
Jiang Tai quickly picked up a few billboards and threw them at the group of men in black.
The billboards successfully delayed the attack of the men in black.
At this time, Yasuji Hanakirara had arrived in front of him.
She was shot in the left leg and was staggering.
She could no longer run. Jiang Tai sighed, grabbed Yasuji Hanakirara's arm with his left hand, leaned over and lifted her up on his back, then said, "Follow me." Then he exerted his full strength, unleashing the full force of human nature, and rushed back to Kabukicho. In this life-or-death situation, Jiang Tai burst out with astonishing speed. Even with a person on his back, his speed was still extremely fast.
Jiang Tai's mind raced.
It was already late at night, and aside from the brightly lit Kabukicho, known as the city that never sleeps, everything else was deserted.
A group of armed men would be too dangerous in an open area. The most urgent task was to return to the bustling Kabukicho and then find a way to escape with Yasuji Hanakira.
When the man in black chased Jiang Tai to Kabukicho Street, he found that he had lost him.
At this moment, the street was still bustling with people.
In this place, the men in black did not dare to shoot casually, so they had to search door to door. Jiang Tai rushed into the uniform store where they had just shopped, carrying Yasuji Hanakirara on his back, and entered a room at random in a panic.
Coincidentally, the girl who gave Jiang Tai a massage just now was the one providing massage service here.
However, the massage she was doing now was obviously on a larger scale. Seeing someone suddenly break in, the massage girl and the Sakura man were both shocked. Jiang Tai apologized and said to them, "Sorry, my friends and I are hiding here for a while to avoid the bad guys.
I'll cover this gentleman's expenses later, and I'll give you a little extra tip for the massage girl. Just continue."
After saying that, Jiang Tai helped Yasuji Hanakirara hide under the bed. The sheet of this massage bed fell all the way to the ground, covering the area under the bed very well. Jiang Tai was extremely nervous. This was his first time facing such a life-or-death challenge, and he completely ignored what was happening on the bed.
He really wanted to curse.
He had just come out for a regular massage to relax, and he was almost shot.
Oh my god, Sakura country is too chaotic. Dragon country is still safer. Yasuji Hanakira was also still in shock.
Blood was still flowing from her left leg, which was shot, and the pain was unbearable. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the man beside her. The light was blocked by the bed sheets that fell to the ground around her, so her features could not be seen clearly. She could only vaguely make out his handsome features. After a while, several men in black rushed in.
The leader looked at the two people working in the room and asked, "Did you see a man carrying an injured woman just now?" Brother Sakura was a little nervous when he saw the man in black and didn't know how to answer for a moment.
"No, I was giving a customer a massage just now and didn't see anyone." After saying that, the massage girl went back to her work as if nothing had happened. The man in black saw this scene and didn't say much. He turned around to search other rooms. After about half an hour, Jiang Tai thought that the man in black had already left, so he helped Yasuji Hanakirara crawl out from under the bed. Jiang Tai thanked the massage girl and Sakura brother, and gave them 100,000 cash as a reward. Jiang Tai turned his head to look at Yasuji Hanakirara, and at this moment, Yasuji was also looking at him.
It was late at night on the street and the light was dim.
Later, Jiang Tai carried Yasuji on his back and hid under the bed, and they still couldn't see each other's faces clearly. At this moment, the two of them saw each other clearly for the first time.
A peerless beauty. Jiang Tai couldn't help but admire.
Yasuji Hanakira wore a tight black leather jacket, which only accentuated her slender figure. Her face was exquisite, graceful, and her features were as three-dimensional as a sculpture. Her skin was as delicate as snow, smooth and firm, exuding a captivating charm. At this moment, her face was slightly pale from the blood loss from her injuries, but her expression was resolute.
So majestic. Yusuji Hanakarara couldn't help but secretly praise in her heart.
She looked at Jiang Tai, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his handsome features, his muscular body, and his well-defined, full, and elastic muscles, which showed the unique strength and charm of men. Especially when she was carried on his back just now, she could feel the amazing explosive power of his running. Jiang Tai helped Yusuji Hanakarara out of the scene shop.
He looked at Yusuji's injured left leg and said, "I'll take you to the hospital. Your leg needs to be treated quickly, otherwise it will be gone." "No. We can't go to the hospital," Yusuji Hanakara said firmly. Chapter 32 I'm going to sleep. Jiang Tai was stunned for a moment. Why?
I was being chased by those men in black.
They knew I was shot. Yusuji Hanakarara paused and continued, "They didn't find me just now.
They must be lying in ambush at the entrance of the nearby hospital, so I can't go."
"Then your legs." Jiang Tai frowned slightly.
"Find a pharmacy nearby, bandage it, and then think of a solution,"
Yusuji Hanakara said calmly.
Jiang Tai shook his head.
"That's impossible. If I don't have surgery within 2 hours, my leg will be necrotic." Yusuji Hanakara remained silent.
Jiang Tai sighed and said, "I'll take you to the pharmacy first."
Inside the pharmacy. This lady's left leg injury is very serious.
If she doesn't go to the hospital for surgery in time, it will be very dangerous.
The pharmacy clerk checked Yusuji Hanakara's left leg and said seriously, "It's too late.
Do you have scalpels, bandages, painkillers, etc. in your store?"
Jiang Tai asked. "Ha? We have some basic things. What do you want?"
The clerk looked a little puzzled. "I know medicine, let me perform the operation on her,"
Jiang Tai replied. Yusuji Hanakarara looked at Jiang Tai, slightly surprised. "He can also perform surgery. Is he a doctor?"
The clerk handed the bandages, scalpel and other items to Jiang Tai, but still couldn't help but remind him, "Sir, are you really okay?
Bullet removal is a major operation, you must not be careless." "I can,"
Jiang Tai said firmly.
He looked at Yusuji Hanakarara, "But there's no anesthetic in this shop. Can you endure the pain?" Yusuji Hanakarara smiled faintly. "It's okay, I can bear it."
Since Jiang Tai mastered the medical skills, his surgical skills in Western medicine have reached the top level, and are no worse than any other surgeon. During the operation, he quickly removed the bullet from Yusuji's leg, then applied medicine and bandaged it.
The whole process was smooth and completed in one go.
Yusuji Hanakarara's face was pale, and the intense pain made her sweat profusely.
However, she didn't make a sound during the entire operation.
The clerk at the drugstore was stunned. To be able to work as a drugstore clerk, she must know something about medicine.
Jiang Tai's surgical skills at this moment can be described as superb. He acted quickly, steadily, and ruthlessly.
He quickly removed the bullet and cut the necrotic muscles, causing almost no excessive surgical trauma to the leg. The level of his medical skills can be described as unfathomable. On the other hand, Yusuji Hanakara faced the bone drilling and flesh-scratching surgery without anesthesia, and she didn't say a word throughout the whole process.
Is she still a human being? 2 monsters appeared in this small pharmacy of mine. After the surgery,
Jiang Tai paid the clerk for the surgical supplies, then he picked up Yusuji Hanakarara and said, "Let's go.
I'll take you back to the hotel to rest." Yusuji Hanakara looked up at Jiang Tai and said nothing.
Jiang Tai took a taxi back to the hotel where he was staying.
He originally planned to book another room, but considering that Yusuji Hanakarara had just undergone surgery, he was worried about any emergencies, so he took her back to his room.
Fortunately, Jiang Tai booked a presidential suite with 2 rooms, so he gave Yusuji 1 room, which was quite convenient. Jiang Tai carried Yusuji to the bed and said softly, "You just had surgery. Don't take a shower or touch water for the time being. You should rest early."
"What's your name?" Yusuji Hanakara looked at Jiang Tai and asked. "My name is Jiang Tai,"
Jiang Tai said and prepared to go back to his room to rest.
Cough, 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 Jiang Tai, I have something to tell you."
Yusuji Hanakara suddenly coughed violently.
"What's wrong with you?" Jiang Tai was shocked when he saw Yusuji Hanakara's reaction. Could it be that the surgery just now had an infection? He walked forward quickly to check Yusuji Hanakara's injuries. Suddenly, he saw a flash of silver in front of his eyes, and a dagger was placed on his neck. The dagger gleamed coldly as it was pressed against Jiang Tai's throat. He felt the breath of death coming towards him. Jiang Tai could feel that this dagger was a magical weapon. Even though his body had been strengthened by the system and was difficult to be injured by ordinary knives and axes, this dagger could still easily cut his throat. Jiang Tai didn't dare to move. "Who are you?" Yusuji Hanakara said coldly. Yusuji's tone was cold and murderous. Jiang Tai knew very well that if he answered incorrectly, Yusuji would kill him without hesitation. Jiang Tai was silent for a moment, then finally spoke, "I'm your savior. If it weren't for me, you would have been shot to death." At this point, he looked at Yusuji Hanakara coldly. "Is this how you people from Sakura country repay your savior?" Yusuji Hanakara frowned slightly. "Are you not from Sakura country?" "I'm a businessman from Dragon country, and I'm here to discuss business in Sakura country." Yusuji Hanakara shook her head. "First, you suddenly appeared where I was being hunted and rescued me. Your running speed is not ordinary. Secondly, you happen to be a doctor and helped me with the surgery. Finally, you even booked the presidential suite in advance. It's not such a coincidence. Are you Sato Hide's man or Tanaka Takanori's man? Damn, this woman is crazy. What's Sato, Tanaka, what are you talking about? I don't even know them." Jiang Tai's mind was filled with 1,000 idiots. He sighed and said, "I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just a businessman who went to Kabukicho to relax after a business meeting. I don't know the Sato and Tanaka you are talking about. If you are really just a businessman from Dragon Country, there is no reason for you to save me in the hail of bullets. This is illogical." A cold light flashed in Yusuji's eyes, and he seemed ready to take action at any time. Jiang Tai was speechless for a moment. How should he explain this? Should he tell her that he had a system and that he could complete the mission and get her a reward? In any case, under the circumstances you would have died if I hadn't saved you. If I were really the Sato and Tanaka person you claim I was, what would my purpose be? You just want to get closer to me and find out the whereabouts of the Aim no Kurosakumo sword. Yusuji Hanakara sneered. "Why do you ask me questions when you already know the answer? Do you think I'll trust you this way? What the hell is this Aim no Kurosakumo sword? Isn't that something from anime? And what about the Yasukani no Magatama and the 8-foot mirror? Is this woman mentally ill or is she just teasing me?" Jiang Tai was furious. "I risked my life to save you, and you're still suspicious. I tried to explain it to you, but you wouldn't listen. Anyway, if I showed my head, I'd get a knife. If I kept my head down, I'd get a knife too. Are you fucking sick?" Jiang Tai had no idea what Yusuji Hanakara was saying, and finally couldn't help but curse. "I saved you, and according to the rules of the martial arts world, you must marry me. If you don't repay me, that's fine, but you're holding a broken dagger against my neck, you ungrateful bad woman." Yusuji Hanakara was confused. Why did this person suddenly start cursing? However, his reaction doesn't seem like he's acting. Am I really overthinking it? Damn it, I shouldn't have saved you. Put aside your desire to help your daughter and respect the fate of others. I'm meddling in other people's business. I won't argue with you anymore. Either kill me or take the dagger away. I'm going to bed." Jiang Tai's attitude was tough, and Yusuji Hanakara didn't know what to do for a moment. Chapter 33, The Three Sacred Weapons, Nirakumo Sword. Yusuji Hanakara stared at Jiang Tai coldly with a frown on her face. After a long time, she finally moved the dagger away. "It seems that you are really not Sato Hide, the person sent by Tanaka Takanori to approach me. I was framed today and almost died from a bullet. I couldn't help but be cautious and misunderstood you. I'm sorry." Yusuji Hanakara said with a slight apology. "Oof." Jiang Tai snorted coldly. He was angry and didn't answer. He turned around and went back to his room. At this moment, Yusuji Hanakara was the only one in the room. She finally relaxed, her left leg aching intensely, and her face pale from the massive blood loss from the previous wound. She closed her eyes and thought about what had happened today. "Tonight, I was invited by Sato Hide of the Tenshu Group and Tanaka Takanori of the Kayaketsu Society to meet at the Night is Worse Than Just Returned restaurant to discuss the Three Sacred Artifacts Alliance."
He brought a few of his men to the agreed place, but did not see Sato hide in Tanaka Takanori. While waiting, suddenly 30 or 40 gun-wielding men in black rushed out from all directions and attacked them.
Yusuji Hanakira led her men in a fierce counterattack.
During the battle, she killed more than 20 men in black, but all of her own men were killed and her pistol was out of bullets. Facing the remaining dozen or so armed assassins in black, Yusuji was unable to resist and could only flee until she met Jiang Tai.
Yusuji Hanakira is trying hard to sort out her thoughts. Who wants to harm me? Is it Sato Shu from the Tenshu group or Tanaka Takanori from the Gokutsukai? Could it be that Sato Shu and Tanaka Takanori are working together to plot against me? Or, are there other forces outside the three major gangs coveting the three sacred artifacts?
The three sacred treasures are sacred objects that have been passed down from the Sakura country mythology period.
They are Kusanagi sword, Yata mirror, and Yasukani no Magatama.
These three sacred artifacts have changed hands several times over thousands of years and finally fell into the hands of the three most powerful gangs in Sakura country. They are Sato Hide's Tenshu group, Tanaka Takanori's Kaioketsukai, and Yusuji Hanakira's Ikebana society. Among them, the Tenshu group obtained the Yata no Kagami mirror of the Shinketsu, the Gokutsu society held the Yasukani no Magatama, and the Kusanagi sword fell into the hands of the Flower Arrangement League. With the development of the times, gangs are no longer fighting each other like before. On the contrary, they have cooperative relationships in many areas. At least for this generation, the relationship between the leaders of the three major gangs is still pretty good. During the time that Hanakira Yusuji obtained the Sword of Aim Murakumo, she felt that her physical fitness, strength, and speed had greatly improved, and she even had a faint feeling that she had exceeded human limits. She realized that this was the influence of the artifact. She had discussed the influence of the artifact with Sato Hide and Tanaka Takanori intentionally or unintentionally, and both of them said they had similar experiences. During a video conference, the three agreed that a single artifact could already grant its holder a significant boost, and that using all three together might allow ordinary people to become extraordinary. So, they each prepared to bring their own artifacts and explore collaboration. Before the meeting, Yusuji Hanakira didn't think the other two guilds would attack her. After all, the three Sakura guilds were a formidable force, and a war would inflict enormous losses on both sides. Furthermore, any cooperation and exchange of artifacts would be a win-win for all three parties, so she only brought a few of her closest subordinates with her. However, she was still cautious before she set off and did not bring the sword of Murasaki. She asked her most trusted subordinate, Miyamoto Murasaki, to hide the sword of Murasaki near the agreed location. After she confirmed that the other two artifacts were correct, she would ask Miyamoto Murasaki to deliver the sword of Murasaki.
At this moment, in a small hotel not far from Jiang Tai Yusuji's residence hotel, Miyamoto Murakami is holding the Murakumo sword. He has a handsome face and is wearing traditional samurai clothes from the Sakura country. He looks like an ancient man and is very handsome. It's been 3 hours. Miyamoto Murakami frowned slightly. Sister Hua still hasn't sent any news. Could the situation have changed? Beep, beep. At this moment, Miyamoto Murakami's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Yusuji Hanakira calling, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, Sister Hua. Miyamoto, I was attacked. What? Don't panic, I'm fine now. I'm safe. Gather your men and have them pick me up at this hotel tomorrow morning. I'll send you the address later. Okay, Sister Hua. Jiang Tai lay in bed, tossing and turning for a while. He recalled what Hanakira Yusuji had just said. The Murakumo sword was a magical weapon that often appeared in anime. In reality, this weapon actually existed. But, to put it bluntly, isn't it just a museum artifact? Is Yusuji implying that she's being hunted because of the Aim no Murakumo sword? Could it truly be a divine artifact, one with special powers? This is not impossible. After all, I have a system that has descended upon me, so it is not surprising that other mysterious things appear in this world. I saw her being chased by more than a dozen people with guns with my own eyes, this is undeniable, and Yusuji is the boss of the gang. It's too dangerous. The Sakura country gangs are involved, and the artifacts are hidden. Sakura country is too dangerous. I need to return home quickly. Admittedly, Yusuji Hanakira was a stunningly beautiful woman, a top-tier capture target with a system-certified score of over 90. However, this woman was far too dangerous. She had nearly killed him just now. Jiang Tai felt that the rewards for risking his life for her were disproportionate. Now, Jiang Tai has the system to rely on.
As long as he successfully captures the right target, his combat power and wealth will steadily increase.
There is no reason to stay here and take risks.
He made up his mind to return to Longwei tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Tai got up very early. He booked a flight for lunch, packed his bags, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. The presidential suite had a kitchen with some food supplies. He made a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. As a traditional food of Longwa, preserved egg and lean meat porridge is deeply loved by the public for its delicious taste and rich nutrition. After Jiang Tai mastered the cooking skills, his cooking skills have reached the top level. Although it is just a pot of porridge, it fills the house with fragrance.
Jiang Tai ate a bowl of porridge himself first.
After thinking about it, he served a bowl of porridge to Yusuji Hanakira.
Jiang Tai sighed.
Even though she was a wicked woman who repaid kindness with hatred, she was seriously injured after all, and he couldn't just watch her starve to death. He brought preserved egg and lean meat porridge to Yusuji Hanakira's room. At this time, Yusuji had also woken up. Jiang Tai porridge was handed to Shang Shan. I made some food this morning, you should have some too.
Yusuji Hanakira took the porridge and smelled the aroma.
She frowned slightly. She had eaten century egg and lean meat porridge before, but it was never as delicious as this one.
Could it be that he put hallucinogens in the porridge to control me?
Jiang Tai saw her hesitant look and was stunned for a moment. Then he seemed to understand something and said coldly, I've already eaten a bowl myself. There's no poison.
Don't worry. Chapter 34 First Class Reunion. Hearing Jiang Tai's words, Yusuji felt a little embarrassed.
She hesitated for a moment, but still ate the porridge.
It's no wonder Yusuji Hanakira is so cautious.
The timing of Jiang Tai's appearance is too coincidental, and considering the subsequent series of events, it's hard not to consider his identity and true intentions. So far, she hasn't been able to fully trust Jiang Tai's words.
She is conflicted.
On the one hand, she was worried that Jiang Tai was an undercover agent from the other two gangs and was deliberately trying to get close to her. If that was the case, she would not hesitate to find an opportunity to kill him. On the other hand, she hoped that Jiang Tai had just stumbled upon her and saved her. If that was the case, then it would be extremely disrespectful to turn his sword against his savior. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to drink the porridge first.
The deliciousness of this bowl of porridge obviously far exceeded Yusuji Hanakira's imagination.
The light saltiness of the preserved egg and lean pork is a welcome addition to the porridge. The egg's subtle saltiness carries a subtle alkaline aroma, while the lean pork's saltiness is more profound. The two blend perfectly in the porridge, enhancing the flavor without being overpowering. Each mouthful of porridge is filled with the aroma of lean meat, which gradually spreads in the mouth, leaving a lasting aftertaste. The texture of the preserved egg is even richer, first crispy, then soft, then spongy, and finally fragrant. The whole process is like savoring a small work of art.
It's delicious, thank you. Yusuji Hanakira praised sincerely. You're welcome. It's fate that we met.
I'll pack up and go back to Dragon Country soon.
Jiang Tai raised an eyebrow. You're still injured and your legs and feet are not very convenient. What are your plans for the future?
Someone will come pick me up soon, don't worry. Yusuji Hanakira finally lowered her guard when she heard Jiang Tai say he was returning to Dragon Country, which meant he had indeed met her by chance. She looked up at the man in front of her and thought he was a very good doctor, a good cook, and a very good physique. Add to that the care he had taken of her last night, and she immediately felt a fondness for him.
Ding! Yusuji Hanakira's favorability increased by 50. Friend.
Listening to the voice coming from the system, Jiang Tai felt speechless. This was the first time Jiang Tai had encountered such a situation. His encounter with Yusuji, in a novel, would have been a perfect example of a hero saving a beautiful woman, offering his love to her, but why had it become so awkward for him? It seemed she had been wary of him the entire time, only letting down her guard when she heard he was returning to Dragon Country. But it doesn't matter, Yusuji Hanakira is such a dangerous woman, I don't plan to have any more contact with her.
Jiang Tai, here's my contact information. Yusuji Hanakira handed Jiang Tai a phone with a number on it.
You're my savior.
The Yusuji family will repay any favor. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me.
Okay, then we'll see each other in the martial arts world. Jiang Tai left Yusuji's contact information, packed his things, and prepared to go to the airport.
As soon as I opened the door, Miyamoto Murakami came with a group of members of the Flower Arrangement League. Miyamoto Murakami was slightly startled when he saw Jiang Tai. Sir, who are you?
Jiang Tai was also stunned for a moment, then realized that these were Yasuji Hanakira's men.
Then he said, You are looking for Yasuji, right? She is in the room inside and is a little injured. Miyamoto Murakami frowned, his tone turned cold. Injured, what's going on? Miyamoto, he is my savior, you must not be rude to him. The voice of Yasuji Hanakira came from inside the house. After hearing this, Miyamoto Murakami stopped pestering him. He bowed slightly to Jiang Tai, then took his men to Yasuji Hanakira's room. Jiang Tai turned and left. He didn't want to have anything to do with these Sakura country underworld. Inside the presidential suite, Miyamoto Murakami looked at the injury on Yasuji Hanakira's leg, anger rising between his brows. Sister Hua, what on earth is going on? Yasuji Hanakira told the story. It's most likely that Sato Hide or Tanaka Takenori did it. She smiled faintly, her eyes cold and sharp. Perhaps this city has been peaceful for too long, and they have forgotten what it feels like to see blood. A strong killing intent erupted from Miyamoto's brows. He knew that the Sakura country underworld was likely about to go to war. Above the clear sky, Jiang Tai rested on the sofa in the first-class cabin. Overall, this trip to the cherry blossom country had gone smoothly. He had successfully reached a collaboration with Kawaii Bento. He also experienced some of the local customs of the cherry blossom country. As for the two beauties that the system prompts as possible to be conquered, Nami Fukada and Hanakira Yasuji, they have reached a favorability level of 40 and 50 respectively, and have successfully become friends. As for the follow-up, Nami Fukada has a net worth of billions, and Hanakira Yasuji is the boss of one of the three major gangs in Sakura country. Whether or not you can successfully conquer these two stunning beauties depends on fate. Mr. Jiang, we meet again. We are truly destined to meet. Just when Jiang Tai was daydreaming, a pleasant voice was heard and he looked in the direction of the sound. The stewardess in front of me has a beautiful face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a small and straight nose, bright eyes and white teeth. At this moment, her eyes are full of smiles. She is wearing a Cheongsam-style stewardess uniform, a pair of 10D flesh-colored stockings, and high heels. Her curves are exposed and her long legs are set off to look delicate and smooth. It was the flight attendant Zhang Xiaoyi whom I met on the plane before. Ah, what a coincidence, beautiful Xiaoyi. Jiang Tai said jokingly. Zhang Xiaoyi walked over to Jiang Tai with the menu in hand, half crouching down. Her sexy legs were faintly visible through the slit of her cheongsam. So, what would you like to have for lunch today, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Tai looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said with a smile, just order the same as last time. Okay, please wait a moment. Zhang Xiaoyi took back the menu with a smile and walked towards the kitchen. After a while, Zhang Xiaoyi brought out the dishes one by one. Jiang Tai put down his cutlery after taking a few bites, and looked at Zhang Xiaoyi beside him with a smile without saying a word. Why is this the same as last time? Zhang Xiaoyi saw that Jiang Tai had only eaten a little, so she walked up to him and asked, Mr. Jiang, do you want to change to some other dishes? No need, I just want to. Jiang Tai showed a cynical smirk on his face. He waved at Zhang Xiaoyi, motioning her to come closer to him. Zhang Xiaoyi had always had a good impression of Jiang Tai, a tall, rich and handsome man. Without thinking too much, she immediately moved her face closer to Jiang Tai. I was thinking. Jiang Tai blew gently into Zhang Xiaoyi's ear, then said with a smile, Can I invite you to have dinner with me? Zhang Xiaoyi felt the breath coming from her ear and her face flushed. Her ears were a sensitive spot on her body, and now that Jiang Tai had teased her, her heart was inevitably filled with passion. Ding! Zhang Xiaoyi's favorability plus 10. Ding! Zhang Xiaoyi's favorability plus 10. Ding! Zhang Xiaoyi's favorability has reached 70. Ambiguous. Chapter 35 Will we separate in the future? Mr. Jiang, we flight attendants have a rule that we can't eat with passengers on the plane. Zhang Xiaoyi's face flushed. She looked at Jiang Tai with a smile, but you can when you're not on the plane. After this flight back to East City, I have a day off. Jiang Tai smiled and said, I see. We'll contact each other by phone then. Zhang Xiaoyi returned to the flight attendant seat, and she could not hide her excitement. Zhang Xiaoyi's family wasn't well off, her parents were both working class. Having endured hardship since childhood, she vowed to transcend social classes. Fortunately, she was blessed with a beautiful face and self-discipline, which contributed to her good figure. She knew her strengths well, so she signed up to become a flight attendant.
It's not because she likes the job of flight attendant, but because she hopes that with the help of the flight attendant uniform, she can successfully catch a rich husband. She had been attracted to Jiang Tai since the first time she met him. He was young, handsome, and wealthy. If she could be with him, wouldn't it be like crossing the social ladder? So, before getting off the plane last time, she left her contact information on the gift. Although she hadn't received a call in the past few days, she unexpectedly met him again in first class.
Isn't this a match made in heaven? Zhang Xiui was extremely happy.
He had just invited her to dinner, which showed that he was obviously interested in her.
She must seize this opportunity.
Jiang Tai knew that he had successfully captured Zhang Xiui.
He closed his eyes and began to think about the company's future problems. Afternoon.
The plane landed and Jiang Tai retrieved his luggage. When he walked to the airport gate, he found Zhang Xiui seemed to be waiting for a car.
What? Are you waiting for the bus? Jiang Tai asked with a smile. Zhang Xiui's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Tai. Mr. Jiang, are you also calling for a taxi? Maybe there are too many people at this time. I've been trying for a long time but can't get a taxi.
Jiang Tai shook his head and said with a smile, I'll drive back and park in the airport parking lot.
Is that so?
Zhang Xiui lowered her head and thought for a moment, then mustered up the courage to say, I wonder if I'm qualified to be Mr. Jiang's passenger?
Jiang Tai laughed and said, It's my honor. After that, he took Zhang Xiui's hand and walked towards the underground parking lot. During the hand-holding process, Zhang Xiui did not resist at all. Vehicles driving on the road.
Where do you live?
Jiang Tai asked.
Because I have to catch an early morning flight, I rented a house near the airport, which is not too far away.
Okay. I'll take you there. The vehicle quickly drove to Zhang Xiui's rental house.
Then I'll get off the car, thank you. Zhang Xiui in the passenger seat looked at Jiang Tai, as if expecting something.
You said on the plane that we'll have a day off tomorrow, right?
Jiang Tai asked. Well, I have a day off tomorrow and no flight mission, Zhang Xiui replied.
Okay, then I'll treat you to dinner at Global Times department store tomorrow night.
Jiang Tai winked at Zhang Xiui.
Okay.
Zhang Xiui agreed with a smile. After seeing Zhang Xiui off, Jiang Tai thought for a while and called Feng Yu.
Hey, you were. Huh, you still remember to call me? Well, I'm not in the country these days. I'm going abroad to discuss business. It's all for work. It's all lies, they're all excuses, don't listen to them.
Jiang Tai was speechless when he heard Feng Yu's coquettish behavior.
I'll pick you up from school later. Let's have dinner together tonight. I'll deal with you when we meet tonight. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tai stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Dongsha University of Finance and Economics.
In the evening, at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics campus, Jiang Tai parked the car in front of the school gate and waited for Feng Yu to come out. Students gradually walked out of the school gate to look for food outside. After a while, Feng Yu also walked out of the school gate. She was wearing a sweet Lolita-style outfit today, looking playful and cute.
Jiang Tai rolled down the window and waved to Feng Yu.
Dear, here. Feng Yu was stunned when he saw Jiang Tai sitting in the Mercedes-Benz S400L, then he jumped over.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
Feng Yu looked at Jiang Tai from the passenger seat, a look of shock on his face.
Is this your car? Well, what's the matter? Jiang Tai asked with a smile. Oh no, that's not right, it's very suspicious.
Feng Yu puffed up his lips, thinking about something.
What do you mean? What's suspicious about it?
Jiang Tai was puzzled.
You're obviously a poor kid, so why are you driving a luxury car?
Feng Yu was puzzled and suddenly slapped his thigh.
Could it be that you're being kept by a rich woman? What the hell?
Jiang Tai was stunned.
You have such a vivid imagination. Ha!
Then last time you came to see me at school at noon, you said you had no money for food.
I got rich because I was lucky. Jiang Tai reached out and pinched Feng Yu's cheek.
I was a pauper before I met you, but after I met you, I became rich.
My dear, you are really my lucky star. In fact, this is the truth.
When Jiang Tai met Feng Yu, he only had more than 1,000 yuan on him. It was because he successfully conquered Feng Yu that he activated the system. Jiang Tai first took Feng Yu to eat hot pot. Let's go shopping after dinner. Jiang Tai put a piece of meat in Feng Yu's bowl, and then said, see if there are any clothes or shoes you want to buy.
Let's go shopping.
No need. Feng Yu picked up a piece of shrimp and swallowed it.
Oh, no need to save money for me, I'm very rich now. Zhang Tai joked with a smile. Well, but I don't need anything, so I don't want to buy anything.
Feng Yu said with a smile, let's go to the movies later.
Okay, I'll book the tickets. Zhang Tai took out his cell phone. I've already bought the tickets. You treat me to a meal and I'll treat you to a movie.
Feng Yu took a sip of his drink and said with a smile, you can't be the only one spending money on a date. Zhang Tai felt warm in his heart. He didn't care about tens of thousands of yuan at all, let alone a movie ticket worth a few dozen yuan. But Feng Yu's action still touched him deeply. In Zhang Tai's heart, Feng Yu was different from other women. Whether it was Zhou Qi, Lin Yanran, Lu Shuai, Gu Xiaoman, or Zhang Shui, they all had a liking for him because they saw his financial resources. Only Feng Yu stayed with him when he was at his lowest point. It can be said that their love was the purest. After the meal, the two went to the movies hand in hand. This time, the seats were still the same back row couple seats as last time. But this time, Zhang Tai just hugged her gently without making any bigger movements.
This movie is about youth love. Feng Yu is still a simple girl. She couldn't help crying when she saw the sentimental parts of the movie. Zhang Tai took a tissue and gently wiped Feng Yu's tears. He gently stroked Feng Yu's hair and said, "Be good, don't cry. It's just a movie." Then, you say, will we be separated in the future?
Feng Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears.
She looked at Zhang Tai and asked in a crying voice. Absolutely not. Zhang Tai answered firmly. Chapter 36 Patek Philippe's Brilliant Starry Sky. After the movie ended, Zhang Tai took Feng Yu's hand and walked out of the cinema.
Zhang Tai smiled and said, I have already booked a room, stay with me tonight. Feng Yu blushed and said, but, I have my period today.
Zhang Tai laughed and said, what does it matter? Silly girl, I will just hold you to sleep tonight and not do anything else. Okay. Feng Yu replied shyly.
Although she was in love with Zhang Tai, she was still a freshman who was inexperienced in the world and could not help feeling shy.
It's late at night.
The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the window, bringing a layer of soft silver gauze to the room. The light in the room was warm and soft, shining on Feng Yu, making her look even more charming. She lay quietly in Zhang Tai's arms, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, smooth and shiny, scattered on the pillow like a black cloud. Her face was exquisite, her skin as white as jade, smooth and lustrous. Her thick eyelashes drooped quietly, like a pair of tired butterflies, wings folded, resting quietly. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she were dreaming a sweet dream. Her hands were placed gently on her chest, her slender fingers were as tender and beautiful as cherry blossoms in bud. Feng Yu's breathing was calm and regular, and everything around her became quiet, as if afraid to disturb this sleeping beauty. Only the moonlight and the lamplight flowed quietly in the room, as if guarding the beautiful girl's dream. Zhang Tai quietly looked at the sleeping beauty in his arms. He covered Feng Yu with the quilt and kissed her gently on the cheek. Feng Yu slept very well that day. When she woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. She checked the time and suddenly shouted, "Oh no! I have classes today. I'm going to be late. Then I'll take you to school." Zhang Tai rubbed his eyes. No need. The school is just opposite the hotel. You can rest for a while. Feng Yu said considerately when he saw that Zhang Tai seemed not to have rested enough. She got up, quickly washed up, and was about to go out. Dear, I'm leaving first. Okay, goodbye. Zhang Tai replied and soon fell asleep again. He hadn't slept well in the days since arriving in Sakura country. He'd been discussing the details of the collaboration with Nami Fukada a few days earlier, and then he'd run into Hanakira Yasuji, which had been quite stressful. Back in Dragon Country's East City, he could finally get some restful sleep. It was already noon when Zhang Tai woke up. He washed and dressed, then made himself a cup of tea. He sat on the sofa thinking about company matters. After a moment, he called Zhang Wei. Hello? Mr. Jiang. Zhang Wei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Please arrange for the implementation of the cooperation we discussed in Sakura country last time. Zhang Tai took a sip of tea and continued, also, please arrange for personnel to research and select locations for the plan mentioned during the meeting to expand 50 stores in the downtown areas of surrounding cities. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll make the arrangements as soon as possible. Well, I'll allocate 100 million yuan to the company's treasury later.
The company's expansion also requires more talent. Let HR recruit more talents to the company.
Zhang Tai thought for a moment and continued, we have newly developed the Dragon Country Gourmet Burger and will launch it on the market as soon as possible, and advertise it through various channels.
Understood, Mr. Jiang.
I will handle these matters as soon as possible.
I will report to you if there is any follow-up.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Tai looked at the time and it was almost time to go find Zhang Xiaoyi. When Zhang Tai drove to Global Times department store, Zhang Xiaoyi had been waiting at the door for a long time. Zhang Tai didn't drive to pick her up for two reasons. The first reason was that, given his current status and position, there was no need for him to be attentive to a beautiful stewardess. Zhang Xiaoyi clearly had a crush on Zhang Tai, and his superior attitude only made him more proactive. The second reason was that the system panel showed that Zhang Xiaoyi was also a gold digger. Although this was a characteristic of most women and Zhang Tai did not dislike it, due to the influence of Gu Xiaoman's previous behavior, Zhang Tai found it difficult to appreciate such a woman deep down.
Hello, Miss Xiang, you're here so early?
Zhang Tai looked at Zhang Xiaoyi. Today, she was wearing a light pink knitted blouse, a creamy white long skirt, and a pair of white flat shoes.
Although this outfit was casual, it still looked elegant and beautiful with the temperament of a flight attendant. I just got here not long ago.
Zhang Xiaoyi lifted her hair and replied with a smile.
Let's go shopping in the mall first. Zhang Tai took Zhang Xiaoyi's hand and walked into the mall. Xiaoyi, I want to buy a watch. Can you help me see if it's suitable for me?
Zhang Tai said with a smile.
Okay. Zhang Xiaoyi responded meekly.
The two came to the Patek Philippe counter.
Good afternoon, sir and madam. How can I help you?
Seeing a customer entering the store, the clerk greeted them politely.
Zhang Tai took a look at the watches in the counter and was secretly amazed.
It was worthy of being the ceiling of the watch industry. From the entry-level models to the luxury models, every watch was very exquisite.
Take out this 6104 Starry Sky and let me see it.
Zhang Tai said to the clerk.
Okay, wait a moment.
The clerk spread a layer of satin on the glass counter and carefully took out the watch.
Sir, you can try it on.
The case of Patek Philippe Starry Sky 6104 is made of 18K gold. The delicate craftsmanship and precious materials make this watch full of noble temperament. The design is also ingenious, vividly recreating the marvelous movement of the celestial bodies.
The dial is inscribed with the four directions of east, south, west, and north, representing Earth's position.
The second pane features a Milky Way pattern, representing the starry sky of the northern hemisphere. The dotted pattern evokes a sense of the vastness of the universe. The third pane features a starry background. The deep blue background symbolizes the depths of the night sky, creating a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. The two skeleton hands on the dial, pointing to the hours and minutes respectively, represent mean solar time. In addition, the oval on the inner surface of the sapphire glass outlines the sky visible from Geneva and areas at the same latitude, making the watch not only a decoration but also a precision mechanical device.
Zhang Tai tried it on and was very satisfied. It looks great. I want this watch. Zhang Xiaoyi on the side was secretly amazed.
This watch was almost 3 million, and he bought it after trying it on.
Zhang Tai was really a top rich man, not an ordinary rich second generation.
The counter clerk was also slightly stunned. This customer was really straightforward and bought a watch worth 3 million yuan.
Hello sir, have you ever been a VIP customer of Patek Philippe? The clerk said with a smile. No, what's wrong? Zhang Tai frowned slightly. He vaguely remembered that some Patek Philippe watches were not available for casual purchase.
The clerk sighed secretly and said, I'm sorry, sir, the Starry Sky series is our high-end product of Patek Philippe.
You need to be a VIP customer to purchase it.
The clerk was very frustrated, but she also wanted to make a deal.
She got a 5% commission. If she sold the watch worth 3 million, she could get 150,000 yuan. But the company has regulations and she has no choice.
There is a rumor circulating online that Patek Philippe watches are priceless, but that is not entirely true. While entry-level Patek Philippe watches under 1 million are readily available, high-end watches priced over 3 million do have specific purchase requirements, requiring VIP status and capital verification.
Zhang Tai smiled slightly and said, then how can I become a VIP? Chapter 37 Zhang Xiaoyi Falls.
You need to buy some basic items first to qualify as a VIP, the clerk replied with a smile. You can upgrade your VIP level as your spending accumulates.
The salesperson's attitude was very good. She could tell Zhang Tai was a big customer.
Even if she couldn't close the deal on the Starry Sky model, she could still guide him toward a basic entry-level model and maintain a good relationship with him. Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment, then pointed to a women's watch in the counter and said, "Show me the Patek Philippe 4948R.
Okay, would you please wait a moment?"
The clerk carefully took out the watch and gently placed it on the satin. Zhang Tai turned to Zhang Xiaoyi and said, "Try it on and see if it looks good."
What?
Zhang Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment.
She asked me to try it on. Was she going to give it to me? She looked at the price of the watch, 650,000. Is this man really that generous? Okay, I'll try it.
Although Zhang Xiaoyi was confused, he still obediently picked up the watch and put it on his hand. It can be seen that the appearance design of this Patek Philippe 4948R is classic and fashionable. The overall shape follows the most ancient round dial design, giving people a sense of simplicity and nobility and elegance. The dial is made of dark blue enamel material with a delicate texture and charming luster, and is covered with exquisite golden patterns. This gorgeous decorative effect makes the entire dial look very beautiful. The outer edge of the dial is decorated with a circle of diamonds, like stars dotted in the night sky, adding a touch of luxury to this watch.
How is it? Does it look good? Zhang Tai asked with a smile. Very elegant and beautiful. No woman doesn't like luxury goods, let alone such an expensive and exquisite watch.
Zhang Tai nodded and said to the clerk, "I want this watch." The clerk was overjoyed and said hurriedly, "Okay, sir, I'll pack it for you and help you register your VIP information." Zhang Tai smiled and continued, "I want 5 of these watches."
Okay, what? The clerk, who was packing watches, realized what was happening and couldn't help but ask, "Did you say you wanted 5 of these watches?" Yes, is it in stock? Zhang Tai nodded. He felt that he should give some good things to the women around him. Feng Yu, Zhou Qi, Lin Yanran, Lu Shuio, and Zhang Xiaoyi were exactly 5 women in total. Anyway, most of my wealth was obtained by conquering them, so it is only right that I give them some luxury goods in return. Okay, sir, we have them in stock. Please wait. The clerk was very excited. 5 watches were worth more than 3 million yuan, and she could get a commission of more than 100,000 yuan. That's not over yet. Zhang Tai continued, "Let's get back to the topic. After I bought these 5 watches, can I also buy this Starry Sky 6104? Of course, you can. Distinguished Patek Philippe VIP customer, you're fully qualified to purchase the Starry Sky model." The clerk nodded and fawned, her attitude extremely flattering. She knew she'd met a wealthy man today, and she was so happy she wanted to kneel down before Zhang Tai. 5 4948R watches plus 1 Starry Sky 6104 watch would cost over 6 million yuan. She could get a 5% commission, which would be 300,000 yuan, almost her annual income. The shop assistants had seen too many customers, most of whom were just buying entry-level watches worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Buying watches worth over 1 million yuan was already rare. Someone like Zhang Tai, who casually spent 6 million yuan at once, must be worth at least 2 billion yuan, making him a wealthy man. Zhang Xiaoyi was also shocked watching from the side. She couldn't believe Zhang Tai's casual spending of 6 million. It seemed she had underestimated his wealth. But at this moment, Zhang Xiaoyi felt a little disappointed. Zhang Tai bought 5 women's watches at once, apparently for friends and family, not for himself. But this is also normal, after all, it is the first date, and she would give a gift worth 650,000 yuan right away. She secretly said to herself in her heart that she must be patient, this man is too good, she must seize the opportunity. In fact, after Zhang Tai transferred the money to the company, there were only 30 million left in his card, but he had the system to rely on, so he felt fearless. Moreover, he would definitely capture Zhang Xiaoyi tonight, and then he would receive a generous reward, so he spent money very generously. After Zhang Tai paid with his credit card, the clerk issued him a VIP card and packed up several watches. She bowed deeply to Zhang Tai and said from the bottom of her heart, "Thank you for your patronage. I look forward to seeing you again." Zhang Tai held Zhang Xiaoyi's hand and could feel that she was holding his hand tightly. He smiled, took out a Patek Philippe 4948R watch from the package and handed it to Zhang Xiaoyi. "This watch is for you," Zhang Tai said with a smile. Zhang Xiaoyi was slightly stunned, and then a huge joy surged in her heart. She had thought Zhang Tai would not give it to her, but now it was right in her hand. This pleasure of regaining what she had lost made her almost unable to control her expression. She tried hard to control her emotions, but still asked in a trembling voice, is it really for me? Well, thank you for accompanying me to choose the watch. This is a thank you gift.
Jiang Tai said lightly, as if this 650,000 watch was just a 6.5 yuan soda in the supermarket, without any emotion.
Ding. Zhang Xiui's favorability plus 10. Ding. Zhang Xiui's favorability plus 10. Ding. Zhang Xiui's favorability plus 10. Ding.
Zhang Xiui's favorability reaches 100. True love. Hearing the voice from the system, Jiang Tai smiled slightly.
He knew that this woman had been taken down.
Although Jiang Tai didn't like gold diggers, he wasn't disgusted by them either.
He hated women like Gu Xiaoman who were both powerful and insolent.
If a woman openly admitted that she loved money, there was nothing wrong with that. At least now, Jiang Tai thinks, why bother to have feelings for a woman who can be won over by spending money? Zhang Xiui was completely conquered. It was the first time she met such a generous man. This was not an old man in his 50s or 60s, but a handsome guy who looked about the same age as herself. If a man is handsome, capable, wealthy, and treats her well, then this man must be a male god, someone you can only encounter by chance, so she must seize the opportunity.
This is a chance God has given me to cross the social ladder. I can no longer be reserved.
Zhang Xiui accepted the watch, snuggled up to Jiang Tai, and said in a slightly coquettish tone, "Thank you, husband."
After hearing Zhang Xiui calling him husband, Jiang Tai just smiled.
He took the opportunity to hug her and said, "Let's go eat first." While the two were eating and chatting, Zhang Xiui took the initiative to pick up food and serve rice to Jiang Tai, and was very well behaved and docile.
After dinner, Jiang Tai took Zhang Xiui's hand and said, "I've booked a presidential suite next door. You can go and rest with me tonight."
Zhang Xiui looked up at Jiang Tai without hesitation and replied with a smile, "Okay."
Chapter 38 New Rewards. Inside the presidential suite.
Zhang Xiui looked at Jiang Tai, as if expecting something. "Xiaoyi, we'll each sleep in our own room later. You have an early shift tomorrow, so go to bed early." Zhang Xiui was slightly stunned.
What did you mean? I was already prepared, and you said we should sleep separately? This guy, is he rejecting me? Jiang Tai seemed to see what Zhang Xiui was thinking. He smiled and continued, "Xiui, have a good rest and don't let your mind wander. We have a lot of time to come together."
At night, Zhang Xiui was lying in the room, thinking that Jiang Tai was not only generous, but also a humble gentleman who remained calm and composed.
He is truly a rare good man. My liking for him keeps growing.
Ding, Zhang Xiui's relationship unlocked successfully. The sound of the system's successful strategy came from my mind.
Ding, target successfully conquered.
Reward, a Legacy 650 private jet worth 200 million, 10 attribute points, and mastered aircraft piloting skills. Ding, the first phase of the main mission, drunkenly lying on a beauty's lap, has a 50% completion rate.
There are 10 attribute points.
This time, choose to add physical strength.
Ding. Attribute increase completed. Show the host properties panel. Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 87 points. Stamina, 50 human strongest level plus 10 superb initial cooling. Stamina, 50 human strongest level. Physical fitness, 12. Financial resources, 23.8 million yuan, hahaha burger chain, and a Legacy 650 private jet. System stage, the official first stage.
Main task, sleep drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, with a 50% target achievement rate. Skills, gods, I can see relevant information about the target woman, basic combat, cooking, medicine, and flying. Use the flight piloting technology proficiency skill package. Following Jiang Tai's instructions, the flight principles, the laws of torque balance, stability and maneuverability, the correspondence requirements between lift, speed and attitude, the control requirements and navigation requirements at each stage of the flight process, horizontal track, vertical track, flight procedures, flight plans, protected area restrictions, terrain obstacle avoidance and other flight knowledge and driving techniques all enter Jiang Tai's sea of consciousness. Jiang Tai closed his eyes and rested, digesting these driving techniques. After a long time, he opened his eyes, with a gleam of light in his eyes. He had completely mastered all the skills in the flight pilot proficiency skill package. This time he gained a lot. Although he didn't get any cash reward, he got a private jet worth 200 million yuan. He also learned flying skills, which will make it more convenient for him to travel around the world in the future. I also gained 10 attribute points this time,
But why did the added stamina points show the initial cooldown of Transcendent? What does Transcendent mean, and what does cooldown mean? System, what is extraordinary, and what does cooling down mean? Zhang Tai asked the system. Ding. Transcendent refers to a state that transcends human limits. It can be simply understood as a superhuman who surpasses ordinary people. The details will be explained in detail when you truly step into the Transcendent realm. As for the cooling down, it's because the host needs to raise both physical strength and endurance to the initial stage of Transcendent before entering the Transcendent realm. Currently, only physical strength has been achieved, but endurance has not, so it is still forced to cool down and remains at the strongest human level. So that's how it is. Zhang Tai nodded. He was looking forward to what it would be like when he entered the extraordinary realm. Now he is only one step away from becoming extraordinary, so it seems he needs to hurry up and attack his next target. Chapter 39 Private Jet Legacy 650. The next morning, the two woke up very early. Zhang Xiaoyi had a flight mission this morning, so Zhang Tai drove her to the airport. After arriving at the airport gate and watching Zhang Xiaoyi get off the car, Zhang Tai was about to go home when suddenly his cell phone beeped. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Tai Jiang? It was a young man's voice on the other end of the phone, and his tone was very polite. It's me, who are you? I'm Li Yu, the team leader of the aircraft maintenance team at Dongsha International Airport. I see you purchased a Legacy 650 private jet last night. The pilot has already flown it to our airport this morning. I'm waiting for you to come inspect it. I wonder when you're free. Zhang Tai thought for a moment and said, Can you come and confirm the acceptance now? I'm near the airport now. Sure, I'll send you the location. Contact me when you arrive. Zhang Tai parked the car and got out. Zhang Xiaoyi was stunned when he saw Zhang Tai get out of the car, then walked over and took his hand, smiling and asked, Why, are you reluctant to let your wife go to work? Zhang Tai smiled and said, Let's go in together. I have a private jet parked here and I need to inspect it. Ah, Zhang Xiaoyi was shocked again. This man was so surprising that he even had a private jet. You know, most private jets cost at least hundreds of millions of yuan, and the net worth of people who own such private jets is usually not less than 10 billion yuan. Zhang Xiaoyi snuggled in Zhang Tai's arms. She felt very happy. Husband, you are so great. I love you so much. What kind of plane is this? It's nothing special, just a Legacy 650. Zhang Tai said lightly. A Legacy 650 costs 200 million yuan. How rich are you, husband? It seems that you are very low-key driving a car worth more than 1 million yuan. Zhang Xiaoyi said admiringly. Zhang Tai scratched Zhang Xiaoyi's nose and said, Why don't you quit your job and become a stewardess for my private jet? Okay, how much is the salary? Zhang Xiaoyi leaned on Zhang Tai coquettishly, her eyes full of happiness. Ha, I'll hire you after I officially start using you. Okay, I'll wait for your HR. Zhang Xiaoyi smiled and winked at Zhang Tai. Then, she walked towards the terminal for the morning flight. Zhang Tai smiled and arrived at Terminal T3 of Dongsha International Airport according to Li Yu's location. A young, handsome man in uniform walked over quickly. Hello, is this Mr. Jian? Yes, you are team leader Li Yu. Yes, the plane is parked at the exclusive parking space in front. Please follow me. Zhang Tai followed Li Yu to a parking space, which should be a place specially used for parking private planes. This Legacy 650 is your plane. Li Yu pointed at a plane and said. Zhang Tai looked in the direction of the sound. The private jet before him had an elegant and modern design, with smooth, full lines, giving it a strong sense of technology. Over 20 meters long, its wide wingspan and slender fuselage gave it an elegant appearance and excellent flight performance. He nodded and said to Li Yu, Please introduce this plane to me. Okay, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Li Yu opened the cabin door and took Zhang Tai into the plane, introducing them as they walked. The Legacy 650 is a large business jet. It's the only aircraft in its class to feature a 3-cabin independent cabin layout, accommodating 13 passengers. The cabin has a headroom of 1.82 meters and a width of 2.1 meters. The aircraft features broadband internet, a large luggage compartment, and a runway awareness system. Its engine model is AE3007A2, with a horsepower of 2x90-20 lbfs. The Legacy 650's interior and equipment are standard. The cabin features premium interior design and a tranquil ambience, including leather seats, a sofa chair, a filing cabinet, and a dining conference table.
The aircraft also features a spacious galley capable of preparing hot and cold meals, a generously sized aft bathroom, wardrobes, storage, and an entertainment system with a DVD player and satellite communications.
Very good. Jiang Tai nodded with satisfaction. Then, Mr. Jiang, if there are no problems with the inspection, please pay the maintenance fee for this aircraft.
Li Yu said respectfully.
Ha?
Jiang Tai was stunned for a moment, then realized that private jets do require maintenance fees.
Okay, no problem. How much is it?
For a Legacy 650 aircraft, the maintenance cost is 10 million yuan per year, Li Yu said.
Okay, swipe the card.
Jiang Tai felt a little speechless. Owning a private jet was indeed very cool, but he hadn't expected the maintenance costs to be so high. No wonder the airport's crew leader, Li Yu, was so attentive to letting him inspect the plane.
He was mainly here to collect the money.
After Jiang Tai swiped his card, Li Yu issued him an invoice. He smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, thank you for choosing our airport for maintenance. As a thank you, we can arrange a pilot and 2 flight attendants to serve you for free for your 10 trips each year."
Okay, thank you.
Jiang Tai nodded to Li Yu and walked towards the airport exit. Back in the car, Jiang Tai rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. He took out his cell phone and frowned slightly when he saw the deduction message.
System brother, are you there?
Jiang Tai greeted the system.
Ding. Hello host, what's up? I feel like I don't have enough cash. I'm not efficient enough in picking up girls this way. Can you learn from the system guy next door and give me 900 trillion gold to capture the goddess? Get lost.
Hearing the system's reply, Jiang Tai smiled bitterly.
There's only a little over 13 million in cash left in my bank account. At this rate, my cash flow will be cut off. Fixed assets have increased, but the maintenance costs are staggering.
A private jet can cost up to 10 million a year.
I need to make more money.
The company has just made the investment, so the funds will not be recovered so quickly.
Currently, the fastest way to make money is to use the goals given by the strategy system. Well, Nami Fukada, she is richer than me, and I can't afford to buy her with money, and it will take a while to get her into a relationship with me.
Yusuji Hanakara?
Damn it, this bad woman is so moody.
If I try to capture her, I might get stabbed in bed one day.
Too dangerous.
Forget it, there are still more than 10 million after all. There is no need to be so anxious, just go with the flow.
Jiang Tai shook his head and stopped thinking about it.
He remembered the several Patek Philippe women's watches he bought yesterday and decided to give the gifts away first.
Let's go home and see Sister Zhou first.
Jiang Tai made up his mind and drove towards Jingshou Tianhua residential area.
Chapter 40 Maple Forest Evening.
When Jiang Tai returned home, Zhou Qi was cleaning.
Sister Zhou, I'm back.
Jiang Tai greeted.
Zhou Qi was very happy to see Jiang Tai back.
She threw herself into Jiang Tai's arms, raised her head, and said softly with charming eyes, "Honey, how are your overseas business negotiations going?"
It went pretty well, honey.
The weather is nice today, let's go to the nearby park.
Jiang Tai suggested going out for a walk. Okay, it's still early now, we can just come back before dinner. Zhou Qi nodded. Wait a minute, I'll change my clothes.
It's only about a 10-minute drive from home to the park.
You look like a little girl dressed like this.
Jiang Tai glanced at Zhou Qi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said jokingly. Before going out, Zhou Qi changed into a floral dress and paired it with white sneakers. She looked very energetic and youthful.
It's all because of the influence of my husband.
Zhou Qi covered her mouth and chuckled. Indeed, after Zhou Qi got together with Jiang Tai and escaped from her previous hellish life, her mentality became relaxed and she became younger. A woman in love looks younger. With the nourishment of sweet love, Zhou Qi seemed to have found herself in her student days. It wasn't long before we arrived at the park. After Jiang Tai parked the car, the two walked hand in hand in the park. The park in autumn has a unique seasonal charm. The sunlight shines through the sparse clouds and shines on every corner of the park. The golden light and the autumn colors complement each other, forming a vivid picture. Along the park's walking paths, various autumn flowers are planted, including chrysanthemums, osmanthus, and red-leafed photinia, which appear particularly enchanting in the autumn breeze.
The autumn colors are so beautiful. Zhou Qi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the autumn scenery around him. It's been a long time since I went out to relax.
A gentle breeze blew by, and Zhou Qi's floral dress fluttered gently, revealing her fair and delicate calves, which sparkled charmingly in the sunlight. Her long hair was also a little messy in the wind, and a strand of hair gently brushed her cheek and fell between her lips. Jochi raised her hand to lift the hair between her lips, and a ray of sunlight shone on her face, which unexpectedly gave it a breathtaking beauty.
Youthful charm and mature shyness. This is a kind of beauty that combines purity and charm, which is breathtaking.
Jiang Tai looked at Jochi and felt his heart flutter. He praised her sincerely. You are more beautiful than the autumn colors. Jochi's cheeks turned slightly red when she heard Jiang Tai's praise, but it made her look even more radiant.
Women are like this.
No matter how old they are, they always feel shy and blush in front of their beloved men. Holding hands, they came to a stone bench and sat down to rest.
Wife, I have a gift for you.
Jiang Tai took out a Patek Philippe 4948R from his pocket and handed it to Jochi. Jochi took the watch, looked at it, and said in surprise, This is a Patek Philippe 4948R.
This watch costs over 600,000 yuan? Honey, this is too expensive.
Jiang Tai smiled and said, When giving something to your wife, there's no such thing as expensive or not.
Just tell me whether you like it or not. Jochi glanced at Jiang Tai and couldn't help showing a distressed expression on her face.
Of course I like it, but it's too expensive. She sighed, Husband, don't blame me for being nosy.
I know you have money. But money should still be spent on important things.
You've just started a business, and there are still many areas where you can spend money. Jiang Tai laughed, reached out and pinched Jochi's nose, and said lightly, I know, honey.
But the company's funds are more than enough. I wanted to give you a surprise, so I bought this.
Jiang Tai's words filled Jochi with a surge of happiness. She had a strange feeling. Even though she was more than 10 years older than him, she felt like she was being doted on by him. For a moment, Jochi felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. Thank you, husband, but please consult me before buying such an expensive gift next time.
Okay, honey, I get it.
The two sat down to rest for a while, then stood up and walked back the way they came. When they got back to the car, it was still a long time before Song-won would get home from school.
It's still early, let's go home first.
Jiang Tai said after looking at the time.
No.
Jochi shook her head, then reclined the passenger seat and lay down. One hand gathered her hair, the other on her chest. She looked at Jiang Tai with her beautiful eyes. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to be dripping with water. She spoke softly, her voice lazy and enchanting, Don't rush back.
I'm a little tired and need to rest for a while. Jiang Tai's heartbeat accelerated. Here it comes again. This pure and charming feeling is so alluring.
Jochi looked at Jiang Tai and asked with a smile, Well, husband,
don't you want to take a rest? Jiang Tai finally couldn't resist the temptation and moved from the driver's seat to the passenger seat.
He stared into Jochi's eyes and said, Rest, come, let's rest together.
Humph, hateful, Jochi said coquettishly.
Jiang Tai replied with a wicked smile, There are even more annoying things. As the two chatted, the atmosphere in the Mercedes-Benz gradually became more moist. The red maple trees on the roadside would drop maple leaves from time to time, and occasionally 2 maple leaves would fall on the window of this Mercedes-Benz. The maple leaves that fell on the car window seemed to have seen something extraordinary and became shy. When they fell to the ground again, they seemed to have become even redder. This scene is exactly in line with the saying, I stop my car and sit to enjoy the maple forest in the evening. I say autumn is better than spring morning.
By the time the two returned home, it was already late.
Jochi noticed that her floral dress was a little messy due to the wind, so she quickly changed back into her home clothes. Jiang Tai smiled and said, Honey, you've worked hard cleaning today.
I'll make dinner.
Jochi felt warm in her heart and said softly, My husband is the most considerate. When Song-won came home from school, Jiang Tai had just prepared a table full of dishes.
At the dinner table, Song-won took a bite of the dish and couldn't help but exclaim, Is this teacher John's cooking?
It's even better than my mom's. Jiang Tai smiled and said, No, Sister Zhou's cooking is better. It's just that I change the flavors occasionally.
You find it fresh, so you think my cooking is better.
Jochi looked at this scene with a smile on her face, feeling warm and happy, as if she, her daughter and Jiang Tai were a real family of 3. She secretly made up her mind to tell her daughter about her relationship with Jiang Tai after she finished her high school entrance exam, hoping that she would be able to accept it then.
Night. Jiang Tai was lying on the bed. He sent a message to Lin Yanran, Dear, what class are you on tomorrow? Not long after, Lin Yanran replied, I'm on night shift tonight and will be off work tomorrow morning.
Then take a rest after get off work, I'll come see you in the afternoon.
Okay.
After putting down his phone, Jiang Tai quickly fell into a deep sleep.
Chapter 41, Quit Your Job. I will support you.
The next morning, Jiang Tai came to the company.
Mr. Jiang, you're back.
Jiang Wei saw Jiang Tai entering the company and hurriedly stood up to greet him.
Well, come to my office. Jiang Tai nodded and pushed open the door of the chairman's office.
Jiang Tai lit a cigarette for himself and said, "Tell me about the progress of work these days."
Okay, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Wei opened his work notes, took a look, and summarized, for store expansion, we're currently researching and selecting locations in a total of 100 commercial blocks in 6 nearby cities. The ultimate plan is to add 8-10 stores in each of these 6 cities. Well, there are 2 points we need to pay attention to.
Jiang Tai thought for a moment and continued. First, the store area needs to be larger. We need to establish the brand in new cities and let consumers see our scale. Second, we must open a flagship store in the city center of each city.
It doesn't matter if the rent is a little higher.
We need to increase brand exposure as soon as possible so that consumers can recognize, become familiar with, and accept our Ha Burger House brand.
Jiang Wei took notes and said, I understand, Mr. Jiang.
On the other hand, regarding the new product promotion, several new burgers that you helped design will be pre-launched this month.
We will promote them at half price. Not half price.
Jiang Tai exhaled a puff of cigarette and continued, last week, the new product was free.
This cost will be a bit high. Jiang Wei was stunned. That's fine. Spend the money on pre-launch promotion.
Giving out free new products for a week won't cost too much. Jiang Tai flicked the ash from his cigarette, thought for a moment, and continued, with free events, there will definitely be a lot of people lining up to buy. Take more photos of the queues at these stores and share them online to drive traffic and promote them. Okay, Mr. Jiang Wei continued, we've already invested in advertising on major mainstream media and short video platforms.
Our company's ads will be widely featured in the next month. Okay, well done.
Jiang Tai put out his cigarette, leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment before continuing, there's one more thing you need to do.
Add the position of Image Promotion Ambassador to the HR recruitment plan. Image Promotion Ambassador? Do you mean celebrity endorsement? Jiang Wei was a little confused.
It's not a celebrity endorsement, it's something like the pink-clad girl at McDonald's.
We'll assign one to each store in the future. The appearance must be youthful, bright, and energetic, and consistent with our company's brand image. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I understand. Jiang Wei wrote down all of Jiang Tai's requests. Jiang Tai nodded and said, well, that's it for now. Go and get busy.
After lunch, Jiang Tai drove to the vegetable market. Thinking about meeting Lin Yanran, a foodie, in the afternoon, Jiang Tai prepared to buy some fresh vegetables and make some fried skewers and casseroles. After a trip to the market, Jiang Tai bought oyster mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, cabbage, bean curd sheets, fish tofu, crab fillets, original chicken nuggets, bone-in chicken, cooked quail eggs, ham, tenderloin, beef, and other fresh ingredients. When Lin Yanran opened the door, she was still sleepy. She rubbed her eyes and said, I'm so sleepy.
She was wearing pajamas and obviously didn't wake up yet.
Jiang Tai hugged her and said, you continue to rest.
I will prepare dinner first.
Lin Yanran yawned and said, okay. She walked to the bed, lay down, and soon fell asleep again. Seeing Lin Yanran working so hard, Jiang Tai felt a little distressed. After all, working night shifts is very harmful to a girl's health. He was considering whether to let her quit this job.
When Lin Yanran woke up, it was already night. Jiang Tai had already prepared beef vermicelli casserole and homemade fried skewers. The tempting aroma filled the room. Lin Yanran felt like her mouth was about to water.
It smells so good. If you sleep so late, light food will taste bland. Jiang Tai brought the dry-cut beef casserole to Lin Yanran, so this time I made a stronger beef vermicelli casserole and fried skewers.
Try them. Are you being considerate today?
Lin Yanran felt a surge of happiness in her heart. She took a bite of beef with vermicelli noodles and a bite of fried pork tenderloin skewers, and she felt that they were even better than those sold in the store outside.
It's so delicious. How come you can cook everything? When have I ever been inconsiderate to you? Jiang Tai smiled and continued, these things are all folk snacks. They're not difficult to make.
Food made at home is always cleaner and more hygienic than food sold outside.
He paused, looked up at Lin Yanran and asked, do you like your current job? I don't like it. It's very tiring. Lin Yanran shook her head. But I studied nursing before. If I don't become a nurse, I don't know what to do. Are you happy getting along with your colleagues at work? Jiang Tai asked.
Lin Yanran was stunned for a moment, revealing a helpless expression.
To be honest, I'm not happy. All my colleagues are women. You should know, where there are many women, there are many troubles. Yeah, I'm listening. Jiang Tai looked at Lin Yanran with a smile.
I remember when I first started working, I dressed up beautifully every day.
I was very naive back then and thought all my colleagues were good people. I was willing to tell them anything.
But later, I found out that they were close to me on the surface, but said bad things about me behind my back, saying that I dressed beautifully all day just to seduce men. Lin Yanran opened up and poured out the grievances that had been buried in her heart for a long time.
Mistakes are inevitable at work.
One time, I had a minor problem at work, and the head nurse told me that my current department might not be suitable for me and that she was going to transfer me to the men's department. She also said that men's patients like young and beautiful nurses like me.
Her words made me feel deeply humiliated. Jiang Tai sighed softly. Many women were like this.
On the surface, they seemed harmonious and like sisters, but behind the scenes, they were comparing themselves to each other, slandering each other, jealous, suspicious, and scheming against each other.
Older women, in particular, had a natural hostility towards younger women. This was why the head nurse had said such humiliating words to Lin Yanran.
After that, I became suspicious and didn't dare to confide in them. I stopped wearing nice clothes to work and changed into conservative and inconspicuous casual clothes. Fortunately, the treatment of nurses in our hospital is still good. Although it is hard work, the income is not bad.
So even if I am unhappy at work sometimes, I can still grit my teeth and bear it. But I can't stand it. Quit your job and I'll support you. Jiang Tai said lightly. Chapter 42, Becoming a Small Boss. What? Lin Yanran looked at Jiang Tai with a smile. Filming an idol movie? I'm serious. If you don't like this job, just quit.
Jiang Tai raised his eyebrows. With me here, you don't have to force yourself to do something you don't like. Lin Yanran's eyes suddenly turned red for no reason. No man had ever said such words to her. For many years, since she left her hometown and came to a strange city to study and work, no one has ever really cared about her. How many times, when she felt wronged and sad, she would just hide in her room and cry silently. With whom could she share her deepest worries? At this moment, Jiang Tai's care made her feel extremely safe, and she felt that this man was indeed worthy of her reliance.
Why, are you crying?
Jiang Tai looked at her with a half-smile.
Lin Yanran rubbed her eyes and said, No.
My eyes were irritated by the smoke. She thought for a moment and then said, It's strange for you to say that, as if I'm being kept.
Ha ha ha. Jiang Tai couldn't help laughing at Lin Yanran's cute and proud look. Then, Sister Yanran, is there anything you want to do? I will do my best to help you. I've thought about it before, opening a flower shop or a clothing store.
Lin Yanran thought for a while. I want to be my own boss.
Okay, Sister Yanran, I'll do as you say.
Wherever you want to open a shop, I'll accompany you to look for a storefront. Jiang Tai said with a smile, When your business grows big and you become a rich woman, I'll follow you.
Like Feng Yu, Lin Yanran gave her first time to Jiang Tai.
She holds a very important place in Jiang Tai's heart, and Jiang Tai sincerely hopes that she can live a happy life. Hated hearing Jiang Tai's teasing, Lin Yanran couldn't help but raise her fist and hit him. There's no need to resign so quickly.
Let me think about it again.
Lin Yanran was grateful to Jiang Tai for giving her the opportunity to choose another career, but after all, she had been studying healthcare since school and had worked in the hospital for a long time, so it had become a habit. She was inevitably a little conflicted about quitting her job immediately.
Okay, tell me when you've made up your mind.
Jiang Tai nodded, then pulled out a Patek Philippe watch from his pocket.
By the way, I brought you a gift. Take a look and see if you like it.
Lin Yanran took the watch and put it on her hand to try it out. She felt that the watch looked luxurious and exquisite, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Wow, it's so beautiful.
Thank you, dear. I'm glad you like it.
Jiang Tai saw that Lin Yanran had almost finished eating, so he cleared the tableware and said, Then I'll go back first.
You should have a good rest. Well, be careful on the road.
Lin Yanran said gently.
Dongsher Normal School Affiliated Middle School. Teacher's office. During lunch break, Lu Shuao answered a call from her mother. Hello, Mom. Shuao, I found another blind date for you. He's a civil servant and has good qualities in every way. Come meet him.
No, Mom, I've got a boyfriend recently and he's pretty good.
Really? What does he do for a living? How old is he? What does he look like? Have you learned about his family background? When will you bring him home to show us?
When Lu Shuiao's mother heard that she had a boyfriend, her tone became obviously excited. He runs his own company in the catering industry. He has excellent qualifications and is very young, only 21, and very handsome.
He is only 21?
Shuiao, I'm not trying to discourage you, but he is only 21 years old.
From what you said, he seems to be very good. Are you sure he is serious about dating you and planning to get married?
Mother Lu felt that her daughter's boyfriend was not very reliable. She was afraid that her daughter would meet a playboy and end up getting hurt.
Don't worry, Mom. I think my boyfriend is a good person. He's not the type to play with other people's feelings.
I'll find a chance to talk to him and see when I can bring him home for you to meet.
Lu Shuiao and his parents both live in East City, but they don't live together.
Well, you have to be careful.
Don't let others just play around and you get caught up in it. Mother Lu couldn't help but give another reminder. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shuiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
She was attracted by Jiang Tai's appearance, temperament, character, wealth, and other aspects, and had sex with him twice in a short period of time.
However, she always felt uneasy.
She was already 27 years old, and she was in a relationship with the intention of getting married.
But was he ready for marriage? When we meet tonight, I will find a chance to ask. Chapter 43. Lu Shuiao wants to get married.
After get off work, Lu Shuiao walked out of the school gate and saw Jiang Tai had parked his car at the school gate waiting for her.
Wife, I brought you a gift.
Jiang Tai handed over the packaged Patek Philippe watch gift box. Lu Shuiao opened the gift box, took out the watch and looked at it, saying, "This watch costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's quite expensive."
Lu Shuiao comes from a decent family and is quite knowledgeable about luxury brands.
Like Lin Yan before her, she only thought the watch looked good but had no idea of its value.
It's a small thing, as long as you like it. Jiang Tai smiled. Lu Shuiao was silent.
The more generous Jiang Tai was, the more insecure she felt. She always felt that she was not worthy of him.
What's wrong? Jiang Tai saw Lu Shuiao was a little absent-minded after getting in the car, and asked, "Are you worried about something?" "Nothing." Lu Shuiao was thinking about how to talk about this topic. "Well, what are you planning to eat tonight?" Jiang Tai asked. "Come to my house, I'll cook a few dishes for you and you can taste my cooking skills." "Good."
Lu Shuiao lives in a single apartment with one bedroom and one living room, a separate kitchen and bathroom. "Honey, please sit on the sofa in the hall for a while.
I'll go cook some dishes." After Lu Shuiao asked him to sit down, she went to the kitchen to get busy.
Jiang Tai rested on the sofa for a while. Seeing that Lu Shuiao had not finished cooking yet, he stood up again and looked around the room.
He vaguely saw a photo sandwiched between a book on the bookshelf in the living room.
Jiang Tai walked forward curiously and took out the photo from the book. In the photo, Lu Shuiao was leaning against a man, smiling happily.
Jiang Tai frowned slightly. He remembered that the system had shown that Lu Shuiao had had affairs with 2 other men before having sex with him.
The man in the photo was most likely her ex-boyfriend.
"The food is ready, let's get ready to eat."
Lu Shuiao's voice came from the kitchen. Jiang Tai put the photo back into the book and came to the dining table. Lu Shuiao served several home-cooked dishes one after another, including braised eggplant, stir-fried green beans, shredded potatoes and pork, and braised beef.
Jiang Tai tasted it.
Although it was not as delicious as Zhou Qi's cooking, it was still pretty good. He did not dwell on the photo just now, but still smiled and praised, "Honey, your cooking is really delicious."
"It's okay. After all, I live alone, so I have to learn how to cook a few dishes." Lu Shuiao replied with a smile. The two of them ate and chatted in a harmonious atmosphere. "Honey, I told my parents today that I have a boyfriend and they want to meet you." Lu Shuiao put down her chopsticks and stared at Jiang Tai.
Jiang Tai felt a little pressured when he heard that he had to meet his parents, but after thinking about it, he and Lu Shuiao were in a relationship after all, so it was normal to be invited to meet the parents.
So he nodded and replied, "Sure, when is it?" "Likely recently." Lu Shuiao pondered for a moment, then continued, "Maybe we'll talk about marriage." Jiang Tai was shocked. "What? Less than a month after he and Lu Shuya confirmed their relationship, she was already planning to get married? This was so unexpected.
To be honest, he already had 5 girlfriends and was very happy, so he hadn't even considered marriage. He knew that at Lu Shuya's age, she was eager to get married, but he didn't expect that she would propose to him in less than a month. He didn't know how to respond for a moment.
Seeing Jiang Tai silent, Lu Shuya felt a little sad. She asked, "Why don't you say anything? Don't you plan to marry me? Are you just playing with me?" Jiang Tai felt complicated as he felt Lu Shuya's aggressive questioning.
He suddenly remembered the photo he had just seen, and a surge of anger arose in his heart. Jiang Tai sighed, looked into Lu Shuya's eyes, and said slowly, "Just now I accidentally saw a photo in a book on the bookshelf." He paused, then continued, "It's a photo of you and another man.
You look very intimate." Lu Shuya was stunned for a moment.
This was a photo of her and her ex-boyfriend. She was deeply hurt by this relationship, but she also had some unforgettable memories, so she had never been willing to throw this photo away. She casually put it in a book, but she didn't expect Jiang Tai to see it.
"That was my ex-boyfriend. I forgot to throw away the photo." Lu Shuya felt a little guilty. "Well, since you want to talk about marriage with me, you should deal with the past. You still keep that photo." Jiang Tai didn't continue. "He's my ex-boyfriend. I won't hide it from you.
I lived with him for 2 years."
Lu Shuya continued, "But we haven't been in touch since we broke up. Everyone has a past, right?" Jiang Tai nodded. "Everyone has a past. There's nothing much to say about that. I have a question. Why did you break up after living together for 2 years?"
Lu Shuya said, "Because he was never willing to marry me. I wasted 2 whole years from the age of 25 to 27, so we finally broke up." She was afraid that Jiang Tai would be angry, so she added, "Dear, because of the shadow of that relationship, I am afraid of having a relationship that will not bear fruit, so I hope to confirm the marriage with you as soon as possible."
Jiang Tai sighed and said softly, "Shuya, how have I treated you during the time I've been with you?" "You treat me very well." Lu Shuya answered affirmatively. "Then why are you doing this to me?" Jiang Tai's face showed a pained expression. "You've been living with him for 2 years and you haven't even talked about marriage? You've been with me for less than a month and you're already planning to meet my parents? Are you planning to marry me because you love me so deeply, or are you anxious to marry me because I'm a good-looking person and want to pay for your lost youth?" Chapter 44 Lu Shuya apologizes.
Jiang Tai's words were already very harsh, but every word made sense.
Lu Shuya was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment.
Marriage requires 2 people to thoroughly understand each other in order to have a long-lasting relationship. Jiang Tai slowed down his tone.
"Shuya, I really like you, but I really can't talk about marriage now. My original plan was to be with you for at least a year, and if we both felt it was a good fit, we could take it a step further." Jiang Tai sighed, "Now it seems I was wrong. Shuya, we both need to calm down and think things through." He stood up, looked at Lu Shuya, and said softly, "I'm leaving first. I might lose him." Lu Shuya suddenly felt a huge panic. She realized that she was too impatient and might scare him away. Maybe she would never meet a man as outstanding as Jiang Tai again. Lu Shuya's favorability towards Jiang Tai has already reached 100, which is true love. She is in a hurry to get married because it is an obsession in her heart. Now that Jiang Tai has pointed it out, she is no longer entangled. She rushed forward and hugged Jiang Tai from behind, tears streaming down her face. "Honey, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't be angry." Jiang Tai didn't look back. He said calmly, "But I really can't give you any promises, at least within a year. If you feel you can't wait, we can separate." "No. Don't separate." Lu Shuya hugged the other person tightly. She was worried that if she let go, she would never be able to hold on again. "But what you said just now really disappointed me." Jiang Tai said slowly. "Honey, I was wrong." Lu Shuya said in a panic. Jiang Tai sighed and said, "Let's just separate and calm down." After returning home, Jiang Tai went into his bedroom. With messy thoughts, Jiang Tai fell asleep. When Jiang Tai woke up, it was almost noon. On the way home, Jiang Tai remembered that among the watches he had bought for his 5 girlfriends, only Feng Yu's had not been given away yet, so he decided to go to her school at noon today. When I met Feng Yu, she was wearing a black JK uniform, white over the knee socks and white sneakers.
She also had a school bag on her shoulder with a teddy bear hanging on it. "Hey, you look very pale, young, and thin like this." Jiang Tai waved to Feng Yu, who had just finished class not far away, and said with a smile. Feng Yu walked weakly to Jiang Tai's side and leaned into his arms. She looked up at Jiang Tai and blinked. "I'm so sleepy, I need a hug." Looking at the girl's bright and lovely appearance, Jiang Tai's heart was filled with happiness. "Okay." Jiang Tai used his arms to lift Feng Yu up with a little force.
Ah! Feng Yu couldn't help but scream.
After realizing that she was being carried like a princess, her face flushed.
"I didn't ask you to carry me like this. My classmates are watching us."
"Hey, what are you afraid of?"
Jiang Tai laughed evilly and said, "Let's go to the grove."
Feng Yu was embarrassed and angry, punching Jiang Tai's chest with her fist.
"Hate, you, what do you want to do?" "Silly girl, your relatives are here, what can I do?"
Jiang Tai continued, "I have something good to give you." Coming to the Lover's Hill of the University of Finance and Economics again, the two recalled what happened last time and felt a little embarrassed for a moment.
"What is that?"
Feng Yu asked curiously while sitting on the grass. Jiang Tai handed over the last Patek Philippe watch. "This is for you.
See if you like it." Feng Yu took the gift box and opened it.
He was dazzled.
"Wow! This watch is so beautiful. It must be very expensive."
Jiang Tai took her into his arms, pinched her face, and said with a smile, "It's okay."
"How is it? Do you like it?"
Very beautiful, I like it very much." She buried her head in Jiang Tai's arms, feeling the warmth of his body, and asked softly, "Dear, is this considered a token of love?"
"Well, sort of." "Then I'll give you one too."
Feng Yu raised his left hand and slowly took off a white jade bracelet from his right arm. "I've worn this bracelet for 5 years." Feng Yu handed the white jade bracelet to Jiang Tai and said seriously, "Brother Jiang, I'm giving it to you now as a token of our love."
Chapter 45. Jiang Tai was arrested. "Brother Jiang, the white jade bracelet symbolizes purity."
Feng Yu said softly, "It symbolizes our pure love.
I hope we can be together forever."
Faced with Feng Yu's affectionate confession, Jiang Tai felt a warmth in his heart.
He kissed the girl's forehead gently and said softly, "Then we will be together forever and never separate." After leaving school, Jiang Tai drove on the road.
He rolled down the window, letting the wind blow on his face. A mixture of emotions washed over him. Of the 5 girls he's currently dating, it can be said that he has deep feelings for all of them, except Jiang Shui, who he's only known for a short time. They don't know each other's existence.
If they meet each other one day, what will they do?
Forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. I am now dealing with several beautiful women, feeling like a fish in water, and living a happy life every day. Why should I worry about trivial matters?
Let us talk about the future later.
In the next 2 months, Jiang Tai continued to date 5 girls, and his feelings for them grew deeper and deeper. At the same time, the company was expanding rapidly, with 50 new stores opening one after another. With the support of mainstream media and short video platforms, coupled with its unique traditional gourmet burgers and free new product events, Laughing Haha Burger Shop became popular throughout the province. Immediately afterwards, the collaboration with the international fast food brand Kawaii Bento from the Sakura country launched a variety of set meals, which made Laughing Burger House a hot topic many times. With the rise of this domestic fast food brand in Dragon Country, Jiang Tai, the chairman of Ziahaha Burger House, has appeared in front of the media many times and has become a prominent figure in the catering industry. At the new dish launch conference, Jiang Tai introduced the new dishes. A female reporter asked, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, how did you achieve the rapid growth of Ziahaha Burger House, a 10-year-old brand, in the 3 months since you took over?"
"First of all, it's confidence. We want everyone to know one thing: our own fast food companies in Longwa are the best. Don't worship foreign things," Jiang Tai said with a smile. The audience laughed and applauded. Next, let's talk about the operating model.
Our Laughing Burger House's collaboration with Kawaii Bento has been a huge success, with sales and customer feedback far exceeding expectations. Jiang Tai paused and continued, "This shows that our relationship with our competitors shouldn't just be about competition, there needs to be more cooperation. The market isn't just about zero-sum games, there's also win-win cooperation."
Then we dare to innovate.
We boldly integrate traditional delicacies into burgers, which are closer to the taste and flavor of our Chinese people.
Of course, this will be more popular. Finally, we at Laughing Haha Burger House sincerely invite interested partners to join us.
Our goal at Laughing Haha Burger House is not only to expand across the province, but also across the country and to the world. The audience burst into applause and the atmosphere reached a climax.
The next morning, in the company meeting room,
Zhang Tai sat in the boss's seat, his fingers tapping lightly on the conference table.
Everyone, thank you for your hard work over the past 2 months. We have achieved very satisfactory results.
He paused, then continued, all employees, including those in directly operated stores, will receive an extra month's salary as a bonus this month. In an instant, there was cheering in the conference room.
Boss Jiang, it's true that I can make a living working with you,
Zhang Wei said excitedly.
After spending the past few months together, he has become convinced of Zhang Tai. I hope everyone can keep up the good work,
Zhang Tai said with a smile. We still have many challenges ahead of us.
Our next plan is...
Suddenly, a panicked voice came from the company's front desk.
What's more, he has 5 beautiful girlfriends and is short of time management besides his career. Does he really need to rape? Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know whether you did it or not? Would we come to arrest you without solid evidence? Be honest and follow us.
The police looked serious and spoke in an aggressive tone.
Zhang Tai's face darkened and he was very unhappy. Damn, they came to arrest me in my company's conference room in front of so many of my employees. Isn't this a slap in my face? I can go with you, but you have to be polite when you speak. I have not broken any law.
Zhang Tai suppressed his anger. He did not want to conflict with the police and decided to go with them to find out the situation.
Boss, what is this?
Zhang Wei looked at the situation and asked with courage.
I don't know what's going on, Zhang Wei. I haven't done anything wrong.
I'll go to the police station with them to cooperate with the investigation. During this time, you'll be in charge of the company's affairs.
He thought for a moment and then said, if this isn't a misunderstanding, then someone is deliberately framing me.
I might be detained for 3 days. If I'm not released after 3 days, please hire the best lawyer for me.
Money is not a problem. Zhang Tai finished speaking and got into the police car with the police.
The policeman glanced at Zhang Tai, who was sitting next to him, and said with disdain, "Hi, he looks so handsome, but I didn't expect him to be a beast in human clothing."
What did you say? I'm a legal citizen of Dragon Country. How dare you insult me without proof that I'm a criminal? Zhang Tai was seething with rage, and at this moment of humiliation, he couldn't help but explode.
His career had been going smoothly for the past few months, and everyone in the company obeyed his orders.
His position of power meant he had authority. I advise you not to be stubborn. I'll say the same thing when we get to the interrogation room. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. The policeman said coldly and stopped talking.
Zhang Tai tried hard to calm down. He calmed down, closed his eyes, and concentrated on thinking about this matter. There must be a victim for the crime of rape. During this period, I have only had relationships with 5 girlfriends: Feng Yu, Lin Yanran, Zhou Qi, Lu Shuiao, and Zhang Xiui.
Moreover, we have a very good relationship. The system shows that our favorability is 100. It can't be them. Then who else? In a flash, a name flashed through my mind: Gu Xiaoman.
Zhang Tai opened his eyes suddenly.
Could it be? Oh no!
A terrible thought arose from his heart, and Zhang Tai broke out in a cold sweat.
The most popular live broadcast platform in China. A beautiful girl dressed in pure and pitiful clothes is live streaming.
Hello everyone, my name is Gu Xiaoman, and I'm reporting Zhang Tai, the chairman of Laughing Haha Burger House, for rape and sexual assault. As soon as the words came out, comments popped up one after another.
Laughing Burger House? Is it that fast food brand that's been trending lately? Is this true?
I watched the media interview video and the boss was quite handsome. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person.
Oh my god, will this melon be ripe? Eat melon, eat melon. Mineral watermelon seeds are sold in the front row. Zhang Tai was my college classmate and also my ex-boyfriend. We dated for 3 years. Because I'm a traditional girl, I always stuck to my own boundaries. Later, he broke up with me because I wasn't willing to give him money.
At this point, comments popped up one after another.
Isn't this a complete scumbag? It's really disgusting.
Sisters, don't be afraid, girls help girls. If you have any grievances, please speak up and we will help you denounce these inferior men. No, those women upstairs are outrageous. They dated for 3 years and didn't sleep together.
Now they sleep together in just 1 week. The pace is fast now. That's right, if a man hasn't touched you for 3 years, he's already a saint. What are you talking about? 3 years of my youth were wasted. How can I not be sad? Gu Xiaoman's eyes reddened as a tear silently rolled down her cheek. Just 3 months ago, Jiang Tai found me again. He said he wanted to get back together with me and asked me to have dinner together. I'm a sentimental girl, so I really haven't let him go. I agreed to go to dinner with him, and after dinner, he said he wanted to go to the hotel with me. Of course, I disagreed, and he told me he just wanted to talk all night to resolve the misunderstanding, and he wouldn't do anything else. After a difficult struggle between my conscience and my conscience, I still chose to believe him. Who knew that as soon as we entered the hotel, he would reveal his beastly side? At this point, Gu Xiaoman seemed to have lost control of herself. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed silently. She is a beauty, and with her wonderful acting skills, she naturally won the sympathy of most of the audience. I was so scared at that time. But he was very strong and I couldn't resist. I was filled with despair. When Gu Xiaoman said this, she showed a terrified expression, as if she was back to the scene at that time. She paused and continued, I know that the innocence I've guarded for over 20 years may no longer be preserved. I can only preserve as much evidence as possible. So I asked him to take a shower first. Then, while he was showering, I took out a camera I was carrying and secretly filmed him, hoping to preserve some evidence. Soon, he came out of the bathroom. I really don't want to think about what happened next, nor do I want to talk about it. Her expression at this moment seemed to be on the verge of collapse. She gritted her teeth, as if to make herself strong. I've already called the police and submitted the evidence I filmed. She paused, then continued, I chose to speak out live because I was worried he might have connections and suppress the matter. After all, I'm just an ordinary recent graduate, and he's the chairman of a multi-billionaire company. An ordinary person like me has to be extremely cautious and tread very carefully when it comes to protecting our rights. I'm using my 21 years of innocence and my virginity to expose this matter. Sisters in the live broadcast room, you should understand that no woman in this world would joke about her innocence, so what I'm narrating is the truth of the matter. I know Jiang Tai is very rich, but in this live broadcast I just want to protect my own rights. I will not accept any compensation. All I ask is that he must be punished by law. I also hope that the sisters in the live broadcast room will keep their eyes open when dating and avoid being deceived and hurt. Gu Xiaoman bowed deeply to the audience in the live broadcast room, and her live broadcast was over. The comments section has exploded. Damn! This kind of bastard should be shot. Damn, it's disgusting that rich people are bullying us women so blatantly. Such people are a minority and are the scum among us men. Don't cry, beautiful girl. You deserve to meet someone better who loves you. If what Gu Xiaoman said is true, then the current situation is that there are both witnesses and evidence. At this moment, there was no distinction between men and women in the comments, and everyone was overwhelmingly supporting Gu Xiaoman. Chapter 47, Disgrace. In the bedroom. After turning off the live camera, Gu Xiaoman's pitiful expression disappeared instantly, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. The short live speech just now has already produced very good results. From the perspective of universal values, men are stronger than women, so women are naturally weaker. In this respect, she has a gender advantage. From a class perspective, rich people are ultimately a minority, while most ordinary people have more or less hatred of the rich. She portrayed herself as an ordinary graduate and pushed Jiang Tai to the position of a wealthy man. She portrayed the image of an ordinary female college student bullied by a rich, tall, and handsome man, and easily won the sympathy of the masses. She has the advantage of people and things. Finally, she clearly stated that she did not want compensation, as long as the other party was punished by law. She also wanted to use this as a warning to future generations. She holds the moral high ground on this point. Coupled with the video recording, Jiang Tai had no chance of turning the tables. She knew Jiang Tai was finished and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Time goes back 3 months. After she received a call from Jiang Tai at noon, she had been thinking about one thing. Are you 100% sure that you can successfully get back together with him? She recalled the coldness in Jiang Tai's eyes when he slapped her to the ground, which she had not seen in the past 3 years. Gu Xiaoman had had sex with more than a dozen men before she graduated from university. After having sex, a wise man said to her while pulling up his belt, "You have to know one thing, when a man pulls up his belt,
he always speaks in a tough tone. So, when dealing with men, you'd better think a few steps ahead. If you can't do it, at least keep one hand in reserve. So she decided to take precautions. She first bought some red medicine from a friend to disguise her first period, and then bought 3 hidden cameras, planning to film them secretly when she checked into a hotel room at night. With this video, whether she reconciles with Jiang Tai or breaks up with him, she has something to threaten him. Therefore, she behaved very submissively in the restaurant and in the car, and did not resist at the beginning in the hotel. However, she secretly placed 3 cameras while Jiang Tai was taking a shower. Because she was not sure where the two would have sex, the 3 cameras were placed so that they could cover the entire suite's view. After Jiang Tai came out of the bathroom, she showed strong resistance, which also angered the other party. So Jiang Tai dragged her by her hair, came to the French window and had sex with her. She cried and struggled throughout the whole process. Jiang Tai was very confused about her inconsistent behavior, but finally thought it was a trick of playing hard to get, so his actions became more rough. The entire process was captured by a camera hidden in the corner. It became irrefutable evidence that Jiang Tai sexually assaulted her. Facts have proven that no man is a good person. Jiang Tai got angry as he pulled up his pants. Looking at his departing back, she knew that her defense was correct. With the video in hand, he can destroy Jiang Tai at any time. Her original plan was to use this video to constantly coerce Jiang Tai into giving her money. However, she soon discovered that Jiang Tai actually had his own company, which had grown rapidly in a short period of time. Her assessment of his wealth was seriously distorted. She did not act rashly for a moment. Firstly, she wanted to see how much assets Jiang Tai had. Secondly, she was afraid that if she pushed Jiang Tai too hard, Jiang Tai would have someone deal with her. So she waited patiently for the opportunity. Until recently, when Laughing Burger House became a huge hit, she suddenly thought of a good way to monetize her videos. First, she asked someone to post the video online with an eye-catching title. Soon, they deleted the video, but many people had saved it and circulated it on the internet. Then she went to the police, saying that Jiang Tai raped her and provided the police with the video as evidence. Finally, she started a live broadcast on Wanyin to give her speech. She felt that thanks to this incident, she could become extremely popular. Then she will gain a large number of fans and support from the platform with her image as a strong, brave, and positive female who is not afraid of power. By then, monetization will become easy, and you may even be able to create your own brand ID. It turned out that her choice was not wrong. During the short live broadcast just now, her followers on Wanyin have increased by tens of thousands, and she has received a lot of tips. There are also many private messages from the top brothers in the background. From this perspective, the daily income is considerable. As the saying goes, it is better to make a fortune than to be rich. If there is a steady stream of income, then the price she pays is completely acceptable. What's more, Gu Xiaoman had no sense of shame about deliberately leaking the video. She didn't care at all. What are propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? Ha ha ha, it's so funny. How much are these things worth? She knew one thing a long time ago: as long as a woman lets go of her moral bottom line, she can easily destroy the man around her. This time, she wants to climb up by stepping on Jiang Tai and strive to become successful. Gu Xiaoman's statement video quickly went viral online and quickly became a trending topic. For a time, the news that Jiang Tai, chairman of Laughing Hamburger House, sexually assaulted a female college student had become known to everyone. General Manager's Office. Lawyer Wang, can you take over our boss's case? Zhang Wei asked a little anxiously. Mr. Zhang, let me be frank. This case has become a hot topic online. I wonder how many eyes are watching it. And based on what I know so far, there's basically no chance of winning, so I can't accept your commission. I'm sorry. This is the 7th well-known lawyer Zhang Wei has contacted, and they all refused to take the case for various reasons. During the 3 months of working together, Zhang Wei was very impressed with Jiang Tai's character, and he did not believe that Jiang Tai would do such an illegal thing. He tried hard to contact the best lawyers, but was rejected by them all. Detention Center. The interrogation room was an enclosed space with no decorations on the walls, only a table and 2 chairs. In the middle of the table was a thick folder with criminal case records printed on it. The interrogator and Jiang Tai sat on chairs on either side of the table. The interrogator was an experienced police officer, and he stared at Jiang Tai with sharp eyes. Jiang Tai, Gu Xiaoman accused you of rape. Do you admit your crime? Asked the interrogator. I didn't rape her. I was framed. Jiang Tai said lightly. Jiang Tai had a blank expression on his face, but he was a little anxious inside.
It's already the third day of my detention. Why hasn't my defense lawyer arrived yet? What on earth is happening outside? Chapter 48 Collapse.
The interrogator looked at Jiang Tai and said coldly, "We already have sufficient evidence in our hands.
I am interrogating you now just to give you a chance.
Our principle remains the same: leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Rape is a serious crime, but not a capital offense.
Confess and strive for a reduced sentence. Reform yourself while in prison. You're still young, and the state will give you a chance to reform after you're released." Ha 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 ha.
Jiang Tai laughed in anger.
I didn't commit any crime. What do I need to confess?
In just a few days, he went from a young and ambitious entrepreneur to a prisoner, and the gap in his heart was huge. The victim has already sent us the video of the incident.
The evidence is irrefutable.
Your continued attempts to argue are futile. Jiang Tai was silent. He had already considered this possibility over the past few days. Since Gu Xiaoman had dared to publicly accuse him of rape, she must have placed a camera to secretly film him while he was showering. Thinking back to her extreme resistance at the time, everything made sense. She had planned this all along. Could a woman really be so despicable and shameless as this? Seeing Jiang Tai remain silent, the interrogator gathered his materials and stood up. He said calmly, "You have the right to remain silent, but this won't change your outcome. Your situation is a special one, so the 3-day detention will be extended. You'll need to stay here until the trial in a month. During this period, if you take the initiative to plead guilty, you can be considered for sentence reduction.
I hope you can seize this opportunity."
Jiang Tai did not get a lawyer, but after 3 days of detention, he still got a chance to meet with his relatives and friends. The person who came was Zhang Wei.
"Boss." Zhang Wei's face turned heavy when he saw Jiang Tai. "Tell me, what's going on outside? Why hasn't a lawyer come yet?" Jiang Tai's cell phone was confiscated when he was taken away by the police. He was not aware of Gu Xiaoman's subsequent speech to incite public opinion.
Zhang Wei told Jiang Tai what had happened during this period. Gu Xiaoman's speech, based on her real name report, combined with the video evidence that has been circulated, is logically consistent and there are indeed no loopholes.
Zhang Wei frowned.
I contacted many lawyers, and the lawyers I consulted all agreed that an acquittal is impossible.
The sentence for rape is between 3 and 10 years.
In the leaked evidence video, the boss pulled hair and slapped her, which could be considered violent rape. Coupled with public opinion, if no effort is made to reduce the sentence, he could be sentenced to more than 8 years in prison. The most the lawyer can do is help the boss get a reduced sentence. They can use the excuse that they were once lovers, or that the rape was caused by drunkenness and negligence after drinking too much wine at dinner, to reduce the sentence. But, the prerequisite is that the boss must cooperate and confess. In that case, there's no need to find a lawyer.
Jiang Tai felt powerless.
He couldn't think of how to prove his innocence in this situation, but he was unwilling to give in and it was impossible for him to plead guilty.
I defended myself during the trial.
The worst that could happen is a few years in jail, but I won't admit to a trumped-up charge.
Hey, boss, don't give up.
I have also posted information about recruiting lawyers on the company website.
Maybe there is still a chance.
Zhang Wei also knew that the overall situation was decided, but he still spoke to comfort Jiang Tai.
After Zhang Wei left, Jiang Tai returned to his seat.
He lowered his head in pain.
If he went to jail, what would happen to his girlfriends Feng Yu and Lin Yanran? What would happen to the company? How would he break the predicament?
When Zhou Qi saw the news about the Jiang Tai incident, his first reaction was disbelief. In her impression, Jiang Tai was a considerate, gentle, and responsible person. After living together in the same house for so long, she was the more proactive one in that regard. It was unlikely that someone like her would commit rape. She also believed that the video was a trap. As for the video where Jiang Tai and Gu Xiaoman had sex, although she was unhappy, she could accept it. At her age, she already understood that a successful man was always charming and dashing outside. Zhou Qi thought that it would be enough for Jiang Tai to give him a status in the future, and as for occasionally going out to play, it was nothing. Now she only hopes that Jiang Tai can clear his suspicion as soon as possible and return to her sooner. When Zhang Shui got off the plane, she learned about Jiang Tai's situation. She looked at Gu Xiaoman's photo and found it hard to understand. Gu Xiaoman was certainly a beauty, but her looks and figure were inferior to hers. Jiang Tai is very good to me and has never used violence. Given Jiang Tai's circumstances, there's no reason for him to commit a crime for something like this.
There must be some hidden reason behind this. Lu Shuya was very sad when she found out about this.
She has always felt insecure and felt that she was not worthy of Jiang Tai, so she seemed to be forcing him to get married when they met last time. Although Jiang Tai resolved it, she started to have wild thoughts again when she saw this incident. She vaguely remembered meeting Gu Xiaoman, Jiang Tai's ex-girlfriend. She was younger and prettier than herself. Judging from the video evidence, Jiang Tai was willing to force himself on her to have sex with her.
Could it be that Jiang Tai was unwilling to enter into a marriage relationship with her because of her?
Lin Yanran found out about this while she was lying on the bed eating snacks and browsing the internet.
She was furious.
She didn't believe that Jiang Tai raped Gu Xiaoman, but the two did have sex in the video. This made her very angry. But her thinking process was a little strange.
This is outrageous, what a scumbag, so hateful.
No wonder he ran away after dinner last time he came to my house. Now it seems he is saving his energy to give injections to others.
I'll give you a good beating when you come back. Where is Feng Yu?
In December, the weather is already quite cool. She sat alone in the grove where she had been with Jiang Tai before, tears streaming down her face.
Brother Jiang, why are you such a person?
In Feng Yu's memory, Jiang Tai had always been very gentle to her. The two had exchanged tokens of love and made a promise to be together for life. She is a simple and kind girl who believes that love should be pure, loyal, and last until death. Ever since she met Jiang Tai, she has been immersed in a fairy tale love, falling deeper and deeper. It wasn't until I saw the sexual assault video circulating online that I realized that Jiang Tai in the video was rough and domineering, and seemed like a completely different person from the one I knew.
Whether it was rape or not was no longer important to Feng Yu.
The perfect love in her heart had been shattered and she felt betrayed. It started to rain lightly.
The raindrops fell, but Feng Yu was completely unaware.
She has collapsed.
Chapter 49. Sister, please save him. The drizzle in early winter is icy cold. Feng Yu's clothes were soaked.
She was completely unaware that the world around her seemed to have disappeared, leaving only her and the despair in her heart. She covered her face with her hands, her body trembling slightly, raindrops mixed with tears kept falling. She sat alone on the grass, letting her emotions rage like a storm. Her world became dark and cold, and she felt like she was drowning in endless pain. After a long time, she struggled to stand up and murmured, "Brother Jiang, no matter what, I still have to find a way to save you."
In a high-end villa.
Feng Qingmeng emerged from the bathroom, wearing a soft bathrobe, her waist-length hair damp and fragrant. Her skin looked even whiter and more delicate under the light, and drops of water trickled down her cheeks onto her bathrobe, making her look even more alluring. Her eyes held a clear, pure beauty that captivated her. She sat in front of the dressing table, gently combing her hair. Her movements were very light and slow, as if she was enjoying the tranquility and comfort of the moment. After drying her hair, she went into her bedroom. She took off her bathrobe, revealing her fair skin, smooth and white back, slender waist, plump buttocks, and long and round legs. Her figure was extremely graceful. She sat on the bed, her black hair falling in front of her chest, just covering the two white patches. She gently placed her right leg over her left leg. Her legs were long and slender, as white as fresh snow, with smooth and elegant lines, symmetrical and perfect, like a carefully carved work of art. Her feet have beautiful lines, her toes are long and neat, her soles are white and delicate, and her heels are round and smooth, making people want to touch and feel their soft and delicate texture. She has a cool and elegant temperament, eyebrows like distant mountains, and bright eyes, like a fairy walking out of an ancient painting. Feng Yu, who was standing by, was stunned and couldn't help but say, "Sister Qingmeng is so beautiful."
Feng Qingmeng smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, why did you think of coming to see your sister today?"
Feng Qingmeng is Feng Yu's cousin. She graduated with a doctorate in law and is a top female lawyer.
Even though they were both women, Feng Yu was still amazed by Feng Qingmeng's unparalleled beauty. Seeing her cousin naked, she blushed and said softly, "Sister, after taking a bath, aren't you going to put on some clothes?"
Feng Qingmeng smiled and gently lifted a strand of her hair. "This has been my habit for many years.
I live alone anyway." "Xiao Yu, just get down to business." "Sister, do you know about the Jiang Tai rape case that's been trending online lately?"
"Yes, their company's general manager, Zhang Wei, approached me, but I rejected him."
Feng Qingming's face showed a trace of disdain.
"Whether he raped me or not, I will not be his attorney."
Feng Yu was anxious. Why? I've seen the video that's been leaked online.
This man named Zhang Tai used violence against a woman. Men who use force to force a woman into submission are the most despicable.
They don't deserve any sympathy.
Feng Yu's face flushed red, and after a while she said softly, Zhang Tai is my boyfriend.
What?
Feng Qingmeng was shocked by Feng Yu's words.
When did this happen? I've never heard you mention it, Xiao Yu.
We've been together for about 3 months. I originally told everyone about it when we were preparing for the Chinese New Year. Feng Qingmeng seemed to have thought of something and asked, Xiao Yu, how has your body been in the past 3 months? Feng Yu lowered her head shyly.
What a beast!
Feng Qingmeng slammed her pink fist on the bed, and for a moment even the peerless beauty lost her composure.
Feng Yu is Feng Qingming's favorite cousin.
She even held her in her arms when she was a child. She has watched her grow up over the years and has a deep affection for her. Knowing that her sister lost her virginity to Zhang Tai, she felt like a good cabbage being taken away by a pig.
She was furious. Sister Qingming, please, save him. Feng Yu took a long breath and said. You, what did you say? Feng Qingming didn't react for a moment. Sister Qingming, please save Zhang Tai.
I saw on the news that he can't find a defense lawyer.
If this continues, he will go to jail. Do you know what you're saying?
Feng Qingmeng looked at Feng Yu in disbelief.
Shouldn't someone like him be in jail? He is very good to me. Maybe he has his reasons for what he said in the video. Feng Yu said painfully.
She knew that she was deceiving herself, but she could only numb herself in this way.
My dear sister, wake up. Feng Qingming finally couldn't sit still anymore.
She walked up to Feng Yu, shook her shoulders and said, he slept with another woman while you were dating.
And you're still speaking up for him? But.
Tears welled up in Feng Yu's eyes and she was speechless for a moment.
Sister, no matter what kind of magic potion he poured into you, you have to wake up. He betrayed you. People like him should be punished. You should move on. I know.
Feng Yu hugged her sister, tears streaming down her face. She sobbed and said with all her might.
But, I really like Brother Jiang, I really like him. Thinking about him being in detention now. I feel so bad. I really feel so bad. I don't want Brother Jiang to go to jail. Sister Qingming, please. Xiao Yu, please, save him. Chapter 50 Defense Lawyer Feng Qingming.
In the detention room, Zhang Tai leaned on the bed, wondering what he was thinking about.
A police officer came over and opened the door.
Zhang Tai, your defense lawyer is here.
You have an hour to talk.
Lawyer meeting room.
Feng Qingming came with Zhang Wei. Boss, this is Lawyer Feng, one of the top lawyers in East City.
She is willing to be your defense lawyer.
You guys chat slowly, I'll leave first. Zhang Wei briefly introduced Feng Qingming's information to Zhang Tai and left.
Feng Qingming and Zhang Tai were the only 2 people left in the meeting room.
Zhang Tai looked at the female lawyer opposite him.
She is tall and wearing a black professional suit, she has a strong aura. She has a very beautiful face, and her waist-length black hair adds a touch of softness and elegance to her.
Ding!
The system has found a target that can be attacked.
Ding!
The target is a high-quality target with a score of 90 or above.
Zhang Tai was stunned.
He hadn't heard the system's voice for several months, and even thought that the system had secretly run away.
Name, Lawyer Feng Qingming. Age, 29. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 98. Body type, 95. Favorability, 30 stranger aversion. Number of romances, 0. Characteristics, aloof and cold. Intimacy, not activated. Zhang Tai frowned slightly. What happened to the negative 30 favorability rating at the start?
He was startled and looked at Feng Qingming again, making sure he had never seen this woman before.
Why was her favorability negative? Could she be a spy lawyer hired by Gu Xiaoman? Mr. Jiang. A cold voice came, interrupting Zhang Tai's thoughts.
According to the law, all recording and monitoring equipment in this meeting room has been turned off.
You can talk to me without worry. Zhang Tai thought for a moment and then asked, Lawyer Feng, have we met before? No. Excuse me, but I can sense a hint of hostility towards me from you.
Zhang Tai stared into the man's eyes.
May I ask why you are willing to be my defense lawyer?
Feng Qingmeng was slightly surprised.
Is this man's sense of smell so sharp?
Because of Feng Yu, she felt a deep dislike for Zhang Tai. However, as a top lawyer, she could definitely use professional rhetoric to cover up this dissatisfaction, but Zhang Tai was able to detect it immediately. It seems that this man is still something. She paused for a moment, then said, "To be honest, Mr. Zhang's case has been quite a hot topic online, and some related video footage has been leaked.
As a woman, I find it difficult to agree with Mr. Zhang's way of courting women." Feng Qingmeng smiled slightly and continued with a hint of sarcasm, "As for taking on this case, it's because it's very challenging, so I wanted to give it a try."
She glanced at Zhang Tai and added, "Mr. Zhang, you don't have to worry.
My fees are very high, and that student named Gu Xiaoman can't afford me."
Zhang Tai thought for a moment. His current situation was already precarious, so he decided to trust Feng Qingmeng. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope.
"Sorry, Lawyer Feng, I was overthinking it. Now we can get started." Feng Qingmeng nodded and flipped open her notebook.
"Mr. Zhang, let me emphasize again that according to the law, all recording and monitoring equipment in this meeting room has been turned off. As your defense attorney, I will do my best to defend your innocence. So please tell me the truth.
The first question is whether you raped the other person."
"No."
"So how do you explain the video that leaked online?"
Zhang Tai told Feng Qingmeng the truth. Feng Qingmeng tapped her fingers lightly on the table. She keenly grasped the key points in Zhang Tai's words and wrote them down in her notebook. She thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Zhang, from your perspective, it does make sense.
However, this is just your one-sided statement. Gu Xiaoman's words have been deeply rooted in people's minds. Without evidence to support them, no one will believe you."
Zhang Tai nodded. He had been thinking about how to break the deadlock these days, but he found that it was so difficult for an innocent person to prove his innocence.
"Let's confirm a few important points."
Feng Qingmeng looked at Zhang Tai and continued, "You just said that Gu Xiaoman is no longer a virgin?" "Yes, she slept with more than a dozen men without telling me during college," Zhang Tai said coldly.
"Is there any evidence to prove it?"
"This." Zhang Tai was speechless for a moment. He couldn't say that the system told him. He thought for a moment and continued, "I don't have clear evidence, but I am sure that her bleeding that day was caused by the high-tech drug she bought."
"If we investigate along this line, we should find something."
Feng Qingmeng frowned slightly after hearing this. 3 months had passed, which was too long to extract the ingredients for medical identification through the traces left on the carpet or sheets. But she still marked this suspicious point. Second question, regarding that video, you guys were staying in the presidential suite that day.
Was it very large?
Yes,
the room will be about 200 square meters. Feng Qingmeng nodded and wrote something in the notebook. The third question is, when did Gu Xiaoman change into the uniform in the video?
She must have put on her high heels and garter stockings this afternoon.
I asked her about it when we were in the car.
She must have put on her secretary's uniform when I was in the shower. Feng Qingmeng seemed to be lost in thought, writing something down in her notebook.
Do you still remember Gu Xiaoman's phone number?
Remember.
Report it to me. Feng Qingmeng wrote down Gu Xiaoman's phone number in her notebook. Afterwards, the two had another conversation.
Mr. Jiang, through our conversation just now, I have a basic understanding of the course of events.
Feng Qingmeng glanced at Zhang Tai.
There are still about 20 days until the trial.
During this time, I will also try to gather some evidence and clues.
If necessary, I will meet with you again later. After her last speech, Gu Xiaoman would broadcast live for a while every night. During this period, her popularity grew rapidly, and even some advertising companies began to find her. As long as she waited until the final trial was over, she would become a public figure with an image of rebirth from the ashes. She received a lot of private messages, most of which were from the top guys. With her understanding of men, she certainly knew what these top guys wanted.
Gu Xiaoman didn't refuse, nor did she agree.
She was guiding these people to give gifts or other forms of contribution, and screening out those who were truly capable. If I can provide her with more and better resources, then we can make an offline appointment.
Among these private messages, Gu Xiaoman noticed a middle-aged female lawyer named Chen Hui. Lawyer Chen Hui said she could defend Gu Xiaoman for free.
Through the conversation, Gu Xiaoman learned that lawyer Chen Hui had a daughter who had been sexually assaulted, which led her to be very extreme in dealing with such cases. She is also an excellent lawyer, so whenever she takes on a case of this type, the final verdict is always relatively severe. This was exactly what Gu Xiaoman needed, so she accepted Chen Hui's invitation to defend her.
On the day of the trial. At the entrance of the court.
Lawyer Chen, I'll leave the trial to you. Gu Xiaoman, who was dressed innocently, bowed deeply to the middle-aged female lawyer in front of her. Chen Hui patted Gu Xiaoman on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, kid.
This case is basically a done deal. With me here, everything will go smoothly."
While they were talking, an amethyst-colored Porsche Cayenne drove to the door of the court and Feng Qingmeng got out of the car. As a lawyer in the same East City lawyer circle, Chen Hui naturally recognized Feng Qingmeng. She was very dissatisfied with Feng Qingmeng being Jiang Tai's defense lawyer, and she deliberately said this at this moment.
"Xiaoman, don't worry.
Justice and conscience are the most basic bottom line for every one of us in the legal profession.
You will get a fair trial today."
She glanced at Feng Qingmeng, who was approaching, and continued, "Unlike some people who are willing to take on anyone's case just for a little money."
Feng Qingmeng didn't even look at them and walked straight to the court. The trial is about to begin. Chapter 51 Trial.
The trial begins. The judge, the prosecutor, Gu Xiaoman, Chen Hui, Jiang Tai, Feng Qingmeng, and others entered the courtroom one after another and came to their seats. After verifying the information of both the prosecution and the defense, the judge read out the court rules and went directly to the court investigation stage.
The prosecutor read out the indictment. Plaintiff Gu Xiaoman accuses defendant Jiang Tai of violent sexual assault on her, suspected of rape.
In accordance with Longhua criminal law, she requests a sentence of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years in prison.
After the prosecutor finished reading the indictment, the judge asked, "Defendant Jiang Tai, do you plead guilty to the contents of this indictment?"
"Your Honor, I plead not guilty," Jiang Tai replied. The judge said, "Then please allow the plaintiff and defendant to present their cases. The plaintiff will begin first."
"Hello, Your Honor. My name is Gu Xiaoman.
3 months ago, Jiang Tai asked me out for dinner and then suggested we get a hotel room. In the hotel, he violently sexually assaulted me. Before he assaulted me, I filmed the incident with a hidden camera I carried with me to preserve evidence.
I am asking that Jiang Tai receive the appropriate punishment for rape."
Gu Xiaoman spoke in a steady voice and clearly.
The judge recorded Gu Xiaoman's statement and then said, "Please let the defendant begin his statement." "Your Honor, my name is Jiang Tai.
3 months ago, I made an appointment with Gu Xiaoman to have dinner together.
After dinner, we went to a hotel together.
Gu Xiaoman was very submissive to me throughout the whole process. I think she had a strong desire to have sex with me. However, afterwards, she framed me through a secretly filmed video.
I believe I am innocent." Jiang Tai's tone was calm, without a trace of emotion.
The judge recorded the relevant information and said, "I declare that the court will now proceed to the debate phase." Chen Hui stood up and said, "Your Honor, I believe this case is crystal clear. From the video evidence we provided, the defendant Jiang Tai repeatedly dragged and slapped my client Gu Xiaoman throughout the entire sexual assault. My client resisted and struggled throughout this process, but the defendant ignored her resistance and continued the sexual assault.
This is undoubtedly rape." Chen Hui then asked Jiang Tai, "Defendant, do you admit to the violent behavior against my client in the video?" "I don't admit it."
Jiang Tai shook his head and said coldly, "I think it's just a little hobby between lovers."
"Then, defendant, may I ask whether you harbor any anger or resentment toward my client?" Jiang Tai was silent.
"Defendant, may I ask if you were resentful of the fact that you and my client failed to have sexual intercourse during our college relationship, and therefore violently raped her on the day of the incident?"
Feng Qingmeng stood up and said, "Your Honor, I object. The prosecutor's lawyer made unreasonable speculations and conducted leading questions on my client Jiang Tai." "The objection is valid," said the judge. Chen Hui smiled and said, "I've finished my questions, Your Honor."
Feng Qingmeng said, "Your Honor, on behalf of my client, Mr. Jiang Tai, I deny all charges. Through communication with my client and analysis of evidence collected during this period, it can be seen that the plaintiff and my client had been in a romantic relationship for 3 years. On the day of the incident, the plaintiff was dressed very provocatively, with suspender stockings and high heels, which were highly suggestive. From the moment my client picked her up in the car, to the dinner date, and even to the hotel room, the entire process was intimate. She only resisted and struggled in the secretly filmed video. This shows that the plaintiff had a strong intention.
My client should not be charged with rape.
Chen Hui retorted, Your Honor, I think the defense attorney's argument is deeply flawed.
First, my client's romantic relationship with the defendant has ended.
They are, at best, just friends. Secondly, during the date on the night of the incident, my client was wearing sexy clothes, which was just a manifestation of a woman's love of beauty. A woman wearing sexy clothes does not mean seducing a man, it is essentially a way to please herself.
Again, a harmonious atmosphere during a date does not necessarily mean sexual activity is acceptable.
In a relationship, women must have the final say. Just as accepting gifts does not mean consent, similarly, holding hands and checking into a hotel together does not mean consent to sexual activity. Finally, I believe that in a relationship between two sexes, even if they have taken off their clothes and are lying on the same bed, if the woman is unwilling and the man does not stop, it is undoubtedly rape. Obviously, from the subsequent video, it can be seen that the defendant committed rape. Gu Xiaoman, sitting in the plaintiff's seat, smiled faintly. She knew she had made the right choice by consulting lawyer Chen Hui. She was a very extreme type. Zhang Tai, sitting in the defendant's seat, looked at Chen Hui in shock.
Is this middle-aged woman still a lawyer?
She's a real boxer to say such things. Feng Qingmeng frowned slightly after hearing Chen Hui's words, and a look of contempt flashed across his face. Feng Qingmeng did not answer Chen Hui, but turned to Gu Xiaoman.
Plaintiff, why didn't you call the police immediately after the incident? Instead, you waited 3 months before doing so. I was struggling with this. After all, I'm a traditional girl. It's about my own innocence.
Calling the police is a big decision, after all.
Plaintiff, why did you wear suspender stockings and high heels to your date on the day of the incident?
At that time, I had just broken up with the defendant and still had feelings for him. He texted me asking me to wear this outfit, and after thinking it over, I agreed.
Gu Xiaoman answered calmly. Plaintiff, why did you carry a secretary's uniform jacket in your bag on the day of the incident?
For the same reasons mentioned above.
Excuse me, plaintiff, have you ever thought about what might happen when you dress like this to meet my client?
No, I think he just wanted to see how I looked in it. He was like that back in college, always liking uniforms and all that temptation.
Plaintiff, if you had no intention of having sex with my client, why did you go to a hotel with him so late at night?
I also stated it online, and he said he wanted to talk to me all night, so I agreed. We also stayed in the same room together once in college, but nothing happened.
Plaintiff, why were you wearing a hidden camera on the day of the incident?
I was planning to install a surveillance system at home, and I happened to have bought a camera that day and brought it with me.
Excuse me, plaintiff. Feng Qingmeng looked up in surprise, staring into Gu Xiaoman's eyes and asked, were you still a virgin on the day of the incident? Chapter 52, Acquitted.
Chen Hui stood up and said, Your Honor, I object.
The defense attorney's questions involve my client's privacy and are insulting.
Feng Qingmeng looked at the judge and said, Your Honor, this question is very important. It involves the truth of this case and the plaintiff needs to give a clear answer.
The objection is invalid, said the judge. Gu Xiaoman frowned slightly.
She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she still replied, Yes, I was still a virgin at the time of the incident. Feng Qingmeng smiled slightly.
Your Honor, I have finished my questions.
Feng Qingmeng continued, Your Honor, based on the answers I just asked the plaintiff, I can confirm that the plaintiff told at least 4 lies. First, the plaintiff said she planned to install a surveillance camera at home on the day of the incident, so she happened to have a camera with her. However, according to our investigation, the room my client and the plaintiff checked into that day was a luxurious presidential suite, approximately 200 square meters. The distance from the suite's bed to the floor to ceiling windows was quite large, and a single camera couldn't capture the entire situation. Therefore, the plaintiff used at least 3 cameras. Secondly, after this case went viral online, some hackers recovered some data using the plaintiff's phone number and found chat records in which she purchased drugs to induce premature ejaculation. Other hackers discovered records of her frequently checking into hotels during her college years, often with men.
Your Honor, I object.
Chen Hui said sternly.
According to Dragon country law, hacking to obtain privacy is an illegal method.
It is evidence collected in serious violation of legal procedures and should be invalidated. Your Honor, if evidence obtained through violation of privacy is considered illegal, then the plaintiff's secretly filmed video without my client's knowledge should also be considered invalid evidence. Feng Qingmeng continued, since the plaintiff has repeatedly stated in public that she was a virgin on the day of the incident, and bleeding can be seen in the video, verifying this will have a decisive impact on the verdict of this case. The judge paused for a moment, spoke to the jurors around him, and then said, "The objection is invalid."
Feng Qingming submitted the evidence he collected to the judge.
At this moment, cold sweat began to appear on Gu Xiaoman's head. She felt that the situation was not right.
A moment later,
Feng Qingming continued, "Your Honor, the evidence just presented clearly proves that the plaintiff was no longer a virgin on the day of the incident.
So why did she buy drugs to fake her period?
This was done simply to show my client, or to facilitate display when filming the video. The plaintiff must have done something to anger my client, which is why this video was created."
This was clearly intentional by the plaintiff.
This also proves the plaintiff's third lie. The plaintiff said she had no intention of having sex with my client on the day of the incident.
So, why did she buy the drug?
This suggests that by wearing provocative clothing on the day of the incident, the plaintiff was not only prepared for sex but also likely seduced my client. As for the fourth lie, the previous three lies suggest this wasn't a rape at all, but a premeditated frame-up.
Why didn't the plaintiff file a police report on the day of the incident, waiting 3 months before doing so?
Perhaps they were initially aiming for extortion, but changed their minds later.
Your Honor,
Based on the above, it is clear that my client did not commit the crime of rape, but was falsely accused and framed by the plaintiff.
Feng Qingming made the final conclusion. Your Honor, I disagree with the defense attorney's point of view.
Even if we take a step back and say that my client Gu Xiaoman told some lies, the violent sexual assault in the video is still real.
The defendant is still guilty of rape.
Chen Hui did not give up and continued to try. My client may still have feelings for the defendant, but because she lost her virginity accidentally before, she bought drugs to disguise her period.
As my client said, she wore sexy clothes to date the defendant in order to satisfy his sexual urges.
So it's very likely that my client still deeply loved the defendant and was willing to reconcile with him, but she didn't expect to be brutally assaulted by him after entering the room. After all, my client is just a young female college student, while the defendant is a billionaire business owner.
It's completely clear who is stronger and who is weaker.
Feng Qingmeng glanced at Chen Hui, and the contempt in her eyes became more and more obvious.
Feng Qingmeng sighed deeply.
Your Honor, I deeply regret the prosecutor's point of view. Through the logic I just analyzed, I have completely confirmed that my client has been wrongly accused, and the plaintiff has been lying.
Even in this situation, the prosecutor still tried to gain sympathy and confuse the public by exploiting her gender vulnerability. As a woman myself, I feel very disappointed.
I believe that whether a person is good or bad has nothing to do with gender.
Our law upholds true justice and fairness.
I believe the judge will render a fair and correct trial to my client. After a long communication with the jury, the judge acquitted the defendant Jiang Tai in court. Jiang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. A month of detention had left him physically and mentally exhausted.
Now, I am finally free again.
Gu Xiaoman was sitting not far away, her face ashen. She looked at Feng Qingmeng, who was packing up the materials, her eyes full of resentment. She was just one step away from the success she had dreamed of, but was completely ruined by this woman. Jiang Tai walked up to Gu Xiaoman and looked at her coldly. He leaned over and said to her, "According to the criminal law of Longhua, the crime of false accusation and framing can be punished with a prison sentence of 3 to 10 years. I will arrange for a lawyer to handle you in the next 2 days, so you can just wait to go to jail." Gu Xiaoman knew that she and Jiang Tai were already at loggerheads, with no room for maneuver.
She didn't give in, but sneered, "What are you so proud of? You're just trash, you only know how to bully women." Jiang Tai laughed. "You know what I admire most about you?
It's that every time you do something wrong to others, you always manage to portray yourself as a victim."
Gu Xiaoman, you really shouldn't have gone to a normal university.
You should have gone to an art school to study acting.
You're so talented in that area. But you don't have a chance.
You've caused tremendous damage to my company's brand during this time. Once you get out of prison, you'll have to spend your whole life slowly repaying it.
Chapter 53 Zhou Qi's consideration. Walked out of the court.
Jiang Tai looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside, took a deep breath, and felt the taste of freedom. Just as I was about to call a taxi, I suddenly saw an amethyst-colored Porsche Cayenne parked on the side of the road. He saw Feng Qingmeng preparing to get into the car. Thinking that Feng Qingmeng was an excellent target to be conquered, he made up his mind and walked forward quickly.
"Thank you, Lawyer Feng, for helping me clear my name."
Jiang Tai greeted him. "Well, I also do things for money, so you're welcome," Feng Qingmeng said in a cold voice.
"Lawyer Feng, could you give me a ride if that's convenient for you?"
Jiang Tai asked shamelessly, hoping to create some time for the two of them to be alone. Feng Qingmeng thought for a moment and nodded, then Mr. Jiang, please get in the car.
Vehicle driving. Lawyer Feng, it was you who arranged for Gu Xiuman's chat messages and hotel check-in records to be discovered by hackers, right?
Jiang Tai asked. Feng Qingmeng smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, please don't make such remarks without evidence.
Invading someone's privacy is also illegal. As a lawyer, how could I knowingly break the law? I already said during the trial that this evidence was created by enthusiastic hackers online. Jiang Tai smiled and didn't ask any further questions. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of men who already have a girlfriend but sleep with other women?
Feng Qingmeng suddenly asked. This question made Jiang Tai feel inexplicably guilty. Of course, this behavior is not good.
Does Mr. Jiang have a girlfriend now? Feng Qingmeng continued to ask. Jiang Tai pondered for a moment. Feng Qingmeng was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen.
The score given by the system was almost close to the full 100 points. It is impossible to win this kind of woman by just licking. If you want to win her over, you must attract her with your charm.
Many people don't know that a man having a partner is also an attraction to other women. This is an instinct engraved in animal genes called pre-selection.
In a relationship between the sexes, if a woman finds other competitors in her mate selection, she will increase her interest in the target.
This is pre-selection.
This is also why in college, some boys remain single for 4 years, while some boys keep changing girlfriends one after another.
I have a girlfriend.
Jiang Tai thought for a moment and decided to say this.
Considering Feng Qingmeng's current outrageous 30 favorability, there is no point in lying to her that he doesn't have a girlfriend.
Feng Qingmeng glanced at Jiang Tai and continued, Mr. Jiang, the video of you and Gu Xiaoman has been circulated on the internet. I wonder how sad your girlfriend would be if she saw this.
Well, I'm sorry for her.
Jiang Tai answered absent-mindedly.
Feng Qingmeng's words just now reminded him of a troublesome matter. How will my 5 girlfriends react after seeing this video? Is the backyard on fire? How should I calm them down?
Mr. Jiang, Feng Qingmeng said, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. You've been in a relationship with Gu Xiaoman for 3 years.
Is it possible that you two are essentially the same kind of people?
She can sleep with more than a dozen men behind your back. Feng Qingmeng's tone turned cold. You might also sleep with more than a dozen women behind your girlfriend's back.
Lawyer Feng, what do you mean by this?
Feeling the aggressiveness of Feng Qingmeng's words, Jiang Tai felt puzzled for a moment. It's easy to find priceless treasures, but it's hard to find a true lover. Feng Qingmeng glanced at Jiang Tai and said, there are not many truly good girls in this world. I hope Mr. Jiang can treat his girlfriend sincerely and not do anything to make her sad again. Jiang Tai replied perfunctorily, with a strange feeling rising in his heart.
Just now, Feng Qingmeng gave him the feeling that she was a mother-in-law interrogating her son-in-law?
Moreover, Feng Qingmeng had a negative impression of him the moment they met, and she was very aggressive in her words just now.
Did he offend her in any way?
As the two chatted, the car was about to arrive at Jingshou Tianhua Community.
Thank you for sending me off, Lawyer Feng. See you again if we have the chance.
Jiang Tai said goodbye to Feng Qingmeng after getting off the car.
Well, see you sometime. Feng Qingmeng rolled up the window and quickly disappeared from Jiang Tai's sight. What a strange woman.
Jiang Tai muttered to himself and walked towards home. Zhou Qi was preparing dinner, and it was about 2 hours before his daughter Song Wan would be home. With a click, the door opened and Jiang Tai came home. When she saw Jiang Tai, she was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward and hugged him. Zhou Qi's eyes turned red and she said, Hubby, are you okay?
Jiang Tai stroked Zhou Qi's hair and sighed, Wife. I'm fine. Sorry,
Zhou Qi shook his head.
No need to say anything. I just hope you can come back safely. Chapter 54, Liquidated Damages of 100 million yuan.
When it was dinner time, Song Wan was surprised to see Jiang Tai come home.
Teacher Jiang, are you okay?
Although Jiang Tai had already resigned from the school, Song Wan still habitually called Jiang Tai teacher.
Well, teacher, I'm fine.
Jiang Tai was a little embarrassed, wondering if Song Wan had seen his video. Damn, Gu Xiaoman has done so many bad things that I am facing serious social death at any time.
The more I think about it, the more embarrassed I feel.
That night, Jiang Tai fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Jiang Tai came to the company's conference room in the morning and held a staff meeting. Jiang Tai sat in the boss's seat and saw that all the participants were present. He began, "First of all, I want to apologize to everyone. I'm sorry that the company's brand reputation has been affected because of me." After saying that, he stood up and bowed to everyone. Then he said to Zhang Wei, "Mr. Zhang, please tell me about the company's situation during this period." Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Zhang, the company has indeed faced considerable difficulties this month. On the one hand, some platforms we previously worked with cancelled our advertising. This included online live streaming platforms and offline supermarkets. On the one hand, due to the impact of public opinion, customer traffic to our newly opened stores has dropped sharply, and now almost all of our stores are operating at a loss. The most troublesome thing is that our collaborative brand, Kawaii Bento, has also suffered losses. These losses are not limited to the Kawaii branch in Longhua. If we refer to the contract at the time, we may face huge compensation." Jiang Tai pondered for a moment and asked, "CFO, how much of the 100 million we invested last time is left?" The financial director said, reporting to Mr. Zhang, "There are less than 30 million left." Jiang Tai thought for a moment and said, "The 30 million will be divided into 3 parts. One part will be used to buy trending searches, push public opinion, and restore our company's market image. Part of it will be used to handle the breach of contract compensation that occurred this month. Except for the Kawaii Bento, which I'll leave for last. A portion of it will be used to re-promote our company's brand, for publicity and new product activities, etc." "Zhang Wei, how much compensation do we need to pay for the damage caused by Kawaii Bento?" Zhang Wei did some calculations and said, "According to the contract, it will cost about 100 million. Jiang Tai frowned slightly. He only had over 10 million yuan on him, so where would he get 100 million yuan to compensate her? He pondered for a moment and said, "I'll handle this matter. I'll discuss it with President Fukada later. You guys take care of the points I just mentioned." Back to the chairman's office. Jiang Tai lit a cigarette for himself and sorted out the data from the meeting just now. The losses caused by this incident are far greater than I imagined. Other things are fine, there is always a chance to recover by additional investment. But Kawaii Bento's penalty is really too much to pay now. Jiang Tai sighed deeply, blaming himself for being content with the status quo after having 5 girlfriends. If he could have conquered a few more targets, he wouldn't be worrying about money now. He thought about it and called Nami Fukada. "Hello? Miss Fukada, I'm Jiang Tai from the Laughing Burger Shop." "Hello, Mr. Zhang, congratulations on regaining your freedom." Fukada's tone was flat, and no emotion could be felt. "Miss Fukada, I'm calling to discuss compensation for the damages I suffered while incarcerated. Can you postpone it?" Jiang Tai asked. "Mr. Zhang, I understand your situation. Although it's not your fault, it has had a significant impact on our company's brand during this period. Especially in our country of Sakura, women's rights groups have been demonstrating almost daily at our stores, severely impacting our normal operations and causing enormous losses. Mr. Jiang, we don't ask for too much of a 100 million yuan penalty. It's very reasonable," Nami Fukada said lightly on the phone. Jiang Tai was silent for a moment. Nami Fukada seemed to realize something on the other end. Could it be that Mr. Jiang can't even come up with 100 million now? Nami Fukada frowned slightly. Her original assessment was that Jiang Tai had at least 10 to 20 billion in funds, but now it seems that there was a problem with the assessment. Can't he even come up with 100 million yuan? If that's the case, she will immediately terminate her partnership with Jiang Tai. Jiang Tai was silent for a moment, as if he had guessed Fukada's thoughts. "Of course not, Ms. Fukada. How about this? I'll visit you in Sakura country in a couple of days, and we'll settle the issue of the penalty fee then." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, welcome," Nami Fukada said and hung up the phone. After the call, Jiang Tai frowned. Judging from the results of the brand collaboration in the past 2 months, the profits were very high. He didn't want to give up the cooperation, but where would he get the 100 million yuan now? If it really doesn't work, didn't I save that big sister Yasuji Hana Kirara last time? Ask her if she can let me be intimate with her. As Jiang Tai thought about it, a cold sweat broke out on his head. He decided to give up, it was too dangerous. Jiang Tai couldn't think of the source of the money for a moment. He pondered for a moment and decided to appease his girlfriends in the next 2 days before going to Sakura country. There are currently 4 other girlfriends besides Zhou Qi. Well, judging from the timeline, I only got together with Lu Shuiyao, Lin Yanran, and Zhang Shui after I had sex with Gu Xiaoman.
So these three women are easy to explain. But what should I say about Yuer? Zhang Tai decided to call Feng Yu and ask him to come out for a talk. Beep, beep, the call you dialed is currently unanswered.
The same thing happened every time Zhang Tai made 3 calls.
He frowned. Could it be that Yuer was really angry and ignored me?
Zhang Tai looked at the time and decided to go to the University of Finance and Economics this afternoon to explain things to Feng Yu.
Chapter 55 Breakup. Evening.
Dongzhi University of Finance and Economics. Zhang Tai waited at the school gate for a long time. Many students came in and out, but there was still no sign of Feng Yu.
Maybe we're eating in the cafeteria.
Zhang Tai thought, got out of the car and went to the school cafeteria. However, Zhang Tai searched several student cafeterias but did not find Feng Yu.
He walked aimlessly on the campus.
It was not until he arrived at the library door that he saw Feng Yu carrying a school bag.
Yuer.
Hearing Zhang Tai's voice, Feng Yu paused slightly.
Yuer, why can't I get through to you when I called you?
Zhang Tai walked to Feng Yu.
Is there something wrong?
Feng Yu said coldly. Yuer, something happened to me before, please listen to my explanation. Zhang Tai felt Feng Yu's cold attitude and felt a panic in his heart.
What do you want to explain? That video was secretly filmed by someone else. That woman is my ex-girlfriend from college. Don't get me wrong. Feng Yu frowned and turned away.
Zhang Tai hurried forward and grabbed her.
Let me go. Let go.
Feng Yu struggled to free his arm from Zhang Tai's hand.
What do you mean by don't misunderstand me?
This video was taken after we confirmed our relationship.
What else do you have to explain? Feng Yu looked up at Zhang Tai and continued, you think I can't satisfy you, right? Do you feel so comfortable sleeping with other women? Fine, then go find another woman. Why are you coming to me?
Yuer, I'm sorry, this is all my fault.
There won't be a next time. Can you forgive me this time?
Zhang Tai had a bad feeling when he saw Feng Yu's attitude.
Let's break up.
Feng Yu said.
What?
Zhang Tai was stunned.
I've been thinking a lot this past month.
Feng Yu thought for a moment and continued, we're probably not suitable.
If that's the case, let's part ways amicably. After this happened, I can't get over it. I won't be happy if we force ourselves to be together. It's better for us to break up. I don't regret meeting you. Maybe, it's just not fate. Zhang Tai said in a trembling voice, No. Dear, I know I was wrong.
Please don't leave me, I can feel that you still love me.
I love you, but do you love me?
Feng Yu looked at Zhang Tai.
Of course I love you, darling.
Zhang Tai looked at the other person with a hint of pleading in his eyes.
No, you don't love me, you only love yourself.
A trace of pain flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. Feng Yu took off the watch on his hand and handed it back to Zhang Tai. She lowered her head, her lips slightly parted.
Zhang Tai, we're done here. Don't come to see me again. I'll keep the good memories of being with you in my heart. Goodbye.
After saying this, she left Zhang Tai without looking back.
Maple leaves fell on Feng Yu, quietly carrying the moonlight along the way.
The cold wind blew and the girl wrapped her clothes tightly. Brother Jiang, please forgive my harsh words.
I've been thinking a lot this past month about whether I can accept your betrayal this time. Why was it so painful and hard to let go when I heard the news? Later I figured it out. In this relationship, I had already given you everything I had. As long as you were by my side, I would feel like I owned the whole world. I thought you gave your all like me, but I was wrong. If you go to another woman, it must be because you are unhappy with me. If that is the case, why should I lock you up by my side? Thank you for the happiness you brought me during this time. I will remember every little moment we spent together. Years later, when I think back on you, it will be a beautiful memory. I will try my best to move on and start a new relationship, and I wish you and those around you happiness. Brother Jiang, you will understand these unspoken words.
Zhang Tai walked out of the University of Finance and Economics campus in a daze. He suddenly felt suffocated. He gasped for breath and took a long time to recover. On the street, a street singer sat on the stone steps of the sidewalk with a guitar placed in front of him. His fingers gently pressed on the strings, and a melodious melody came out. Jiang Tai walked over and sat down next to him.
Boss, would you like to order a song? Asked the street singer.
Jiang Tai took out 200 yuan and threw it on the cloth bag containing money. I'll take a rest here, you can watch me play the music. As the melody of the love song sounded, Jiang Tai lit a cigarette for himself. When I took the second puff, my eyes seemed to be smoked by the smoke.
Tears kept flowing down. Chapter 56, A Crazy Woman. In the bedroom.
Gu Xiaoman saw the overwhelming abuse in the comment section and turned off the live broadcast. She knew that her live broadcast was no longer viable. At this moment her heart was filled with resentment.
Feng Qingmeng. Feng Qingmeng. This woman is the reason why I've become like this. How can a woman be beautiful, well-educated and have a good family background? It's as if she has gathered all the love in the world. The hatred in Gu Xiaoman's heart was almost to the point where she could no longer suppress it. She knew that Jiang Tai would definitely sue her for false accusation and frame up, and would recover the losses, which she would never be able to repay in her lifetime. By then, it will be too late. I can no longer stay in Longhua.
Her expression was uncertain, as if she had finally made up her mind.
Make a big move before running away. Gu Xiaoman called Lin Xiong. Hello, brother Lin, I'm Xiaoman. Hey, Xiaoman, what's going on?
I'll introduce you to a target who can make a lot of money.
Ha, why did you finally figure it out and decide to hang out with me? How many people does brother Lin have now? About number 70 or 80, with a gun.
Okay, I'll come over tomorrow to discuss it with brother Lin in detail. Lin Xiong is the boss of a secret criminal gang whose power is located at the East City Wharf.
Gu Xiaoman met him by chance in a nightclub. East City Wharf, abandoned shipyard. Brother Lin, I have found a target for you this time. It's very valuable. Gu Xiaoman was dressed sexy and charming today. She sat opposite Lin Xiong.
The target this time is a lawyer named Feng Qingmeng.
Gu Xiaoman said with a smile. Damn, being a lawyer isn't very dangerous. If something goes wrong, we'll all be finished. Lin Xiong frowned. He was a burly middle-aged man. Gu Xiaoman shook her head. Nothing can go wrong. I can get a lot of money by kidnapping her. We can split it 30% and 70% at that time. I will get 30%. Lin Xiong frowned and asked, how much money can you make? 100 million.
Gu Xiaoman said with a smile. By the way, brother Lin, this woman named Feng Qingmeng is very beautiful. You and your brothers can have some fun with her after you tie her up.
Lin Xiong looked at Gu Xiaoman and didn't say anything for a while. Why did you suddenly come up with the idea of helping me kidnap someone? Brother Lin, let me tell you the truth.
Gu Xiaoman paused and said, I ran into trouble and was about to run away, so I wanted to make a fortune before I left. Tell me about the specific plan.
Lin Xiong asked. You find someone to kidnap Feng Qingmeng, and then I will call Jiang Tai and ask him to come over to pay the money. Gu Xiaoman said. Wait a minute. Lin Xiong interrupted, what's the relationship between these two people? Feng Qingmeng helped Jiang Tai with a lawsuit before. Gu Xiaoman said. Is that all? Lin Xiong frowned. Based on this little relationship, would Jiang Tai be willing to come and pay money to save people?
Lin Xiong asked doubtfully.
He will. Gu Xiaoman smiled gently. She knew Jiang Tai too well. This man's biggest shortcoming is his kindness. He will not sit idly by and watch Feng Qingmeng, who he is suing, get into trouble. Unfortunately, kindness is a fatal flaw in this morally corrupt society. Brother Lin, my suggestion is to leave no one alive this time. Gu Xiaoman said lightly.
Lin Xiong suddenly felt a chill. The woman in front of him seemed even more cruel and ruthless than himself.
He asked, why?
Brother Lin, one of these two people is the chairman of a company, and the other is a top lawyer.
Gu Xiaoman smiled.
It would be more convenient if such people died.
We'll split the 100 million 30-70.
You can take the 70 million and hide for a while, or leave Longhua.
Brother Lin, you've done a lot of bad things before. It's only a matter of time before you're exposed. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Xiaoman, do you know who we are?
Lin Xiong hesitated for a moment, then asked, how dare you talk about cooperation with me?
Aren't you afraid that I will take all the money afterward? Gu Xiaoman smiled and took out a hidden camera from her coat pocket.
I recorded our conversation and the scene just now with the camera.
It is directly connected to my terminal computer.
If I don't operate for a while, the video recording will be automatically posted to the police website.
In less than half an hour, the police will come. Brother Lin, I came here with information and sincerity.
Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Lin Xiong smiled when he heard this and said, "Okay, Xiaoman, let's follow your plan."
7 p.m. Feng Qingmeng got off work from the law firm.
She wore a professional suit today. She unlocked the car door with her car key and was about to get in. A big hand suddenly covered her mouth from behind. Just as she was about to struggle, a gleaming dagger appeared before her eyes. "If you don't want to die, don't move and get in the car with me." A low voice came, and Feng Qingmeng knew that she was kidnapped. Inside the abandoned shipyard. Looking at the kidnapped Feng Qingmeng, Lin Xiong drooled.
This is the first time I've seen such a gorgeous beauty, hee hee, hee hee hee.
After adapting to the light, Feng Qingmeng slowly saw the surrounding situation clearly.
There are probably dozens of armed men and one woman on this ship. This woman is Gu Xiaoman. If you want money, don't hurt me. Feng Qingmeng calmed down and said calmly, "How much do you want? I can give you money."
Lin Xiong chuckled and said, "Beautiful lady, we want 100 million.
Please transfer the money." "What? 100 million?
Feng Qingmeng felt that the other party was teasing her.
Gu Xiaoman was dressed very seductively today.
She walked in front of Feng Qingmeng in her high heels and slowly squatted down.
She raised her hand and stroked Feng Qingmeng's face.
She smiled and said gently, "Lawyer Feng, you have a really beautiful face.
Look at the men next to you, they've already lined up." Seeing Gu Xiaoman's expression, Feng Qingmeng knew that she was in cahoots with these people. "Miss Feng, you were a very good defenseman in court before, weren't you?" Gu Xiaoman stroked Feng Qingmeng's hair.
"Come on, use your eloquence and make these men let you go."
Feng Qingmeng didn't want to pay attention to her.
"Hurry up, lawyer, if you can't convince them to release the person with your mouth, you will have to use it for other things later." Gu Xiaoman looked at Feng Qingmeng in front of her, and a great sense of pleasure rose in her heart.
"What a flower on the mountaintop, what a peerless beauty, ha ha ha, there is no such thing as being high and mighty, no such thing as being pure and innocent, you will become like me in a moment, stuck in the quagmire, covered in filth."
"Lawyer, why are you silent?" Gu Xiaoman gently stroked Feng Qingmeng's cheek, then suddenly raised her hand and slapped her face with a loud slap.
"Weren't you quite talkative? Now you're mute?" Bang! Bang! Bang!
A series of slaps came over him, and Feng Qingmeng felt a huge pain.
He clenched his teeth and did not make a sound.
Gu Xiaoman smiled and said, "Lawyer Feng, you are very courageous.
In that case, Brother Lin, please take off her clothes."
Lin Xiong smiled and said, "Come on, beautiful lady, cooperate a little, and you will suffer less."
Feng Qingmeng finally revealed a look of horror.
She was already 29 years old and still a true virgin.
How could she accept losing her virginity here?
"No, please don't insult me.
If you need money or anything else, we can negotiate." Lin Xiong ignored Feng Qingmeng's struggle and began to tear her clothes.
Gu Xiaoman on the side was taking photos with great interest.
Soon, Feng Qingmeng was left with only her underwear.
Lin Xiong looked at Feng Qingmeng's graceful figure, swallowed his saliva, and then said, Hey.
I'll go first." "Wait a minute."
Gu Xiaoman said, "Brother Lin, wait a minute, I'll ask Zhang Tai to bring the money over first."
"It's so boring now, isn't it?" Gu Xiaoman smiled.
"After Zhang Tai sends the money, you can chop off his hands and feet, and then line up in front of him one by one."
How interesting it would be.
As she spoke, she sent the photos she had just taken of Feng Qingmeng to Zhang Tai.
9 p.m.
Zhang Tai has finished his meal and is dealing with company matters.
Suddenly he saw photos coming to his phone.
He opened them and was shocked to find that they were all private photos of Feng Qingmeng.
Just when I was feeling puzzled, the phone rang. "Hello? Gu Xiaoman, what do you mean by these photos? What else could it mean?"
"We have your defense lawyer, Feng Qingmeng, in our hands.
We'll have to queue up to drive soon." "Gu Xiaoman, are you still a human being?" Zhang Tai roared. "What does your feud with me have to do with Feng Qingmeng?" "Shoo, don't shout so loudly. I'll give you a chance to save her." Gu Xiaoman smiled gently. "I'll send you an address. You bring 100 million yuan and we'll hand over the money.
If you dare to call the police or bring anyone else to the scene, we will kill them immediately.
I can't even get 100 million right now. Jiang Tai said angrily. That's a shame.
I can only ask Lawyer Feng to get in the car.
Gu Xiaoman sighed.
Poor Lawyer Feng used to have a good life, but he ended up like this just because he helped you.
Oh, it makes me sigh.
Don't hurt her, don't touch her.
I'll bring the money. Jiang Tai felt that Gu Xiaoman was already a lunatic and could do anything. Okay, the address is the location I sent you. I'll give you 2 hours. Chapter 57, Armed Fight. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tai was anxious. There are only 2 hours left, where can we get 100 million?
After much thought, he decided to call Yasuji Hanakara. He felt very complicated at this moment.
Yasuji Hanakara was a high-scoring target that he could capture.
Now he had to ask her for money, which was really embarrassing.
But, time is too tight, and I can't care about so many things right now.
Called Yasuji.
Hello, Jiang Tai? It's me, Miss Yasuji. I have something I want to ask you for help with. What Miss Yasuji?
We are all children of the Jianghu.
Just call me Sister Hua. Yasuji Hua Chilua paused and then said, What's the matter?
Sister Hua, I'm running into some trouble here and need money urgently.
Can you lend me 100 million right now?
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before the other person continued, Send me the card number and transfer it immediately.
Okay. Thank you, Sister Hua. I'll return it to you later. You don't have to pay me back.
You saved my life last time, so this 100 million is just a small reward. Yasuji Hanakara continued, When you have time, come to Sakura country and I'll treat you well.
Okay, Sister Hua.
Jiang Tai sent his bank card number and soon received a deposit of 100 million yuan. He didn't dare to waste time and drove straight to Dongsher Wharf. Inside the abandoned shipyard, Feng Qingmeng was left with only her underwear on her body, and her pair of flawless white legs were displayed without reservation. Her legs were long and straight, and the lines of her legs were beautiful. Her jade-white arms were covering her chest, and her body was trembling slightly with fear. Her waist-length hair was scattered on the ground, tears welled up in her eyes, and her face flushed with shame. Feng Qingming's beautiful facial features and the blush made her look even more radiant and gorgeous. A dazzling light shone over, and Feng Qingming subconsciously closed her eyes.
Gu Xiaoman adjusted the camera's angle and said with a smile, Don't be afraid, Lawyer Feng. That was just the light from the spotlight. Get used to it first. Come, look at the camera and adjust the angle. Get a feel for the camera first.
When we're filming the video later, please pay attention to your facial expressions.
I'll focus on taking some close-ups of your facial expressions. Gu Xiaoman tried her best to humiliate the other party.
Lin Xiong looked at Feng Qingming's beautiful figure and felt a surge of evil fire in his body.
He couldn't help but say, Damn it, how long will Jiang Tai, the one you mentioned, wait? I can't bear it anymore. Gu Xiaoman smiled and said, Brother Lin, be patient. What if you mess up Lawyer Feng and Jiang Tai doesn't pay you? Once you get the money, you can do whatever you want with it. Feng Qingming's emotions finally got out of control, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Please don't do this, don't humiliate me like this. She was an independent and strong woman, but faced with so many desperate criminals and Gu Xiaoman's vicious insults, she finally collapsed. Jiang Tai arrived at the East City Wharf. He followed the location and found the warehouse of the abandoned shipyard, and then saw the scene inside the warehouse. There are about 80 people here, all holding weapons. The leader was a burly middle-aged man, and Gu Xiaoman was also there. Feng Qingming fell to the ground, with only her underwear left on her body. Jiang Tai understood that it was Gu Xiaoman who instigated this group of people to organize the kidnapping. Gu Xiaoman, are you still a human being? Jiang Tai pointed at Gu Xiaoman and cursed, You are also a woman, and you do such a beastly thing? Facing Jiang Tai's abuse, Gu Xiaoman smiled indifferently and asked, Did you bring the money? Let him go first. Jiang Tai looked at Gu Xiaoman coldly. Lin Xiong glanced at Jiang Tai and cursed, How dare you negotiate terms on my territory? I think you are tired of living. Ha ha. Jiang Tai sneered, I'm in your territory, and these people are your subordinates. Are you afraid that I won't pay you? Release the person first, otherwise you won't get a penny. Gu Xiaoman walked to Lin Xiong and whispered softly, It doesn't matter, Brother Lin, let him go first, and then we will deal with him the same way.
Lin Xiong nodded and said, "Let him go." Several thugs guarding Feng Qingmeng pulled her up and made way for her.
Feng Qingmeng walked to Jiang Tai tremblingly, with tears on her face.
She was only wearing underwear at the moment, so Jiang Tai took off his coat, put it on her, and protected it behind him.
"Okay, it's time to pay,"
Gu Xiaoman said with a smile. Jiang Tai glanced around and saw that there were too many people on the other side.
"Pay me money to get out of here first. Give me your card number,"
Jiang Tai said coldly. Gu Xiaoman reported a card number. Jiang Tai was transferring the funds, and at the same time, he was intentionally or unintentionally taking Feng Qingmeng towards the warehouse door. He was also worried that the other party would cause trouble after receiving the money. However, when he was 7 or 8 steps away from the door, several thugs had already blocked the door.
Jiang Tai frowned. "What does this mean?" "The money has been transferred,"
Jiang Tai said. "Tell your men to make way." Gu Xiaoman confirmed that the money had arrived. She turned to look at Lin Xiong and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, the money has arrived.
Now you can have fun however you want."
Lin Xiong laughed and pointed at Jiang Tai and said, "Brothers, get rid of this man first." Most of Lin Xiong's thugs rushed towards Jiang Tai with machetes and steel pipes.
"Damn, there are too many people."
Jiang Tai protected Feng Qingmeng and rushed to the door, hoping to escape.
The first thug guarding the goal came over with a knife.
Jiang Tai raised his left arm to block the knife, leaving a bloody wound on his left arm. He exerted force with his right hand and punched the first man down. The second thug swung his machete down fiercely, hitting Jiang Tai's back and also leaving a bloody mark. Jiang Tai was about to fight back when the third thug hit him on the head with a steel rod. Jiang Tai dodged and the fourth thug's long knife hit his shoulder again, leaving a bloody mark. Jiang Tai fiercely counterattacked with a punch on the opponent's chest, grabbed the opponent's knife-holding hand, and exerted force to take the machete in his hand. However, the fifth thug's steel rod hit Feng Qingmeng hard. Seeing that there was no way to stop it, Jiang Tai protected Feng Qingmeng in his arms and took the opponent's attack with his back. In an instant, danger was lurking everywhere. The other side had dozens of armed men rushing up to them. If Jiang Tai's body had not been strengthened to the strongest human level by the system, these attacks would not have been as simple as just leaving bloody marks. With his current physical condition, ordinary cold weapons can hardly cause any damage to him, so he can use his body to withstand some attacks. However, this difficulty in causing damage is relative. The so-called strongest physical fitness of human beings does not transcend the scope of human beings, and attacks from weapons will still cause damage to the body.
It may take 5 strikes to cause the same damage to Jiang Tai as 1 strike would to a normal person.
Under normal circumstances, these injuries are of course negligible. But now, facing dozens of armed desperados, the situation is completely different.
Chapter 58: Killing Gu Xiaoman.
Jiang Tai did not break through the blockade at the door in the first place. The other party has surrounded us. Jiang Tai held a knife in his hand. He took a deep breath and exerted force suddenly. He cleared the way and knocked down several people along the way, and approached the entrance of the warehouse again. The thugs didn't want him to escape, so they surrounded him again.
Jiang Tai was unstoppable and injured and knocked down many people.
But he himself didn't know how many times he had been stabbed. As the wounds on his body became more and more, blood continued to flow.
Fuck, this guy is a monster?
Lin Xiong, who was watching the fight from the side, frowned.
He's still so strong after being stabbed dozens of times? Was Gu Xiaoman also frowning?
She looked around the battlefield and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, focus on killing that woman first." She had already seen some clues. Jiang Tai was agile and in good physical condition. The damage caused to him by the machete and steel pipe was relatively limited.
But Feng Qingmeng is different.
She is just a woman, and every attack is fatal to her. And, with Jiang Tai's personality, he will definitely help Feng Qingmeng block the knife, so that the number of his wounds can be increased as quickly as possible. In this way, he can be exhausted to death just by losing too much blood. The thugs changed their attack targets and it really worked. The original battle situation. Although Jiang Tai wanted to free up one hand to take care of Feng Qingmeng, now he holds a knife in his other hand, and with his excellent physical fitness he can still kill the enemy with minimal damage. But now, the opponent's targets are all focused on Feng Qingmeng. In order to protect Feng Qingmeng, he was forced to withstand many attacks from the thugs. His right hand and back were already covered in blood. The sound of ticking, tick-tick, reached her ears, and Feng Qingmeng felt that Jiang Tai was bleeding non-stop.
An inexplicable feeling arose in her heart.
She was protected under Jiang Tai and saw his sweat mixed with blood dripping continuously, and felt a strong sense of male hormones.
A strong sexual tension. When he was kidnapped, humiliated, and in the most desperate moment, this man appeared. This man is fighting for me. Ding. Feng Qingming's favorability plus 10. Ding. Feng Qingming's favorability plus 10. Ding. Feng Qingming's favorability plus 10.
The system in my mind kept reminding me that Feng Qingming's favorability was soaring. However, Jiang Tai didn't care about these things at all, as he was already in danger.
Another thug raised his knife and chopped down.
Jiang Tai instinctively swung his knife with all his strength and actually cut the opponent in half. Jiang Tai's body was covered in the blood of his opponent, like a demon from hell. The thugs were shocked for a moment and actually slowed down their attacks. Jiang Tai was in a trance, and he suddenly realized something.
Why did the opponents stop? Yes, because I killed someone. This was my first time killing someone. Even when I was fighting the enemy just now, I only chopped my opponent down. Some opponents were knocked down and quickly joined the battle again. What did I get in return for showing mercy, intentionally or unintentionally? It is a greater danger.
These people are desperate criminals, and every attack they make on us is fatal.
Why should I show mercy? Yeah, I'd rather just beat these people up and turn them over to the police. I am kind and I don't want to kill anyone. But these people want to kill me. I already have many wounds on my body and the blood is flowing more and more. If this goes on, I will be defeated. Feng Qingming was also doomed. So I showed mercy because I was kind? No. Because I'm a coward. Just pure cowardice. Faced with the enemy's deadly attack, I didn't have the courage to launch a fatal counterattack. The benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness that we have been taught since childhood have become shackles. Locking up my wildness, I turned from a wolf into a docile sheep. Became a coward named kindness. And then be slaughtered until you die? Do you want to continue? That's not possible. It's time to find your true self. To break this shackle. Saying goodbye to the past. After coming to his senses, Jiang Tai protected Feng Qingming and walked straight to the warehouse entrance. A blocking thug came over with a steel pipe. Jiang Tai protected Feng Qingming with his right hand, blocked the opponent's attack with a knife in his left hand, and chopped off the thug's head with a backhand. He kept walking without stopping. The second thug slashed Jiang Tai's chest with a knife, leaving a deep wound. Jiang Tai had no expression on his face. He raised his hand and slashed with all his strength, splitting the thug in two, and blood and flesh flew in the air. The third thug stabbed Jiang Tai in the chest with a dagger, and blood kept flowing out. Jiang Tai threw the knife and the fourth thug who attacked from behind was nailed to the wall. He broke the third thug's neck with his bare hands. Just like that, walk all the way to the warehouse entrance. He killed many people and had many wounds on his body. Jiang Tai opened the door and said to Feng Qingming, "You can go back by yourself, or wait for me outside the door." After saying that, he pushed Feng Qingming out the door. Then he locked the warehouse door. Jiang Tai was covered in blood at this moment, and his face could no longer be seen. He looked like a bloody man. He looked up and saw that there were about 30 thugs in front of him. "Before I bleed to death," Jiang Tai said softly, "I will kill all of you, leaving no one alive." The blade of the knife in his hand was bent, so he leaned over and found a good one from the corpse's hand. He fought his way back from the bloody path he had just fought his way out. The target is Lin Xiong and Gu Xiaoman. Lin Xiong frowned, "Damn, something's not right. This kid's temperament has changed." He was already beginning to think about backing out. "Brother Lin." Gu Xiaoman pondered for a moment, "He can't hold on any longer like this. We still have dozens of people who can wear him down." Lin Xiong gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, brothers, keep going, he's almost dying." Feng Qingming did not leave. Her cell phone was taken away by the other party during the kidnapping. She thought about it and decided to wait for Jiang Tai to come out. If he doesn't make it out, those bad guys will catch up with him, so he shouldn't run away. As she listened to the sound of weapons clashing in the house, she suddenly thought of the feeling of being held in Jiang Tai's arms. Her face turned a little red for no apparent reason, and she suddenly smiled. What was she thinking when her life was at stake? "Why aren't you dead yet?" Lin Xiong roared in despair. "Why the hell aren't you dead yet?"
He had slashed Jiang Tai several times with his katana, but he still hadn't fallen.
Wasn't his blood still flowing? Jiang Tai didn't answer and continued to swing the knife. A minute later, Lin Xian's head and body were separated. Jiang Tai walked towards Gu Xiaoman with a knife.
Gu Xiaoman felt the fear of death, and she trembled and said, "Jiang Tai, we once loved each other, please don't kill me." Jiang Tai didn't let her finish her words and cut her neck with a knife. Blood gushed out from her throat and Gu Xiaoman died. When the warehouse door opens, Jiang Tai came out covered in blood.
He looked at Feng Qingming and said softly, "You haven't left yet?"
Tears welled up in Feng Qingming's eyes. He walked over to Feng Qingming and sat down. Using all his strength, he raised his hand and wiped away a tear from her eyes.
"Qingming, don't cry.
You are so beautiful, it won't look good if you cry."
Chapter 59. An old friend comes. That night, in the abandoned shipyard at East City Wharf,
Jiang Tai killed 79 people by himself. He suffered 386 knife wounds, more than 200 blows from blunt objects such as sticks, and 75 injuries from sharp objects such as daggers.
Loss of more than 70% of body blood.
Due to excessive blood loss, Jiang Tai was in hemorrhagic shock when he was sent to the hospital.
Severe ischemia and necrosis occurred in many important organs of the body.
Doctors are performing an emergency blood transfusion. "I don't know whether I'm dead or alive." Feng Qingming explained the situation to the police who arrived, and the police at the scene were puzzled. They didn't believe that there was someone in this world who could kill dozens of people by himself in a fight.
It was too outrageous.
However, after investigation, they were able to confirm that Jiang Tai and Feng Qingming were victims and had not committed any crime. It was finally believed that Feng Qingming had a brief mental disorder due to extreme fear. The real situation should be that the criminal gangs did not divide the spoils equally, which led to a fight and ended up killing each other.
East City First Hospital. Lin Yanran was extremely anxious.
When she saw Jiang Tai being carried into the ICU like a bloody man, her heart was broken. During this period, Lin Yanran visited Jiang Tai many times. His injuries were too serious and his condition did not show any signs of improvement. It's already the third day, and we're still not out of danger. Since Lin Yanran is not a nurse in the intensive care unit, she cannot stay there for long.
"I can only take the time to visit as often as possible."
She recalled the first time she met Jiang Tai. He was also covered in blood, bruised and battered from a fight.
"This man is always like this. Can't I just live a peaceful life with myself?" It didn't take long for the news of this incident to spread on the internet.
The case at the dock and shipyard caused a sensation on the internet as it involved a large-scale armed fight and resulted in a high number of casualties.
Some people say that these criminals are really mentally ill.
They killed each other in order to divide the loot and ended up being wiped out. Some novel fans are also very excited. Jiang Tai, who is still in the hospital for treatment, must be an awesome character. It is very likely to be something like the Return of the Dragon King or the Legend of the Soldier King in urban literature, where he starts with a knife and kills dozens of people directly. Some people also found through research that the deceased Gu Xiaoman had a complicated relationship with the victims Jiang Tai and Feng Qingming, and was involved in the recent internet celebrity trial case.
There were many different opinions at the moment.
Zhang Xiaoyi saw the news on her mobile phone. At that time, she was on an international flight and could not make it to the hospital to visit Jiang Tai. She was also very sad. She had been very happy with Jiang Tai during the past few months.
This man gave her enough satisfaction both materially and physically. If possible, she hoped to be with Jiang Tai until the end. She looked at the vast blue sky outside the plane window and prayed silently for Jiang Tai in her heart, hoping that he would be safe. Apart from Lin Yanran, the first person to visit Jiang Tai in the hospital was Lu Shuiyao.
She has been very conflicted since Jiang Tai was arrested last time. Later, she finally convinced herself that what happened between Jiang Tai and Gu Xiaoman happened before he fell in love with her. Since I have a past, he can also have a past.
There is nothing to worry about.
Look. When a woman likes you enough, she will brainwash herself. When she saw the news that Jiang Tai was in trouble, she rushed to the hospital immediately. Looking at the man lying on the hospital bed, Lu Shuiyao felt sad. She recalled the time when they were colleagues, Jiang Tai's youthfulness when he first entered the workplace, his seriousness and responsibility when visiting students' homes, his bravery in protecting himself, and his calmness when he was wronged. This time, he was hacked and seriously injured while trying to protect his former defense lawyer.
Does this man have to go through so much hardship?
She sighed softly, silly boy, get well soon. Jochi sent Songwon to school and rushed to the hospital. Seeing Jiang Tai's pale face and the ventilator on his mouth, her eyes turned red and she couldn't help but shed tears. Husband, I have always regarded you as my support during this period of time. I forgot you're only 21. I am 15 years older than you, old enough to be your aunt. You have sacrificed so much for me and Songwon. But what about me? I just selfishly relied on you, but forgot to take good care of you. Husband, she really owes you a lot. Feng Qingmeng sat on a bench outside the hospital, her head lowered and her long hair hanging down, covering her face. A young and beautiful girl ran over. Sister Qingmeng, are you okay? Xiaoyu, I'm fine. Feng Qingmeng said softly. Feng Yu took a long breath. Then, what about him? Feng Qingmeng remained silent, her heart filled with guilt. Chapter 60 Sato Hide. Xiaoyu, good luck will come to you, you don't have to worry too much. Feng Qingmeng said softly. Sister Qingmeng. Feng Yu sat down next to Feng Qingmeng and murmured to himself, why did it become like this? It's my fault. If I had been more careful when I got off work, I might have avoided being kidnapped. Xiaoyu, it's getting late today, let him have a good rest. Feng Qingmeng continued, let's visit him tomorrow. Feng Yu leaned in her sister's arms and said softly, okay. Touching Feng Yu's face, Feng Qingmeng had a lot of thoughts in his mind. In addition to worrying about Jiang Tai's safety, his feelings towards Feng Yu also became very complicated. Xiaoyu. You know what happened that night at the dock warehouse. My sister's heart was moved by Jiang Tai. Over the past few days, her feelings did not diminish at all, but instead grew uncontrollably. Sister, I've fallen in love with your boyfriend. The elder sister fell in love with her younger sister's boyfriend. Xiaoyu, how should I face you in the future? The evening breeze blows. Feng Qingming's 3,000 black hairs fluttered in the wind and danced gracefully under the moonlight. The black hair fluttered and fluttered, gently entangled together, lingering and tender, turning into a soft thread around the fingers. Sakura Country, Dongjing City. Inside a large pachinko arcade. Hundreds of pachinko machines continuously emit the sound of marbles colliding. In addition to the sound of machines colliding, you can also hear the cheers or roars of many players from time to time. Pachinko, as the most popular legal entertainment machine in the land of Sakura, has a long history. In the land of Sakura, you can see pachinko parlors almost everywhere in the streets and alleys. Today, this type of pinball machine creates a sense of neurological excitement through high frequency, high volume, and reward animations, making people addicted. As the saying goes, even gods lose when gambling for a long time. Every pachinko hall can bring huge and stable profits to the owner. With the development of the times, the gangs in Sakura Country rarely fight and kill each other, and mostly make money through this type of arcade or other similar businesses. This arcade belongs to the Tianqiu Group, one of the 3 major gangs in Sakura Country. It is also a very famous arcade in Dongjing City. Just when the atmosphere was getting heated, a group of people rushed in. Leading the group was a domineering woman in a black leather jacket, none other than Hanakira Yusuji. Smash it! Yusuji Hanakira gave an order, and the men behind him drove away the tourists with sticks. Then they started smashing the pachinko hall. The tables and chairs in the venue were smashed to pieces, and I don't know how many pachinko machines were broken. Coincidentally, Sato Hide happened to be in this airport today. He was checking the operating accounts of the airport in his office on the 2nd floor. He was about 30 years old, with a handsome face and wearing black-framed glasses. He didn't look like a gang leader at all, but rather like an elegant scholar. Hearing the noise downstairs, he was slightly startled and walked out of the office. Looking down from the stairs, you can see Yusuji Hanakira leading a group of people to smash and destroy the store. Sato Hide frowned, took out his cell phone and made a call. After hanging up the phone, Sato Hide walked downstairs and came in front of Yusuji Hanakira. Sister Hua, what's up? Sato Hide stared at Yusuji Hanakira with a puzzled expression. Did you break up recently? Ha ha. Sato, you're here too, what a coincidence. Yusuji Hanakira sneered, you should give me an explanation today for ambushing me last time. What does your ambush have to do with me? Sato Hide spread his hands and continued, Sister Hua, you and I have been childhood sweethearts. Why would I hire someone to harm you? I've investigated. That day, both Tanaka Takenori and I were attacked by men in black, but you were the only one who escaped unharmed, said Yusuji Hanakira. Of the 3 gangs we met with that day, you were the only one who suffered no losses.
How do you want to explain this? Sato Hyde sighed. Isn't this a blatant attempt to frame me, letting both your families gang up on me, Sister Hua? It's been so many years, can't you use your brain? Don't talk nonsense to me. I'm here to fight you today.
Yusuji Hanakirara ignored Sato Hyde's rebuttal and continued, I'll give you time to call someone.
I've already called. Sato Hyde said calmly, the police will be here soon. Upon hearing this, Yusuji Hanakirara was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly and said, Sato Hyde, do you have any shame?
You're a gang leader, and you actually called the police for help.
If you run into trouble, just call the police. What the hell are you still doing on the street? I've never seen such a cowardly boss. Sister Hua, you don't have to provoke me with words. Sato Hyde shook his head.
It's not that we can't afford a fight, but calling the police is more cost-effective.
Sister Hua, we don't have any deep hatred.
If a fight breaks out, there will be heavy casualties among our brothers, and the company will have to pay a lot of money for the aftermath and resettlement expenses.
There's no need for that.
For Uncle Yusuji's sake, I won't bother with you for destroying my place today.
Sato Hyde sighed and continued, but there won't be a next time.
With the sharp and rapid sound of sirens, a large number of police officers are about to arrive. Yusuji Hanakira felt like facing Sato was like punching cotton, she had no power at all.
Sato, this matter is not over yet. Brothers, let's retreat first. After leaving a harsh remark, Yusuji Hanakira retreated with his men. Seeing the other party leave, Sato Hyde lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 61 Extraordinary. These 3 months. While recovering from her leg injury, Yusuji Hanakira carried the sword aim Murakumo with her. Just a few days ago, she was surprised to find that she had broken through the limits of human beings under the care of the artifact. She clearly felt that she had become extraordinary. This is a mysterious feeling. When she faces other people, she can clearly feel the other person's weakness. Moreover, she also gained a special skill, or a superpower. Then, I can break through the artifact. What about the other 2 people who hold the artifact? Yusuji Hanakira didn't know, so she decided to give it a try. If he could break through before the other 2, then this would be a great opportunity for him to unify the Sakura Underground gang. So she went to smash up Sato Hyde's arcade today. She knew Sato Hyde was there before she went there, and the revenge for the attack was just a cover. She wanted to test Sato Hyde's strength. After meeting Sato Hyde, she immediately realized that the other party had also entered the extraordinary realm. She couldn't tell how strong Sato Hyde was, but he might not be inferior to her. As for why the other party did not choose to fight with him, it was probably because he was not aware of his own strength. From this perspective, it seems that there is a high probability that Tanaka Takenori of the Kayaketsu Society has also made a breakthrough. The owners of the 3 divine weapons have successively broken through to the extraordinary realm. That's really interesting. Sato Hyde looked at the mess in the arcade inside. If I had taken action just now, I would have had at least a 70% chance of killing Yusuji Hanakirara. Even though the opponent is also extraordinary, I can't think of any reason to lose with my superpowers. But, forget it. If a fight breaks out, this arcade will be reduced to ashes. Sato Hyde walked to the cleaning area, picked up a broom and started cleaning. This violent woman, all she does is cause trouble. She's so ungraceful. Sato Hyde remembered that 2 years ago, the old man wanted him to propose to Yusuji Hanakirara. No kidding. If you marry a crazy woman like this, won't there be fights and destruction at home every day? Inside the Kendo Hall of Jishiwi, Tanaka Takenori is practicing Kendo. He is a tall and strong man. He is shirtless at the moment, and you can see his explosive muscles. He stood upright, his weight on his heels, his body slightly leaning forward, holding the knife in both hands, with the tip of the sword slightly touching the ground. Tanaka Takenori's eyes were firm and focused, as if the whole world was condensed in this moment. He held the knife with both hands and pulled it out of the scabbard with force. The blade drew a cold arc in the air. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, leaving only the sound of the sword cutting through the air. He suddenly lunged forward, his sword swift as the wind, slashing at the stake with such force and speed that it seemed like an irresistible force. After hundreds of swift slashes, he slowly sheathed the sword. After a while, the wooden man was broken into powder. As expected. Tanaka Takenori observed the wooden man turning into powder and smiled softly.
Both its speed and strength have surpassed the scope of human beings. I should have reached an extraordinary state.
Tanaka Takanori leaned over and looked at the sword wound on his chest.
More than 3 months ago, he was also ambushed by a man in black. One of these men in black had superb swordsmanship and almost killed him that night.
If I meet him again,
with my extraordinary strength, swordsmanship, and that superpower, I should be able to kill him.
The 3 major underground gangs in Sakura country have reached a delicate balance.
The 3 leaders entered the extraordinary realm almost at the same time. They checked and balanced each other, and the bloody battle that was originally expected did not happen. Because no one is sure of winning.
The other side. Longwadong City.
Through investigation, the police learned that the 100 million yuan in the deceased Du Xiaoman's card was obtained by coercing Jiang Tai.
After repeated confirmation, the police returned the money to Jiang Tai's bank card.
As the general manager of Ziahaha Burger House, Zhang Wei has been trying his best to coordinate all matters of the company during this period. During the period when Chairman Jiang Tai was in a coma, Zhang Wei felt extremely stressed. He usually reports all the big and small matters in the company to Jiang Tai, and then the other party will give the best solution plan. Now, I make all the decisions by myself. Coupled with the impact of losses caused by earlier public opinion, Zhang Wei was afraid that one mistake would bring the company down.
Zhang Wei opened the window and the warm winter sun shone out. He murmured, "Boss, you have to get better soon. I can't hold on any longer."
He called Kawaii Bento's president, Nami Fukada, and informed her of Jiang Tai's current situation, hoping that the payment of the 100 million yuan in liquidated damages could be delayed. Nami Fukada expressed her understanding for this sudden situation and wished Jiang Tai a speedy recovery.
Feng Yu visited Jiang Tai on a sunny morning.
It has been 15 days, and Jiang Tai is still lying quietly on the hospital bed. He was seriously injured and has not yet truly escaped the critical period.
He has been between life and death for the past 15 days.
Feng Yu couldn't help crying as he watched.
I am so useless. I cry all the time. Apart from crying, there is nothing I can do to help. It's no wonder Brother Jiang couldn't stand me looking for someone else. But how could you have gotten yourself into this state after we separated?
Xiaoyu didn't know what she could do to help, so after thinking about it, she just bought a bouquet of flowers. I brought a bouquet of tulips. The language of flowers is eternal blessing.
I hope you can recover soon.
Feng Yu placed the bouquet of tulips next to Jiang Tai's bed. She stayed there for a long time until the visiting hours were over, and then she left reluctantly.
Doctor, he's been unconscious for so long. Lin Yunran couldn't help but ask the ICU doctor. Based on the current situation, how long will it take for him to wake up?
The doctor thought for a moment, then continued, "We've done all the emergency treatment we can, including blood transfusions and oxygen therapy.
He has indeed been in a coma for a long time. If he is going to wake up, it will probably be in the next day or 2. Lin Yunran nodded and didn't dare to ask any more questions.
The doctor said that if he wakes up, it will be 1 or 2 days, but what if he can't wake up?
These days, Zhou Qi cleans the house every day.
Apart from cooking for Song Wan, she just stared at Jiang Tai's room.
Without Jiang Tai at home, she felt empty inside. When eating, I always inadvertently order an extra bowl of rice.
The daily life together over the past few months has made Zhou Qi accustomed to Jiang Tai's presence.
She was thinking foolishly. Jiang Tai is a good person no matter what. Good people will always be rewarded, so I think I will be able to recover soon. If good people never have a good ending, how despairing this world would be. 2 days later. Doctor, what's the situation? Lin Yunran asked nervously. Actually, he's in very good physical condition.
The doctor thought for a moment and continued, regardless of the injuries he's suffered and the amount of blood he's lost, he wouldn't have survived.
But his physical fitness is the best I've ever seen. He even has strong self-healing abilities.
Some organs that had previously died due to severe ischemia have actually slowly recovered. Logically, his body is gradually recovering. The doctor thought for a moment, there might be a reason why he still hasn't woken up.
His mental strength isn't strong enough.
After suffering such a severe injury, his subconscious mind chose to escape and refused to wake up.
Lin Yunran was shocked when she heard this. Why is this happening? What if she really doesn't want to wake up?
The doctor remained silent. There are many possibilities, but the biggest possibility is that due to being in a coma for a long time, his consciousness has sunk into the abyss and he will never wake up again. Yes, it has been 17 days since Jiang Tai was admitted to the hospital.
Perhaps, today is his last chance to wake up completely. Chapter 62, Broken Years. Xiangning County. This is a quiet little county town nestled between mountains.
A winding river runs through the town, taking away the hustle and bustle of the city and leaving behind the sediment of time. In the early morning, I was awakened by the gentle mist and birdsong, and the sunlight leaked through the mountain tops, illuminating the entire city. In the streets and alleys, people are walking slowly, enjoying the rhythm of life. The architecture of the small town is simple yet distinctive, with black bricks and tiles and upturned eaves. Walking along the stone pavement, you can see a variety of shops. The small bookstore sells comic books that children like, the small restaurant wafts the aroma of food, and the small craft shop displays exquisite handmade works. The elderly play chess, chat and practice Tai Chi, and the park children play happily in the streets and alleys. Young people read and chat in cafes. Here, people's pace of life is slow.
It's been a while.
Jiang Tai walked along the street. Nothing has changed here. There is a house at the end of the street, which is where Jiang Tai lived before going to college.
This is a dilapidated old house.
Its walls are mottled and the bricks and stones have some cracks, as if telling us that it has experienced countless storms. Jiang Tai pushed open the door and saw old furniture, paintings, carpets.
He murmured, "I'm back. Son. You're back."
A gentle voice came from the kitchen. "I made your favorite sweet-scented osmanthus wine rice dumplings."
Jiang Tai shuddered and asked in disbelief, "Mom? Is it really you? You kid."
Jiang Tai's mother brought out a bowl of sweet-scented osmanthus wine fermented yuanxiao from the kitchen and placed it on the dining table.
What nonsense are you talking about? If I'm not your mother, who else could I be? Don't be in a daze, come and eat it while it's hot.
Jiang Tai walked to the old dining table, picked up the bowl, and took a bite of the fermented rice dumplings. The refreshing and pleasant fragrance of osmanthus flowers blows across your nose, making you feel relaxed and happy. The rich flavor of fermented glutinous rice is combined with the steaming, soft and elastic glutinous rice dumplings, which bloom with a wonderful taste on the tip of the tongue when chewed.
This is the taste that Jiang Tai ate when he was a child. Tears dripped into the bowl.
Jiang Tai stared at his mother blankly and said softly, "Mom, I missed you so much these years." "You little bastard," a stern voice called out. "A real man should stand tall and proud, shedding blood but not tears.
Why are you crying like a woman?"
Jiang Tai looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall and mighty man looking at him with a half-smile.
Jiang Tai raised his hands to hold back the tears that kept falling, and cried out in a sobbing voice, "Dad, are you coming back to see me too?" "Yeah. Brat." Jiang Tai's father came over and sat down next to Jiang Tai. "I've told you so many times, men should be brave and not be as hypocritical as women." "Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!" Jiang Tai cried loudly, tears streaming down his face. He didn't care about his image at all.
"Dad, Mom, I've missed you so much these past few years.
I've been so lonely all by myself."
Jiang Tai's mother sighed and hugged her son.
"Thank you for your hard work over the years.
Come on, tell me all the grievances you've suffered in the past few years."
Jiang Tai. Jiang Tai's father is a policeman.
He told Jiang Tai since he was a child that to be an honest and kind person, one must have correct values. "You little brat, remember this, heaven's movement is vigorous, and a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement.
Earth's position is gentle, and a gentleman should be virtuous and supportive."
"Dad, but I see that many good people don't have a good ending, while the bad guys can get away with it."
"Good deeds and evil deeds will eventually be rewarded."
"It's not that there is no reward, it's just that the time has not come yet.
In short, you should do more good deeds."
"Oh, then Dad, a good person like you should live a long life."
"Hey, of course."
When Jiang Tai was 10 years old, his father died. During a police mission, a criminal who was cornered attacked the surrounding civilians in a frenzied manner. In order to protect the civilians, Jiang Tai's father blocked more than a dozen knives from the criminal.
By the time he was sent to the hospital, it was already too late. Liar. Isn't it said that good people are always rewarded and can live a long life? Jiang Tai's mother is an elementary school teacher.
She is gentle and kind, responsible at work and compassionate.
"Mom, I've made up my mind. I want to go to a normal university and become a teacher like you." "Huh? Didn't you always want to be a policeman like your dad?" "But being a police officer is still dangerous." "If I become a police officer, who will take care of you?" When I graduate from normal school and become a teacher, we'll be colleagues. Don't fantasize about the future. Just study hard and make sure you pass the exam. A hemp rope breaks at its thinnest part, and misfortune strikes upon the unfortunate.
Jiang Tai's mother sat on an old wooden chair, looking very bad.
Mom, let's sell this old house and go get treatment.
Jiang Tai knelt in front of his mother with a firm tone.
No need, child.
I know my own body well, and I don't have much time left.
Mom, there's still hope.
There's still a chance if we go to a big hospital in the provincial capital. Jiang Tai's mother shook her head. Even if we sell the house and spend all the money on the hospital, it will only give him 1 or 2 more years of life.
Forget it. Mom and Dad don't have much to leave you. This old house is the only thing that's worth some money. It's a pity. I won't be able to see you get married and have children. Help me out to get some sunshine.
It was March, the springtime, with birds singing and flowers growing.
All things are reviving and flourishing. What a beautiful scenery, but what a pity. Life is short, and spring is fleeting. In the end, it's just like this.
Jiang Tai's mother muttered to herself as she watched the nightingales and flying catkins. Jiang Tai behind him had already burst into tears. When Jiang Tai was 16 years old, his mother passed away. Later, I worked hard and was admitted to Dongzhi Normal University. During that time, I also did odd jobs, such as tutoring, delivering food, working as a supermarket promoter, and handing out flyers.
I didn't find it that hard, and then one day I got a system. You bastard. You have ruined the innocence of so many girls. Aren't you just playing with their feelings? The father scolded angrily.
Yeah, after all, I'm at the age where I admire beautiful women, and these girls are all very good.
I was greedy and wanted to keep them all by my side. Now I don't know how to end it.
Jiang Tai looked up at his parents and smiled. Let's just not finish it. If I die now, I won't be letting those girls down, right?
I always fail at many things.
Even with the system, I still find it difficult to make progress in work and love. I've caused the company to lose money, my girlfriend wants to break up with me, and Gu Xiaoman has led to me being detained and imprisoned, and I was almost hacked to death.
Speaking of which, I'm really useless.
Dad, Mom, I'm so tired of living alone these past few years.
Are you here to pick me up? Okay, I really want to go with you too.
Jiang Tai stood up and hugged his parents. He deliberately let his consciousness sink, and sink again.
However, his father gently pushed him away. You little brat, can you be more ambitious? You're going to die over a little setback. Have you forgotten what I told you? Back then, I lifted you up above my head with all my strength. I wanted you to have a bright future, not to give in to life so easily. The mother gently stroked his face and said, Son, the past is the past. There is no need to dwell on what is gone. Men should move forward. Your father and I came back this time just to see you and say goodbye properly. You still have a long life ahead of you, so don't give up on yourself. Goodbye.
The father took the mother's hand, turned and left, walking farther and farther away, slowly disappearing from sight.
Dad, Mom.
Jiang Tai rushed forward anxiously, reaching out to grab them, but he couldn't catch anything. A dazzling white light shone down, shattering all the scenes in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Tai, who was lying on the hospital bed, finally woke up.
Chapter 63 Who Dares to Be Your Wife? Jiang Tai woke up from the darkness.
He began to feel his mind was in chaos, but as his consciousness gradually returned, his mind slowly became clearer. The pillow felt damp, and he turned his head to see that it was already wet with his tears.
He let out a long sigh and slowly closed his eyes. No matter what, since I am alive, I must live my life well.
The nurse who was making rounds at night found that Jiang Tai had woken up and quickly reported the situation to the doctor. After the doctor arrived, he briefly asked Jiang Tai about his physical condition, confirmed that he was no longer seriously ill, and asked Jiang Tai to rest well.
The subsequent recovery went smoothly.
3 days later, Jiang Tai was transferred from the intensive care unit to the general department.
Jiang Tai lives in a single room in the ordinary ward.
That night, Jiang Tai was leaning on his bed studying Sun Tzu's Art of War. Lin Yanran suddenly came in and closed the door.
Hey, isn't this Sister Yanran? What's going on?
Jiang Tai saw Lin Yanran come in and said with a playful smile, Just come and visit me. Why did you close the door so casually?
Ugh. Lin Yanran walked to Jiang Tai, leaned over and kissed him. Zhang Tai was surprised and looked up. Lin Yanran's eyes were filled with resentment, a tear slid down her long eyelashes, and the warm teardrops fell on her lips.
Zhang Tai felt an inexplicable pain in his heart and waves of guilt. After a long time, Lin Yanran pushed Zhang Tai away and just stared at him with tears in her beautiful eyes.
What's wrong, wife?
Zhang Tai felt the atmosphere suddenly became a little sad and laughed.
Are you trying to murder your husband?
I just took off my oxygen mask and you're already giving me a long French kiss. I almost suffocated just now.
Bah, you lecher, you're such a smooth talker. Who is your wife?
Lin Yanran's nose felt sore, and she said slowly, if you're like this, who would dare to be your wife? She stared at Zhang Tai and said, hug me.
Wife, this is not Sakura country. We can't play this kind of drama in the ward. I said, hug me. Good.
Seeing Lin Yanran's serious expression, Zhang Tai sighed in his heart and hugged her in his arms.
Why do you make yourself like this? Lin Yanran asked softly. Why are you provoking me? Why should I worry? Seeing me, so anxious and frightened for you, wouldn't it make you feel a sense of accomplishment?
Seeing Lin Yanran pouring out her heart like this, Zhang Tai felt pity and love in his heart.
He kissed her hair gently. I'm sorry, I won't do that again. Inside the luxury villa. Xiao Yu. Zhang Tai has woken up and is recovering quickly. Feng Qingmeng looked at the girl in his arms, his eyes full of pity. Don't you want to go see him?
Feng Yu leaned in her sister's arms and sighed, forget it.
We've already broken up. It's better not to meet.
I'm afraid I'll see him again and I won't be able to control my emotions again.
Sister, every time I see him, I feel like my brain has gone. I think everything he says is right. I feel like my intelligence has been lowered just by seeing his face. I especially hate myself for being like this, that's why he dares to bully me. Feng Qingmeng pinched Feng Yu's face and said with a smile, silly girl, if you like someone, then you like him. Why do you have to suppress your feelings? Just go find him. If you like each other, why make it so painful? Feng Yu shook her head. That's not the case, Sister Qingmeng. We've broken up. Things about love shouldn't be taken lightly. I also hope that by leaving him, I can find myself again. Feng Yu gritted his teeth and said, I can't always be a love-brained person. Silly girl, you are just torturing yourself. Feng Qingmeng sighed. Anyway, let's just leave it at that. Sister, please stop trying to persuade me. Feng Yu hugged her cousin and said coquettishly, Sister, you smell so good, so nice. You girl, you don't hug your man but your sister, I really can't do anything about you.
Feng Qingmeng smiled bitterly. I don't care, my sister smells the best. Feng Yu stuck out her tongue playfully.
It's late at night. The girl next to him was already asleep, but Feng Qingmeng was not sleepy at all.
She looked at Feng Yu with a complicated expression.
Silly girl, sister, has tried her best to persuade you to get back together with him. But you still insisted on not looking for him. In that case, if one day my sister was with him. Don't blame your sister.
10 days later, Zhang Tai was discharged from the hospital. As the warm sunshine shone down, Zhang Tai stretched and did some stretching. He jumped a few more times as if no one was around. Then he took a long breath and exhaled slowly.
It's like being reborn. He strode forward into the sunshine. Returned to residence. Zhou and Song Wan are not at home now. Zhang Tai opened the refrigerator and took a look. There were still a lot of ingredients. Well, I haven't cooked for a long time. Let's make a few dishes.
I was thinking about what dish to cook when I suddenly heard a crunch. The door opened and Zhou came back.
Chapter 64 Eat More Oysters. Husband, you are discharged from the hospital. Zhou was very happy to see Zhang Tai return home. When she visited the patient a few days ago, the doctor said it would take a month or so before she could be discharged from the hospital. I didn't expect to recover so quickly.
Zhang Tai smiled and continued, I'll cook a few dishes tonight.
Zhou quickly walked to the refrigerator and snatched the ingredients from Zhang Tai's hands. You just got out of the hospital, so you need to rest more. Your wife will cook for you tonight. Zhou said angrily. Your body isn't made of iron, so don't try to be tough all the time. I know.
Zhang Tai smiled and returned to his room.
The room was cleaned very neatly and spotlessly. Honey, have you been cleaning the room often during the month I've been in the hospital? The room is so clean. Zhou Qi responded and started to cook. This month, Zhou Qi cleaned Jiang Tai's room almost every day. After cleaning, I sat in the room for a while, hoping that my loved one would return safely. Dinner time. Come, try some of the latest dishes I learned and see how they taste. Zhou Qi said with a smug look on his face, and then brought up the hot food. The aroma is refreshing. Let me see. Jiang Tai had been eating hospital meals for a month, and his desire for delicious food was very strong. The first dish is tea tree mushroom stewed with old hen soup. The first aroma of the tea tree mushroom chicken soup is a mellow fragrance mixed with the fragrance of various spices. Jiang Tai took a sip and found the broth very rich, with the unique taste of the tea tree mushrooms and the deliciousness of the chicken blending perfectly. The chewy texture of the tea tree mushrooms and the tenderness of the chicken intertwined in his mouth, leaving him with an endless aftertaste. Then the flavors of various spices gradually emerge, including the fresh fragrance of herbs, the slight spiciness of chili peppers, and the strong aroma of ginger and garlic. These spices not only enhance the taste of the soup, but also make the flavor of the whole soup richer and more layered. Finally, there is a hint of sweetness in the aftertaste, caused by the natural sugars released during the cooking process. This sweetness is not cloying, but rather satisfying and pleasant. Overall, this steaming bowl of soup delivers a deeply satisfying feeling of warmth and comfort. It's so delicious. Jiang Tai praised. A bowl of soup warms my stomach and stimulates my appetite. The second dish is garlic oysters. The star of this dish is fresh oysters, and Zhou Qi carefully selected the ingredients. Each oyster retains its original sweet and fresh taste, with a smooth and tender texture and full flesh. During the cooking process, the aroma of minced garlic is fully infused into the oyster, giving it a unique aroma. Cooked to a golden, inviting golden hue, they exude a rich garlic aroma. The rich flavor of the garlic perfectly complements the sweetness of the oysters, creating a beautiful blend of the two ingredients in every bite. Zhou Qi glanced at Jiang Tai and said with a smile, "Eat more. Oysters are very nutritious for men." "So, I eat oysters, and then my wife wants to eat me?" Jiang Tai winked at Zhou Qi and teased. "Well, no rush." Zhou Qi held her chin with one hand. She looked at Jiang Tai's strong body with charming eyes and couldn't help swallowing. "After all, you've just recovered from a serious illness. You shouldn't overwork yourself." Zhou Qi smiled sweetly. "Husband, you should rest well these few days. We have a long way to go. Why is my beloved wife saying such lewd things?" "Oh, don't you like to hear these words, my husband?" The two laughed and cursed at each other for a while. The third dish is boiled eel slices. Boiled eel slices are an authentic Sichuan dish that is spicy, fresh, fragrant, smooth, and delicious. First of all, the boiled eel slices are very smooth in taste, like a ribbon dancing on the tip of the tongue, melting in the mouth. This is mainly because the eel slices have been carefully processed during the cooking process, removing the mucus and fine bones on the eel, making the eel slices smoother and more tender when eaten without any obstruction. Secondly, the boiled eel slices are incredibly spicy and fragrant. This is due to the generous use of spices like chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns during the cooking process, which gives the eel slices a spicy, stimulating flavor that is unforgettable. These spices also enrich the boiled eel slices' flavor, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Finally, the broth used to boil the eel slices was also incredibly delicious. During the cooking process, the broth absorbed the essence of the eel and spices, making each sip rich in aroma and spiciness, making it impossible not to eat more. This dish tastes so good. This dish has a strong flavor and stimulates the taste buds more than the previous two dishes. Jiang Tai exclaimed in delight for a moment. "Xiaowan is not at home today?" Jiang Tai asked. "I went to make up lessons and came back very late." Zhou Qi looked at him with a smile and said, "What? You're full and want to do something bad." You just told me to take care of myself." Jiang Tai felt a little dangerous and couldn't help but pick up another oyster. "But I was just kidding." Zhou Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Jiang Tai eating oysters. "Look at you, husband, can you do it? This problem is extremely destructive to men. No man would admit that he is not capable at this time." Jiang Tai stood up, picked up Zhou Qi, and walked towards the bedroom. "Stop it." Zhou Qi felt a little flustered when he was suddenly picked up. "I was just teasing you, Xiaowan will be back soon. This month." Jiang Tai smiled. "I didn't take care of you, and now you're speaking arrogantly."
You were just discharged from the hospital today, don't be like this. Zhou Qi's voice gradually became blurred.
Just tell me if it's okay or not. Zhang Tai said. Okay, that's fine, but, you're like this? Are you going to kill yourself?
There's nothing left to mourn, Zhang Tai said. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost.
I'm going to let it go. Chapter 65. Let us live together.
The next day, Zhang Tai came to the company.
In the office. Boss, you're finally back. Zhang Wei took a long drag on his cigarette. If you hadn't come back, I was afraid the company would have gone bankrupt. It's not that exaggerated.
Zhang Tai smiled. Thank you for your hard work this month.
Oh, boss, you're too polite. Zhang Wei rubbed his temples. I'm just afraid I'll bring the company down. Well, I know the general situation. You can go back and get busy first. After listening to Zhang Wei's report, Zhang Tai has a clearer understanding of the company's current situation. Boss. Zhang Wei hesitated, then said, don't blame me for being nosy.
Boss, try to come to the company more often and let your colleagues and employees see you as much as possible.
If this happens frequently, employees will become panicked. Zhang Tai smiled and said, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. He called Nami Fukada. Hello, Ms. Fukada. Mr. Jiang, are you recovered?
Yes, Ms. Fukada, I will arrange for the financial department to transfer the 100 million yuan penalty to you this afternoon.
Well, Mr. Jiang, take care of yourself. We still have a long way to go in our future cooperation. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Fukada. I will come to visit you again when I am free. Mr. Jiang, you are most welcome.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Tai leaned back in his boss chair and closed his eyes to rest.
Zhang Tai suddenly realized something.
He hasn't attacked a new target in a long time. It has been a long time since I received a new system reward. Maybe I feel that my life is pretty good now, so I don't have a clear goal and I am greedy for comfort.
Now that I think about it.
If he had elevated his body to the extraordinary level earlier, there wouldn't have been a bloody battle at East City Wharf.
After all, I am not strong enough. Such life-threatening situations should be avoided as much as possible.
You need to change your mindset and work hard to take advantage of the system.
It's time to consciously speed up the pace of attacking the target. Just as I was thinking about it, my phone beeped and received 2 text messages. One is from Feng Qingmeng. Mr. Jiang, congratulations on your recovery. It's actually because of me that you were injured and hospitalized this time. I've always felt deeply indebted to you for this. If you have time tomorrow night, I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. One is from Lu Shueyo.
My dear, I'm sorry I didn't come to greet you when you were discharged from the hospital.
My classes were really full. Let's have dinner together tonight.
Zhang Tai thought about it and realized that nothing happened these 2 nights.
I can keep the appointment. So I replied to the 2 women's text messages separately. Dongsher Normal University.
The final exams are over and students and teachers have started their winter vacation.
Lu Shueya looked at the results of the final exam and found that the overall improvement was quite obvious. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took a sip of tea and looked out the window.
There are no leaves on the trees along the street anymore, only clusters of dead branches remain.
It's so bleak.
Zhang Tai and Lu Shueya walked hand in hand on the campus. Lu Shueya wore a white down jacket, the fine down of which shimmered in the sun, like fresh snow falling on pine branches. She wore a royal blue turtleneck sweater underneath. The color was bright and elegant, giving people a fresh feeling. Her lower body is a pair of black tights, the lines are smooth and fit the skin, showing her legs are slender and well proportioned. On her feet are a pair of brown short boots, simple and fashionable. The leather of the boots looks tough and warm in the cold winter. Lu Shueyao's hair was a little messy due to the cold winter wind, but this also added a bit of casual and natural beauty. Her face was rosy and beautiful, and her eyes sparkled brightly.
Dear, it's winter vacation. Lu Shueyo took Zhang Tai's arm and said softly, during the winter vacation, I'm relatively free. If you have some free time, it's a good opportunity to take a good rest.
Zhang Tai said, after all, the work pressure was very high before.
Lu Shueyo said softly, I don't seem to have anything else to do except work. When I'm alone, I feel lonely.
Zhang Tai touched her head, thought for a moment and said, then find a hobby.
Let's live together.
Lu Shuiao raised her head and looked at Zhang Tai, her eyes flashing with anticipation.
What? Zhang Tai was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Sometimes being alone can be boring.
Lu Shuiao said slowly, anyway, with our relationship, I don't have anything to be reserved about.
Let's try living together during winter break. Didn't you say last time that we wanted to get to know each other better?
Zhang Tai was silent for a moment. Objectively speaking, a beautiful teacher like Lu Shuiao.
Being able to live with her is definitely what most men dream of. But I am different.
I have the system in my hands and can go out to attack the target at any time.
How can my time be locked by a woman?
As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility.
A man like me should have contact with more women. Love should be broad. There are countless women in the world who deserve pity. Only with a heart of great love can you bless them.
Giving love to only one woman is selfish, while sharing love with women all over the world is pure and selfless love. A person with great love is like an emperor who travels around the world, bringing benefits to all living beings.
What's more, there is a female tenant named Zhou Qi in his house.
Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment, then said, Shuiao, I know what you mean.
It's just,
I'm very busy at work, and I often have to go out for social events, so I may not have much time to spend with you.
Zhang Tai held Lu Shuiao's hand tightly and said gently, but I will make more time to accompany you.
A hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Shuiao's eyes, and she sighed softly.
All right. Zhang Tai keenly felt that Lu Shuiao was unhappy. But there is no way, sometimes you have to refuse. This night, Zhang Tai tried his best to make Lu Shuiao happy. The next morning,
Lu Shuiao went out to buy breakfast contentedly. As for Zhang Tai, he felt like his waist was about to break. I was too confident after all. Zhang Tai leaned against the wall and sat down at the table, taking a deep breath.
After all, I just got out of the hospital. I'm still very weak. Honey, it's time for breakfast.
Lu Shuiao put the soy milk and fried dough sticks she bought on the table. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are a traditional breakfast combination from the ancient Dragon Kingdom. When the golden dough sticks are soaked in the rich soy milk, the day's life will be awakened at that moment.
After saying goodbye to Lu Shuiao, it was almost noon.
Zhang Tai rushed back home. He felt that he needed a good rest. I also made an appointment with Feng Qingmeng in the evening, although I didn't know what would happen. But, at least you have to be physically prepared.
Wife, do you have any oysters left? Zhang Tai asked Zhou Qi, who was cooking.
Oh. Zhou Qi looked at Zhang Tai with a smile. Her peach blossom eyes were already charming and enchanting, and at this moment, they became even more charming and attractive. She said coquettishly, Hubby, you still want to eat oysters today? Zhang Tai was startled, cold sweat pouring down his face. He hurriedly said, replenish your body, wife, don't think too much.
Chapter 66. What night is this?
Seeing Zhang Tai's nervous look, Zhou Qi felt both angry and amused. The night before yesterday, I don't know who said they wanted to prove themselves, but I was struggling for a long time.
Now he's scared again.
As she thought about it, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. I was just joking, look how scared you are. Zhou Qi stared into Zhang Tai's eyes and smiled like a man in his prime.
Wait a moment, honey. I'll make you oysters. Zhang Tai.
After eating the oysters, Zhang Tai returned to the bedroom.
He couldn't sleep the whole night at Lu Shuiao's house yesterday.
Yesterday, Teacher Lu seemed very angry, and kept saying that he didn't love her enough and needed to continue to express his love through actions.
As a result, by the time Lu Shuiao was satisfied, it was already dawn. It was outrageous.
He set the alarm for 6 in the afternoon and fell into a deep sleep.
Feng Qingmeng left work early at 3 in the afternoon.
She hasn't dated a man in a long time. This time, she took the initiative to invite Zhang Tai to dinner, and she felt inexplicably nervous.
Feng Qingmeng comes from a wealthy family, is smart, and has a beautiful appearance.
Since she was a child, there have been countless men who have pursued her and expressed their love to her. However, she politely rejected the advances of these men. From college to graduate school to doctoral graduation, she never had a romantic relationship. She was already 27 years old when she graduated with her Doctor of Laws. After becoming a lawyer, she devoted all her time and energy to her work. In just 2 years, Feng Qingmeng became famous in the legal circle and became one of the top star lawyers in Dongshi. However, in the past 2 years, she has been working all the time.
I've never even had a date or a meal with anyone of the opposite sex, let alone a romantic relationship.
Except for communicating with clients about cases for work. Time waits for no one, and in a blink of an eye, Feng Qingmeng is already 29 years old. This stunning beauty is already 29 years old, but she has no experience in love. Beneath the aloof and cold exterior lies a girlish heart that couldn't be purer. After taking a shower, she sat on the edge of the bed as usual. The bedroom was filled with the scent of a virgin's body.
What should I wear on a date? This white down jacket, doesn't it look too old-fashioned?
A long black trench coat is too professional and a bit too serious.
Leggings with a thicker skirt? No, that's a bit too sexy, not modest enough.
This highly intelligent female lawyer acted as flustered as a little girl when facing her upcoming date. There was a long silence.
Feng Qingmeng walked to the wardrobe and opened the innermost drawer.
In the drawer was a mink coat of ancient style.
Feng Qingmeng took out the clothes and put them on.
The coat was as black as the night sky, and the collar of the coat was trimmed with a circle of white mink fur, like a jade belt under the moonlight, which not only added to the overall color contrast, but also made her fair neck look slender and elegant. The white mink fur is particularly eye-catching against the black clothes, just like stars illuminating the sky on a winter night. She went to the dressing table again and combed her waist-length hair that fell like a waterfall.
Feng Qingmeng was wearing antique clothes, like a character walking out of an ancient scroll. She has picturesque features and an unparalleled grace, like a fairy descending to earth. As expected, this is the way I dress, and it suits me best. Feng Qingmeng looked at herself in the mirror and muttered to herself, since
I'm in love with him, there's no need to hide this. Ding-ling-ling as the alarm clock rang, Jiang Tai woke up from his sleep. He stretched his muscles and felt that his energy had almost recovered.
After all, my body is superior to that of ordinary people. At night, no matter how things develop, we can always cope with it.
Jiang Tai simply washed his face.
Then I went out with excitement.
There is a pleasure boat docked on Lake Liusu.
This was the date location that Feng Qingmeng sent to Jiang Tai.
He felt very strange at the time.
What era is this? We are still dating on a pleasure boat.
But he still followed the location and came here.
Good evening, Mr. Jiang.
Feng Qingmeng said with a smile. Jiang Tai boarded the pleasure boat and was stunned by what he saw. At this time, Feng Qingmeng was dressed in ancient costume. Her hair was styled in a classical bun, resembling piles of clouds and snow, noble and elegant. 2 gold hairpins, each with its tips inlaid with pearls, added a touch of nobility. She has a slender waist and a slim figure, and when she walks, she is as delicate as a willow swaying in the wind. Under the moonlight, she looks like a fairy descending to the earth, beautiful and mysterious.
Qingmeng, you are so beautiful.
Jiang Tai couldn't help but admire. This outfit looks just like the heroine in ancient costume in a movie or TV series.
Mr. Jiang, don't I look like a heroine in ancient costume? Feng Qingmeng looked at Jiang Tai and smiled gently. I am actually an ancient person. Jiang Tai was stunned. Qingmeng, what does this mean? Feng Qingmeng looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Ancient moon and modern people, I don't know what night it is. Mr. Jiang, I am a time traveler.
Chapter 67. The 4 seasons are like a song, a dream of 1,000 years. Spring of the 7th year of Qingning. As the prosperous place of the Qin dynasty, Liangjing City is full of red and soft flowers. It is rich in natural resources and has outstanding people. At that time, Liangjing City was well connected and served as an important transportation hub, with merchants and travelers bustling about.
There is also a famous fireworks spot in the city. Although the women in the red light district value gold, silver and jewelry, they also admire young talents.
On this day, a romantic young man dressed in a thin shirt and robe, carrying a long sword on his back, rode a tall horse and passed by the red light district. The women in the building admired his elegance and waved their sleeves to tease him.
Oh, whose handsome boy is this?
Come and sit on my legs. A beautiful girl was sitting against the building. She was wearing a light and flowing green gauze skirt, and a pair of white and slender legs could be vaguely seen.
My brother is so handsome that I am really moved. Can we come upstairs and have a chat? The curtain is already open.
Another beautiful girl, with round face and smooth figure, swayed slightly on her snow-white chest while she was speaking, as if she was about to break through the restraint of her thin shirt, which made people's blood boil. The people of the Qin dynasty were open-minded, and the women in the building were people of the world. They spoke naturally and were frivolous. The young man was not embarrassed when he heard the teasing of the woman in the building. He smiled slightly and bowed gracefully to the prostitute in the red light district.
Hello, sisters. I am honored to be here.
I've long heard that Liangjing is a city of romantic interest, and that red light alley accounts for a significant portion of it. I rode past today, and it truly lives up to its reputation. I'll be coming here often to bother you ladies. The young man rode a white horse, passed through the red light district, and came to the residential area in the city. During the Qianlong period, the exterior of the Minfang was mainly made of bricks with arched doorways. Each fang had 4 walls, each about 2 zhang high. There are several walls between these walls, which are about 10 feet high and 6 feet wide. Each block has an alley leading out of the city. The block gate has 2 doors, one above and one below. The upper door has a sign with the block name inscribed on it. Within the block are alleys, and the streets and alleys connect to each other, creating a sense of alleys and lanes crossing each other between blocks. The young man came to a residential area, raised his eyebrows, and dismounted. This is it. Well, I'll live here for the next few years. The young man took the bag off the horse's back. Just as he was about to enter the house, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a young girl standing beside him. She was as delicate and bright as a newly blooming flower. The girl's face was like exquisite porcelain, white and delicate, and her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and innocence. She was staring at him with curiosity. She is now a graceful girl of 13, in the prime of her youth, in early February. The 10-mile Yangzhou road in the spring breeze is nothing compared to the rolled-up pearl curtain. The boy smiled slightly and said, "Sister, why are you staring at me like this? Is there something wrong?" The girl blushed slightly when she heard this. "Sir, I've lived here for a long time. This is my first time meeting you, so I'm a little curious." "Well, I'll live here from now on. What do you call me, sister?" The girl bowed slightly, then said softly, "Hello, sir. My name is Feng Qingmeng." The young man smiled faintly, like a spring breeze. "My surname is Li, and my name is Tai Bai. Since you are my neighbor's sister, you can call me Brother Tai Bai." This year, Feng Qingmeng was 13 years old and Li Bai was 16 years old. Autumn of the 11th year of Changning. In the 4th year of Li Bai's arrival in the capital, his poetry and swordplay became famous throughout the world. Fireworks Alley. The long-legged beauty opened the door and said angrily, "You damn devil, do you want to sit on your sister's legs again?" Li Bai was dressed in a blue shirt, looking elegant and graceful. He embraced Meiji in his arms and said, "Sister, your legs are so soft and tender, you should come and sit with me more often." Humph. Who can be fooled by sweet words? Then why did you go to the next door the day before yesterday? Meiji was held in Li Taibai's arms. Her body was already limp, but her words still expressed dissatisfaction. "Ha ha. I was halfway through writing a poem that day, but I was lacking inspiration. So I looked for that sister whose frost was as white as snow. Then I saw the surging waves, a magnificent sight. Poetry suddenly surged in my heart like a waterfall, and I finished 2 poems that night." The long-legged beauty raised her hand and gently stroked Li Bai's cheek, saying infatuatedly, "You scholars are always so romantic. I wonder how many women's hearts you have broken. Don't say anything that spoils the mood. When life is good, you should enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon empty." Li Bai said with a smile, "Sister, we should enjoy ourselves." At noon the next day, Li Bai woke up, said goodbye to Meiji, and rode back on horseback. When he returned to the door of his house, he saw Feng Qingmeng looking at him angrily not far away. Li Taibai sighed inwardly, but a smile appeared on his face. "Good afternoon, Sister Qingmeng. Brother Taibai, you didn't go home last night." Feng Qingmeng said angrily, You went to Red Light Lane again? You. Do you know that girl from Red Blossom Lane?" Feng Qingming's face darkened as he murmured to himself, "Brother Taibai, you've reached adulthood, have you ever planned on getting married?" "No." Li Bai smiled softly and continued, "Sister Qingmeng, you have reached your prime years and it's time to choose your ideal husband." At that time, Feng Qingmeng was already 17 years old. She was extremely beautiful and countless men came to propose marriage to her, but for some reason, she rejected them all. "Brother Taibai. You." Feng Qingmeng clenched her hands nervously, mustering up the courage to say something, but after hesitating for a long time, she still didn't open her mouth. She turned around and left, cursing at the roadside, "Idiot. Idiot. What a poetic swordsman. You're just an idiot who doesn't understand romance." Seeing Feng Qingming's departing figure, Li Bai sighed slightly. I'm sorry, Sister Qingmeng, I'm not a good man, I dare not ruin your life. Winter of the 15th year of Chongning. At that time, there was a rebellion, and the Qin dynasty was engulfed in smoke and flames of war. On this day, the rebel vanguard attacked Liangjing city at night. The rebels divided their forces into 4 groups and attacked from 4 directions. The defending troops held the east, south, and west gates, but the north gate was poorly defended and was eventually breached by the rebels. This group of rebels numbered about 1,000 people. After entering the city, they killed and burned people. A mere 1,000 people naturally could not capture the capital of Liangjing, but by raiding at night and slaughtering civilians, it could cause a great psychological deterrent to people. The world is in chaos, the Qin dynasty is about to end, and your impregnable Liangjing city cannot protect the people inside. This is what the rebels hoped to achieve. Some rebels came to the residential areas in the city and started burning, killing and looting. This woman is so beautiful. Just like a fairy, hee hee. A rebel discovered Feng Qingmeng and was very excited when he saw her fairy-like face through the candlelight in the house. Fuck, Lao Meng, we are so lucky. Today we can line up to fuck the fairy, hee hee hee. As he said this, he stepped forward and tore Feng Qingmeng's clothes. Feng Qingmeng felt a huge sense of helplessness and panic. In those chaotic times of war, was human life really so worthless? Should women be humiliated like this? Suddenly, several brilliant sword lights flashed, and several rebels in the room were killed by one sword. The man who came put his mink coat on Feng Qingmeng. It was Li Bai. Sister Qingmeng, don't be afraid, everything is fine. Li Taibai hugged Feng Qingmeng in his arms and comforted her softly. Feng Qingmeng said tremblingly, Taibai, your brother, but there are still many sounds of killing outside the house, and there are still many rebels. I'm going to go out and take a look. Don't come out of the house. Li Bai locked the house and rode on his white horse. When the rebels were slaughtering and destroying everywhere, Li Bai, dressed in a blue shirt, came to the rebels on a white horse. Hee hee hee, there's still someone who's not afraid of death. The rebel leader couldn't help but laugh wildly when he saw Li Taibai coming towards them alone. Brothers, chop him into pieces. Li Taibai said calmly, I have no business interfering in the struggle for hegemony among dynasties. But you slaughtered innocent civilians, and that's fine. The famous sword Qiu Shuangyu was unsheathed. Blue Lotus Sword Song, first form, Wugo Frost Moonbright, rustling like a meteor. Autumn Frost Jade was like frost and beautiful jade, the brilliant sword intent continued to climb, and after reaching the peak, the sword intent exploded. Transforming into countless sword lights, the sword light flashed, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the rebels. Facing the attacks of the rebels, Li Bai's movements were graceful and he could always dodge the attacks in the nick of time and then give his opponents a fatal counterattack. Fuck, are they still human? Faced with constant casualties and unfathomable opponents, the rebels finally began to panic and they were ready to retreat. Green Lotus Sword Song, first move, kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. As the enemy retreated, Li Taibai's movements suddenly sped up, weaving through the rebels like a stream of light, leaving corpses everywhere he went. When the door opens, Li Taibai's blue shirt was stained red with blood. He looked at Feng Qingmeng and said softly, it's all fine now. I've dealt with all the rebels. Feng Qingmeng looked at Brother Taibai in front of her, tears falling uncontrollably. Li Bai smiled and sat down next to Feng Qingmeng. He looked at the blood stain on his hand and wiped it on his shirt with a bit of embarrassment. Then he raised his hand and wiped away one of her tears. Qingmeng, don't cry. You are so beautiful, it won't look good if you cry. Summer of the 17th year of Changning. This year, Feng Qingmeng was 23 years old and Li Bai was 26 years old. Ancient road, west wind, thin horse. Outside the pavilion, Li Bai led his white horse. He gently stroked the horse's head and murmured to himself, Xiao Bai, we have lived in Liangjing City for 10 years. How many Maras have you made pregnant in these years? If it weren't for my good relationships, how could those horse owners let you go? Feng Qingmeng was wearing a light green gown. When she heard what Li Bai said, she couldn't help but laugh. That's what they call a horse follows its master. Brother Taibai, how dare you say that about Xiao Bai? In the past few years, you must have slept with dozens, if not hundreds, of the girls in the red light district. Humph. Li Bai smiled faintly, Sister Qingmeng, it doesn't necessarily mean that I have to spend the night in red mansions. You know, I'm a poet, and I go to places of romance mainly to inspire inspiration. I wouldn't believe you. Feng Qingmeng stuck out her tongue and made a rare playful face. Then,
Sister Qingming, I'm leaving now.
Take care of yourself. Li Taibai looked at Feng Qingming, preparing to say his final goodbye.
Brother Taibai, this is for you. Feng Qingming put something in Li Taibai's hand and stared at him with his eyes. This is? Li Taibai looked at the item in his hand and sighed slightly in his heart. This is a delicate dice. The exquisite dice are filled with red beans. Do you know how deep my love for you is? Brother Taibai. Feng Qingming mustered up the courage to say, take me away. From now on, wherever you go, I'll go too, okay? Qingming. Li Taibai was silent for a moment and put the exquisite dice back into the other party's hand.
He shook his head and said, I am not a good person.
You will meet someone more suitable. Over the years, I have always treated you as my own sister.
Li Bai said softly, a brother's love for his sister can only be family affection.
Feng Qingming murmured softly, but why?
Li Bai smiled and said, I want to express my feelings in the mountains and rivers and travel around the world. Love is always bound to lead to loss of courage, so I don't have to go through this. The girls in Red Light Lane are all from the underworld. It's nothing to do with them just flirting with each other.
But you're different, Qingming. You're a good, innocent girl.
I don't have that intention, so naturally, I don't want to waste your youth. After 10 years of living together, Feng Qingming knew Li Bai's character well. No one in this world can force him to do something he doesn't want to do. When I think of this, I no longer worry about it.
She took a deep breath and said, Qingming understands.
I wish Brother Taibai a safe journey across the world.
Li Bai thought about it and took off the sword on his back.
This sword is called Xiao Xuanyu, the 7th most famous sword in the world. He handed the sword to Feng Qingming.
Sister Qingming, this is for you.
Hold this sword, and it will be as if I were here in person.
No one in this world will dare to harm you in the slightest.
But, this is your sword.
What will you do with it if you give it to me? Feng Qingming was slightly startled and said worriedly, the world is dangerous. Brother Taibai should keep it for self-defense.
Li Bai smiled proudly, a year ago, I no longer needed a sword. Everything in the world, even plucking leaves and flying flowers, was like a divine weapon. Li Bai took out another book and handed it to Feng Qingming.
This is the Green Lotus Sword Song. It records my many years of poetry and songs, and also contains peerless sword techniques.
I am giving it to you as a gift, which can also be regarded as an additional dowry for your future marriage. After you get married, if that boy dares to bully you, you can send me a pigeon message and I will help you beat him up.
Hate it. Feng Qingming's eyes were red.
I haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already cursing me to be bullied.
Then, Sister Qingming, let's say goodbye here.
Li Taibai jumped on his horse and said, Xiao Bai, it's time for us to go to the next stop.
Brother Taibai.
The journey is long, take care.
Feng Qingming shouted loudly, with reluctance in her tone.
Li Bai was riding a white horse, his green shirt the same as yesterday, looking elegant and graceful, like a banished immortal. He didn't look back, but just waved behind him to say goodbye. In this way, 10 years after Li Bai entered the capital of Liang, he chose to leave and began to travel around the world. He came as a young man and left as an immortal, roaming freely among mountains, rivers, heaven and earth.
Feng Qingming didn't know anything about sword techniques or martial arts. She just kept Xiao Xuanyu and Qinglian Jianga in her safekeeping.
What she didn't expect was that she traveled through time and space just 1 year after Li Bai passed away. When I woke up, I found myself traveling through thousands of years and arriving in the modern era.
Chapter 68 The One You Like. Feng Qingming opened her eyes drowsily, and everything in front of her was unfamiliar. Here it is. Qingming, are you awake?
A gentle voice came, and a beautiful woman in front of him asked with concern.
Who are you? Qingming, don't scare me, I'm your mother.
The beautiful woman frowned slightly.
This child? Could it be that the fever has damaged his brain? What, am I dreaming?
When Feng Qingming woke up, she found that the whole world had changed. The wooden houses were transformed into luxurious villas built with reinforced concrete. The roads became smooth and wide, and the pedestrians on the streets were all dressed in strange clothes. The means of transportation changed from oxen and horses to mechanical cars. Even rouge has become lipstick. My parents and relatives have also changed. The only thing that remains unchanged is her name, Feng Qingming. This year, Longhua, East City. Feng Qingming is 16 years old. It took her a year to finally adapt to everything in this world. If I were to go by the popular female-oriented novels in this world, I should be a time traveler. She muttered to herself.
It's a pity that I traveled from ancient times to the present day.
Feng Qingmeng smiled bitterly. It seems that the knowledge of the ancient times is of no use in this world.
Alas, everything needs to be relearned. But it's strange, why do I look exactly like Qian Chao himself in my memory? Is Qian Chao's experience real, or just a dream? But Qian Chao's memories are so real. Forget it.
Now that things have come to this, there's no point in dwelling on it.
It's time to adjust my mindset and live in this world. Feng Qingmeng was a very smart person.
Once she adjusted her mindset and accepted reality, she learned everything very quickly. Starting at the age of 17, she spent 1 year learning all the knowledge before high school.
I went to a prestigious school at the age of 18.
He completed a master's and doctoral program at the age of 22 and graduated with a doctorate in law 5 years later. He became a lawyer at the age of 27, rose to fame within 2 years, and became one of the top lawyers in East City at the age of 29.
Everything seems perfect, except love.
Qingmeng, you're not satisfied with Dr. Li, and you don't like Teacher Chen either.
Mother Feng sighed, what kind of man do you want to find? Are you looking for a god? Immortal. Oh. Isn't Brother Tai Bai a fairy?
Compared with him, other men in this world are nothing, and how can they catch my eye?
Mom, you don't have to worry about it.
Feng Qingmeng smiled and continued, I live a free and happy life alone, and I'm busy with work.
Dating will distract me. Now is not the time to talk about love. Feng's mother's eyes turned red and tears fell.
Qingmeng, you are not 19 years old, you are 29 years old, it's time to get married. Qingmeng, you're as beautiful as a fairy, you have a good education and a good job, and our family conditions are not bad.
With these conditions, are you going to be a leftover woman? Feng Qingmeng smiled faintly, Mom, what era is it now? You are still so traditional in your thinking. Can't I live without a man?
These men are only showing me affection because they want my looks or my family's assets. In the past 2 years that I've been a lawyer, besides major criminal cases, the most common cases I've handled are property disputes after divorce.
Most men and women in this world scheme against each other. Marriage is nothing more than a game of sexual relations.
Everyone wants to take advantage of the other, and everyone is afraid of being at a disadvantage.
Isn't the divorce rate in Longhua high enough over the years? Mother Feng was speechless for a moment.
After a while, she sighed and said, Qingmeng, you have grown up.
I can't talk you down. I am just afraid that no one will be able to take care of you in the future.
Feng Qingmeng smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I can take care of myself.
Yes, I don't like any man in the world. I don't belong to this world, so let me be beautiful alone. Xiaoyu, I understand. I will help him with this lawsuit.
Looking at his tearful sister in his arms, Feng Qingmeng sighed. It's easy to find a priceless treasure, but hard to find a true lover.
The men in this world are nothing but dogs.
Once you get them, you won't cherish them anymore.
Mr. Jiang.
Feng Qingmeng stared at the man sitting opposite her, her heart filled with disgust.
He is born with a good appearance.
Unfortunately, all that glitters is not good.
My sister is so inexperienced that she got deceived. Lawyer Feng, could you give me a ride?
Feng Qingmeng frowned slightly.
Does Jiang Tai dare to have any idea about me? Well, I have to help Xiaoyu vent her anger no matter what. Mr. Jiang, do you have a girlfriend now?
If he says he doesn't have a girlfriend, or does anything excessive towards me, I will immediately ask Xiaoyu to break up with him and send him back to prison.
I have a girlfriend. Well, still honest, not to the point of being hopeless. If you want money, don't hurt me. Kidnapped.
Based on my experience handling previous cases, I must not panic and try my best to keep myself safe.
Snap. 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 A series of slaps came over him. Feng Qingmeng gritted her teeth and refused to beg for mercy.
This group of perverts in Gu Xiaoman were not simply kidnapping, but coming for revenge.
Lin Xiong began to tear Feng Qingmeng's clothes. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Whether in the Qin dynasty or in modern times, is the result still the same?
Even if I were a lawyer, I still couldn't protect myself. Without Brother Tai Bai here, no one will come to save me. I might not make it through tonight.
Am I going to die like this? Well, I don't belong to this world.
The sound of metal colliding kept coming from my ears.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood keeps dripping. Why? Why would he come to save me?
I don't have any friendship with him, why would he risk his life to save me? 1,000 years ago, Brother Tai Bai was dressed in a green robe and looked as graceful as an immortal. 1,000 years later, Jiang Tai was trapped in the sword and killed people in the world.
Are they the same kind of people? Qingmeng, don't cry.
You are so beautiful, it won't look good if you cry.
Jiang Tai's words penetrated Feng Qingming's heart like a thunderbolt. Thousands of years ago, the day the rebels attacked,
Li Bai also said the same thing to her. In a trance, Jiang Tai and Li Bai's figures and appearances gradually overlapped.
Feng Qingming was in a trance.
You are not him, but why do you look so much like him? That day, the young man in green clothes said softly.
I'm not a good person, you will meet someone more suitable. So today, can the person in front of me be considered a good person?
At this thought, Feng Qingming's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and love in her heart rose like a tide. I don't know where the love comes from, but it grows deeper and deeper.
Chapter 69, Sweet Dreams in My Arms.
The moon is bright in the sky and the stars are shining.
Liusu Lake, on a pleasure boat. Feng Qingming was wearing antique clothes.
She had picturesque features and an unparalleled grace, like a fairy descending to earth.
Mr. Jiang, this is my past.
Feng Qingming smiled slightly.
Are you surprised?
Jiang Tai was silent for a moment. It is really absurd and bizarre that this peerless beauty in front of me actually traveled here from ancient times.
But on second thought, I even have this legendary thing called a system. Is there anything impossible in this world? Qingming, whether you are an ancient person or a modern person, what does it matter?
Jiang Tai said softly. A graceful and beautiful lady like you, just standing in front of me is enough to make me happy. Feng Qingming didn't know how many men had praised her, and she was almost numb to these compliments. Only Jiang Tai's words made her blush and her heart beat faster.
Qingming, you invited me here. Mr. Jiang. Feng Qingming slowly turned around and bowed slightly to Jiang Tai.
A beautiful day, a beautiful scene, a happy occasion like a dream. Her face flushed slightly, and she said softly, Qingming would like to invite Master Jiang to enjoy the boundless beauty of the moon together.
Jiang Tai crashed directly. What is going on? Feng Qingming in front of me is acting like a little girl. Where is the shadow of a cold goddess? Could it be? Could it be that she is in love with me? System, check the favorability. Ding. Feng Qingming's favorability is 100 true love. Fuck.
I didn't even realize when her favorability towards me reached 100.
Why didn't you remind me, system brother? Hello, host. I've already warned you that when I was reporting your favorability, you were nearly hacked to death and fainted.
Jiang Tai was slightly speechless, and then he was extremely surprised. I remember when I first met Feng Qingming, her favorability towards me was an absurd 30, but it soared to 100 so quickly.
Is it just because I saved her once?
Thinking about her behavior during their several meetings, Jiang Tai was puzzled.
What a strange woman. I was a little bit afraid of her before.
Now that you know your favorability has reached 100, why are you still panicking?
Jiang Tai took a step forward and walked to Feng Qingming's side.
He reached out and gently embraced her in his arms. Qingming, no matter how beautiful the moonlight is, it can't compare to you.
Feng Qingming did not resist at all.
Instead, she stood there in panic, her breathing becoming rapid. How could a girl who had never been in love for decades in her past and present lives experience all this?
In an instant, Feng Qingming's face turned red because of shyness.
Jiang Tai saw this and thought she looked so adorable that he couldn't help but want to tease her again.
Oh, Qingming, why is your face so red?
Jiang Tai pretended to be surprised.
Could it be that you have a fever? No. I'm fine. Then why are you blushing so much?
Feng Qingming realized that Jiang Tai was teasing her. She felt shy and anxious, and a hint of sweetness arose in her heart.
Jiang Tai made an expression of sudden realization. He let go of Feng Qingming's arms and took 2 steps back. He said apologetically, I see, I was the one who offended you, my lady.
Qingming, you are so beautiful, I can't help but want to hold you in my arms.
I'm sorry.
Feng Qingming left Jiang Tai's arms, and for a moment she felt empty in her heart. At this moment, she saw the other party take 2 steps back and deliberately keep a distance. Her heart was in turmoil, and she hurriedly said, No, you hug me.
I'm very happy. Oh? If that's the case, why is Qingming blushing?
Jiang Tai looked at her with a smile.
I'm shy. Feng Qingming said shyly. Qingming, so you like me? Jiang Tai smiled. Feng Qingming was confused for a moment. How could a girl take the initiative in such a matter? Jiang Tai sighed, so it's not true. I was just being sentimental. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Feng Qingming was anxious.
She bit her red lips and said with courage, yes, I like you very much.
Jiang Tai nodded. Qingming, since you like me, just take the initiative to hug me.
Feng Qingming felt her heartbeat getting faster and faster. She slowly walked up to Jiang Tai and hugged him gently.
Jiang Tai smiled and asked, how do you feel? I don't know,
she said foolishly, with a myriad of emotions in her heart.
Jiang Tai stopped interrupting.
Under the moonlight, a pair of lovers snuggled together quietly.
After a long while, Feng Qingming murmured, Master Jiang, I have something for you. What is it?
Feng Qingming took out a dice from his arms. The surface of this dice is made of white jade, and the inside is carved into a hollow shape, with a love beam placed inside.
This is? Jiang Tai's eyes fixed on the exquisite dice. Qingming, can this be considered a token of love? Yes, Mr. Jiang, do you dare to accept it?
Feng Qingming looked at Jiang Tai infatuatedly.
Token of love, token of love.
In a trance, Jiang Tai had a slight illusion.
A little girl once gave me a token of love.
In an instant, Feng Yu and Feng Qingming's appearance seemed to overlap for a moment.
They both have the surname Feng, are there any connections? No.
There is no such coincidence in the world.
Qingming was 29, Xiao Yu was 18. What kind of relationship could there be between them?
There were so many people with the same surname, so there was no need to worry about it.
At this moment, the beauty's kindness is hard to refuse. How can I ruin the scenery?
With this thought in mind, Jiang Tai took a deep breath and said word by word, as the heavens above and the earth are my witnesses, I will never let you down.
Feng Qingming placed the exquisite dice into Jiang Tai's hand and asked softly, Mr. Jiang, are you willing to be my husband?
Jiang Tai gently stroked Feng Qingming's cheek and said softly, of course I am willing.
Is there anything else you want to say to me, my lady? Feng Qingming was delighted.
She leaned close to Jiang Tai's ear and whispered, I wish you 1,000 years of life.
I wish I am always healthy.
I wish we can be like the swallows on the beam, and see each other every year. At this moment, the moonlight is like water and the stars are brilliant. The dazzling lights are reflected on Lake Liusu, and the pleasure boats are sailing slowly in the lake, like a dream. Jiang Tai was moved and picked up Princess Feng Qingming and walked towards the hold.
Meals have been prepared in the cabin.
On the dining table, there was a pot of fragrant and delicious osmanthus wine and a pot of elegant chrysanthemum tea.
In addition to tea, there are also plates of exquisite snacks.
The xiaolongbao has a thin skin and a full filling, revealing the tempting soup. The pancakes are fragrant, crispy, and have rich and varied fillings, and there are also small and exquisite pastries that are colorful, rich in taste, and sweet but not greasy.
Qingming, let's eat something first.
Jiang Tai smiled and said, we can do other things after we're full.
Feng Qingming blushed when she heard this. I'm full, what are you busy with?
Jiang Tai looked at her with a half smile, then picked up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth, saying softly, it smells so good.
Chapter 70, Promotion to Extraordinary. Soon, Jiang Tai finished his tea.
He stretched and took Feng Qingming's hand.
Qingming, it's getting late, we should rest. Feng Qingming did not refuse, but a blush appeared on her face.
In fact, nothing happened between him and Feng Qingming that night.
When Jiang Tai saw Feng Qingming was so nervous and shy that she didn't know what to do, he smiled and walked out of the guest room.
Qingming, we still have a lot of time. There's no need to rush.
Just take a good rest.
Ding, Feng Qingming's intimacy has been successfully unlocked. Even so, the sound of the system's successful strategy came to my mind. Yes, the moment Feng Qingming's favorability reached 100 and she took the initiative to confess, the intimate relationship was successfully unlocked. This is the power of the Qingshui painting style and serious system. Ding, rewards for successfully conquering the target, 1 billion in funds, 30 attribute points, a famous sword, Autumn Frost Jade, skill pack, exiled immortal sword technique, Green Lotus sword song. Ding, the first phase of the main mission, drunkenly lying on a beauty's lap has a current completion rate of 70%.
Ding ding ding, a text message came to my phone.
1 billion yuan was transferred to your card number ending in 1188, and the current balance is 101,000,6742 yuan. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword body was shining like frosty jade, an unparalleled divine weapon.
System, what is the exiled immortal sword technique? Hello, host.
The exiled immortal sword technique was created by the Qin dynasty sword immortal Li Bai, a man of extraordinary talent. The Green Lotus sword song incorporates his poetry and prose, transforming his poetic spirit into a sword technique, a peerless sword move.
Use the skill package of the exiled immortal sword technique. Following Zhang Tai's instructions, the countless exquisite sword moves in the Green Lotus sword song all enter Zhang Tai's sea of consciousness.
Endless poetry seemed to fall from the Milky Way in the sky and pour into Zhang Tai's body.
Looking in the mirror in the hall, I feel sad for my white hair, which was black in the morning and turned to white in the evening. Time passes through 100 generations, how many joys can one find in this fleeting life? How I wish I could obtain the heavenly sword and cross the sea to slay the whale. I am drunk and want to sleep, so please go away. If you have time, bring your zither tomorrow.
When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. When I'm in high spirits, I write down my thoughts and shake the 5 mountains.
When my poem is finished, I smile proudly and soar above the Zhangzhou.
Zhang Tai closed his eyes and concentrated, digesting the heroic and unrestrained poetry and sword skills. After a long time, he opened his eyes, with a restrained gleam in his eyes. He had completely mastered the sword skills of the exiled immortal and the Green Lotus sword song. It turns out that the ancient martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom actually exist. Zhang Tai felt the mystery of the exiled immortal's sword skills and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He took a deep breath and came back to his senses.
Feng Qingmeng is indeed a top-tier strategy target with a near-perfect score. This time, she actually gave me 30 attribute points. Your physical strength was already at the early stage of transcendence before, so I'll add 10 points to your endurance this time. System, add 10 attribute points to endurance. Ding. Attribute increase completed. In an instant, Zhang Tai felt that his physical fitness had reached an incredible level. Ding. Detected that the host has reached the transcendent realm. Explanation will be given. The transcendent realm has surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Physical fitness has been greatly enhanced, and all skills have been directly upgraded to Grandmaster level. The extraordinary realm possesses an extraordinary skill. The host's extraordinary skill is infinite space. Infinite space, to put it simply, means you can store and retrieve items at any time, which is like having an infinite warehouse with you. System, can infinite space absorb the opponent's attacks? For example, if someone attacks me with a missile, I can exile the missile by opening the space? Host, hello, no, any items you store must pass through your hands. So if you are attacked by bullets or artillery fire, you will be killed directly. Fuck you, what's the use of this skill? Zhang Tai cursed. This isn't the apocalypse, and I don't need to store supplies. What's the use of this skill? I'd rather have a skill like observing beautiful women with perspective, or a skill like tracking them while invisible. Hello, host. If you really dislike this extraordinary skill, you can give it up and become an extraordinary person without any extraordinary skills. Forget it, it's better to have it than not. Let's keep it. Zhang Tai thought for a moment and said, oh, there are still 20 attribute points left. Let's add them to physical strength and endurance respectively. Hello, host. After reaching the transcendent level, there is no longer a distinction between physical strength and endurance. Instead, there are 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Every 20 attribute points will advance 1 level. In that case, use these 20 attribute points to upgrade to the middle level of transcendence. Ding. Attribute increase completed. Show the host properties panel. Name, Zhang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 95 points. Extraordinary intermediate. Physical fitness, 50. Financial resources, 101,000,6742 yuan, a chain of laughing hamburger restaurants, a legacy 650 private jet, and the famous sword Xiu Shuangyu. System stage, the official first stage. Main task, sleep drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, with a target achievement rate of 70%. Skills, gods, I can see relevant information about the target woman: combat master, cooking master, medical master, flying master, exiled immortal sword skill, Green Lotus sword song.
Looking at his attribute panel, Jiang Tai nodded with satisfaction. This time he successfully conquered Feng Qingmeng and received a huge reward increase. First of all, with the billions of funds we have obtained, we will be more confident in the future, whether it is investment projects or daily consumption. Secondly, the 30 attribute point reward directly promoted him to the extraordinary middle level, and his skills in all aspects directly reached the Grandmaster level. Finally, the famous swords Qiu Shuangyu and Qinglian sword Song gave him a vague feeling of being invincible in the world. At this moment, Jiang Tai is full of ambition. He has more and more wealth, a peerless beauty in his arms, and his own strength is unfathomable.
Is there anything in this world that I can't do? Chapter 71: The Hardest Thing to Accept. The next morning, Feng Qingmeng woke up. Last night was like a dream. She couldn't help blushing when she recalled it. Qingmeng, are you awake? Come and have breakfast. Feng Qingmeng looked in the direction of the sound and was stunned. He seems to be even more handsome than last night. And his temperament is becoming more and more like Brother Tai Bai. Silly girl, why are you in a daze? Jiang Tai saw Feng Qingmeng in a daze and couldn't help but asked with a smile. Feng Qingmeng came back to her senses and said angrily, You little brat, who are you talking about? I'm more than 1,000 years older than you. Yes. You are all right. Seeing Feng Qingmeng's little girl look, Jiang Tai felt funny and cute. Humph, you big pig's hoof. Feng Qingmeng snorted and got out of bed to wash up. She fell in love with Jiang Tai, and they spent a wonderful night together last night. At this point, I have already let down all my defenses. She completely turned into a little girl in love. The two chatted while eating breakfast. Wow! Qingmeng, you live in a large detached villa. Jiang Tai exclaimed in surprise. Well, what's the matter? Feng Qingmeng blinked. So, I'm hooking up with a rich woman. Jiang Tai said with a smirk, if my company goes out of business, I'll probably be able to make a living with you. Come on, Feng Qing said with a smile, the rice here is soft and fragrant. You can come and eat it. Ha, sister is the softest and the most fragrant. Jiang Tai was in a good mood as he looked at the beautiful Feng Qingmeng and teased her. The two laughed and cursed at each other for a while. After breakfast, the two separated. Feng Qingmeng drove to the law firm. Jiang Tai returned home. In his bedroom, Jiang Tai began to think about the problem. Now that he has obtained 10 billion in funds, he should treat these women of his better. Sister Yanran said before that she was unhappy working in the hospital. It is already the end of January and the Chinese New Year is approaching. It's time for her to resign from the hospital. Let's ask her to go with us to choose a store in the next 2 days to fulfill her wish of becoming a boss. Lu Shuao is only thinking about getting married. I'm not doing her any justice by dragging her along like this. I can't be so selfish anymore. I need to find a chance to explain things to her. If she wants to break up, I will try my best to give her some compensation. Zhou Qi. Although Qi is much older than me, she was protected too well before. Having been a housewife all these years, maybe I can help her reintegrate into society and work. Well, let's arrange a management position for her at Laughing Burger Shop. Zhang Xiui. Like Yanran, she actually doesn't like the job of flight attendant. In this case, we can consider arranging her into the company as well. Now that I have billions of dollars in my hands, I don't necessarily have to devote myself to running this company. From now on, I'll let Xiaoyi and Xier take over, and I'll just be a hands-off boss. As for the clear dream, it would be too much to ask this career-oriented woman to give up her career. I will help her as much as I can. She is so devoted to me, I don't want to let her down. Finally, Xiaoyu. Hey! This is where my dream first began after I got the system. Without her, I wouldn't even have this system. But the person I feel most sorry for is Xiaoyu. These few days, I still have to take some time to go see her. At least, give more compensation. These women, no matter what their purpose was when they first got together with me. To this day, he has been devoted to me. As time went by, it was only a matter of time before they realized each other's existence. At that time, can they accept it? Alas, it is the hardest to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. I am a superhuman now. Maybe Longhua has special treatment for superhumans and allows them to marry multiple wives. At that time, can I marry them home together? Will they be willing? There are also main tasks of the system.
Thinking about it this way, I have completed 70% of the main tasks of the first phase. If you can conquer Nami Fukata and Kirara Yasuji in Sakura Country, you can complete the mission directly. Nami Fukata, I was short of money before and had little confidence, but now I have 10 billion in my hands, so I can still give it a try.
Of course, there is no need to spend too much money.
If you invest too much, it is better to conquer other girls.
As for Yasuji Hanakera,
I used to think she was a dangerous woman, but now I am a mid-level extraordinary warrior.
What underground gang in Sakura Country? They are nothing.
When I take action, I kill them like cutting melons and vegetables. Now it seems that it is not impossible to conquer her.
Afternoon. Jochi bought some vegetables and was about to come back to cook.
Cher, don't be busy, let's talk.
What's up, hubby? Wife, haven't you worked in all these years? You haven't worked in 10 years, have you? Jochi replied. She thought for a moment and then said, why do you suddenly think of asking this? Shawan is older now and can go to and from school by herself.
She doesn't need you to spend too much time taking care of her.
I want you to come work for my company, and maybe let you take the helm in the future. Jochi was shocked. What? I don't know anything. How can I possibly be in charge of the company? Chapter 72 Two Vice Presidents.
Zhang Tai's sudden proposal made Jochi feel at a loss.
Husband, I haven't had much contact with society in so many years, how can I lead a company? Stop joking. Jochi refused repeatedly. Zhang Tai smiled faintly and said, it's not that difficult.
I didn't know anything before, but now I can do it quite well. To put it bluntly, once you sit in that position, you'll naturally understand a lot of things.
But I still have to cook.
Jochi has been accustomed to the life of a housewife for so many years, and she is unwilling to leave this comfort zone.
You can hire someone to do things like cooking.
Zhang Tai said softly, Cher, you are my woman.
You deserve to live a more exciting life. Don't be afraid. I will arrange for you to be the vice president first, and then let the general manager take you on.
But asking me to lead the company alone is too much.
I'd be really nervous.
Zhang Tai pondered for a moment and said, in that case, I will find someone else to help you manage the company, so you won't be under so much pressure.
Who is it?
Jochi keenly felt that this person had a special relationship with Zhang Tai, and asked unconsciously.
Zhang Tai pondered for a moment. They will meet sooner or later, so why not try out Jochi's attitude?
Cher, I won't hide it from you, she's also my woman.
Zhang Tai said, she's a flight attendant.
I have no intention of flirting with other women, but...
Zhang Tai sighed and continued, sometimes, when you are in the world, you have no choice. There is a woman who loves me. If I reject her, it will hurt her self-esteem. Wife, you can understand.
Upon hearing this, Jochi lowered his head and remained silent.
After a long time, she looked up and smiled, I understand. In fact, she had long known that with Zhang Tai's conditions, how could there be no women who admired him, and how could he only be interested in her? During this period, he has done enough to take good care of himself and Shawan. She was very satisfied both materially and physically. How could a married woman with children like herself dare to ask for more?
She smiled sweetly, hubby, you're so outstanding, it would be strange if you didn't have other women.
However, no matter how many women you have outside, I want to be your principal wife.
Zhang Tai was delighted when he heard this, it seemed that his judgment was correct.
Jochi is likely to accept it.
Then he smiled and said, Cher can be the main wife, but you have to treat your sisters well.
Ha! Sisters, so, how many sisters do you have? Zhang Tai smiled and said, why? Are you jealous? Not many, maybe 80 or 90. Oh. How can I manage so many sisters? Jochi sighed and said quietly.
Seeing Jochi's cute jealous look, Zhang Tai had an idea and picked her up and walked towards the bedroom.
Well, what do you want to do again? Jochi asked angrily. Haha, let's talk in detail about managing my sister. Dongsher International Airport. The flight mission was completed and Zhang Xiaoyi prepared to leave the airport with his suitcase. Wow.
It's really cold, Zhang Xiaoyi said, preparing to call a taxi home. It's winter, and I can only bring 2 pairs of stockings to match my uniform.
I'm freezing. Zhang Xiaoyi was thinking. Wife. Get in the car. A voice came.
She looked in the direction of the voice and saw Jiang Tai had already parked the car on the side of the road waiting for her.
Inside the car,
Jiang Tai frowned when he saw Zhang Xiaoyi, the co-pilot, with a bruised face and frozen nose.
he reached out and touched Zhang Xiaoyi's leg, which was cold. Xiaoyi, it's so cold in winter, and you only wear stockings to work? So your legs don't get frostbitten? We can't help it.
The airline has regulations.
Zhang Xiaoyi smiled bitterly.
We have to wear stockings to work all year round. After all, it looks better this way and passengers like to see it. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Tai and said shyly, "Don't men like to see uniforms?"
Didn't you do the same that day?
Jiang Tai handed a hot pack to Zhang Xiaoyi. I like uniforms, but I'm not a pervert.
It's so cold, and the company makes you wear such thin clothes. To put it bluntly, it's just to please the passengers. What's the point of this kind of work?
Jiang Tai was silent for a moment, then continued, I'm sorry, Xiaoyi, a lot happened in the past 2 months, and I didn't have time to take care of you.
Our company is short of a vice president. Come work for me. Zhang Xiaoyi was stunned when he heard this. What? I went to work at your company, and right away, I became the vice president? Well, I'll be creating 2 new vice president positions. General Manager Zhang Wei will take you through the process.
Salary, I'll give you 300,000 yuan a year, because Zhang Wei only earns 500,000 yuan a year. Privately, I'll give you another 200,000 yuan a month as a subsidy.
If it's not enough, tell me again.
Zhang Xiaoyi had just felt hungry and cold, but now, sitting in the Mercedes-Benz and being cared for, her nose suddenly felt sore for no reason.
Are you suddenly acting like a warm guy today? Why are you suddenly so nice to me?
She looked at Jiang Tai, tears glistening in her eyes.
You are my woman, how can I not feel sorry for you? Xiaoyi, as a vice president, you must have a car. I will transfer the ownership of this Mercedes-Benz to you in the next 2 days.
Zhang Xiaoyi was shocked when he heard this.
What? You transferred the car to me, so why are you driving it?
Jiang Tai smiled and said, I'm going to buy a new car in a couple of days. I've bought this Mercedes-Benz for over 3 months, and I've only been driving it for over a month. If you think it's not a new car, I'll go with you to the Forest dealership to pick up a new one.
Zhang Xiaoyi said softly, how could I dislike it? This car is filled with your scent. I'm so happy. Thank you, husband. Zhang Xiaoyi's residence. Honey, let's play games.
Zhang Xiaoyi was still wearing the flight attendant uniform and looked at Jiang Tai charmingly. Jiang Tai pinched Zhang Xiaoyi's face lovingly.
Silly girl, you are so cold and still playing games? Take a bath and warm up, then have a good rest. Don't catch a cold. Okay, husband.
Zhang Xiaoyi was touched and went to the bathroom. After coming out of the bathroom, Zhang Xiaoyi changed into a white shirt. Her hair was wet and had not been combed yet, and the makeup on her face had been washed off by the water. At this moment, the beauty came out of the bath, looking as pure and beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water.
Xiaoyi, you look beautiful like this. Zhang Tai smiled.
He walked to the dressing table, picked up a comb and helped Zhang Xiaoyi comb her hair.
Xiaoyi. This time, I plan to arrange a vice president in addition to you. When the time comes, you can discuss anything with us. Zhang Xiaoyi laughed. Is the other vice president also a woman? Yes. Zhang Xiaoyi turned her head and looked at Jiang Tai infatuatedly. Is she also your woman? Chapter 73. You have to say, husband, please cook. Jiang Tai was slightly startled, then admitted frankly, yes.
After he became extraordinary, his mentality changed a lot. In the past, he was always afraid of a Shura field situation. No matter which woman chose to leave him, he would feel very reluctant.
But now it's different. He does have other women. If you can accept it, that's the best. If you can't accept it, that's fine. He won't force it.
Zhang Xiaoyi sighed after hearing this and said after a while, I knew it.
I've long felt that I'm not the only woman you have. People like you are always surrounded by beautiful women.
Maybe, I'm not the woman you love the most. Zhang Xiaoyi felt a strange feeling in her heart. If Jiang Tai was only devoted to her and cared deeply for her, then even if he was worth billions, young and handsome, she would only be stunning at first sight. After spending a long time together, I will feel that this is what he should do, that I am good enough and that he loves me so much, and I take it for granted. But now Jiang Tai told her clearly that he had other women.
A strong love actually rose in her heart?
Only outstanding men will be liked by many women, so it is normal for him to have other women.
This shows that my vision is correct. Maybe I will never meet a man with such good conditions again.
What I should do is not to make noise and complain, but to stand out from these women and become the one he loves the most.
Xiao Yi, you will blame me.
Zhang Tai looked at the other person and said softly.
I don't blame you. You've been very good to me, and the fact that you're willing to tell me these things shows your sincerity. Hubby, I just hope you will never leave me.
Zhang Tai felt a surge of pity in his heart and gently held her in his arms. After a long time, Zhang Xiaoyi stood up, took Zhang Tai's hand and walked towards the bedroom.
Xiaoyi, what are you doing?
Zhang Xiaoyi is not wearing any makeup at the moment, wearing a clean white shirt, looking pure and sweet. She no longer looks sexy and charming as a uniformed stewardess, but rather a sweet girl who feels like first love. She smiled sweetly, revealing her sweet dimples.
Honey, I'm safe these days. Come in. The next morning,
Zhang Tai returned to the company. Zhang Wei, come to my office for a moment.
Okay, Mr. Jiang. In the chairman's office.
Zhang Tai lit a cigarette.
Zhang Wei, I'm going to recruit 2 people to be vice presidents in a couple of days. Please take good care of them.
Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment.
Vice president? I haven't heard of any plans to recruit anyone? Mr. Jiang, which company poached these 2 people? How many customer resources do they have? Zhang Wei asked.
They are not in this industry and don't have any resources.
You can treat them as newcomers.
Zhang Tai said with a smile.
Then, Zhang Wei was puzzled. If he was not in this industry, why would they recruit him and make him the vice president all of a sudden? They are both my women.
Zhang Tai saw Zhang Wei's doubts and said lightly.
Zhang Wei was shocked when he heard this and was speechless for a moment. Fuck you. You're such a jerk. You brought your own woman into the company and gave her the position of vice president straight away. The most amazing thing is you brought 2 women in at once. Why don't you just arrange for the 4 women to play mahjong together? What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Zhang Tai glanced at Zhang Wei.
No problem, I'll do my best to take care of them. Zhang Wei was furious, but this was his boss's order, so what could he say? He could only agree. Zhang Tai nodded and patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Zhang Wei, you are my right-hand man. Help me do my work well, and I will not treat you unfairly. Dongshi People's Hospital. Lin Yanran is on the early shift today and will be off work in the afternoon.
As soon as she walked out of the hospital gate, she saw Zhang Tai looking at her with a smirk on his face.
Good afternoon, Sister Yanran, get in the car.
The plan is to buy a new car in a few days, so although this Mercedes-Benz has been transferred to Zhang Xiaoyi, she is still driving it for now.
Hey, please don't smile so meanly every time you see me, okay?
Lin Yanran sat in the passenger seat, feeling speechless.
Why isn't it okay to smile at your own wife? You're so handsome, can't you act a little more domineering?
Every time you see me, you smile like a wicked man.
Humph. I feel like a gangster. Zhang Tai nodded and continued to smile evilly. You are right, you are indeed a hooligan. You are my wife, who else can I treat as a hooligan if not you?
When Lin Yanran heard this, she felt ashamed and angry, so she simply closed her eyes and ignored him.
Sister Yanran, the last time we talked about you wanting to open a shop and become a boss, it's time to put it on the agenda. Lin Yanran opened her eyes and thought about it.
She realized that being a nurse was indeed too tiring.
It's time to try a new job. She smiled and said, do you still remember this? Well, so what kind of store do you want to open? Zhang Tai asked with a smile. Is it a flower shop or a clothing store? Or if you want to do medical beauty, I can open a medical beauty store for you. We'll talk about what to do later. Let's get the shop ready first.
Lin Yanran thought for a moment and continued, I'll submit my resignation in the next 2 days.
After I quit, we can go look for shops together. Okay. I'll listen to my wife. Lin Yanran's residence. It's been a while since I've eaten your cooking. Thinking of the delicious food, Lin Yanran couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Hurry up and cook.
Zhang Tai shook his head and said, that won't work, you should say, husband, please cook. Lin Yanran was stunned for a moment, then said, You've watched too many short videos.
Why are you so slow when cooking?
Zhang Tai sighed and said, you said, dear husband, please cook. Lin Yanran felt speechless. How could he be so childish? But for the sake of delicious food, she thought about it and decided to endure it. Dear husband, please cook. Zhang Tai was overjoyed when he heard this. He smiled and rushed into the kitchen. An hour later. The white-cut chicken is golden in color, tender in texture and delicious in taste. Honey-glazed barbecued pork is made with pork belly, barbecued pork sauce, oyster sauce, light soy sauce, cooking wine, honey, sugar, garlic and peanut oil. The boiled fish is oily but not greasy, spicy but not dry, numb but not bitter, and has tender meat. Put pork, beef, chicken, vegetables and other ingredients into an iron pot and simmer them slowly over low heat to preserve the original flavor of the ingredients. It is a delicious and nutritious iron pot stew. Finally, the meal ended with wonton noodles as the main course. Sister Yanran, are you satisfied with these dishes? Zhang Tai smiled proudly. It's so delicious. Lin Yanran couldn't help but exclaim as she ate the delicious food. She felt extremely happy being with Zhang Tai. Chapter 74, My Two Wives, Please Get to Know Each Other First. When Zhang Tai returned home, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Zhou Qi was sitting in the living room in a daze. Ever since Zhang Tai told her to be a vice president in the company, she often became dazed and had wild thoughts, always fearing that she would not do well. Honey, I'm back. Zhang Tai glanced at Zhou Qi. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Well. Honey, do you have a driver's license? Can you drive? Zhang Tai asked. I have a driver's license. A few years ago, Shawan was in elementary school and had nothing to do, so I went to get a driver's license. Well, if you have nothing else to do this afternoon, come out with me and I'll take you to buy a car. Zhou Qi was stunned for a moment. Why do we need to buy a car? Don't we already have a Mercedes-Benz S400L? That car is going to be given to another vice president, so I'll only drive it for 2 more days. Zhang Tai smiled. I'm thinking of buying a new one for my wife, otherwise I'd be treating you badly. Zhou Qi was silent for a moment and nodded. Originally, given Zhou Qi's frugal character, he would have refused. However, Zhang Tai said that he gave the car to another vice president and bought her a new one to compensate her, which was different. Your other vice president uses an old car while I use a new one, so it's obvious that I win. This is a fight between women, you have to agree. Zhang Tai smiled, took Zhou Qi's hand and went out. Inside the BMW 4S store. Good afternoon, sir and madam. How can I help you? The female salesperson at the 4S store saw that Zhang Tai had an extraordinary temperament and did not dare to neglect him. Zhang Tai nodded and said, buy a car. So, is it you or this lady who is driving the car? Asked the female salesperson. This lady is driving. If you're a woman, I recommend the BMW 3 Series. It's very nice looking and costs around 350,000 to 400,000 renminbi. It's too low end. Zhang Tai shook his head. Forget it, I'll choose. Zhang Tai looked at the cars on display in the hall, then took Zhou Qi's hand and walked to a tanzanite blue BMW X7. Cher, take a look at this car and see if you like it. When the female salesperson saw Zhang Tai's attitude, she was delighted. It seemed that she had met a big client today. She immediately followed Zhou Qi and introduced. Hello, ma'am. The BMW X7 has a unique exterior design and is highly recognizable. Its large kidney grille, sharp headlights, and flowing lines give the car a strong visual impact. The lines of the body extend from the waistline to the rear, creating an elegant silhouette. The LED lights on the roof are not only beautiful but also provide excellent lighting effects. The car's exterior color is tanzanite blue, a deep, mysterious, and captivating color. It blends rich blue, vibrant violet, and vibrant purple, possessing the unique charm and value of a work of art. Zhang Tai nodded. The appearance of this car was indeed eye-catching. The female salesperson opened the car door and invited Zhou Qi to visit the interior. Ma'am, look, the interior design of this car is also excellent. The center console is centered on the driver and is equipped with a full LCD instrument panel and a 12.3-inch central control LCD screen, which is full of technology. The seats are comfortable and spacious, with optional first-class luxury seats providing the ultimate in comfort. Furthermore, the crystal gear lever and ambient lighting further enhance the luxurious feel of the interior. Zhou Qi took a look at the car's interior, which was indeed very high-end. However, she didn't know much about cars, so she looked to Zhang Tai for his opinion. Seeing Zhou Qi's gaze, Zhang Tai smiled and said lightly, "Not bad."
After hearing the affirmation, the female salesperson gained confidence and continued with the introduction.
The BMW X7 is equipped with a 3.0L inline 6-cylinder or 4.4L V8 engine, providing strong power output. In terms of transmission system, the BMW X7 is equipped with an 8-speed automatic transmission and xDrive 4-wheel drive system, giving the vehicle excellent handling performance and stability.
Cher, what do you think?
Zhang Tai asked.
Zhou Qi thought for a moment and said, "This car looks nice, but isn't it too big? I'm a woman and I can't drive such a big car. I think it suits you very well."
Zhang Tai smiled and continued, "Cher, you are too weak. You will be easily bullied like this. As a vice president of a company, it's appropriate for you to drive a more impressive car. It will be helpful when you go out to discuss business or establish your prestige in the company."
"Okay," Zhou Qi responded. "I want this BMW X7 Tanzanite Blue. Is there any car with full top-of-the-line configuration available?"
Zhang Tai glanced at the female salesperson and asked.
"Yes, the top-of-the-line model costs you 1.6 million after discount."
"Well, I'll swipe the card."
Zhou Qi was driving the new car, feeling very nervous.
Zhang Tai sat in the passenger seat and asked with a smile, "Cher, why are you so pale and nervous?"
"Hubby, I haven't driven a car in years."
Zhou Qi's voice trembled a little as she spoke. "I'm really afraid of accidentally bumping into or scratching this new car.
After all, it's such an expensive car."
"Don't worry, we've already bought the car insurance," Zhang Tai joked. "As long as you don't make the mistake of stepping on the accelerator and the brake, there won't be any problems. Rumor has it that some female drivers, when they see that the road conditions are bad or pedestrians suddenly cross the road, may step on the accelerator instead of the brake out of nervousness, which can easily lead to tragedy."
Now I am accompanying Zhou Qi on the road.
I don't ask her to be a good driver, but at least she must keep a calm mind. A few days later, Hamburger House Company.
"Everyone, we will have a meeting in half an hour to introduce 2 new colleagues to you." Zhang Wei announced the meeting to the employees in the office. There were 3 people in the chairman's office at this time.
Zhang Tai sat in the boss chair. Zhang Xiaoyi and Zhou Qi sat on either side of the reception sofa. Since it was winter, both of them were vice presidents. So the dress is relatively serious and formal.
Zhang Xiaoyi was wearing a black suit. She used to be a flight attendant.
According to the requirements of major airlines, flight attendants who weigh more than 100 pounds will be grounded immediately. You can't get on the plane until you lose weight back to 100 pounds. Therefore, they are extremely strict about body management and often have strict standards for food intake. However, there are pros and cons. Although they have lost the pleasure of eating, they are all clothes hangers. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyi was dressed in a formal uniform and looked very much like a workplace executive, with no sense of incongruity at all. Zhou Qi wore a beige suit today. Compared with Zhang Xiaoyi's capable look, this outfit made her figure look fuller and rounder. She had picked out this dress herself at the mall 2 days ago. Zhou Qi was still very flustered when she thought about taking on the role of vice president at the company meeting. She has a gentle temperament. Sitting on the sofa at this moment, she does not look like a female vice president in a high position, but rather like the secretary of Zhang Tai's chairman. Zhang Tai noticed that the 2 women looked at each other as soon as they entered the room, without saying a word, and the atmosphere was a bit tense.
"This won't work. I should speak up to break this awkward situation. My 2 wives, this is the first time you meet today. Please get to know each other first,"
Zhang Tai said with a smile.
Chapter 75 Jealousy.
Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the woman in front of him and felt that she was mature and charming, with a well-proportioned figure. She should be much older than him. It turns out that my husband likes this type of beautiful mature woman. Although Zhang Tai had told her about this situation before, she still felt jealous when she saw the other person in person. She took the initiative to say, "Hello, sister.
My name is Zhang Xiaoyi. You are really pretty and seem very capable. No wonder you can charm your husband into living with you. Unlike my sister, I used to be a flight attendant, only able to serve tea and water to passengers." Zhou Qi frowned slightly.
Zhang Xiaoyi's words were very polite, but she just felt that something was wrong and could sense a clear hostility. The woman in front of him was very beautiful and much younger than him.
"If this continues, will I be surpassed by her?
No, my husband and I have been living together for so long, I can't lose to a little girl." Zhou Qi calmed down and controlled her facial expressions. She smiled and said, "Hello, Xiaoyi.
My name is Zhou Qi. You can call me Sister Qi from now on. My husband has long told me that Xiaoyi is beautiful and sensible."
Not only does she look stunning in her stewardess uniform, she's also learned Thai massage techniques. Whenever my husband is tired, he goes to her, he always finds relaxation. The two women looked at each other with a smile, and there was a flash of sword in their eyes. Zhang Tai's eyelids were twitching, cold sweat was breaking out on his face, and he felt an invisible murderous aura in the air.
Didn't I already tell you guys in advance?
The expected scene of the two women hitting it off and living in harmony did not occur. It was obvious that the two women spoke to each other in a sarcastic and cryptic manner.
This is what happens when two wives meet. What would happen if the 6 existing wives met together?
Sure enough, the plot that all women in the harem call each other sisters and multiple women share one husband and live a happy life is too idealistic.
Ahem. Zhang Tai coughed, noticing that the atmosphere was not right. Alright, both wives have already met each other. From now on, you will be good sisters. I won't show favoritism.
Zhang Xiaoyi, humph.
Zhou Qi, hee hee. Zhang Tai.
General Manager Zhang Wei will introduce you to other colleagues at the meeting later.
During this period of time, you just need to study with Zhang Wei.
Also, from now on, everyone in the company should address me by my position.
Don't call me husband in the office. In the meeting room. Hello, colleagues. Zhang Wei stood up and said, "Let me introduce to you our company's 2 new executive vice presidents.
This is Ms. Zhou Qi, a former executive at a Fortune 500 company. She has extensive management experience, and joining us at Laughing Burger House will surely bring even more advanced management experience." Zhou Qi stood up, forcibly controlling her nervousness, and greeted everyone with a smile. "Hello, colleagues.
My name is Zhou Qi, and I'm very happy to join this big family."
The other is Ms. Zhang Xiaoyi, who previously worked in airline management. She chose to join our team because she saw the development prospects of our company. Zhang Xiaoyi stood up and greeted everyone gracefully. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Xiaoyi. I hope we can have a pleasant time working together in the future."
Zhang Tai nodded secretly.
This Zhang Wei was worthy of being the general manager.
He knew how to brag. That day, in the office, Zhang Wei gave his opinion on arranging the 2 women to join the company.
"Boss, it's no problem to arrange for these 2 to join the company as vice presidents. However, the position of executive vice president is second only to the chairman and general manager."
Zhang Wei looked at Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi's information and said with difficulty, "To be honest, their previous resumes were really not good enough to convince others." "Well, then what do you think we should do?" Zhang Tai asked slowly.
They forged their work resumes and packaged their previous work experience as workplace elites.
Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said.
Zhang Tai was silent for a moment.
"Is this okay? Won't others find out?" "No, boss.
These 2 are executive vice presidents, not department heads. They don't conflict with other management colleagues, and there's no conflict of interest.
No one will investigate."
Zhang Tai thought about it and said, "Then do as you say." Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi's induction meeting went smoothly, and no one had any doubts about their identities. In the next few days, Zhang Wei carefully took Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi to familiarize themselves with the company's products and business model. Zhang Tai will also take the time to provide careful guidance. That evening, Zhang Tai received a call.
"Hello, is this Mr. Jian?" "Well, who are you?"
"I'm Xiao Yang, the person in charge of this sports car show. We're holding a sports car show with sales ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions of yuan at the East City International Exhibition Center the day after tomorrow.
At that time, some limited edition supercars will be auctioned on site.
You are a well-known entrepreneur in our city, and we specially invite you to participate in this exhibition." Zhang Tai thought about it and decided to give the car to Zhang Xiaoyi, as she just happened to be in need of a luxury car.
"In that case, I might as well go and look for a supercar." "Okay, I understand." Zhang Tai nodded, "I'll go if I have time."
After hanging up the phone, he lit a cigarette for himself.
"After Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi get the hang of things, I will slowly withdraw from this company."
With his current strength, a mere fast food chain is not worth investing too much energy in.
Future Development Direction. Chapter 76 Supercar Show.
Seeing Zhang Xiaoyi so seductive, Zhang Tai couldn't control himself for a moment.
"After all, she is my woman, so it's not too much." Waiting for action. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. Mr. Zhang, this is the information compiled by Mr. Zhang. Let me take a look at it for you.
Zhou Qi was angry when he saw this scene, and his tone was cold.
Ah, okay, Sheer, you've worked hard.
Zhang Tai felt a little embarrassed and laughed.
Boss Zhang, do you want me to draw the curtains for you?
Zhou Qi said coldly. It would be really bad if other colleagues saw us doing this.
Sheer, don't get me wrong. Xiaoyi and I were just talking about work. Pulling the curtains is weird.
Sister Qi, I twisted my ankle while walking just now.
I asked my husband to help me take a look. You won't blame me, will you?
Zhang Xiaoyi asked softly.
Of course not. My sister works so hard, it's only natural that my husband should feel sorry for you.
Zhou Qi gave her a deep look.
My husband and I live together every day, I wouldn't be petty.
After saying that, Zhou Qi turned and left the office.
Xiaoyi, look, I told you it's not good to do this in the office.
Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly fell silent, and then her eyes turned red.
Zhang Tai was confused. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Hubby, I want to move in with you too.
Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly felt a little sad. Since she had already left the airline, there was naturally no need to rent a house near the airport anymore.
Hadn't Zhou Qi's words just now emphasized that she and her husband had always lived together? Wasn't that just a declaration of sovereignty?
Thinking about it, I felt wronged again, and tears began to fall.
Ah!
Zhang Tai saw his woman crying, and his heart softened.
Then you can move in. Really?
Zhang Xiaoyi burst into laughter.
Thank you, husband. I'll move in tomorrow. At night, in the bedroom.
Zhou Qi lay beside Zhang Tai, sobbing silently.
Xier, what's wrong with you?
Zhang Tai asked in surprise after noticing that there was something strange about the person next to him.
You said, that woman is going to move in tomorrow. Zhou Qi said in a trembling voice, then, should I move out? Xier, what are you talking about? Zhang Tai sighed.
These women are really troublesome.
None of them makes him worry-free. He needs to coax each of them. You are my wife, this is your home, where do you want to move to? Didn't we agree on Xiaoyi's matter before? Why, are you reacting so strongly now?
Zhou Qi said harshly, but, look at the tone of her voice, so sarcastic, like a green tea girl.
I really can't stand this kind of woman.
Cher, please give her some space. She's only 20 years old.
Please be more tolerant and understanding towards her.
Zhou Qi, who has always been gentle, did not compromise this time.
Yeah, she's a 20-year-old fresh-faced girl, and I'm already an old woman. How can I compare to her? I'm leaving.
I'll take Wanner away when she comes back from tutoring.
Zhang Tai felt like he was going crazy.
He had conquered so many top beauties during this period of time, and he was already very confident.
But at this moment, Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi were inexplicably caught in a dilemma. Cher, don't be angry.
Zhang Tai gently embraced Zhou Qi in his arms.
I'll tell Xiaoyi to respect you more. Xiaoyi followed me.
She has no place to live.
I can't let her sleep on the streets. You can understand me.
After a long communication, Zhou Qi finally stopped being angry for the time being.
The next day was the weekend, and Zhang Xiaoyi moved in with her luggage.
Zhou Qi was cooking, and Zhang Tai pulled Zhang Xiaoyi to the side.
Xiaoyi, your sister Qi is such a nice person. You shouldn't say anything to upset her anymore.
No, husband, maybe Sister Qi has some misunderstanding about me. Zhang Tai sighed, Xiaoyi, you two should get along well and don't make things difficult for me. I hope to live happily with you, instead of fighting among ourselves.
Is that okay?
Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Zhang Tai's serious expression, nodded, and said, I understand, husband.
At dinner time, Songwon felt the atmosphere was a bit strange and asked, is this elder sister a new guest?
Shawan, this sister is my tenant and will live here from now on. Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi didn't say much, and Zhang Tai didn't say anything else either.
Many things require a process of adaptation. Once they get used to each other, they will be able to live in harmony. A few days later, at the East City International Exhibition Center, the supercar show has begun.
Zhang Tai entered the exhibition venue, where various supercars from all over the world gathered, creating a scene like an aristocratic gathering. Each of them is priceless, and the unique temperament and perfect craftsmanship they exude demonstrate their nobility and extraordinariness. Before entering the VIP exhibition hall, there are some sports cars worth less than 10 million yuan in the hall. These sports cars are already crowded with people taking photos or visiting. A silver Lamborghini Aventador, priced at approximately 8 million yuan, boasts sleek, powerful lines, resembling a beast poised for action. Every detail has been meticulously crafted, from the streamlined body to the sharp, pointed headlights, creating a captivating sight. A red Ferrari F8 Tributo, priced at approximately 4 million yuan, boasts a radical and rebellious design, as if to announce its exceptional character to the world. Ferrari's signature red shimmers in the sunlight, like a bolt of lightning piercing the sky, a truly breathtaking sight. On the other side of the venue, a Maserati MC20 Cielo, priced at around 3 million yuan, also attracted a lot of attention. Its elegance and power, smooth body lines and unique convertible design made it stand out at first glance. These multi-million-dollar sports cars are definitely considered very good cars, something that ordinary people would never even dare to dream of owning in their lifetime. However, for Jiang Tai at this moment, the level is still too low. He just took a quick glance, then looked away and walked towards the VIP exhibition hall. Chapter 77 Eastern Canon. Inside the VIP exhibition hall. What is on display are the world's top super sports cars. Apollo EVO is a top-level supercar with a stunning design and super high appearance. The price is around 30 million. The exterior design of Pagani Huayra is unique and powerful, showing an ultimate aesthetic concept. The price is about 40 million. The exterior design of the Koenigsegg 1:1 sports car is unique and eye-catching. The body is mainly silver, with black and orange lines, and part of the carbon fiber covering, which looks very harmonious. The lines of the body are sharp, the gaps are also deeply engraved, and the parts such as the tail wing and the wind blade are as thin as possible, giving the whole car a full fighting atmosphere. The price is about 100 million. The exterior design of the Bugatti Noctimo not only retains the traditional elements of the Bugatti family, but also incorporates a modern and technological design concept. Its unique and distinguished appearance makes people feel its powerful power and excellent performance at a glance. The price is about 150 million. The exterior design of the Rolls-Royce Floating Shadow is a perfect embodiment of Rolls-Royce's exquisite craftsmanship and unique aesthetics. Whether it is the body lines, detailed design, or material selection, it demonstrates the excellent quality and brand heritage of Rolls-Royce. The exterior design of the Lamborghini Vision GT is unique, and every detail embodies the meticulous craftsmanship and endless innovation of Lamborghini designers. Jiang Tai looked at these top supercars and had already made a decision in his mind. He immediately fell in love with the Bugatti Noctilucent. Although this car is not the most expensive, its appearance is so gorgeous. The main color of the car body is deep black, which forms a sharp contrast with the glossy silver paint, which not only highlights the noble temperament of the vehicle, but also gives people a mysterious and profound feeling. The front of the car adopts the Bugatti family design language, with the grille being smoked black and the Bugatti English logo inlaid in the center, making it very eye-catching. The headlights are uniquely designed with sharp lines, like the claws of a beast, full of power and aggression. The side of the car features smooth and full lines, and the fastback roof design gives it a strong sense of sportiness. Large alloy wheels with wide tires provide excellent grip and stability. The rear of the car is simple and elegant, with a through-type taillight design that echoes the front of the car. The bottom diffuser is smoked black, and the dual-sided 4-outlet exhaust system gives it a very domineering look. Jiang Tai found the person in charge of the exhibition. "Mr. Jiang, how can I help you? I've got my eye on this Bugatti Noctilucent. Can I pick it up today?" The person in charge hesitated, then said, "Sorry, Mr. Jiang, this car has just been reserved. It's a limited edition, there's only one, so you can look at other sports cars." "Is that so?" Jiang Tai was slightly disappointed and was about to turn around and leave. Then I heard the voice of the person in charge calling me. "Mr. Dongfeng, you're here. What a coincidence. This gentleman also took a fancy to the Bugatti Nocturne. It's just a little late, you're lucky." Is this the owner who just ordered the car?" Jiang Tai looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with ordinary clothes and plain appearance. And at this moment the old man was also looking at him. Jiang Tai narrowed his eyes. This old man is very strong. This was the first extraordinary person he met after entering the extraordinary realm. "My dear friend," the old man walked up to Jiang Tai and asked with a smile, "Would you like to have a chat with me?" "Okay." Jiang Tai nodded in agreement. After becoming a transcendent, in a sense, he was no longer on the same level of life as ordinary people. When he met another extraordinary strong man at this moment, he inexplicably felt a sense of intimacy in his heart. The two of them came to an open space at the exhibition.
The old man spoke first. My friend, my name is Eastern Cannon.
You have reached the level of the extraordinary at such a young age.
That's truly remarkable.
Jiang Tai performed an ancient fist-clasping salute towards the old man. Mr. Dongfang, your name is quite impressive, and it makes people admire you.
Ha, you're quite polite, young man. Dongfang Jupao smiled and continued, young man, I want to test your strength, is that okay?
Jiang Tai smiled and said, that's not a good idea. If we go all out, the entire venue will be gone, and all these priceless cars will be scrapped.
No need to be so exaggerated. The Eastern Giant Cannon smiled and shook his head.
Let's not use extraordinary strength, just try it at human level. I'll only throw one punch and see if you can catch it.
Jiang Tai pondered for a moment. He could not sense any ill intention from the old man in front of him.
If it's just a simple exchange, there's no problem.
Okay, then please let Mr. Dongfang make his move.
Jiang Tai nodded.
The Eastern Cannon was not in a hurry.
He waited until Jiang Tai took a defensive posture before he very slowly threw a punch. If other people saw the punch thrown by the Oriental Cannon at this time, they would definitely think that it was just an ordinary health-preserving punch thrown by an old man, and it had no lethality.
However,
Jiang Tai, facing this simple and unpretentious punch, instinctively felt that he could not block it at all. Jiang Tai attacked quickly, using Wing Chun bridge hands to release the force and Tai Chi to neutralize the force. But it can't be removed at all, it can't be dissolved at all. The punch of the Eastern Giant Cannon is like the 5 mountains hanging upside down, like the vast ocean flowing, and like a meteorite falling from the sky. Jiang Tai faced this punch as if he was facing the entire world, and was completely unstoppable.
Since it is unstoppable, let's break it with force. Jiang Tai used his powerful and domineering Bajiquan to hit the opponent's fist hard. After a sound of boom,
Jiang Tai's body swayed, and he took 5 or 6 steps back before he could steady himself. The Oriental Cannon was like the twisted roots of an old tree, motionless.
My friend.
Dongfang Jupao glanced at Jiang Tai and said slowly, you are very good. Jiang Tai was silent.
This old man's strength was truly unfathomable.
Although his strongest skill was the exiled immortal sword technique and his martial arts attainments were also at the Grandmaster level, he was unable to withstand the punch thrown by this old man.
Mr. Dongfang, you are really amazing.
Jiang Tai praised sincerely.
My friend, you and I hit it off right away.
The Eastern Cannon smiled.
I'll give you that Bugatti Noir. Thank you very much, Mr. Dongfang.
Jiang Tai was a little surprised, but still expressed his gratitude.
He. Dongfang Jupao smiled.
I am the president of the Dragon Country Supernatural Association.
I wonder if you are interested in joining our association. Supernormal Association?
Jiang Tai was puzzled. You can think of it as the Transcendent Alliance, which is currently the only association officially recognized by Dragon Nation.
Thank you, Mr. Dongfang, but I'm not interested. Jiang Tai felt that this association was boring. Aren't associations just a routine in traditional fantasy novels, a thing for hunting treasures and leveling up? I have a system cheat.
I'll go to Sakura Country in a few days and accomplish 2 goals.
Maybe I'll become a god directly.
Why should I stay here with you to join the association, take on tasks, and level up slowly?
Impossible, must refuse outright. Chapter 78 Privileges.
Dongfang Jupao was not too surprised to hear that Jiang Tai refused to join the Supernatural Association.
He smiled and asked, my friend, excuse me for asking, but do you have a girl you like?
Jiang Tai was slightly stunned, not knowing why the other party asked this question, but he still gave an answer.
Yes. Well, let me say one more thing. How many girls do you like?
Jiang Tai frowned slightly, his tone turned cold. What do you mean?
Don't be angry, my friend. Dongfang Jupao said slowly, Transcendents who join the Transcendent Association have a privilege.
What privilege? This privilege is that he can legally marry 10 wives. Jiang Tai was immediately interested when he heard this. He didn't care about the Supernatural Association at all, nor did he care whether it was legal to have several wives at the same time. But his woman will definitely care. Women always care about status. If it were really legal to marry 10 wives, it would be easier to convince them to live in harmony later.
Mr. Dongfang, I'm already a Transcendent. If I don't join the Transcendent Association, can I not legally marry 10 wives?
Yes, as I said just now, the Supernatural Association is the only association officially recognized by Dragon Country. All members of the Supernatural Association are registered. In other words, if you are a supernatural member of the Supernatural Association, you have a position on the list. Only those with official positions can enjoy this privilege. The rest of the extraordinary people in the wild can only practice monogamy.
The Eastern canon tells these stories in detail.
Zhang Tai thought for a moment and continued to ask, why do the extraordinary people in the Extraordinary Association have the right to marry 10 wives?
That's a very good question, young friend.
Dongfang Jupao said slowly, we all know that in Dragon Country, no matter how wealthy or powerful you are, you can only practice monogamy.
However, the extraordinary are different. Each extraordinary has special abilities. It can also be said that every extraordinary person is a very strong fighting force. In addition to the Dragon Country, other countries also have extraordinary people. If a war breaks out one day, the number of extraordinary people can even determine the direction of the war. Dragon Country has a population of 2 billion, and there are no more than 500 registered extraordinary people. The probability is 1 in 4 million. We believe that the extraordinary bloodline may be passed down. So after comprehensive consideration, we have granted the extraordinary the privilege of marrying 10 wives. Zhang Tai was silent for a long time, then asked, Mr. Dongfang, what are the obligations and rights after joining the Supernatural Association?
The Eastern Canon smiled and said, there aren't many rules and regulations.
If a national war breaks out, the members of the Extraordinary Association need to fight for the country.
Sometimes, members of the association need to capture some of the extraordinary people who have committed crimes in the wild.
Of course, there are also some bounty missions, and rewards will be given after completion. This one is voluntary.
As for rights, besides being able to legally marry 10 wives as mentioned earlier, your children will have priority in schooling and employment. In addition, each association member can receive a living allowance of 10 million per year.
Yeah. Zhang Tai nodded. He understood.
The Supernatural Association was a group of high-end combat forces, supported by the country. As the saying goes, maintain an army for 1,000 days and deploy it for a single moment.
Once a war breaks out, that's when these people will be put to use.
Zhang Tai thought about it for a while and finally made a decision.
Mr. Dongfang, I am willing to join the Extraordinary Association.
Okay.
Welcome to join us.
Dongfang Jupao took out a piece of paper from his arms and handed it to Zhang Tai.
My friend, my phone number and address are on the business card. Contact me when you have time, and then come to my office to sign the membership agreement.
Okay.
Zhang Tai nodded.
The two came to the person in charge of the auto show. I'm giving the right to purchase this Bugatti Noir to Mr. Zhang, Dongfang Jupao said to the person in charge.
Huh?
The person in charge was stunned for a moment, then reacted, okay, Mr. Dongfang. He turned and looked at Zhang Tai.
So, Mr. Zhang, would you like to pay and pick up the car now?
Okay.
Zhang Tai nodded. After paying 150 million, he drove away from the auto show.
The moment the vehicle is started, a deep and powerful sound comes from the car body, which is the roar of the engine and the breathing of the machine. When the wheels start rolling, the sound of the night is like a nimble cheetah rushing out of the starting line swiftly and gracefully. Speeding through the night, the wind whistled in my ears, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The thrill and excitement brought by speed makes your heart beat faster. Zhang Tai gripped the steering wheel tightly and opened the car window. The night wind blew wildly on his face, but Zhang Tai didn't care.
The bustling night scene of East City kept passing before my eyes.
He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, the wind and smoke of the foreign land have passed. 4 months ago, he was just a poor recent graduate. Now, he is driving a 150 million supercar, touring the world like the emperor of the night.
The coincidences in this world are truly amazing.
In this darkness, the Bugatti Noir sound is like a flash of lightning, breaking the silence of the night.
Chapter 79 Firewood Wonton Shop. At the dinner table.
Zhang Tai is observing silently. He found that after a few days of getting along, the relationship between Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi seemed to have eased a lot.
Women are like this, they can chat about anything for a long time. After chatting for a while longer, we became best friends. Over the past few days, the two women have been able to get along well and talk and laugh. Zhang Tai was secretly delighted.
If things continued like this, it might not be impossible for the three of them to form a group in the future.
Husband.
Just as my thoughts were in a mess, Zhang Shoui's voice came.
Well, what happened to Shoei? I've discussed it with Sister Chi.
Zhang Shoui smiled and continued, from now on, you can come to my room on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and go to Sister Chi's room on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays.
You'll have a day off on Sundays.
Zhang Tai was shocked when he heard this.
Fuck you. You let me accompany you 6 days a week. Good man, based on my understanding of you two women, entering the room must be more than just entering the room. It's okay because I'm a transcendent. If I were an ordinary person, wouldn't I be drained dry by you guys in less than half a year if this continued? What's more, besides you two wives, I have 4 wives outside waiting to be brought back home. How should I allocate my time when 6 beauties will be together in the future? Present.
Zhang Tai smiled awkwardly and said, my 2 wives, I can accompany you to rest, but everyone should still be restrained.
Look how scared you are.
Zhou Qi scolded with a smile, husband, you are only in your 20s, you are full of energy. As he spoke, Zhou Qi nudged Zhang Tai's leg with his foot under the table. Sister Qi is right, husband, you have to work harder, Zhang Shoui agreed. They had highly consistent views on this matter. Quietly, Zhang Shoui also touched Zhang Tai's other leg with her foot under the table. Facing the 2 women's teasing, Zhang Tai angrily scolded, well, you two have been getting more and more presumptuous recently.
It seems that I need to teach you a lesson.
When Zhang Tai found the Oriental Canon according to the address on the business card, he was shocked. There is no high-end association office building, but a firewood wonton shop in front of us. The afternoon sun shines on the wooden sign of the shop, and the 7 ancient characters Jupao Chaiwa Wonton Shop appear even more dazzling in the sun. Zhang Tai pushed the door open and was greeted by a faint aroma of firewood, a mixture of the smoky smell of burning wood and the deliciousness of wontons, filling the air. The interior of the shop is simple and cozy, with old-style wooden tables and chairs, the surface of which bears the marks of time. Next to the fireplace, rows of ceramic jars display various seasonings and dry goods, each of which is neatly arranged, full of life.
The soul of the Chaiwa Wonton shop lies in the blazing fire.
In the kitchen, Zhang Tai saw Dongfang Jupao skillfully operating the ancient stove.
The flames danced at the bottom of the pot, stimulating the aroma of wontons.
He personally selected each wonton wrapper, filled it with the most delicious meat filling, and then put it into the boiling water.
Mr. Dongfang. Zhang Tai was surprised. Is this the headquarters of our association? Seeing Zhang Tai coming, Dongfang Jupao smiled and said, here you are. How about a bowl of firewood wontons first? Zhang Tai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, I want a bowl of firewood wontons with chili oil and a poached egg. Okay, sit there and wait for a while.
Zhang Tai sat on a wooden chair, watching the flames dancing in the fireplace, and felt a unique sense of tranquility.
When the steaming wontons were served in front of him, Zhang Tai couldn't resist the aroma.
The chili oil blends perfectly with the wontons. The hot wontons, with thin skin and tender filling, are drizzled with fragrant chili oil, instantly creating a mouth-watering flavor. The chili oil seeps into the wonton wrapper, and every bite is full of layers of flavor, with the fragrance of firewood, the spiciness of chili oil, and an indescribable deliciousness.
The poached egg is even more amazing.
The egg is so soft and melts in your mouth, and paired with the delicious wonton broth, it tastes even better. Zhang Tai secretly admired, old Dongfang is really good at making wontons. After eating the wontons, Zhang Tai was not in a hurry, but just waited quietly. After this busy period was over, Dongfang Jupao came and sat down in front of Zhang Tai.
Xiao Jiang, how does it taste? Mr. Dongfang, these wontons are really delicious. Hey, don't call me Mr. Dongfang all the time. It sounds too strange. Dongfang Jupao smiled and continued, just call me Lao Dong. It's more convenient. Okay.
Lao Dong, Zhang Tai smiled and continued, I didn't expect that the headquarters of our supernatural association is in this firewood wonton shop. If it weren't for your powerful punch and your extraordinary realm, Lao Dong, I would have suspected you were a liar.
The Oriental Canon chuckled and said, Xiao Jiang, you don't understand this. This is called hiding in plain sight. Besides, we are a very small minority. Ordinary people don't even know we exist. Why are we being so high profile? That's it, it's fine.
Zhang Tai thought for a moment and asked, but Lao Dong, if there are important people or a war that requires the mobilization of a large number of extraordinary people, this place is too small.
What you said is not a big deal.
It's very rare to need to gather a large number of extraordinary people. Lao Dong continued, if such a situation really happens, we can all get together and book a large conference room.
It's very convenient. Okay, Lao Dong, are there any procedures required to join the Extraordinary Association as you said? Well, it's nothing, just signing an agreement. Dongfang Jupao took out an agreement from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Tai. Take a look at it, sign it, and it's filed. The clauses are fine.
Simply put, if the country needs us, we'll be at your disposal.
Yes, no problem. Jiang Tai took a look and signed it quickly.
As a dragon citizen, he grew up on this land and it is his duty to fight for his country.
By the way, Lao Dong, have you been running this wonton stall for all these years? Yes, this is a craft passed down from my ancestors.
It has a history of 100 years. The Oriental Canon smiled proudly, my boxing skills were learned from making wontons.
Damn, Lao Dong, you're not bragging, are you?
Jiang Tai looked incredulous. That day, the punch of the Oriental Giant Cannon at the supercar show gave Jiang Tai the feeling of being a towering mountain, unfathomable, and all-encompassing. It seems like he doesn't have any skills, but he can break everything with just one punch. You're telling me today that this boxing technique was inspired by making wontons?
Who would believe me?
The Eastern Giant Cannon said with a smile, that's right, the truth is simple.
Everything in this world is interconnected. If you practice anything to the extreme, you can attain enlightenment.
So it makes sense that I learned boxing through making wontons. Jiang Tai was speechless for a while, secretly admiring in his heart.
Good guy, Lao Dong is still the protagonist template. Speaking of which, Lao Dong. Jiang Tai thought for a moment and asked, why did you pull me into the Extraordinary Association?
Actually, with your strength, there shouldn't be any problem that can't be solved.
It probably won't make much difference whether I join or not. Well.
Dongfang Cannon was silent for a long time, and finally sighed, when I see you, I think of my apprentice. The Supernatural Association is the right path. I brought you into the association, because I was worried that you would go astray like him.
Let me tell you this story. 20 years ago, I took in an apprentice. He was only about 6 or 7 years old at the time and was a wandering orphan. He always hangs around my wonton shop and eats any leftovers from customers. After a long time, I became familiar with him. He seemed bright and clever, and I was already extraordinary at the time. So, I took him in. I named him Zugenuo.
A promise is worth 1,000 gold. As he grew up, his talents gradually emerged. He learns quickly whatever I teach him.
At the age of 20, he suddenly achieved enlightenment and became extraordinary.
It is unlikely that Dragon Country will produce someone with this kind of talent and genius in many years.
After becoming a transcendent, he continued to accept tasks from the association.
Capture evil supernatural beings, kill supernatural spies from enemy countries, fight against natural and man-made disasters, and protect the weak. He has been doing great in those years. I have been training him as the next president of the Supernatural Association. Until one time, he was on a mission to hunt down an evil supernatural being, but ended up being ambushed by the other party. A total of 4 evil extraordinary people surrounded and killed him. Because there was an error in the intelligence at the time, no one could provide support in the first time. 1 super versus 4 supers, it is basically a dead end for the same level.
However,
that night, he came back covered in blood, carrying the heads of 4 evil spirits.
Only.
From that day on, he changed completely.
Chapter 80 Zhuge Nuwa. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual.
Zugenuo still accepted the association's tasks as usual and completed them with a high degree of completion.
But gradually, I found something was wrong.
In some missions that require collaboration, there are always heavy casualties.
Zhugino must have been involved in these missions with heavy casualties.
This situation became more and more obvious as time went on.
To the last period of time.
Even all the extraordinary people who teamed up with Zugenuo would die in battle, while Zugenuo himself would be unharmed. At the same time, in the process of carrying out the mission, there were extremely exaggerated casualties among ordinary people.
At this point, I finally realized the problem.
The other members of the association also have great opinions about Zugenuo.
So, one day,
I had a long talk with him.
Arnold, are you hiding something from me?
Zugenuo in front of him had eyes as deep as the sea of stars.
He smiled at me and said, Master, why do you ask?
I sighed, Arnold, 7 of the extraordinary people who carried out missions with you this year died, and 16 were seriously injured.
How many extraordinary masters do we have in Dragon Country? This loss is too great.
Juga nodded and said, "It's true that the casualties were considerable, but battle is inherently dangerous, and the enemy we face is also very powerful, so casualties are inevitable." I stared into his eyes, but I couldn't see any emotion in his deep eyes.
But, Arnold, you always come back unscathed. Zugenuo's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile.
They died in battle, but I was unharmed, simply because I was stronger than them.
I couldn't help but get angry when I saw his nonchalant look. Arnold, these people are your comrades, how can you be so indifferent?
And many members of the association are now expressing dissatisfaction with you.
If this continues, then let them be dissatisfied. Zugenuo interrupted me.
A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A person who is superior to others will be criticized by the crowd. No matter if they are ordinary people or extraordinary people, they will all be jealous, suspicious, and slanderous.
That's human nature. Why should I care about it? Ah!
I couldn't help but sigh as I looked at him now.
Arnold, what did you go through when you were surrounded and attacked that day? I feel like you've become different from before.
A sharp light flashed in Zugenuo's eyes, and he said calmly, "Master, people always have to grow up."
You think I have become different, but it's just that I have grown up. I didn't know what to say anymore.
Seeing my silence, he smiled and said, "Master, if there is nothing else, I am going to start writing a novel." Every extraordinary person has his or her own career in life.
Some do business, some are teachers, some run wonton shops, and some are idol singers.
And Juga Nuwa, he is a novel writer. Since being Zugenuo's teammate was extremely dangerous, no one wanted to team up with him anymore. He didn't seem to care at all and simply completed all the missions by himself. And so, more than a month later, one afternoon, he came to the wonton shop to see me.
Master, do you usually read novels? Zugenuo suddenly asked me.
I was slightly taken aback, then said, "I used to read traditional martial arts novels, but recently I also read online novels on my phone."
Zugenuo nodded. Master, you know I'm a novelist. At the same time, I'm also a reader.
With the development of novels today, few readers can accept the protagonist's gradual upgrade. They all trigger the cheat code from the very beginning.
Among them, the system is the strongest among the Golden Fingers.
There are two main types of system novels nowadays. The first type is about the protagonist making rapid progress through the system, defeating the evil opponent, winning the beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life.
The second type of story is where the villain becomes the protagonist.
Through the system, he defeats those so-called destined heroines and children of destiny to become stronger. He also wins the beauty and reaches the pinnacle of life.
The direction of these two plots.
Zugenuo looked at me and said with a smile, "They are both too boring. It's all the same old cliches, with a melodramatic and brainless plot that lets readers see the ending right away.
It's so disappointing."
In the first story, the protagonist's opponents are always mentally retarded contestants who don't live up to their reputations. They have prestigious titles, but their actions are ridiculous. In order to highlight the protagonist's wisdom and courage, they constantly behave in a way that makes the villains look stupid. In the end, they even lose inexplicably, and even when victory is right in front of them, they are persuaded to give up by the protagonist's persuasion. The second story is just a rehash of the first, with the original protagonist being the villain and the original villain disguised as the protagonist.
It's just a different setup.
These so-called protagonists behave just like the villains in the first story, ridiculous, impulsive, and thoughtless.
I don't know why Zugenuo told me this. After thinking about it, I said, "Is this kind of plot always popular? As long as readers like it, it's fine. It's just a quick and easy way to write good stories." Master, who is the most important character in every story?
Of course, the protagonist.
I replied. Had those protagonists? Wrong, they're the real villains.
The role of the protagonist is only to promote the development of the plot, while the performance of the villain can determine the upper limit of the story. So, I plan to write a third kind of story. Zugenuo's voice was very soft, but it had a strange appeal. In this story, there's a wandering orphan.
He's still very young and can't support himself.
Fortunately, one day, he discovers a thriving wonton shop. Sometimes, customers leave leftovers, and he'll eat them. Fortunately, the owner of the wonton shop is a nice guy and never kicks him out.
Hearing this, I realized something. Arnold, you Master, continue listening to the story and don't interrupt me. Zhugenuo waved his hand.
Later, the boss adopted the homeless child and taught him a lot.
Time flies. This child has grown up and become stronger. He even entered the extraordinary realm at the age of 20. This record is unprecedented. His real job is a novelist, and of course everyone who writes novels also reads a lot of novels. So, he believed he must be the protagonist of this real world. So he supported the weak and punished evil, and actively accepted missions from the Supernatural Association. Over the years, he has done a great job. Until, one time, he chased an evil transcendent for thousands of miles. But he found himself ambushed. That night, he fought bravely, but he was still too young. His opponent was quite experienced and savvy. 1 super against 4 supers was simply too much of a stretch. Although the battle is fierce, the outcome will not be surprising. However, just when he was in despair, the system's voice came to his ears. The evil god system has found a suitable host. Would you like to bind it? At that time, he was in a desperate situation, on the brink of life and death. Without any hesitation, he bound himself to the heretic god system. With the system's blessing, he successfully killed 4 evil transcendents. But when he came to his senses, he discovered that the evil god system was a villain system. A person who is regarded as the protagonist by everyone and also thinks of himself as the protagonist. In the end, he is bound to the system of the villain. Is there anything more absurd than this? The story begins here, and the plot takes a different turn. Chapter 81: The Villain and the Protagonist, 2 system owners. Initially, he was full of resistance to the evil god system. He believes that he only chose to bind to this villain system in order to save his life in a critical moment. He can still reach the top through his own efforts without using it in the future. However, the heretic god system told him that he was not the protagonist of this world. The true protagonist would obtain another system in a few years and rise to the top of the world. He sneered and asked the evil god system, if that's the case, then what is he? The evil god system told him that he is a villain, a true villain in this world. He still resisted in his heart, and the evil god system told him that if he didn't accept this villain system, he would be easily killed by the protagonist. After all, the system can improve his strength much faster than practicing hard on your own. And in a story, if the villain wins the final victory and defeats the protagonist, then the villain is no longer a villain but becomes the protagonist of the story. After some inner struggle, he finally accepted this villain system. Things will be much simpler after that. When carrying out the association's mission, he will harm some ordinary people according to the system's requirements, and will also kill some seriously injured extraordinary teammates. The power of the evil god system is that no matter who you kill, your strength will increase as long as you kill. As time went on, his master finally noticed his changes. But at this point, everything is too late. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Since I have decided to be a villain, I must continue on this path. This is the beginning of the 3rd story. The person who was supposed to be the protagonist has become the villain, possessing the evil god system. And in the future, someone will become the true protagonist, possessing the god-making system. From now on, both the protagonist and the villain in this story will be blessed by the system. At this point, even the author himself could no longer control the final development of the plot. Master, I'm done. Do you think this story is exciting enough? After listening to Zhugenuo's narration, my mood has hit rock bottom. This is not a novel story at all, but Arnold's own narration. Arnold, you just said you killed ordinary people and teammates, is this true? Zhugenuo smiled and nodded. Yes, Master. It was indeed me who did it. Do you want to kill me? Why did you become like this? Endless anger and sadness intertwined in my heart, and I roared with all my might. Master, let me ask you again, do you want to kill me? Zhugenuo looked at me with a calm expression, neither sad nor happy. I gathered all my strength into my fists, and my extraordinary high-level power was about to explode. The air around me became oppressive and uneasy. You bastard! I've raised a bastard like you for all these years. Looking at the man before me, grief welled up in my heart, a punch ready to strike at any moment. But thinking about the little moments we'd shared over the past 20 years, I still hoped he had his own reasons for straying from this path. I stared at him, hoping for an explanation. When Zhugenuo saw how painful I was, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master, let me ask you one last time. Do you want to kill me? Boom! This punch was filled with my bitterness and anger, and I didn't hold back at all. He hit Zhu Zhenyu with all his strength. He didn't do any defense or dodging and just took my punch head on. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. After a long time, I saw Zhu Zhenyu struggling to get up. He just stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked at me and asked, "Master, do you want to continue?" At that moment, I felt as if I had aged a lot and had no strength left in my body. I waved to him, signaling him to disappear from my sight quickly. Seeing this, Zhu Zhenyu said calmly, "In that case, Master, I have repaid you for your kindness in raising me with this punch. See you later. When you face me, you don't have to hold back, because I will kill you with all my might." After Zhu Zhenyu left, he never appeared again. I also used my connections to find his whereabouts, but there was no news. He seemed to have completely disappeared from this world. After talking about the past, the Eastern Canon felt a little lost. Zhang Tai, who was standing aside, was already feeling a surge of shock in his heart. It turned out that before him, another person had already obtained the system. In this world, there are actually two people who possess systems. Moreover, the other party is standing on the opposite side of him. This opponent has reached the extraordinary level at the age of 20 with his own ability. How terrifying will he be after receiving the support of the system? Am I really his match? Dongfang Canon noticed something was wrong with Zhang Tai and asked, "Xiao Zhang, what's wrong with you?" "Oh, it's okay." Zhang Tai came back to his senses, looked at the Dongfang Canon and smiled, and said, "Well Dong, then if there is nothing else, I will go back first." After bidding farewell to the Oriental Canon, Zhang Tai quickly drove back home. In the bedroom, he felt his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. How powerful is Zhu Zhenyu, who possesses the evil god system? When will the other party attack you? Zhang Tai felt as if there was a sword hanging over his head, making him feel oppressed. His thoughts were swirling, and he tried his best to calm himself down. Face unknown challenges. It seems that we need to speed up the pace of improving our strength. Chapter 82. Sister Hua, can you please pledge yourself to me? In the dark bedroom, Zhang Tai sat quietly on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. That was horrible. He took a long breath and muttered to himself, "I almost lost my mind." Xu Genhua seemed to have anticipated that I would meet President Dongfang. So he told him this story before leaving. And when I heard this information from Guild President Dongfang, I was definitely filled with great anxiety and fear. Unknown enemies and fear can create immense psychological pressure. Many decisions made within this mindset can lead to operational distortions and potentially fatal errors. I've experienced so many dangerous moments along the way. If I hadn't remained calm in this kind of predicament, I might have been defeated before I even met this nemesis. It only took one story to nearly bring me to my knees. This person is truly terrifying. Zhang Tai tried hard to calm down. From the story Zhu Zhenyu described, he already knew that I would obtain the god-making system. It seems that he has the ability to predict the future. Lao Dong said he later looked for Zhu Zhenyu, but he seemed to have disappeared from this world. Could it be that his extraordinary skill is the control of time and space? Or maybe this is the power of the evil god system. But if he knew exactly where I was, why didn't he get rid of me as soon as possible? How can a novelist not know the consequences of letting the protagonist grow up? There must be some other reason. Zhang Tai stayed awake all night. He thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he decided not to consider Zhu Zhenyu for the time being, for 3 reasons. First, if this person can't be found now, maybe he's a time traveler who died in another world? Then I'll be so worried and panic. Second, there is no point in thinking about it now. A person who was extraordinary a few years ago has no idea what level of strength he has reached now. If he really finds me, I will just fight hard. What's the point of thinking about it anymore? Third, if Zhu Zhenyu had the ability to predict the future, or was a book flipper, then as the protagonist, he, as the supervillain, the final showdown should take place at the end of the story. At least not at this stage, so he should focus on the things in front of him first, rather than worrying about a distant opponent. Thinking of this, Zhang Tai finally felt a little relieved. He closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. When Zhang Tai woke up, it was already noon. He thought about it and decided to deal with the woman's issue first. Now he can legally marry 10 wives. It seems that Zhang Xiaoyi and Zhou Qi should be fine for now. As for the remaining Lin Yanran, Lu Shuao, Feng Qingmeng, and Feng Yu, we need to convince them one by one. After I appease all 6 wives, I will go to Sakura country to get Yusuji and Fukata. Jiang Tai first called Lin Yanran and asked her to go look at shop fronts in the downtown area together the next day. He called Lu Shuao again and made an appointment to meet in the evening. Then Jiang Tai went out to the company. In the chairman's office,
Jiang Tai sat in the boss chair and thought for a while, then took out his mobile phone and transferred 100 million to Yusuji Hanakirara. After all, Yusuji is his main target in Sakura country. If he owes her money, it will really affect the implementation of his strategy. Then he called Yusuji Hanakira.
Hey, Sister Hua, I've transferred the 100 million I lent you last time. Didn't I say last time that I didn't have to pay back the money? Jiang Tai, do you look down on me? That's ridiculous, Sister Hua. I'm so grateful that you could lend me this 100 million for an emergency. How could you really not pay it back? Forget it, I really can't stand you. Come to Sakura country sometime and I'll treat you well. Sister Hua, I'm coming to Sakura country. Can you promise me your body? Yusuji Hanakirara was silent for a moment before saying, okay, I'll pledge my love to you. Do you dare to accept it? Jiang Tai sensed a hint of murderous intent through the phone. He knew the other party wouldn't come along the line and chop him down, so he continued to boast, Sister Hua, give it to me, I want it. When will you come? Asked Yusuji Hanakira. Sister Hua, let's do it next week. I'll come to Sakura country to see you next week. Jiang Tai said with a smile. Okay, see you next week then. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tai touched his chin. He was wondering whether Yusuji Hanakira would really marry him when he arrived in the land of Sakura. By the way, the last time the system showed that this woman was already 25 years old, she still had 0 charges. Aren't there many girls in the Sakura country who have already charged in high school? What's wrong with this woman? Nami Fukata, the 29-year-old female CEO, has at least recharged twice. Well, speaking of Fukata, let's make an appointment too. Hello, good afternoon, Ms. Fukata. I'm Jiang Tai. It's Mr. Jiang, good afternoon. Ms. Fukata, are you free next week? I'd like to visit you with the company's 2 new executive vice presidents. Let me check the schedule. Nami Fukata checked the schedule and said, Mr. Jiang, next week is available. See you next week then. Okay, see you next week. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tai called Zhang Wei, Zhang Shoui, and Zhou Qi into the office. Shoui, Sister Zhou, how have you been doing learning from Mr. Zhang during this period? Jiang Tai asked, looking at the 2 girls. I've pretty much mastered the company's structure and product lines, Zhou Qi replied. Zhang Shoui thought for a moment and said, I learned from Mr. Zhang the company's PPT presentation. I'm still familiarizing myself with the product information and solutions for target customers. Well, Mr. Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Tai handed Zhang Wei a cigarette. It was a bit difficult for him to lead 2 newcomers. Mr. Jiang, you're too polite. It's my duty to do this. Zhang Wei said politely. Well, get ready. The 4 of us will be going on a business trip to Sakura country next week. We're mainly taking Shoui and Sister Zhou, you 2 executive vice presidents, to visit the Kawaii Bento headquarters and pay a visit to Ms. Fukata. Well, the main thing is to take both wives to meet a potential other wife and see if you can get along. Zhang Wei responded yes to the 2 women. Well, you 2 can go out first. Zhang Wei, you stay for a moment. I have something to tell you. Jiang Tai and Zhang Wei were the only ones left in the office. Zhang Wei, you've been working hard to take care of them during this period. At the very least, when we get to Sakura country, they should look like professionals in the industry. Boss, don't worry. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly and agreed. It is not easy to turn a flight attendant and a housewife into a professional manager in a short period of time. Jiang Tai patted Zhang Wei's shoulder and said, Away, we are not in a hurry to go to Sakura country this time. You can stay a few more days. Ah? Zhang Wei was stunned, not understanding what was going on. I went to their Kabuki Theater Bangai last time and checked it out. Jiang Tai said with a smile. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Boss, is it the one from the Sakura Elementary School movie? Everything you can think of is there, and there are more that you can't imagine. Jiang Tai and Zhang Wei smiled at each other, and the hearty laughter between men filled the office. Ah Wei, you are also very dedicated to the company. Now you are helping me to manage these two newbies. Thank you.
I'll give you 3 days off in Sakura country.
You can have fun however you want. All expenses will be reimbursed by the company.
Zhang Wei thanked him repeatedly and was looking forward to his trip to the cherry blossom country next week.
After Zhang Wei left, Zhang Tai was the only one left in the office. He was thinking about how to convince Lu Shuiyao to accept the Dekagami lifestyle when he met her later. Chapter 83 Shuiyao, can you accept me marrying 10 wives? Night. Zhang Tai and Lu Shuiyao were having dinner on the rooftop of Binfeng Building in Dongzhi.
Dongzhi Binfeng Building is the landmark building of Dongzhi and the tallest skyscraper in Longhua. The height reaches 866 meters and there are 160 floors in total. From the rooftop terrace, you can overlook the night view of the entire East City, making it a perfect place for dating and checking in. There are usually a lot of people here, but today there are only Zhang Tai and Lu Shuiyao.
The reason is simple, this place is reserved by Zhang Tai. Honey, why is it so grand today?
The whole place is booked out.
Lu Shuiyao was surprised, but also a little expectant. Zhang Tai smiled and said, it's much quieter this way. Why don't you like it, Shuiyao? Of course I like it, but won't it be very expensive?
Lu Shuiyao felt a little distressed when she thought about how much it would cost to book the whole place.
Zhang Tai didn't answer the question.
He raised the tulip-shaped glass and took a sip of champagne, then asked leisurely, Shuiyao, why don't you call me husband?
Lu Shuiyao didn't expect Zhang Tai to ask this question.
She was stunned for a moment, then said, we are not married, why should I call you husband?
Well, do you want to marry me?
Zhang Tai said with a smile.
Lu Shuiyao's heart was moved. She looked around. Judging from the atmosphere today, could it be that Zhang Tai was going to propose to her?
This was really what she had always dreamed of. She was so excited that her face turned red with embarrassment.
After a while, she said, if you want to propose to me, you should be more formal. How can you ask me so casually?
Zhang Tai looked at her and said slowly, Shuiyao, I love you.
I also want to marry you, but... Just what?
Lu Shuiyao was anxious and blurted out without caring about her reserve.
But, can you accept me marrying 10 wives?
Zhang Tai said softly.
What? 10 wives?
Lu Shuiyao's face changed, and the joy she had just felt when being proposed to was gone.
She asked in a trembling voice, Are you humiliating me?
Zhang Tai sighed, and suddenly raised his hand and swung it violently. 10 meters away, a solid stone table suddenly shattered.
Seeing the scene, Lu Shuiyao was stunned. Shuiyao, you see. I am not an ordinary person, I am extraordinary.
Zhang Tai said slowly.
Supernormal? What does it mean? I don't understand. Lu Shuiyao had never heard of supernormal before, and she didn't quite understand the meaning of this term. Superhumans are those who surpass ordinary people.
Zhang Tai smiled at her and continued, you can think of it as the superheroes in movies and TV shows, or characters with superpowers.
How is this possible? As a math teacher, Lu Shuiyao's rationality told her that extraordinary supermen were too unscientific. Shuiyao, there's no need to doubt it. The facts are right before our eyes.
Zhang Tai sighed, a hint of heartache in his tone. That stone table was very solid, and it wouldn't be easy to cut through with a knife or an axe. I was 10 meters away, but I shattered it with a casual palm strike.
Do you think this is something an ordinary human can do?
Even if, you really are some kind of extraordinary being.
Lu Shuiyao gritted her teeth and said aggrievedly, what does this have to do with marrying 10 wives?
We in Long Country are all monogamous.
I've never heard of anyone marrying 10 wives.
The more Lu Shuiyao spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, and her eyes began to turn red.
Shuiyao, I married 10 wives for the sake of Longhua. I want to contribute to this country.
Zhang Tai said seriously with a firm expression.
Are you kidding me? Lu Shuiyao grew increasingly angry, tears streaming down her face.
You said you married 10 wives for the sake of the country and the people.
That's ridiculous. Shuiyao, don't get excited. Just listen to what I have to say.
Dragon Country has a population of 2 billion, and there are no more than 500 registered extraordinary people like me. That is to say, the ratio of extraordinary people to ordinary people is 1 in 4 million, and each extraordinary person is a high-end combat force and an invaluable treasure to the country. Research has determined that the offspring of extraordinary people have a certain chance of becoming extraordinary through bloodline inheritance. So, in order to allow more extraordinary people to appear, registered extraordinary people can be given the privilege of legally marrying 10 wives. So, Shueyo, I plan to marry 10 wives, not only for myself, but also for this country. Jiang Tai's words were righteous and powerful.
Lu Shueyo was stunned for a moment. But, it's hard for me to accept. Lu Shueyo was very conflicted.
On the one hand, she really liked Jiang Tai, and her dream for some time was to marry Jiang Tai. But the other party's plan to marry 10 wives was too shocking to her 3 views. Although she had been in love twice and lived together. However, her ideas about marriage and love are still relatively traditional. It is too difficult for her to suddenly transform from an ordinary marriage to serving a husband with 9 other sisters.
I may not be able to accept it. Lu Shueyo was conflicted.
She didn't want to break up with Jiang Tai, but it was really hard for her to accept the plan of having 10 wives.
Shueya, I understand.
Jiang Tai said gently. He smiled and continued, Shueya, I love you. Lu Shueyo's heart moved when she heard this, and she looked at Jiang Tai infatuatedly with a complicated look.
So I respect your decision. Jiang Tai took Lu Shueyo's hand and walked to the viewing area.
The night view of East Market is in full view, with thousands of lights shining brightly. Lu Shueyo felt sad. She really wanted to have a family with the man in front of her, but...
Shueyo, look up at the sky. Jiang Tai said. Lu Shueyo looked up at the sound, and the silent night suddenly became dazzling. Countless drones were arranged and stacked, transforming into the shape of a woman.
Each drone flashed a dazzling light, like countless stars swaying, and their brilliance combined to illuminate the entire sky.
The woman in the sky looked exactly like Lu Shueyo herself. Another arrangement of drones transformed into the words I love you.
Finally, a small piece of drone turned into a dazzling ring and placed it on the woman's finger. Faced with this scene that was a woman's dream, Lu Shueyo was so excited that she didn't know what to say.
Shueyo, I told you.
Jiang Tai looked at Lu Shueyo with a smile in his eyes.
I love you, so I prepared this drone confession. But I won't force you to make any decision. If you agree, this will be considered a proposal ceremony. If you don't want to, then you can just consider it as my confession to you. Lu Shueyo remained silent.
At this moment, her heart was filled with joy, sadness, excitement, confusion, and everything became extremely complicated. She now loves and hates Jiang Tai. She loves the excellence of the man in front of her, his affection, and his thoughtfulness and gentleness.
She hated the man's fickleness, his amorousness, and his philandering. Chapter 84 Yenran, I have something to say to you.
Seeing that Lu Shueyo didn't say anything, Jiang Tai gently hugged her in his arms.
Shueyo, if you become my wife, no matter how many wives I have, I will love you sincerely. Lu Shueyo leaned in Jiang Tai's arms, feeling the warmth of his body. She was confused and didn't know what to say. If you don't want to.
Jiang Tai sighed and continued, I will respect your choice and compensate you 100 million.
Lu Shueyo was shocked. 100 million. Even if he wants to break up, is he still so generous to me?
Shueyo, I still have over 700 million left on my card.
I have other things to do and other people to take care of, so giving you 100 million is the most I can do.
After saying this, Jiang Tai didn't speak again.
He was waiting for Lu Shueyo's reply.
At this time, Lu Shueyo was experiencing a struggle between her conscience and her conscience. She was deeply moved by Jiang Tai, and she knew that she would never meet such a man again.
If I break up with him? After experiencing this man, can I really accept spending my life with another ordinary man? But, if he marries 10 wives, am I his favorite woman? And how will I face the other 9 women? Alas, good men are always competitive. Didn't the emperors of the past always fight overtly and covertly among their harems? Instead of settling for someone you don't love, it's better to choose the man you love. At least, the process of getting along with each other is enjoyable.
Gradually, the love in Lu Shueyo's heart overwhelmed her self-esteem and pride. She decided to surrender to love.
Lu Shueyo finally spoke.
She whispered in Jiang Tai's ear, hubby, I don't want the 100 million.
I want you. I accept your proposal. You can marry 1 wife or 100 wives.
A tear rolled down Lu Shueyo's eyes. I love you, so I choose to be tolerant and accepting.
Jiang Tai was moved and kissed Lu Shueyo gently.
At this moment, the pattern formed by drones in the night sky changed again. They are arranged and combined into a colorful galaxy. Jiang Tai and Lu Shuiyao felt as if they were surrounded by stars. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it is better than countless things in the world. The next morning, Jiang Tai woke up. He straightened his clothes and prepared to go out.
Leaving so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer?
Lu Shuiyao on the bed heard the noise and woke up in a daze. She asked softly.
Well, I still have things to do, you should have a good rest.
Jiang Tai comforted softly, then turned and walked out.
Lishan Pedestrian Street is the downtown commercial street of Dongshi. Jiang Tai arrived at the appointed time. He bought 2 cups of milk tea and waited for Lin Yanran.
When Lin Yanran appeared, the milk tea was almost cold.
Have you made progress today?
You know to buy milk tea for your girlfriend. Lin Yanran took the milk tea from Jiang Tai's hand with a smile, took a sip, and showed a satisfied expression.
Today Lin Yanran wore a black down jacket, a hat, and a scarf around her neck.
She wrapped her whole body tightly.
Jiang Tai saw it and couldn't help but laugh and said, Sister Yanran, why are you wrapped like a zanzi?
It's cold.
Lin Yanran rolled her eyes at Jiang Tai.
It's so cold, you'll freeze if you don't wear more clothes. As we were talking, a fashionable woman walked by, wearing a slit-long skirt, flesh-colored stockings and long boots.
This outfit perfectly showed the lines of the woman's legs, highlighting the overall fashion sense and femininity.
Watching the woman walk by, Jiang Tai deliberately showed an admiring look, then smiled at Lin Yanran.
Humph. Lin Yanran snorted coldly, and said a little angrily, You like this type? Your taste is really poor. That woman just now was nothing special. My figure is much better than hers.
These women have no health knowledge.
They wear so little in winter. They will get cold legs when they get older.
Jiang Tai smiled and took Lin Yanran's hand.
Let's go, Sister Yanran, I was just teasing you. You resigned? Yes, I've already resigned. When I resigned, the hospital hadn't been busy lately. So I completed the resignation procedures quickly. Honey, you said you would take me to choose a shop. Is this the one? Lin Yanran asked. Well, no need to choose, I've chosen it for you.
Jiang Tai held Lin Yanran's hand and walked about 200 meters. Then he stopped and said, Sister Yanran, I've bought the entire 200 meters we just walked.
You can open any store you want in the future. How much does it cost to buy this piece of land? Lin Yanran asked in surprise.
She had originally thought she was just renting a shop, but she hadn't expected Jiang Tai to buy a 200-meter commercial street.
Maybe 60 million. After all, this is the busiest neighborhood in East City, and every inch of land is worth a fortune.
Jiang Tai said with a smile, I originally wanted to buy the entire street, but I found out that 600 million for less than 2,000 meters is really too much. After much thought, I decided to buy a 200 square meter area for you to practice opening a store.
You idiot, I have no business experience.
Lin Yanran was touched, but also felt that 60 million was a lot of money, and she felt very distressed.
Why did you spend so much money? It puts so much pressure on me. Don't worry, I will help you. Jiang Tai smiled.
He took Lin Yanran into a warm coffee shop and ordered 2 steaming cups of lattes.
Yanran, I have something to tell you.
Jiang Tai hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. Lin Yanran looked at the other person's serious expression and was a little surprised.
What's the matter? Why are you so serious? Well, Yanran, have you considered when to get married? Jiang Tai asked with a smile. I haven't thought about it too much. I feel like I'm 23 but still a child.
Lin Yanran thought about it and blushed.
Even that. I only understood it last time I talked to you. Jiang Tai asked softly, It's okay, but Sister Yanran, have you ever thought about having me as your marriage partner?
This.
Lin Yanran's face turned even redder, and she smiled shyly, What's wrong with you today? You ask weird questions. Are you saying yes or no? Humph. Straight guy, asking such direct questions without considering the girl's feelings. Lin Yanran said with a laugh. Jiang Tai sighed, Isn't it? No. I have thought about it. Lin Yanran rolled her eyes at Jiang Tai and said angrily, Really? You're my boyfriend. If I don't consider marrying you, who else should I consider? Well, then, Sister Yanran.
Jiang Tai looked into her eyes and said slowly, I plan to marry at least 8 wives, maybe 10.
Can you accept that? Chapter 85 Get Out of Here.
Lin Yanran was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a moment.
She murmured, "What did you just say?"
"I'm planning to marry 10 wives, and 8 of them are already basically confirmed." Jiang Tai didn't shy away from the question and continued, "Sister Yanran, since you just said you were planning to marry me, I can't lie to you."
So, can you accept me marrying many wives at the same time?
Lin Yanran stared at Jiang Tai for a long time. She saw that his expression was serious and he didn't seem to be joking. She finally realized that Jiang Tai was speaking from the heart.
Anger instantly surged from my heart. Haha, he is indeed a scumbag.
This is the first time I've seen a man who dares to tell his girlfriend that he wants to marry 10 wives.
I was really shocked by him. Is this a popular way of playing among scumbag men now? Jiang Tai, do you think I look easy to bully? Lin Yanran's tone turned cold. Yanran, don't be angry, listen to me.
Jiang Tai comforted softly.
I don't want to listen.
Lin Yanran picked up the coffee on the table and poured it on Jiang Tai. The expected scene of Jiang Tai being splashed all over did not occur. In an instant, Lin Yanran only saw Jiang Tai's fingers move slightly, and then the cup in her hand was in Jiang Tai's hand. He picked up the cup and shook it at the coffee that was spilled in the air. The coffee remained quietly in the cup, as if it had not been spilled.
This scene seemed like a magic trick. Lin Yanran was stunned at first, then her eyes turned red and she said in a trembling voice, Okay, you have the ability and you have money, so you can bully me like this?
Jiang Tai felt a pang in his heart. He held Lin Yanran's hand and said softly, "Yanran, let me finish.
I'm not an ordinary person anymore. I'm extraordinary. I can marry 10 wives."
Jiang Tai repeated to Lin Yanran what he had said to Lu Shuya.
Get out.
Lin Yanran stood up and was about to leave, but she was so distracted that she tripped over a stool. She fell heavily to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her foot. She had sprained her ankle.
Jiang Tai felt guilty and wanted to support her. Lin Yanran was angry and pushed hard.
Jiang Tai sighed, then carried Lin Yanran on his back without saying a word.
He walked out of the cafe and headed towards the hotel nearby. Lin Yanran's fists kept hitting Jiang Tai.
The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt.
She sobbed and said, "Scumbag. Now you want to take me to a hotel again. Are you planning to force me?"
Jiang Tai let her vent her emotions, feeling both distressed and guilty.
Entered the room. Jiang Tai gently put Lin Yanran on the bed. He observed Lin Yanran's injured foot.
Then he said, "Sister Yanran, please bear with it for a while." He pinched it hard and restored Lin Yanran's sprained part to normal. Lin Yanran felt a huge pain and was unable to move for a while.
"Sister Yanran, are you calm now?" Lin Yanran's eyes were filled with tears. "What's there to be calm about?
Tell me, what normal girl can accept that her lover has 10 wives?
I'm a traditional girl. I've never even been to a nightclub. I can't play with fancy things like you guys. Don't tell me about superhumans or anything like that. Even if he's a super saiyan, he only has 1 wife. Why do you want 10?
Jiang Tai was speechless for a moment. Admittedly, he had selfish motives. He secretly hopes that these women can stay by his side.
But each woman has different ideas. How can he convince them to agree? Faced with Lin Yanran's questioning, he didn't know how to answer. "Sister Yanran, I'm sorry for you." Jiang Tai sighed, "I have my own difficulties. You just need to understand that I love you sincerely." Jiang Tai looked at Lin Yanran's pitiful appearance and couldn't help but hug her in his arms.
"Yanran, don't struggle, let me hug you." Lin Yanran had just beaten him all the way and was now tired. "I didn't struggle anymore, I just felt sad and cried silently for a while."
"Sister Yanran, I like you. I have liked you since the first time I saw you in the hospital. I really hope you can accept.
No matter how many wives I marry, I will love you with all my heart."
Jiang Tai whispered in Lin Yanran's ear. "Get lost, liar. I don't believe it." Lin Yanran sobbed.
"Yanran, whether you can accept me or not, I will always love you.
I give you this 200-meter commercial street as a place for you to settle down. Tell me what kind of food you want to eat in the future, and I will make delicious food for you for the rest of my life. Be good, don't cry. It hurts me so much when you do this."
After saying this, Jiang Tai fell silent.
Lin Yanran finally couldn't help crying out loud, Whoa, why are you doing this? If you want to be a scumbag, just be a scumbag. Why are you saying these heartwarming words? What's the point of you being so bad but not bad enough, and so good but not good enough? Why do you torture a girl like me emotionally like this? You bastard. I only ate a few of your meals, and you bully me like this. Wow, I shouldn't have gotten in your car after get off work that day, and I shouldn't have added your contact information. Lin Yanran was extremely conflicted.
She really loves Jiang Tai, otherwise she would never give herself to him. But deep down she really couldn't accept that her husband openly had another woman.
This is outrageous.
Like this, a long time passed without either of them speaking. Finally, Jiang Tai sighed and said softly, Sister Yanran, you should have a good rest.
I'll go back first. When they were almost at the door, Lin Yanran spoke.
I haven't thought about it yet, please let me calm down for a few days. Jiang Tai was delighted when he heard Lin Yanran's words.
Sister Yanran didn't reject me. That means there's still hope. At that moment, he nodded and walked out of the room.
Back in the car, Jiang Tai felt mixed emotions.
He unconsciously asked, System brother, are you there? Ding. Hello host, what can I do for you? Hey, brother System, do you think I did something wrong? Seeing these girls sad and heartbroken, I feel miserable too. The System did not answer.
Jiang Tai smiled bitterly and lit a cigarette for himself. He calmed himself down and thought about what had just happened. Yanran didn't completely reject me after all, so it seems there is still a high probability that I can convince her.
You should give her some time.
Jiang Tai thought about it carefully. If he kept putting it off for these women of his, and he became a master of time management, it would meet him sooner or later. Then it is only a matter of time before the bomb explodes. In this case, it is better to confess on your own initiative, even though the process may be a bit painful. But in this way, I can at least be considered to have the courage to face the problem.
Now only Qingmeng and Yuer are left.
Yuer, she broke up with me in anger before, and we haven't been in touch since.
Moreover, she couldn't accept what happened with her ex-girlfriend at all.
Now if I tell her that I am marrying 10 wives at the same time, it would be almost impossible to convince her.
Alas. I don't know how to start talking to her.
In that case, let's put it aside for now.
Clear dream.
I explained it to her carefully. Qingmeng is mature and considerate, so she should understand me.
With this thought in mind, Jiang Tai drove towards Feng Qingming's residence. Chapter 86, After getting drunk, I don't know where the sky is. 8 p.m.
Jiang Tai came to Feng Qingming's detached villa. He hesitated at the door for a moment, feeling a little nervous. After all, Lin Yanran's reaction in the afternoon made him a little flustered, and he was not sure whether Feng Qingming could accept such a thing.
If she can't accept it, how can I comfort her? Feng Qingming was well off and had no shortage of money. If the talks fell through, what could he possibly offer her to compensate her?
After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Tai finally rang the doorbell.
Who is it? Feng Qingming's voice came from inside the house.
After being kidnapped last time, she became more careful about her safety.
Qingming, it's me. Jiang Tai said.
With a click, the door opened. Feng Qingming was wearing purple pajamas and her hair was still wet, obviously she had just taken a shower. She was delighted to see Jiang Tai, and couldn't help but jokingly said, Good evening, my dear husband.
Why did you suddenly think of visiting me today?
Jiang Tai smiled and said, Qingming, we are in modern times now.
Just call me husband from now on, otherwise I will be distracted.
Feng Qingming pulled Jiang Tai to sit in the living room. She smiled and said, Okay, I'll do as you say, husband.
Tell me, what happened today? Feng Qingming asked. Can't you come and see your wife if you have nothing to do?
Jiang Tai felt a little guilty for some reason. Feng Qingming snuggled in Jiang Tai's arms, feeling the familiar warmth, and said softly, Of course, you can live with me. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, like a black galaxy. Under the light, it was dotted with stars, sparkling with a gentle luster. Jiang Tai stroked her hair and sighed softly in his heart.
How can I convince such a proud and outstanding woman? However, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Go for it.
Qingming, actually I came here today for something.
Feng Qingming smiled and said softly, What's the matter? Tell me, I'm listening. Qingming, the last time I woke up from the hospital, I found myself transformed into a superhuman. Extraordinary? Feng Qingming was slightly startled. What is that? You can think of it as a Superman, someone who has surpassed ordinary humans.
Feng Qingmeng stared into Jiang Tai's eyes for a while, then smiled slightly.
So?
Seeing that Feng Qingmeng was not too surprised, Jiang Tai was slightly stunned, and then said, Qingmeng, people like me are very rare in Longhua.
I am privileged.
Jiang Tai nervously repeated to Feng Qingmeng what he had said to Lu Shuiao and Lin Yanran.
Qingmeng. Me too.
After Jiang Tai finished speaking hesitantly, he looked at Feng Qingmeng, not knowing how the other party would react, and felt very panicked inside.
Is this what you want to talk to me about? Feng Qingmeng asked indifferently. Yeah. Qingmeng, can you accept it?
Jiang Tai rubbed his hands, his palms were full of sweat.
It's no wonder he was nervous. After all, he'd just gotten together with the girl.
Within 2 days, he was saying he was going to find her some new girlfriends. A normal woman would definitely be furious in this situation.
Okay, I see. Feng Qingmeng smiled. I thought it was a big deal. Feng Qingmeng's reaction was beyond Jiang Tai's expectations. He asked curiously, Qingmeng, can you really understand me?
Feng Qingmeng glanced at Jiang Tai, then chuckled, look at how nervous you are.
Men? Having 3 wives and 4 concubines is not normal.
In the past, during our Qin dynasty, outstanding men all had many wives and concubines.
Forget having 3 wives and 4 concubines.
Some men even like to seek pleasure in places like red light districts and brothels. If you calculate it this way, even though you said you wanted to marry 10 wives, it's not bad. Jiang Tai was stunned for a moment, then reacted.
So that's it.
Feng Qingmeng is indeed a person who traveled through time from ancient times, and has perfectly integrated into modern society. However, her subconscious concept is still stuck in the Qin dynasty, where it is acceptable for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines.
This is really great. After all, ancient women were more open-minded than modern women in this regard. After thinking clearly about the reason, Jiang Tai excitedly held Feng Qingmeng's hand and said affectionately, Qingmeng, you understand me. But Feng Qingmeng looked at her beloved.
She was so beautiful that it was breathtaking when she smiled slightly. She said seriously, you can have many concubines, but there is only one wife.
You know what I mean.
Jiang Tai understood and immediately said, Qingmeng, don't worry, you will always be my legally married wife.
In the era of Longhua, there is no such thing as a wife or concubines. However, now that Feng Qingmeng wants this status, of course I have to agree.
At this moment, with the beauty in my arms, I can't let her ruin the scenery.
That's more like it. Feng Qingmeng was in a good mood after hearing Jiang Tai's promise.
The last night on the painted boat, she experienced the joy between men and women.
Once you experience this kind of thing, it becomes addictive. As the saying goes, when you taste the marrow, you know the taste.
Seeing her beloved right beside her, she couldn't help but take the initiative to pull Jiang Tai towards the bedroom.
Feng Qingmeng is wearing a pair of purple high heels.
She looks like an exquisite painting in high heels, full of elegance and charm. Her toes were gently raised and her ankles bent gracefully, like a carefully drawn line drawing, with every bend full of beauty. The instep is stretched tight, presenting a graceful arc, like an unfolded bow, bringing out the slenderness and beauty to the extreme.
Honey, do they look good?
After putting on her high heels, she stood up and turned around. Feng Qingmeng is tall and slender to begin with, and wearing purple high heels further stretches her leg lines, making her legs look wider and longer, and making her look more elegant and charming.
Qingmeng, you really charm me to death.
Feng Qingmeng has a cool and unworldly temperament. After wearing purple high heels, she adds a touch of sexiness and charm. The two temperaments intertwined together, and Jiang Tai could hardly control himself.
Jiang Tai held Feng Qingmeng in his arms and suddenly asked curiously, Qingmeng, did you have high heels during the Qin dynasty?
Yes. During our Qin dynasty, the high heels women wore were called wanxia.
What a poetic name.
Jiang Tai exclaimed, then kissed the beauty in his arms.
Chapter 87 An Unexpected Encounter, An Unexpected Jade.
When Jiang Tai woke up, Feng Qingmeng was still sleeping soundly. He stood up carefully, not wanting to disturb the person beside him.
Jiang Tai went to the kitchen, took out some ingredients from the refrigerator, and started making breakfast.
After a while, he brought 2 bowls of noodles to the table. One bowl is noodles with scallion oil. The colorful scallion oil noodles are a real eye-catcher. The green chopped green onions sprinkled on the white noodles whet your appetite. The yellow ginger, garlic, and red chili peppers add to the allure of this delicacy.
When the noodles are picked up by chopsticks, the elasticity and chewiness are satisfying. The steaming hot noodles mixed with the fragrance of green onions will instantly fill the whole space. One bowl of noodles is minced meat and mixed sauce noodles. The charm of minced meat and mixed sauce noodles lies in the rich aroma of the sauce and the delicious minced meat, combined with the chewy texture of the noodles, which makes people unable to stop eating. If you taste it carefully, you can feel its rich and diverse taste. The noodles are chewy and springy, the minced meat is delicious, and the sauce is rich and fragrant, making every bite satisfying. A mouthful of noodles, followed by a sip of the soup, is an unforgettable and delicious experience. Jiang Tai thought for a moment, warmed 2 cups of milk, and cut a plate of fruit. That's about it. Let's keep breakfast simple. By the time Jiang Tai had prepared breakfast, Feng Qingmeng had woken up. After a quick wash, she sat down at the dining table. Qingmeng, pick a bowl of noodles. Jiang Tai said with a smile. Feng Qingmeng observed it and found that there was minced meat in the mixed noodles, so she decisively took the bowl of noodles away. Is it delicious, honey? It smells so good. Ha ha. Jiang Tai couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Feng Qingmeng rolled her eyes at him. Qingmeng, why are your eyes a little swollen? Did you cry too much yesterday? Jiang Tai's smile gradually turned evil. It's all your fault. Feng Qing dreamed of yesterday. Jiang Tai's physical fitness was far beyond her imagination. In the end, she actually cried. Jiang Tai spread his hands and asked, "Why do you blame me? What took you so long?" As soon as she said this, Feng Qingmeng thought of certain scenes and her face turned red again. Wouldn't it be better to last a little longer? Jiang Tai showed a puzzled expression. Lawyer Feng, who has always been eloquent, suddenly found that he couldn't speak. She was a little angry, so she just kept eating noodles as a silent protest to Jiang Tai. After breakfast, Jiang Tai held Feng Qingmeng's hand. Qingmeng, is there anything I can help you with? If you want to start a bigger law firm or do something else, I'll do my best to help you. Feng Qingmeng smiled and said, I have enough money, a good career, a harmonious family, and good health. Before, I was still lacking a man. But now, it seems that I am no longer lacking. Jiang Tai was slightly disappointed. He said softly, Is that so? After successfully conquering Feng Qingmeng, he received a generous reward. He really wanted to repay her, but Feng Qingmeng seemed too perfect in every way. Seeing Jiang Tai's expression, the smart Feng Qingmeng seemed to know what he was thinking. Hubby, it's enough for you to be with me. I'm already very satisfied. You don't need to think too much. You will go to the supermarket with me later. Good. The two people walked into the supermarket. The warm lights, full shopping carts, and a variety of goods were dazzling. Jiang Tai pushed the shopping cart, and Feng Qingmeng came to the snack area and started shopping. I want rainbow candies, plums, beef jerky, potato chips, chocolate, and all of these. Feng Qingmeng smiled and said to Jiang Tai, Honey, help me carry them. Jiang Tai was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to like eating these snacks like a child. I thought a cool, rich, and beautiful girl like you wouldn't eat these things? Feng Qingmeng snorted. What about white, rich, and beautiful women, or aloof goddesses? These are all fantasies created by others. I like to eat these at home. I'm a lawyer by profession. So, at work, at business dinners, and so on, I have to act very serious and formal. How can I just eat these snacks casually? I don't need to pretend in front of you. Feng Qingmeng gave him a coquettish look. Jiang Tai smiled, his heart warmed, and he said nothing more. When Jiang Tai came out of Walmart's supermarket, he was already holding several bags of snacks in his hands. Feng Qingmeng took the initiative to put her arm around his, and the two looked very close. Sister Qingmeng, Senior Jiang, you guys? At this moment, a girl's voice came from behind. Hearing this voice, Feng Qingmeng and Jiang Tai trembled almost at the same time. Feng Qingmeng felt a little guilty and loosened her grip on Jiang Tai's arm. She turned around and whispered, Xiaoyu. Jiang Tai slowly turned around and saw that the person in front of him was his girlfriend whom he met when he was at his lowest point. Feng Yu wore a pink down jacket with a beige wool sweater underneath, black trousers and a pair of brown ankle boots. This kind of winter outfit looks pure, cute, and full of vitality. But now she looked at the two people in front of her with a pale face. This result is totally unacceptable.
Feng Qingmeng is her favorite sister, and Jiang Tai is her most beloved man.
Why is Sister Qingmeng holding Brother Jiang's arm? They look like a couple? How is this possible?
Sister Qingmeng knows about me and Brother Jiang, even though I broke up with him.
But, no matter what, my sister shouldn't be with him, right? She clearly hated Brother Jiang so much at that time. Why is that? What is happening now? Am I dreaming? Feng Qingmeng was filled with guilt at this moment.
She even began to avoid looking, not daring to look Feng Yu in the eye. She felt like a bad woman who had stolen her sister's boyfriend. Although my sister and Jiang Tai broke up on the surface. But she knew they both still had feelings for each other. It seems despicable to interfere. But, I never thought at the beginning that it would develop into what it is now.
Who can control matters of the heart?
As for Jiang Tai, his mind is now blank.
What?
Just now, you are called Qingmeng's sister.
They are actually sisters.
There was indeed a moment when the thought that they might be related flashed through my mind. But he quickly dismissed the idea.
After all, how could such a coincidence happen in the world?
Besides, Qingmeng never mentioned that she knew you were.
So, I actually. Now, how should I end this? The streets are still bustling with people coming and going.
Only these three people stood there quietly, each of them had their own thoughts, and no one spoke. At this moment, it seemed as if even the air suddenly became quiet.
Chapter 88 I Wish You Happiness. Xiaoyu, what a coincidence, are you shopping here too? Feng Qingmeng felt very guilty, but if she didn't say anything, the atmosphere seemed to become even weirder. Sister, what's going on between you and Senior?
Feng Yu looked at her cousin, then turned her gaze to Jiang Tai.
We.
Feng Qingmeng didn't know how to tell her sister about this. Jiang Tai sighed in his heart. He had just quickly gone through all the possibilities in his mind and had a rough idea of the situation.
So that's how it is.
Feng Qingmeng is Feng Yu's sister, so it must have been you who asked her to help me at that time. No wonder Qingmeng showed disgust towards me at the beginning. But the subsequent development of events exceeded everyone's expectations. Seeing Feng Yu staring at him intently, Jiang Tai smiled bitterly.
Now that things are like this, I shouldn't hide it from you anymore.
It would be too despicable to say any more sophistry and deception.
You're, long time no see.
Jiang Tai looked at Feng Yu and said softly.
I'm sorry.
As you can see, Qingmeng and I are now in a relationship.
Feng Yu was silent for a moment, then forced to smile. That's good too. No need to, sorry. Yeah, what's there to be sorry about? Wasn't it her own fault for breaking up?
Now that she thought about it, Sister Qingmeng had been through life and death with Jiang Tai.
They are in love, it's normal. I am now just an ex-girlfriend at best, what does that mean to me? What right do I have to blame them?
The corners of her mouth trembled slightly as she tried hard to suppress her emotions. Brother Jiang, you and Sister Qingmeng are both so beautiful. Standing together, you look like a pair of gods.
You really are a perfect match. In the future, your children will definitely be very good looking.
Feng Yu felt his nose was sore.
It would be inappropriate to stay here any longer. I wish you happiness. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
After saying this, she turned and left.
Feng Qingmeng felt ashamed and wanted to say something.
Jiang Tai held her back and shook his head.
She needs time to accept things like this. You're wrong now, so let her calm down. I'm sorry.
Feng Qingmeng whispered, I hid my relationship with Xiaoyu from you, which led to this situation.
How can I blame you for this?
Speaking of which, Feng Qingmeng had only invited me to dinner on the pleasure boat, and it was me who had taken the initiative. If you still put the blame on Feng Qingmeng in this situation, you would be unmanly.
Hubby, you can coax Xiaoyu later.
Feng Qingmeng said softly, when the time comes. She could accept a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines, and Feng Yu was her beloved cousin. Although it will be a bit awkward for sisters to be together. But in the matter of Jiang Tai, she always felt indebted to Feng Yu, so she took the initiative to make this suggestion.
Let's wait and see.
Jiang Tai was in a serious mood, based on his understanding of Feng Yu. I'm afraid I won't be able to coax this girl this time.
3 days later, at the headquarters of Laughing Burger Shop. In the chairman's office. Jiang Wei, how have Xiaoyi and Sister Zhou made progress these days?
Jiang Tai looked at Jiang Wei and asked slowly.
We've made quick progress. Boss, we'll be going together anyway.
Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, no matter what special situation we encounter, we can always handle it.
Well, the flight will be at noon tomorrow.
The four of us will go to Sakura country together.
You should also make some preparations.
But,
boss, we haven't bought the plane tickets yet?
Zhang Wei was slightly stunned. Zhang Tai smiled and said, no need to buy a plane ticket, just take my private plane. My own private jet, Legacy 650, costs 10 million yuan a year to maintain at East City Airport. With so much money spent, I must use it several times a year.
Okay, boss.
Hearing that Zhang Tai also had his own private jet, Zhang Wei admired him even more.
Zhang Tai called Liu at Dongshi International Airport. Hello, Liu? Well, Mr. Jiang, do you have any instructions?
I'm going to use a private jet tomorrow, and my destination is Sakura country.
Please help me arrange a pilot and flight attendants. No problem, Mr. Jiang, I will make it happen for you today.
Also, please contact the Sakura country airport and make sure they prepare a parking space for our plane.
Receive.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Tai said to Zhang Wei, you should get ready.
The business trip will be quite tiring in the next few days.
After Zhang Wei left, Zhang Tai called Zhang Xiaoyi and Zhou Qian. Xiaoyi, prepare the latest company introduction PPT, including the development and plans in the past few months.
Then go to Kauai headquarters and give them a presentation.
Zhang Tai said to Zhang Xiaoyi. Zhang Xiaoyi smiled and nodded, okay, husband, no problem. Zhang Tai wasn't worried about her at this point. After all, Zhang Xiaoyi had been a flight attendant before, so she had no problem communicating with others. Share, prepare the revenue data from our collaboration with Kauai Bento during this period. Compare and analyze the periods of profitability and losses.
You will also give a speech that day.
Zhou Qi was obviously a little nervous. She rubbed her hands and said, honey,
I'm a little worried.
Speaking in such a large conference room and presenting a PowerPoint presentation in front of so many people.
It doesn't matter. Just speak.
Zhang Tai smiled and waved his hand. Just treat it as practice, to build up your courage.
If there are any problems during the speech, I will help you smooth things over.
Zhang Tai knew that compared to Zhang Xiaoyi, this matter would be more difficult and stressful for Zhou Qi. It is indeed challenging for someone who has been a housewife for 10 years to engage in international business negotiations. But he had to let Zhou Qi take this step and not stay in his comfort zone. You guys should also pack up and get ready. I will take my private plane to Sakura country at noon tomorrow. This trip is mainly for business, so you too should bring some formal clothes.
If you want to stay in Sakura country for a few days, that's fine too. Just pack the clothes you'll need. Chapter 89 during the flight. The next morning.
After Zhang Tai and his group packed their luggage, they boarded the VIP shuttle sent by the airport and rushed to the airport.
Zhang Wei was sitting in the passenger seat.
He knew the relationship between Zhang Tai, Zhou Qi, and Zhang Xiaoyi, so he naturally couldn't be a light bulb. At this time, sit in the passenger seat and leave the back seat space for 3 people.
It can be seen that Zhang Xiaoyi's expression is slightly excited.
After all, she is only 21 years old and is still full of ambition for her life. Especially after meeting Zhang Tai, she became the executive vice president of a large company at this age. Now she has the opportunity to negotiate cooperation with senior executives of an international fast food brand, which is like a dream for her. She is full of confidence in this trip to the land of cherry blossoms and in her future life. Zhang Tai saw Zhang Xiaoyi's expression and nodded approvingly. Zhou Qi, on the other hand, clenched his hands tightly together, seeming to be getting more and more nervous.
She was so nervous that she didn't even sleep well last night. Could she really do this well?
The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became, and the more nervous she became, the more scared she became.
His expression became increasingly ugly.
Zhang Tai saw it all. She held Zhou Qi's hand and whispered in her ear, don't be afraid, Sheer.
Go ahead and try.
Your husband is by your side.
Not long after, the shuttle arrived at Dongshi Airport.
Zhang Tai and his group arrived at the VIP building exclusive to the private jet. The exclusive VIP building is designed to be luxurious and distinguished, with an elegant modern style and luxurious decoration.
The building is kept clean and tidy inside and out, and every corner is clean.
The lobby of the VIP building features a comfortable lounge area, a high-end restaurant and a luxurious business center.
The restaurant offers a wide variety of cuisine, from fine dining to local specialties.
On the other side of the VIP building is an elegantly decorated lounge with comfortable lounge chairs and large sofas where passengers can relax before or after their flight. Zhang Tai and his group handed their luggage to the airport ground staff. The staff will take their luggage through the VIP security channel for security check. Soon, these processes are over. Zhang Tai and his companions boarded the private plane from the VIP gate. When they got on the plane, they were warmly welcomed by 2 flight attendants and the pilot arranged by the airport. Above the vast blue sky. This private jet has a kitchen, so fresh ingredients are prepared for cooking. According to Zhang Tai's request, the airline contacted 2 chefs to prepare meals with the pilots. A chef specializes in Western cuisine. Black truffle foie gras, avocado salad. Caviar fillet steak, T-bone steak, fresh Boston lobster, rose smoked salmon. Mussels, squid, seafood and tomato pasta, nut pudding and strawberry ice cream. French eel chowder, corn cream chowder. Cocktails include golden lemon martini and green coconut mojito. Since we had to go to Kauai headquarters in the afternoon, the cocktails were non-alcoholic and no wine was arranged. Another chef specializes in ancient Dragon Kingdom dishes. Crab meat lion head, stir-fried soft-shelled pork, squirrel mandarin fish, crispy pigeon, and kung pao shrimp balls. Stir-fried Chinese spinach, boiled dried shredded vegetables, celery, and lily bulbs. Beef soup, pork belly, abalone and chicken soup, black mushroom and matsutake soup. A variety of dishes were brought out one after another. The cabin was filled with the aroma of delicious food. 2 beautiful flight attendants, wearing flesh-colored stockings and flight attendant uniforms, accompanied this flight and served Zhang Tai and his 3 companions. They brought each dish to Zhang Tai, then squatted down, read out the name of the dish, and asked if the taste was suitable and whether there was anything he was not satisfied with. In response to the attentive greetings, Zhang Tai also responded politely. The 2 flight attendants knew Zhang Xiui. Having also worked at the airport for so long, they had probably encountered each other before. Seeing Zhang Xiui dressed in designer clothes and sitting next to Zhang Tai on a private jet, the 2 flight attendants were filled with jealousy. Before, we were all just waiters serving tea and water on airplanes. How did you suddenly become so successful? Did you cross the social ladder? Isn't it just because you hooked up with a man? You can hang out with men, and so can we. So, these 2 beautiful stewardesses were very attentive to Zhang Tai and their deliberately flattering attitude was almost close to flattery. Zhang Xiui frowned, she sensed what the 2 flight attendants were thinking. She couldn't help but hold Zhang Tai's hand tightly, subconsciously declaring her sovereignty. Are you kidding? That's how I got to the top. Can't I see through the minds of you 2 vixens? Zhang Tai saw this scene and understood. He smiled at the stewardess and said, 2 beautiful ladies, thank you for your hard work. I'll ask the chef to make 2 more servings. You can find a seat and sit down to enjoy your meal. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The 2 flight attendants thanked him repeatedly, feeling flattered. What did they eat on planes before? Frozen, pre-made beef rice or tomato noodles, which were filling but not very tasty. It was the first time for them to see such a sumptuous meal on a private jet. The quality of these dishes is incomparable to airplane meals, even ordinary restaurants cannot compare to them. This is a gourmet feast comparable to a Michelin meal. After the 2 flight attendants left, Zhang Xiui said coquettishly, you are very nice to them. Zhang Tai chuckled, I've always been nice to beautiful women. So the next step is to ask them out for dinner, go shopping, give them a watch or something, and then go to the presidential suite? Zhang Tai felt that there was something sour in Zhang Xiui's words and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and pinched Zhang Xiui's cheek, then said with a smile, Xiui, jealousy will completely destroy your beauty. You must learn to be open-minded. Zhang Xiui snorted softly, then closed his eyes and began to rest. Zhang Tai looked at Zhou Qi on the other side, she was already asleep. It looks like Cheer stayed up all night preparing the ingredients again last night. Seeing Zhou Qi like this, he felt a little distressed, but the process of growing up is always full of thorns. He didn't want Zhou Qi to just be a bird in a cage. She deserved a bigger stage. Zhang Xiui closed her eyes to rest, but she felt a little flustered inside. These 2 former flight attendant colleagues caused her great insecurity. However, Zhang Tai showed that he was quite enthusiastic towards them. There are too many beauties in this world, and you may be replaced at any time. Unless I can do something that will impress him and increase my weight in his heart. Chapter 90, Ms. Fukada, have you ever thought about starting a family? 2 hours later. Xiaoi, get ready.
We will be in Dongjing City in 20 minutes.
After the two came out of the lounge, they returned to their original seats. The two flight attendants saw Jiang Tai coming out and walked over.
Mr. Jiang, can you write a letter of praise for us?
They wanted to get closer to Jiang Tai and exchange contact information with each other. Jiang Tai smiled and said, "Two beautiful sisters, go find Zhang Wei over there.
He's the general manager of our company. Let him write a letter of praise for you. I'm a little busy right now, so I won't write any more."
The two beautiful flight attendants were a little disappointed. It seemed that Jiang Tai was not interested in them. However, taking a step back, Zhang Wei is also a general manager, and he seems to be a good person. So, the two beautiful flight attendants walked towards Zhang Wei, who was standing aside.
"How about it, Shelly? Are you satisfied now?"
Jiang Tai held her hand and asked softly.
Zhang Xiaowei smiled proudly and said, "That's pretty good."
The plane was about to land in a few minutes when Zhou Qi finally woke up.
"Cher, you're awake." "Yeah."
Zhou Qi hardly got any rest last night, and fell asleep unconsciously as soon as he got on the plane.
"When I woke up, I was almost at my destination." "Well, everyone, pack up your things. We'll be at our destination in 10 minutes.
Jiang Tai and his group took a taxi to the Kawaii Bento headquarters.
Nami Fukada was already waiting in the company lobby. "Mr. Jiang, long time no see." Nami Fukada shook hands with Jiang Tai.
Jiang Tai pointed at Zhang Xiaowei and Zhou Qi beside him.
"Ms. Fukada, these two are our company's new executive vice presidents.
They are Zhang Xiaowei and Zhou Qi. This visit to you is mainly to discuss the plans for future cooperation and to introduce you to my two vice presidents." Nami Fukada looked at Zhang Xiaowei and Zhou Qi and found that both women were rare beauties. She observed the expressions of the two women, then glanced at Jiang Tai, vaguely aware of the relationship between the three.
"But, what does this have to do with her?" Fukada Nami smiled and greeted Zhang Xiaowei and Zhou Qi. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhou, welcome to our company."
Laughing Burger House has been collaborating with Kawaii Bento for several months. The cooperation process so far can be said to be quite pleasant, so the atmosphere of this meeting was very harmonious.
Several people came to the meeting room chatting and laughing along the way. In the conference room, the senior executives of Kawaii Bento sat in a row. First, Zhang Wei introduced Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaowei.
Then Zhang Xiaowei gave a product plan presentation.
Throughout the entire presentation, Zhang Xiaowei spoke with confidence.
Although her professional knowledge was still a little rough, it did not affect her overall performance. Among them, some questions raised by the other party were also answered with the assistance of Jiang Tai. Next, it was Zhou Qi's PPT presentation, for which she had made detailed preparations. We analyzed the revenue situation during the cooperation over the past few months and gave our own suggestions on popular products, traffic diversion plans, and successful cases of core stores. Although he was not as eloquent as Zhang Xiaowei during the description, he basically completed the task successfully. Finally, Jiang Tai answered questions from the senior management of Kawaii Bento and made some summary remarks.
After the meeting, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. "Boss Jiang, I'll treat you all to dinner tonight," Fukada said with a smile. Jiang Tai nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Fukada. A famous restaurant in Dongjing City." "Same as last time."
The waiter poured the famous Sakura sake dasai into the glasses of Nami Fukada, Jiang Tai, Zhang Wei, Zhang Xiaowei, and Zhou Qi. The table still had bamboo tube sushi, ishigaki clams, sashimi platter, cherry trout, small white shrimp caviar, noto beef, these cherry blossom specialties. In addition, special staple foods such as Japanese udon noodles, eel rice, sukiyaki, and beef bowl have also been added. "Mr. Jiang, the two vice presidents of your company are both beautiful women.
You are really capable." Nami Fukada raised her glass to Jiang Tai with a smile. "Yes, I am fortunate to have the help of two beautiful ladies. I hope the company will get better and better." Jiang Tai raised his glass in response.
Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaowei felt a little embarrassed when they heard the two people praising them.
Zhang Wei knew that these people had complicated relationships, so he didn't interrupt and just focused on eating.
After 3 rounds of drinks, Jiang Tai suddenly asked, "Ms. Fukada, you are so beautiful and you are in charge of the entire group.
With such good conditions, have you ever considered starting a family?" Nami Fukada was slightly taken aback.
She thought it was just a casual question from Jiang Tai, so she immediately replied, "Why is Mr. Jiang concerned about my personal problems? I've been busy with my career these years, and I haven't met the right person yet, so I'll just let things take their own course."
Ms. Fukata, have you ever thought, if there's no suitable person in Sakura country, perhaps there might be one in Dragon country?
Zhang Tai stared into Nami Fukata's eyes with undisguised aggression in his eyes. Zhou Qi and Zhang Shui looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They have been completely conquered by Zhang Tai and can accept that he has other women. However, the questions Zhang Tai asked to Nami Fukata just now were very ambiguous and aggressive, and could even be said to be a blatant provocation. The two companies still have a cooperative relationship.
Is it really possible to flirt with girls so unscrupulously? Chapter 91 Strange Woman.
A hint of coldness flashed in Nami Fukata's eyes. She heard the question raised by Zhang Tai and felt the other party's aggressive gaze.
Anger arises in my heart. How dare he?
In Nami Fukata's impression, Zhang Tai was very polite and spoke very courteously when they met last time. When they met again today, she keenly felt that Zhang Tai had a strong and self-confidence that looked down on everything. She didn't understand where this confidence came from, but she knew Zhang Tai had changed.
He even dares to tease me openly in front of his subordinates?
Even if Zhang Tai has developed feelings for me, such things should be expressed in private.
How could he be so rude and disrespectful to me in front of so many people? How presumptuous! What right does he have?
In terms of wealth, I have a kawaii bento with billions of assets. In terms of talent, I should be better than Zhang Tai.
In terms of age, I am 8 years older than him.
When I was in college, he was still in elementary school.
Now, how dare he tease me? Nami Fukata suppressed the urge to flip the table and asked coldly, "Oh? Mr. Jiang, do you know any great people? Do you want to introduce them to me?" Zhang Tai smiled brightly. Ms. Fukata, why bother? Look at me. Zhang Tai's straightforwardness was beyond Nami Fukata's expectations.
This man launched an attack directly without any preparation.
Nami Fukata took a deep breath and then laughed.
He, Mr. Jiang is indeed good. She looked at Zhang Tai, her eyes full of sarcasm. I've also seen Mr. Zhang's previous videos, and I have to say, his physical fitness is quite good.
Better than many of the male actors here. Zhang Wei, who was eating quietly, suddenly changed his expression.
Now that things had come to this, he was afraid that they were going to fall out. Zhang Wei wanted to say something, but felt he couldn't get a word in.
He totally couldn't understand why Zhang Tai provoked Fukata.
Zhou Qi and Zhang Shui were also very nervous, and the harmonious atmosphere before was gone.
The situation between Zhang Tai and Nami Fukata is already a bit tense.
Faced with Nami Fukata's ridicule, Zhang Tai was not as angry as expected. He smiled indifferently and said, "Ms. Fukata, I watched the video myself.
My performance was really terrible.
If I change the subject now, I should be able to perform better."
You. Nami Fukata couldn't believe that Zhang Tai was so shameless.
She stood up and said, "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It seems I need to re-evaluate our future cooperation."
Zhang Wei stood up hurriedly. Ms. Fukata, don't be angry. Our boss just drank too much. He has absolutely no ill will towards you.
Zhang Shui gritted her teeth, suppressed her unhappiness, and said, "Sister Fukata, you are so beautiful. President Zhang must have drunk too much, that's why he couldn't help but say these words to you." Zhou Qi felt the awkward atmosphere and pulled Zhang Tai's sleeve.
"Ha, Ms. Fukata."
Zhang Tai said with a smile, "Just think of me as drunk."
I won't say these words again. Nami Fukata thought for a moment and felt that this incident would not cause a strain on the relationship between the company.
At the moment, the attitude of Zhang Tai and others has given me a way out, so I will just go along with it for now. She took a long breath and said, "Boss Zhang seems drunk."
I'll pretend I didn't hear what he said. I'd better go back and rest early. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Fukata.
You should also go to bed early.
After Nami Fukata left, Zhang Tai poured himself another glass of sake, dasai.
He took a sip and felt that the taste of dasai sake was fresh, elegant and subtle, with a very complex fruity and rice aroma.
I still can't get used to it. Sakura country sake actually has a hint of sweetness. It's boring. It's not as refreshing as our dragon country's ergwotu.
Seeing Zhang Tai drinking and talking to himself, the other three people didn't dare to speak for a moment. After a long while, Zhang Wei slowly said, "Boss, just now, why did you say these words to offend Shen Tian?"
He didn't understand. Even if the boss was really interested in Fukata, why didn't he meet in private before saying these things?
It made the atmosphere so awkward.
Zhang Tai didn't answer Zhang Wei's question. Instead, he asked, "Are you all full? If you are, let's go to the hotel."
Jiang Tai booked a room for Zhang Wei, and he and Zhou Kixie booked a presidential suite.
The two women fell asleep quickly after the long journey.
Jiang Tai came to the living room and opened the window to ventilate. Then he sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette for himself. Amidst the smoke, he began to think about the problem. Just now, the reason why I said these words to Fukada in front of others. I also wanted to test her reaction.
Who is Nami Fukada?
A woman who combines beauty, wealth, and social status. I'm 29 years old and it shows that it has only been charged twice.
What does this mean? Is it possible that she has no suitors? Impossible.
It only shows that she is too picky and disdains most of her suitors. If you ask her out privately, say sweet words or confess your feelings to her, it will be absolutely useless and you will only be labeled as a bootlicker by her. When I said these words in front of my subordinate, it actually aroused her emotions and made this woman less proud in front of me.
But Nami Fukada is a bit too weird. She seemed very angry at the time.
However, her favorability towards herself remained at 40, without any increase or decrease. After systematic enhancement, my appearance has reached 95 points, which is a world of difference compared to the 85 points when I last saw Fukada.
But when Fukada saw that she didn't show any emotion, did that mean she didn't care about a man's appearance?
Moreover, even after I teased her just now, her favorability remained unchanged.
Why is this? The system can't possibly be wrong. It's late at night. Nami Fukada finished her bath.
She came into the living room in her bathrobe and poured herself a glass of Cabernet Sauvignon. The good figure that is faintly visible under the bathrobe can definitely make countless men fall in love with her.
Nami Fukada took a sip of red wine and a sarcastic smile appeared on her face. How interesting.
She whispered to herself, Jiang Tai, a dragon countryman, actually has feelings for me.
This is really a ridiculous and stupid thing. Chapter 92 Teacher Mikami Aya. There is no fluctuation in the sensitivity towards Nami Fukada. Jiang Tai couldn't think of a specific reason for a moment.
Fortunately, no matter what, the two sides did not end up falling out at the dinner table.
Let us find the answer in the subsequent contact process. He finished a cigarette. A cool breeze blows outside the window.
With Jiang Tai's current physical condition, he didn't feel the slightest bit of coldness, he just felt very refreshed. No matter how strange Nami Fukada was, he was confident that it was only a matter of time before he could win her over.
Jiang Tai smiled. Now, it was time to think about the next female guest, Yusuji Hanakirara. Jiang Tai decided to take a bold approach to this underworld sister.
Just as Sister Hua herself said, we are all people from the same social world, so there is no need to be shy about following any procedures.
Let us get started. Jiang Hu RNV.
It's reasonable to end all grudges after meeting each other. Thinking of this, he called Yusuji Hanakira.
Sister Hua, good evening. I'm Jiang Tai.
Ha? Jiang Tai, you really came to Sakura country?
Yes, Sister Hua, didn't you ask me to come over last time and pledge my love to you? I can't wait to come here. Yusuji Hanakirara was silent for a moment, then laughed, how dare you come? I thought you were just talking nonsense. Sister Hua, what are you talking about?
Jiang Tai said seriously, the men of our dragon country are as good as their word.
Since I said I'm going to have sex with you, I will definitely come.
There was another long silence, and Yusuji Hanakirara said with a smile, then Jiang Tai, come to Mengjingdong Bar tomorrow night.
I will repay you for saving my life. Okay, Sister Hua, it's a deal. Well, it's a deal. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tai leaned back on the sofa. Yusuji Hanakira.
At the age of 25, a gangster sister, in a country like Sakura country where charging is unrestrained, charging 0 times.
Ha, will you really pledge yourself to me tomorrow night? Is it that easy? After hanging up the phone, Yusuji Hanakira was stunned for a while. This man actually dares to come. And he even said bluntly that he wanted to mess with me? Is my title as the Yusuji Underworld Big Sister fake? Or are all the men in Dragon Country so passionate and masculine?
But Jiang Tai is my savior after all, so I will just bear with it for now.
Yusuji Hanakira thought for a long time and couldn't help laughing.
Promising yourself to me doesn't necessarily mean I have to go into battle myself.
Inside the studio.
Okay, that's it, Mr. Mikami, Mr. Kato, thank you for your hard work.
following the words of the staff. The filming of this video can be declared completed. Thank you for your hard work, Kato-senpai. Mikami Aya greeted the male actor Kato Torano with whom she worked together. This scene was not finished until late at night, and it was very physically demanding for the actors.
Well, Mikami, you should also pay more attention to rest.
Kato Tora said, recently, directors have been asking for more and more difficult moves.
If you don't take good care of your body, you can easily get injured.
Mikami Aya nodded.
She took off her filming clothes and entered the dressing room.
The clothes and stockings that Mikami Aya wore when she was filming. During the filming of the movie, it had become a battle-damaged state. The accompanying staff began to clean up the scene.
As we all know, love movies from the Sakura country are famous all over the world.
There are also two types of romance films in the land of Sakura.
One is a pure love film, which makes countless women cry with its delicate and touching plot. There is also a pure Japanese love movie, which makes countless men cry with its bold and unrestrained acting. It can be said that no matter which one, it is considered to be very successful.
And Mikami Aya is the permanent heroine of the latter type.
Mikami Aya has a pure and lovely face and a well-proportioned figure, with long hair draped over her shoulders, exuding a fresh breath. Her eyes are big and bright, sparkling with intelligence, her nose is straight, her mouth is rosy, and when she smiles, she reveals a row of neat teeth, which is very charming. She has been in the industry for many years and has won recognition from a large number of movie fans with her hard work and meticulous acting skills. There is even a saying often mentioned in the world, elegance never goes out of style, which describes teacher Mikami.
After Mikami Aya came out of the locker room, she changed her clothes. The white chiffon shirt paired with a pink pleated skirt looks pure and cute. This combination not only shows her sweet temperament, but also makes the overall look more elegant and attractive. Mikami Aya's outfit after get off work is completely different from what she wears at work. She is really beautiful. After leaving the set, Mikami Aya was thinking about where to relax after get off work when her phone suddenly rang. Hello? It's Sister Hua, good evening.
Recognizing Yasuji Hanakarara's voice, Mikami Aya greeted her warmly.
Teacher Mikami, if you are not busy tomorrow, I would like to ask you to accompany someone.
Yasuji Hanakara said softly.
Sister Hua, you know.
I haven't been with customers outside of work for a long time.
Mikami Aya thought for a moment and said, what kind of person is he? Yasuji Hanakara laughed on the other end of the phone. Don't worry, Mr. Mikami, I won't let you suffer any loss.
This man is very young and very handsome, even more handsome than the male protagonist in a pure love movie.
In that case, I'm really looking forward to it.
Sister Hua really takes care of me.
Mikami Aya imagined the male protagonist's appearance and swallowed.
Well, Mr. Mikami, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, Sister Hua, see you tomorrow.
In the land of Sakura, many industries are legal. However, maintaining order in these industries sometimes requires some special measures. It is not convenient for the Sakura country officials to handle these matters, so they are handed over to local underground gangs. So many times, the underworld in Sakura country has a cooperative relationship with the government. Under the leadership of Sato Hyde, the Tenshio group controlled most of the casinos in Dongjing City. Legal casinos in the Sakura country mainly include sports such as boat racing, motorcycle racing, horse racing, and football betting.
There are also pachinko parlors that mainly specialize in pachinko. As for the underground casinos, they are even more under their control. As a member of the Flower Arrangement Alliance, Yasuji Hanakara is responsible for the entire romantic area of Dongjing City. Places like Kabuki Theatre Kabangai are mostly under the control of Yasuji Hanakara. Many of the unique love movies in the land of Sakura also deal with the underworld. This is also the responsibility of the Huadao League. It can be said that the vast majority of the top courtesans in the entire Dongjing City and even in Sakura country rely on Yasuji Hanakarara for protection. So, calling her Sister Hua is really worthy of the name. It was also because of this that she was able to invite the big star Mikami Aya to come out and accompany her. Chapter 93 Winning. The next day was the weekend, so there was no need to communicate business with the senior management of Kawaii Bento. In the morning, Jiang Tai and his group of 4 decided to go for a stroll in the downtown area of Dongjing City. When they arrived in the downtown area, Zhang Wei knew the relationship between Jiang Tai, Zhou Qi, and Zhang Shoui, so he naturally would not be a lightbulb. Boss, I'll just walk around and try my luck at their pachinko parlor. Okay, but don't get carried away and lose your pants. Jiang Tai said with a smile. Don't worry, boss, I know what's going on. After Zhang Wei left, Zhang Tai took the two girls shopping.
Zhang Tai came to the food street holding Zhou Qi's left hand and Zhang Xiaoyi's right hand. There are many special snacks on the streets of Dongjing City, and it is already lunchtime.
Let's go and see what the street food here is like. The first stall sells Hiroshima Yaki.
Hiroshima Yaki has a very distinctive appearance. Fresh fish fillets, tender pork, and fresh vegetables, these rich ingredients are cleverly arranged together, which increases people's appetite at the sight. Zhang Tai bought 3 servings of Hiroshima omelette, gave one to Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi, and then took a bite himself.
The Hiroshima Yaki is truly exceptional in terms of taste.
The fish is tender and juicy, the pork is rich and flavorful, and the vegetables offer a refreshing flavor. Combined with the special sauce, these ingredients create a delicious feast for the senses, leaving you feeling incredibly satisfied with every bite. As the 3 of them walked, they saw a tempura stall. Tempura, a traditional food of the Sakura Kingdom, is usually made from flour, meat such as shrimp, or other vegetables. The preparation of tempura requires exquisite skills and unique cooking methods, so it is often considered an art in the cuisine of the Sakura Kingdom. Zhang Tai still bought 3 servings of tempura from the stall owner, and the owner started making them. The ingredients for making tempura are fresh shrimp, vegetables, and other ingredients such as pumpkin, eggplant, tofu, etc. The ingredients are cut into appropriate sizes, coated with flour and egg liquid, and then fried in hot oil. During the preparation process, the stall owner enthusiastically explained that controlling the oil temperature and frying time are crucial to making tempura. If the oil temperature is too high, the surface of the tempura will burn, while if the oil temperature is too low, the tempura will become greasy. Therefore, mastering the oil temperature is crucial for making excellent tempura.
As the steaming tempura came out of the oven, Zhang Tai took a bite while it was still hot.
The shrimp shell is crispy and appetizing, the shrimp meat is delicious and chewy, and with the unique seasoning, it is indeed a very distinctive snack. The 3 continued walking forward, and in front of them there was an octopus ball stall with a long queue.
Let's go and join the queue and have some fun.
Octopus balls can be regarded as the most popular street snack in the land of Sakura, and are loved by people for their unique taste and deliciousness. It consists of small, spherical balls, each made from fresh octopus meat and various vegetables. Octopus balls are made with fresh octopus meat and are seasoned with green onions, minced ginger, cooking wine, and other seasonings, giving the balls an enticing aroma.
Holding the octopus balls fresh from the pan, Zhang Tai couldn't wait to take a bite.
The first thing you feel is the crispy skin, followed by the softness of the inside and the tenderness of the meat.
This taste is unforgettable.
Xiaoyi, it turns out that delicious food is still found among the people.
Zhang Tai said with a smile, it seems that no matter where you are, the truly delicious food is still found in these streets and alleys. It smells so good. Zhang Xiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
It's really nice to change your taste occasionally and try some foreign food.
Zhou Qi also nodded. The 3 of them continued their food exploration journey as they walked and talked.
Inside a large pachinko arcade, hundreds of pachinko machines emit the sound of marbles colliding continuously. The players in the store watched the marbles fall from the hole, constantly cheering happily or complaining in frustration. People in the land of Sakura are under great pressure in their daily lives, and the pinball machines that can be found everywhere are the best way for them to relieve stress. Zhang Wei first observed how others played for a while. He saw a customer playing a pinball machine for a long time and eventually lost all his chips. When the guest left, his eyes were red, as if he had stayed up all night playing.
Watching him leave, Zhang Wei immediately took the seat. He realized that this was an opportunity to pick up a bargain. He used to like playing fishing game machines, and similar entertainment machines usually involve taking in and spitting out points. The so-called eating points means that no matter how many bullets you shoot during this period, you cannot catch big fish. The spitting stage is when you can catch big fish of high value relatively easily. Although pachinko machines are different from fishing game machines, he believes that the principles of eating and spitting are the same. The person just now obviously lost a lot on this machine. Maybe I can try my luck. Facts have proved that Zhang Wei's judgment is correct. When he dropped the 16th steel ball, the jackpot appeared. On this pachinko machine, a dazzling picture first flashed, and then a high-energy 2-dimensional animation was played. Then, as the screen shook, steel balls began to be continuously spit out into Zhang Wei's game points card. In the end, the grand prize was worth about 2 million. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. He just came here for fun and didn't expect to win such a big prize. You know, his basic salary a year is only 500,000, and including bonuses and other things, it is less than 700,000.
This time, the winnings were almost his 3 years' income. Just when Zhang Wei was ecstatic, the store manager, Kudo Ryakan, had a gloomy expression on his face.
This is the place of Sato Hide of the Tenxiu Group. It was destroyed by Yasuji Hanakara not long ago, and it cost a lot of money to renovate it.
They hope to get some money back from tourists as soon as possible. However, just a few days after reopening, someone won such a big prize. It was also his fault for being careless. He didn't adjust the winning rates of hundreds of machines to the lowest level, so he missed this one.
Calculating this way, this month's settlement revenue will definitely be lower than the target.
He looked at Zhang Wei carefully and found that he did not look like someone from Sakura country.
If you're a foreigner,
running a video game arcade requires honesty. If a customer wins a prize and the arcade cheats, the customer will not come next time. However, if you are a foreign tourist who only comes once in a while, that is another matter. The citizens of the land of Sakura are also aware that these arcades have underworld backgrounds, and it is normal for them to cheat foreigners.
As long as you remain honest to your own people, who would care about your own affairs?
There was a hint of viciousness in Kudo Liangchen's eyes. He called over a few staff members around him and gave them instructions.
Chapter 94 Domineering. Just when Zhang Wei was very excited and ready to claim the prize, several clerks came over, and one of them said, "Hello, we just discovered that your machine is malfunctioning. Your winning number will not be counted."
What?
Zhang Wei's face changed.
He looked at the aggressive people in front of him and knew that they were planning to default on their debt.
You are such a big casino, and now you want to cheat? Zhang Wei said angrily.
The 2 million bonus is right in front of him. How could he give up just because of the other party's words?
Why are you shouting so loudly?
I told you there's a bug in the machine and we need to come over to repair it.
Please move aside. A burly clerk began to push Zhang Wei. Everyone, look, this store is cheating. They won't redeem your winnings. Do you still dare to come and play? Zhang Wei's loud shouts attracted the attention of many customers in the store. Although the citizens of Sakura country don't care if the arcade defrauds foreigners, making such loud noises will ultimately have a bad influence. You're looking for death.
Several shop assistants saw Zhang Wei shouting, surrounded him, dragged him aside, and started beating and kicking him.
Zhang Tai took Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi to the food street and then to the small shops in Sakura country. They looked at many accessories and figurines and learned a lot about the culture and customs of Sakura country. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours have passed. Strange, why has Zhang Wei been silent? Zhang Tai was slightly surprised. Could this guy have lost all his money in the pachinko hall? Zhang Tai thought for a moment and took the two girls to the pachinko hall. Zhang Wei had been surrounded and beaten by several people for half an hour, and he felt like he was about to be beaten to death. These so-called shop assistants are actually gangsters from the Tianqiu group, and they are very brutal. Facing these thugs from the Sakura country, Zhang Wei was very courageous and did not beg for mercy. He felt that as a Dragon country citizen, he should not beg for mercy from the thugs from the Sakura country. He barely managed to protect his vital parts, cursing constantly. Later, Kudo Liangchen felt that it was not good to cause a death, so he asked several store employees to throw Zhang Wei at the door of the store. He told the customers in the store, "This person is cheating and is using a bug in the pachinko machine, so we are dealing with him. Dear guests, as long as you abide by the rules of the arcade game, we welcome you to win money." When Zhang Tai saw Zhang Wei at the door of the pachinko hall, he was beaten and covered in blood, curled up on the side of the street. Zhang Tai's expression instantly turned gloomy. He quickly walked forward and asked, "Zhang Wei, what's going on?" Zhang Wei endured the severe pain and slowly said, "I won a prize at the pinball machine, but they refused to pay me and accused me of cheating. Several of them beat me up." Through Zhang Wei's fragmentary description, Zhang Tai roughly knew what had happened. The anger in his heart grew. Although Zhang Wei does not have much talent, he is loyal to him. While he was in detention, he was handling company affairs while actively contacting lawyers to take over his case. Later, he wholeheartedly helped Zhang Xiaoyi and Zhou Qi grow. In Zhang Tai's heart, he has already regarded Zhang Wei as his confidant and also as one of his own. Those guys in the arcade who dare to touch me are just looking for death. Zhang Wei saw that Zhang Tai's face was not right, and fearing that he would act impulsively, he pulled him back and said, "Boss, don't be impulsive, we are on someone else's territory, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake, forget it." Zhang Tai took a deep breath and patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." He turned to Zhang Xiaoyi and Zhou Qi beside him and said, "Xiaoyi, Sheer, you guys take care of Mr. Zhang here. I'll be back soon. Husband, what are you going to do? Let's call the police.
Zhou Qi felt that Zhang Tai was murderous and was worried that something might happen to him.
Husband, let's take Mr. Zhang to the hospital first. There are so many people in the airport, don't take any risks.
Zhang Xiaoyi saw Zhang Wei's miserable condition and was afraid that Zhang Tai would also be beaten by so many people, so she hurriedly spoke out to dissuade him. Feeling the two women's concern, Zhang Tai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits. Take good care of Mr. Zhang, and I'll be out soon." When Zhang Tai entered the pachinko hall, the customers in the store were still concentrating on playing the pinball machines. The shop assistants who had just beaten Zhang Wei washed their hands and continued to patrol the machine hall as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tai was filled with anger. He picked up a stool and threw it directly at a pinball machine. With a loud bang, the pinball machine was smashed to pieces.
This movement also attracted everyone's attention.
Zhang Tai said coldly, "All irrelevant people, get out of here." The customers in the store were a little surprised, but no one left. Occasionally someone would cause trouble after losing a lot of money in the arcade, but they would be dealt with quickly. Besides, it seems a foreigner was beaten just now, and it looks like this might be his companion.
It looks like there will be some fun to watch.
The shop assistants looked at each other and roughly understood the situation. They showed cruel smiles. The Dragon Man was almost beaten to death, and now here comes another one who is not afraid of death. The burly clerk quickly rushed towards Zhang Tai and punched him in the face with all his might.
This punch is full of momentum.
But it is destined to fail. Zhang Tai swung his body, easily lifted up the burly clerk, and then slammed him hard on the pinball machine next to him. With a bang, the pinball machine was smashed to pieces.
Ah! Ah!
The clerk let out a terrible scream. Zhang Tai didn't stop and continued to pick up the clerk and smash it into another pinball machine. Bang, 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 every time Zhang Tai swung the clerk, he would smash a pinball machine. After smashing more than a dozen pinball machines, Zhang Tai threw the clerk to the ground. The burly clerk was crying out in agony at this moment. The immense pain made him burst into tears. All the bones in his upper body were shattered. Although he would not die, he would definitely be a cripple in the future. Zhang Tai looked at the customers in the store and yelled, "Get out of here!" At this moment, the customers in the store finally realized what was going on. "I encountered a ruthless person in this store today." The scene of using a person as a stick to smash the pinball machine was so shocking that they didn't dare to stay and quickly left the hall. After Zhang Tai saw that all the irrelevant people had left, he blocked the door with 2 pinball machines. Now, in this arcade, besides Zhang Tai, the only ones left are the store manager Kudo Ryakan and his dozen or so employees. Zhang Tai looked at the group of people in front of him and said coldly, "Fuck you, it was you little bastards who attacked Zhang Wei just now, right?
Ha ha!
Very good.
None of you will be able to escape today." Chapter 95, A Tiger Among the Sheep.
Kudo Ryakan's expression changed slightly. The strength that Zhang Tai had just displayed was too incredible. The burly man weighed 200 pounds, but he lifted it and swung it effortlessly.
This kind of strength was not like that of a human.
However, in the current situation, the other party is very aggressive and he has no way to retreat.
There's also a gun in the office.
He thought of this and shouted to his staff, "Don't be afraid, he's alone.
Let's grab our weapons and kill him."
Although the shop assistants were also shocked by the scene just now, they were all gangsters who lived on the edge of a knife and were willing to risk their lives. At that moment, more than a dozen shop assistants picked up steel bars, machetes and other weapons hidden in the storage room and surrounded Zhang Tai. At the same time, Kudo Ryakan slowly retreated to the office.
He was going to get that pistol.
Once he got the gun, he could shoot anyone, no matter how strong they were. A group of shop assistants surrounded Zhang Tai, but because of his behavior just now, no one dared to take action for a while. Zhang Tai sneered and rushed into the crowd. Soon, accompanied by the bang 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 sound of fists hitting each other, the screams of the store clerks began to be heard one after another. They soon discovered that their weapons could not hit the other side at all. In their eyes, Zhang Tai's figure was as fast as a ghost. Zhang Tai's attack was just a simple punch, but each punch was extremely lethal, and basically one punch could break a person's bones. In less than a minute, more than a dozen shop assistants were beaten and covered in wounds.
They couldn't even run away, let alone fight back.
They were surrounded by Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. He surrounded more than a dozen of the other side by himself. 2 minutes later, more than a dozen shop assistants were lying on the ground and unable to get up.
they were almost all beaten to a pulp. Bang! The sound of bullets came from behind.
Zhang Tai dodged the bullet with a swerve.
Kudo Ryauchen's mouth dropped open. How is this possible? The speed of a pistol bullet is about 400 meters per second. How can a human dodge a bullet?
Zhang Tai looked at Kudo Ryauchen, who was shooting at him on the second floor of the machine hall, exerted a little force with his hind legs, and rushed towards the other party. In panic, Kudo Ryauchen fired several shots at Zhang Tai.
But every shot was easily dodged by the opponent. No! Why can he dodge bullets? Zhang Tai's behavior was beyond Kudo Ryauchen's understanding. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Tai was already in front of Kudo Ryauchen. He held the other person's shoulders and squeezed them hard. Crack, a crisp sound was heard, and Kudo Ryauchen's shoulder blade had been crushed by Zhang Tai. His arms hung limply, and Kudo Ryauchen's eyes were filled with despair. Crack, another crisp sound, and his wrists were crushed by Zhang Tai. The pistol fell to the ground. Maybe you think this thing is awesome. Zhang Tai kicked the pistol away. He looked at Kudo Ryauchen and said coldly, "In my eyes, it's just a toy."
Zhang Tai kicked him more than 10 meters away with a fierce kick. The huge pain made Kudo Ryauchen kneel on the ground. "I'm being merciful by not killing you." Zhang Tai stopped looking at them. He picked up a stick and started smashing all the pinball machines one by one. Then he kicked open the door of the airport terminal and walked out. Seeing Zhang Tai coming out, Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaowei hurried forward.
"Honey, are you okay?"
Zhou Qi stared at Zhang Tai and found that he was unharmed. However, the door of the terminal had just been closed and there was a lot of noise inside.
She couldn't help but ask. "It's okay, Xier."
Zhang Tai smiled faintly.
"Do I look like I'm in trouble?" "Hubby, you."
Zhang Xiaowei nervously grabbed Zhang Tai's hand.
"You can't be so impulsive in the future."
"I get it, Xiaowei.
My husband is very capable,"
Zhang Tai said with a smile. Zhang Wei let out a muffled groan. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He was very grateful to Zhang Tai for helping him out. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he was glad to see that his boss was okay. When Zhang Tai heard Zhang Wei's muffled groan, he realized that he should send him to the hospital immediately.
At that moment, he helped Zhang Wei up and said, "Let's go to the hospital first."
When Sato Hyde got arrested and rushed to the pachinko hall, all he saw was a mess. The pinball hall, which had just been renovated, was smashed beyond recognition, and all the pachinko machines inside were smashed. Then he saw the clerk lying on the ground and Kudo Ryauchen kneeling on the ground and vomiting blood. He waved his hand and asked the accompanying medical staff to help him stop the bleeding and provide simple treatment.
After a while, Sato Hyde asked, "Kudo, what happened? Why were you beaten like this?"
Kudo Ryauchen gave a brief account of what had happened.
Sato Hyde sighed, "Why bother? Just give him 2 million. You can always make money."
"Now it's like this, the loss is over 10 million.
Kudo Ryauchen said ashamedly, "Sorry, boss." "Do you think this person can dodge bullets from a pistol?" Sato Hyde asked.
"Yes, he is very fast and powerful.
Just like a Superman." Recalling Zhang Tai, Kudo Ryauchen's eyes were filled with fear. "Got it.
Just take care of your injuries.
I will help you get revenge." Sato Hyde waved his hand, signaling his entourage to send the dozen or so people to the hospital.
He went to the office on the second floor, turned on the surveillance camera, and reviewed the scene at that time.
After a long time, Sato Hyde sighed. "Judging from the video, the opponent is definitely a transcendent. He's very likely a mid-level transcendent. If possible, I really don't want to be enemies with these people.
But, after all, I'm the boss of the Tianqiu group.
If someone destroys my place and I don't do anything, I'll have no chance of survival in the underworld of Dongjing City."
He thought about it, took out his cell phone and made a call.
"Hey, Sister Oda. I sent you a video.
Please help me investigate this man.
What is his identity and background?" After hanging up the phone, Sato Hyde stretched. "Sitting for a long time is not good for your health.
You should exercise."
Sato Hyde thought for a moment and said, "Let's just clean up."
He slowly walked to the bathroom, took out a broom and started cleaning.
Sato Hyde frowned, wondering if there was something wrong with the feng shui of this place.
"Why, there are always people who want to ruin my place.
Last time it was that violent woman, Yasuji Hanakara. This time, another extraordinary person from Dragon Country appeared. Why can't these people sit down and talk things out?
They just like to make trouble when they disagree with something.
It's really not elegant. Chapter 96 Love at First Sight. Jiang Wei's injuries are quite serious and he needs to be hospitalized. Away, just focus on your recovery. These will be treated as work-related injuries, Jiang Tai said to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei grinned, thank you, boss. It's a pity that I can't experience Kabuki Hall Ikebangai this time. Ha ha.
Jiang Tai said with a smile, take care of your health, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Through communication with the doctor, he learned that Jiang Wei had some fractures in some parts of his body, and most of the injuries were superficial, but fortunately there were no internal injuries. I estimate that I will recover after resting for 10 days or half a month. After instructing Jiang Wei to get enough rest, he took Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi back to the presidential suite where they were staying.
Xiaoyi, Xier, I have something to go out for tonight.
Thinking of his appointment with Yusuji Hanakirara in the evening, he said to the two girls, I just packed some delicious food on the way, you guys eat it first.
Are you going out to find another woman tonight? Zhang Xiaoyi groaned.
Zhou Qi also sighed, there are too many brothels in Sakura country.
Husband, you really need to exercise restraint.
Facing the jealousy of the two women, Jiang Tai smiled and said, I went there to do serious business, not what you think. Just wait for me in this hotel and don't run around. Jiang Tai was not afraid of retaliation from the other party because the hotel he was staying in was very expensive. In contrast, the security of this hotel is excellent. Unless there is a master like himself, it is difficult for ordinary people to enter this presidential suite.
The two women nodded and stayed in the room obediently.
Jiang Tai put on his coat and walked out of the hotel.
Yusuji Hanakira, I'm really looking forward to our date tonight. Nightfall. Dream Winter Bar. This is a very famous bar in Dongjing City.
Unlike the bustling and noisy nightclubs, Mengjingdong Bar is a quiet bar where singers perform.
Jiang Tai walked into Mengjingdong.
The bar's interior is very refined, exuding an elegant and modern atmosphere. There are some beautiful artworks hanging on the walls, adding a touch of culture to the bar. Soft lights are sprinkled in every corner, making the whole environment look particularly warm. At the bar, you can see bartenders skillfully mixing various cocktails.
Their movements are fluid and swift, and each cocktail is a beautiful work of art.
When a cocktail is finished, the bartender will gently place it on the bar and bow slightly.
This professional service attitude makes people feel very comfortable.
Some soft jazz and pop songs can be heard in the bar. This kind of music makes people feel relaxed and comfortable, and it seems that all the troubles are dissipated in the music. This place is usually bustling with people, but today it is very quiet.
Because Sujihara Kirara has booked the entire place tonight.
Yusuji Hanakira chose a long wool coat in classic black, which perfectly set off her temperament. She paired it with a pair of black over-the-knee boots and black leggings, perfectly combining dominance and sexiness.
Good evening, Sister Hua. Jiang Tai, you're here.
When the two met and looked at each other, there was a storm in their hearts. The thought that came to their minds at the same time was that the other party had actually become extraordinary. After being promoted to the extraordinary level, Jiang Tai is full of confidence about this trip to the Sakura country. He thought that even though Hanakira Yusuji was the big sister of the underworld, he was already a superman, so it would be easy for him to control her. Therefore, in the conversation with Yusuji Hanakira, Jiang Tai spoke frivolously. On the one hand, he wanted to take this type of strategy route, and on the other hand, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. But now, he discovered that the other party was also extraordinary.
This is really unbelievable.
Even with the system upgrade, I still had to go through life and death to complete the task and become extraordinary.
How did Hanakira Yusuji do it?
On the other hand, Yusuji Hanakira was so surprised that she almost couldn't control her facial expression.
The two had a brief contact when they first met.
At that time, Jiang Tai had already demonstrated extremely strong physical fitness, but it was still within the scope of human beings.
I admire him very much.
Later, with the nourishment of the divine weapon Ama Kuangyun sword, I broke through to the extraordinary realm. He was no longer an ordinary person, so Yusuji was not angry about Jiang Tai's teasing on the phone later, but just found it funny. She also planned to show off her skills to Jiang Tai when she met him, so that she could have the chance to win him over.
As for him wanting a woman? Oh, with the resources at her Flower Arrangement Alliance's disposal, she could find any kind of beauty she wanted, so how could she not satisfy Jiang Tai?
As a result, when we met today, we found that the other person was also extraordinary. This completely ruined her plan. She didn't know how Jiang Tai made the breakthrough, but she knew she had to be cautious when facing the man in front of her.
Sister Hua, why are you making it so grand that you've booked the entire place?
Jiang Tai said with a smile when he saw this scene.
Yusuji Hanakirara smiled slightly. You were very aggressive on the phone, saying you wanted to fuck me.
I'll just create a quiet environment and see what you plan to do. Jiang Tai stared at Yusuji Hanakira, smiling without saying a word. Yusuji Hanakira's eyes were stern and she showed no sign of weakness.
A long time.
Jiang Tai chuckled. Sister Hua, you've become stronger.
Mutually. Yusuji Hanakira lifted her hair. You feel very different from when I first met you. Yusuji Hanakirara smiled and continued, what makes you think you can flirt with me? Jiang Tai didn't take it seriously.
He said loudly, Sister Hua is a rare and extraordinary woman in the world. I fell in love with her at first sight. We have an old saying in Long Country, a graceful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman.
Maybe my way of expressing myself is a bit unrestrained, but my heart is sincere and genuine. Yusuji Hanakirara stared into Jiang Tai's eyes for a long time. She couldn't help laughing. You fell in love with me at first sight? That's right.
Jiang Tai said seriously.
But how come I didn't notice it?
Yusuji Hanakira took a sip of the cocktail, her eyes moving around, and under the light she actually looked a little charming. Jiang Tai's heart was shaken, and Yusuji's sweet smile almost made him lose his mind. She is truly a top-notch beauty with a score of over 90, just like Qingmeng.
That day, after you saved me, we had a chance to be alone for a night.
Yusuji Hanakirara said leisurely, but you didn't seem to have any intention of getting close to me.
You decisively went to sleep next door. Sister Hua, you're wrong.
Jiang Tai said seriously, Sister Hua was injured that day.
How could I take advantage of her? Are you kidding? That day you brought a broken dagger to scare me, how could I dare to go after you? Then tonight.
Yusuji looked at Jiang Tai with his smile still on his face.
Jiang Tai nodded and spoke in a loud and clear voice.
At this beautiful moment, we should spend a night together.
Chapter 97 I want to be a dog licker. Jiang Tai's answer was simple and direct, which made Yusuji Hanakira feel speechless. She slowly said, since you are in love with me, are you willing to help me? What does Sister Hua want me to do? Jiang Tai asked. There are 3 major underworld gangs in Sakura country right now. They are my Flower Arrangement Alliance, Sato Hide's Tenshu Group, and Tanaka Takanori's Kaioketsukai.
On the surface, the 3 major gangs don't seem to have any major disputes. But in reality, undercurrents have long been surging, and war could break out at any time.
Yusuji Hanakirara looked into Jiang Tai's eyes and said word by word, I want you to help me unify the underworld of Sakura country. After hearing Yusuji Hanakira's request, Jiang Tai did not answer immediately.
He is a law-abiding citizen in Longhua, and his values are relatively positive. Now he has joined Longhua's Extraordinary Association and is considered a regular extraordinary person. He definitely wouldn't want to help the big sister of the underworld in Sakura country, join the underworld, and get involved in some fighting and killing. With Sister Hua's current strength.
Jiang Tai didn't answer directly. He asked, can't you take down the other 2 gangs? Yusuji Hanakira gave a wry smile and said, I've seen that Sato Hide, he's not weaker than me. And Tanaka Takanori should be at a similar level.
My current strength is only enough to protect myself, but with your help, I might be able to unify the underground gangs.
Jiang Tai didn't answer immediately, he fell into thought.
The bosses of the 3 underworld gangs have all been promoted to extraordinary levels, which really surprised him.
He had originally thought that Sakura country was no match for Dragon country, a tiny place. Even if there were extraordinary beings in it, how many could there be? Now Yusuji told him that the bosses of several gangs are all extraordinary. Could it be that I underestimated this place?
Furthermore, the arcade that was vandalized this afternoon clearly had gangster elements involved, so facing subsequent retaliation.
As for Yusuji Hanakira's proposal, Sister Hua,
Jiang Tai said slowly, I have already joined the Dragon Country Supernatural Association.
To put it simply, I'm already a regular employee. Do you think it's possible for a regular superhuman to get involved with the underworld with you?
Yusuji Hanakirara nodded and said, you don't have to join the Flower Arrangement Alliance, nor do you need to do anything that harms the interests of the Dragon Nation.
I just need you to take a few shots at critical moments, that's enough. Jiang Tai thought about it and said, if that's the case, it's something we can consider.
He smiled and looked at the other party, but...
Sister Hua, are you ready for tonight?
Yusuji Hanakirara said calmly, after you help me unify the underworld, I will naturally give my body to you. When Jiang Tai heard this, a group of alpaca horses ran through his heart.
Just kidding, there will be at least 2 extraordinary people in the other 2 gangs. To unify the underworld, there must be fighting to the death. You, Yusuji Hanakirara, don't even want to give me any benefits, and you want me to work for you? Isn't this just fooling fools?
Jiang Tai shook his head and said, Sister Hua, that doesn't make sense.
After you become my woman, your affairs will become my affairs. I will naturally do my best to help you.
But if you just paint a pie for me and expect me to work hard for you, then I'm sorry, I won't do that kind of licking dog.
Yusuji Hanakirara frowned slightly.
Jiang Tai, you may not believe this, even though I'm involved in gangs, I'm still a virgin and have never slept with a man.
My Yusuji family's words are as good as gold. Don't you trust me? Jiang Tai took a sip of wine and said after a while. Sister Hua, you are a very dangerous woman.
I nearly lost my life the first time I met you. Now, I'm stronger, but what you ask me to do is still deadly and dangerous.
If you are not sincere enough, even though I am in love with you, I will have no choice but to give up.
Yusuji Hanakirara looked at Jiang Tai and said slowly, I understand. She took out a room card and handed it to Jiang Tai.
Here is the key to the VIP room of Mushuet Hotel. You will stay here tonight. I won't give it to you tonight, but I believe I can satisfy you.
Jiang Tai smiled when he heard this and accepted the room card.
Sister Hua, I'm looking forward to meeting you tonight. Sakura Oda is wearing a furry dress and a pair of cartoon cotton slippers, looking like a cute little loli.
Just looking at her appearance, no one would have thought that she was actually a top intelligence agent. She collected all of Jiang Tai's information within an hour and sent it to Sato Hyde.
In the office, Sato Hyde frowned slightly as he looked at Jiang Tai's information. He couldn't help muttering to himself. It's so strange.
A few months ago, Jiang Tai was just an ordinary senior student, very ordinary.
But in just these few months, his wealth has skyrocketed. He now owns a supercar, a private jet, his own company.
My personal strength has also increased rapidly. From being unable to defeat a small gangster in the beginning, I was able to fight dozens of people desperately, and now I can easily deal with more than a dozen gang members without any injuries, and I can even dodge bullets. The speed at which his overall strength has improved is incredible, and there's no trace of it.
Sato Hyde closed his eyes and thought, this person is growing too fast.
For such a person, it's fine if I don't take action, but if I do, I must kill him.
VIP suite at Mushuet Hotel.
This place is indeed a place where only the richest people in Sakura country come. When Jiang Tai activated the room card, the door of the suite slowly opened automatically, revealing a magnificent living room. The gorgeous chandelier is like a work of art, suspended in the air with the finest craftsmanship, casting a soft and abundant light. To one side of the living room is a spacious bedroom. The bed was enormous, like a royal couch, covered with the softest duvet.
The bathroom is more like a luxurious spa. Jiang Tai waited quietly for Yusuji Hanakira's arrival. He knew that he couldn't deal with Yusuji Hanakira all at once.
It doesn't matter, just take it slow and break her bottom line little by little.
Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock on the door. Jiang Tai smiled slightly, Sister Hua, you are finally here. He suppressed his excitement and opened the door. There stood a very beautiful woman outside the door. She was wearing a black sweater, a white miniskirt, black boots, and a small purple bag slung over her shoulder. She has fair and delicate skin, big and bright eyes, a straight nose and rosy lips. She has an amazing figure with a full bust, a slim waist, tight hips, and beautiful curves. Seeing Jiang Tai open the door, she smiled slightly and said, Mr. Jiang, good evening.
Jiang Tai was stunned for a moment, and actually stammered, Mikami-sensei? Chapter 98 Black Moonlight.
When Jiang Tai saw Mikami Aya, his heart was filled with emotion.
He was surprised and happy. Don't think that Jiang Tai is now worth billions and surrounded by beautiful women.
But just a few months ago, he was still a craftsman. From middle school until a few months ago, Jiang Tai spent countless late nights watching romance movies starring Mikami Aya to practice his hand speed. This led to him having a special feeling for Mikami Aya. If I have to describe it, I can say it is the black moonlight in his heart.
Although it may not be bright, it still illuminates the dark moonlight of countless nights.
Seeing Jiang Tai in a daze, Mikami Aya smiled softly.
Her smile was pure and sweet. Mr. Jiang, won't you invite me in? Ah. Please come in, Mr. Mikami. Jiang Tai brought Mikami Aya to the living room and sat down. Ding, the system has found a target that can be conquered. Show target information. Name, Mikami Aya, a Japanese romance film actress. Age, 30. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance, 76. Body type, 88. Favorability, 0 stranger. Number of romances, 193. Characteristics, optimistic and humorous. Intimacy, not activated.
Jiang Tai was stunned for a moment before realizing that Mikami Aya was also a target that could be conquered.
Only.
When Jiang Tai looked at the number of times he had been in love, he remained silent.
Mikami is already 30 years old.
She has worked hard for her fans over the years to play the leading female role.
If you add in her love life experiences, a total of 193 times is reasonable. Mr. Jiang, what are you thinking about? Mikami Aya couldn't help but ask when she saw Jiang Tai looking absent-minded. Ah, nothing.
Jiang Tai came back to his senses and didn't know what to say for a moment.
Mikami Aya laughed again, her smile was as bright as peach blossoms, sweet and pure.
Jiang Tai was stunned.
Why?
A woman who has been in love 193 times can still have such a pure and beautiful smile.
She is also a target that can be conquered.
Although it has been 193 times.
But, if it's teacher Mikami Aya, it's not impossible. As a veteran movie fan, Jiang Tai has a deep idol filter for Mikami Aya.
In his eyes, Mikami Aya, who has a beauty score of 76, can reach 90 points through the idol filter.
Hello, Mr. Jiang. Sister Hua asked me to come.
Mikami Aya said with a smile, she said you're very handsome, so I came here with great anticipation.
Mr. Jiang, you know what?
Although I was full of expectations, your handsomeness still far exceeded my expectations.
I am really happy to meet such a handsome man like you. Mikami Aya said sincerely. Ding. Mikami Aya's favorability plus 70. Ambiguous. Mr. Mikami, you're welcome.
Jiang Tai rubbed his hands nervously and smiled awkwardly. Sister Hua, she's really something.
She didn't even tell me you were coming. I'm not prepared either.
Facing his idol of many years, Mikami, Jiang Tai was still inexplicably nervous and excited.
Mikami Aya stood up from the sofa, walked to Jiang Tai, and slowly squatted down.
She slowly raised her head, looked at Jiang Tai who was sitting there, blinked her eyes, and smiled playfully.
Mr. Jiang. You don't need to prepare anything. I'll have everything ready when I get here. The perspective of Mikami Aya looking up made Jiang Tai blush a little. He asked softly, what has Mr. Mikami prepared? Mikami Yanya saw Jiang Tai blushing a little and couldn't help laughing. Why is Mr. Jiang a little nervous when he sees me? Jiang Tai took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Chapter 99 Eliminating Filters. Even so, Jiang Tai felt his heart beating faster for a moment, and he felt like he was about to lose control. Sister Hua said you were a very unrestrained person. Mikami Aya chuckled, but now it seems, why are you so shy? In a brief moment of infatuation, Jiang Tai cut off his youthful fantasies. At the same time, his filter for Mikami Aya has completely disappeared. He calmed down completely. Faced with the other party's alluring temptation, Jiang Tai remained unmoved. Jiang Tai is an extraordinary and powerful man after all, and he is not obsessed with the beauty of Mikami Aya. He did not have any relationship with Mikami Aya. Instead, he deeply attracted her through this amazing concentration. This made Mikami Aya's favorability soar. At this moment, the voice of the system came to my ears. Ding, Mikami Aya's favorability has reached 100. True love. Ding, the intimacy between Mikami Aya and you has been successfully unlocked. The sound of the system's successful strategy came from my mind. Ding, target strategy successfully completed. Rewards, 100 million in funds, 10 attribute points. Skill pack, love action skills. Ding, the first phase of the main mission, drunkenly lying on a beauty's lap, has a completion rate of 75%. Ding ding ding, a text message came to my phone. 100 million yuan was transferred to your card number ending in 1188, and the current balance is 84,000,6153 yuan. Use the skill package of love action techniques.
Following Jiang Tai's instructions, many indescribable and difficult action techniques entered Jiang Tai's sea of consciousness. Jiang Tai closed his eyes and concentrated, digesting these techniques. After a long while, he opened his eyes, a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Before, I relied on my physical fitness to break it with force. Now that I have mastered this technique, I will have more room for maneuver in the future. He thought for a moment. Mr. Mikami Iga is only a 70-point strategy target after all, so the overall rewards are relatively average. Take a look at your current situation. Show the host properties panel. Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 96 points. Extraordinary intermediate. Physical fitness, 50. Financial resources, 84,000, 6153 yuan, a laughing hamburger chain, a Bugatti Noir supercar, a Legacy 650 private jet, and the famous sword Xiao Xuanyu. System stage, the official first stage. Main mission, lying drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, with a target achievement rate of 75%. Skills, gods I can see relevant information about the target woman, combat master, cooking master, medical master, flying master, romance master, exiled immortal sword skill, green lotus sword song. 20 attribute points can be used to advance to the extraordinary level once. The reward this time is only 10 attribute points, not enough to advance to the extraordinary high level. Jiang Tai sighed lightly. This time's harvest is pretty good. As long as I conquer one more target, I will definitely be able to advance to the transcendent high level. When I reach the high level of transcendence, I will be fully confident in facing the 3 transcendences from Sakura country. Jiang Tai reached out and stroked Mikami Aya's hair. He suddenly felt a little curious. Mr. Mikami, you've been filming romance movies for so many years. How come you still look so innocent? Because. Mikami Aya said softly, men just like to see such pure. Chapter 100. You are mine from now on. Mr. Mikami. Jiang Tai said slowly, I thought it would be Sister Hua who came last night. Mikami Aya leaned on Jiang Tai and responded softly. Tell me, what did Sister Hua ask you to do? Jiang Tai said with a smile, it's impossible that she just asked you to come and accompany me. Mikami Aya sighed. She knew she couldn't hide it from the man beside her. Sister Hua hopes that you can fall in love with me, and then work for her wholeheartedly. Ha! Jiang Tai chuckled. Yusuji Hanakira, you are indeed a dangerous woman. I treat you as my wife, but you are playing tricks on me. Ha, if I weren't extraordinary, with Mikami Aya's skills, I would probably have fallen. Even a hero can be tempted by a beautiful woman. It was really a close call. But, now the situation is finally under my control. Sister Hua, sooner or later, you will submit to me like Teacher Mikami. Inside the Mengjingdong bar. Yusuji Hanakira was sitting alone at the bar drinking. It was already the afternoon of the next day, and Mikami Aya had not contacted her. In other words, her plan to control Jiang Tai through Teacher Mikami has failed. That's not surprising. Yusuji Hanakira laughed self-deprecatingly. I originally thought Jiang Tai was just an ordinary person, but when we met yesterday, he was already extraordinary. This is also difficult for Mr. Mikami. It is not easy to capture the extraordinary. Ha! Jiang Tai. If he's really willing to help me, what's wrong with giving my body to him? Yusuji Hanakira's eyes were deep, and she drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Anyway, there's no way I could fall in love with him. Inside the Tianqiu group meeting room. Sato Hyde is in a meeting with senior gang members. They were discussing the incident of the venue being smashed yesterday. Damn it! A Dragon Country guy came to our territory and messed things up. He's not only insulting our Tianqiu group, but also the entire Sakura Country underworld. Boss Sato, why are we still holding a meeting here now? We should have dealt with him yesterday. A grumpy Tianqiu group cadre had already started cursing. Boss Sato, my suggestion is to call the police. We already know the whole story. This guy named Jiang Tai vandalized our place, and we can see it on the surveillance camera. With the cooperative relationship between our gang and the Dongjing City Police, apprehending him won't be a problem. Another cadre from the Tianqiu group expressed his opinion. For a moment, everyone started talking. After everyone else had finished speaking, Sato Shukai slowly said, the police in Sakura Country can't handle a master of this level. There's no point in calling the police.
As for why we didn't take immediate action yesterday, it was because we weren't absolutely sure. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, there are two solutions to this problem. Sato Hyde said calmly, the first solution is to just let this matter go. Impossible.
If we let this matter go like this, our Tianqiu group will not be able to gain a foothold in Dongjing City.
Yes, this isn't just a gang fight, it's a blatant provocation by a foreigner. He's just one person. How can a gang as big as ours be afraid of him? Sato Hyde's first proposal made the cadres in the meeting room very dissatisfied.
Sato Hyde waited for them to finish speaking, then slowly pushed up his glasses and continued, everyone, I've already shown you the video of that incident.
Although the opponent is only one person, he is very powerful.
It may seem a bit cowardly to say this, but from the perspective of maximizing interests, dropping this matter here might be the best option.
Everyone in the conference room was speechless when they heard this. After a long moment, someone whispered, Boss Sato, your consideration may be correct.
But if we just accept this, we will become the laughingstock of the entire Sakura country.
How are we going to manage the venue and collect admission fees in the future? If it doesn't work, Boss Sato, you can ask your father to help. Sato Hyde shook his head.
There's no need to alarm father for such a small matter.
He went on to say, the second way to deal with it is to kill him. As I said earlier, I didn't ask everyone to take action immediately yesterday because I didn't know Jiang Tai's background and was not sure. If we can't kill a master like this with one strike, and let him escape, do you think you can sleep well at night from now on? Everyone in the conference room fell silent upon hearing this. I later looked up his information. It's pointless for you to go against someone like him. I have to do it myself. With the sacred artifact Yada Mirror, I should have an 80% chance of success. I called you to a meeting today just to confirm your thoughts. If you are sure you want to take action, I will confront this person directly.
What you need to do is bring heavy weapons to surround him and prevent him from escaping. Also, Jiang Tai is bringing 4 people with him this time. Besides Jiang Tai, one of them is Zhang Wei, the general manager of Laughing Hamburger House.
He was beaten half to death in the arcade yesterday and is still in the hospital. Don't worry about him for now.
There are 2 other women, one named Zhou Qi and the other Zhang Xiui. They are nominally the 2 executive vice presidents of Ziahaha Burger House, but in reality they are Jiang Tai's women. They are living with Jiang Tai now. When Jiang Tai confronts me, you can also take these 2 women hostage.
Although I am confident that I can kill him, we must always be prepared for any eventuality. The Tianqiu group cadres in the conference room all nodded.
They were originally from the Sakura country underworld.
Where are the bottom lines and principles when it comes to underworld activities? What about the idea that misfortune doesn't affect one's family or the rules of the underworld? This is just something you see in movies and TV series. Real gangsters will do anything to achieve their goals.
Sato Hyde thought for a moment, then said, everyone, before we officially start, I decided to meet this Jiang Tai first.
Until then, please refrain from taking any action on your own. Sato Hyde is not afraid of Jiang Tai, but he still plans to talk to Jiang Tai. If possible, he hopes to win over Jiang Tai. Sooner or later, a bloody battle will break out between the 3 major gangs in Sakura country, and having one more extraordinary and powerful ally will greatly increase their chances of winning.
If Jiang Tai could become a guest of the Tianqiu group, then things like smashing a game hall and injuring some people would be nothing.
VIP suite at Mushue Hotel. Mr. Mikami, why do you want to help Sister Hua? Jiang Tai asked Mikami Yanya with a smile. Mikami Aya said gently, my film company is managed by Sister Hua.
The entire Sakura country's industry related to romance and beauty is basically protected by Sister Hua's Flower Arrangement Alliance.
Jiang Tai nodded and said, from now on, you will be mine. Remember to inform me if there is any news or movement about Yusuji Hana Kirara. Mikami Aya was silent.
After more than 10 hours of collaborative performances, she felt that she had fallen in love with Jiang Tai. But the other party is from Dragon Country after all, and she still needs to work and live in Sakura Country.
She didn't dare to offend the underworld boss, Hana Kirara Yusuji. Jiang Tai took out a bank card and handed it to Mikami Aya. In here, there are 80 million.
The password is 1 to 8, you can change it yourself.
If you don't want to make movies, then don't make them. Just do what you like. If you still plan to continue doing this job, or stay with Yusuji Hana Kirara, then if she has any plans against me, remember to tell me. Mikami Yanya took the bank card and said gently, okay, Mr. Jiang. Chapter 101 Sincerity.
80 million, Jiang Tai's generosity moved Mikami Aya very much. 80 million is a huge sum of money, and she only earns a few $100,000 from filming a romance movie.
More importantly, this man didn't ask himself to do anything. At this moment, Mikami Aya even wanted to marry him.
She originally came with a mission to confuse Jiang Tai, but ended up being conquered by him.
Conquered from the outside to the inside.
She is now like a docile cat, snuggling up to Jiang Tai obediently.
Jiang Tai didn't care about the 80 million.
This was originally the wool he had taken from Mikami Aya, and now he was giving away some of it, and he didn't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, placing such a chess piece next to Yasuji Hanakera will be very helpful in conquering Yasuji.
Okay, Mr. Mikami.
Jiang Tai looked at the woman beside him and said slowly, I have something else to do.
I have to leave first. I'm very happy to rehearse with you.
If there is a chance, we can continue to explore the possibilities of the script. Thinking of this man's impeccable acting skills, the experienced Mikami Aya blushed slightly, and then she said softly, Okay, Mr. Jiang.
I look forward to playing duo with you again.
Jiang Tai left the VIP suite of Mushua Hotel and came to the hotel lobby when he noticed someone. This person was sitting on the reception sofa in the hotel lobby. He was about 30 years old, with a handsome face and black framed glasses, looking like an elegant scholar. The other person seemed to feel his gaze, raised his head, and smiled at him.
Between extraordinary people, there is no need for many words.
A single glance can roughly judge the other party's strength level. As their eyes met, Jiang Tai already knew that the other person was a very strong person.
Mr. Jiang, my name is Sato Hyde. Sato Hyde adjusted his black-framed glasses with his fingers and said to Jiang Tai, I want to talk to you. Sato Hyde. Jiang Tai remembered that Yasuji Hanakera had once mentioned this man.
He is the boss of the Tenxio group, one of the 3 major underworld gangs in Sakura country. He came to me, and there was a high probability that the arcade that was smashed was his place.
However, since he didn't attack me directly but wanted to talk to me, it's likely that he has something to ask of me.
Jiang Tai walked over and sat down opposite Sato Hyde.
He asked calmly, What's the matter?
Sato Hyde stared at Jiang Tai for a long time, then slowly said, Mr. Jiang, the arcade you smashed yesterday belongs to the place I manage.
Oh, so what?
Jiang Tai sneered, his attitude very tough. I later learned the whole story from my subordinates.
Sato Hyde said calmly, It was indeed my subordinates who made the mistake first and injured your people.
It's just. Sato Hyde's gentle tone suddenly turned cold, your subsequent attack was too much. Not only did you destroy my arcade, but you also crippled more than a dozen of my men. So, Mr. Jiang, you need to give our Tianqiu group an explanation.
Jiang Tai suddenly laughed, as if Sato Hyde had just told a very funny joke. Sato Hyde was not angry. He waited quietly for the other party's answer. After a long moment, Jiang Tai continued, What is there to explain?
If I didn't have the strength, my men would have been severely injured by you for nothing.
Because I'm strong enough, I can help Jiang Wei get back his face. Same.
Jiang Tai stared at Sato Hyde with a mocking smile on his face. Because you are not strong enough, you dare not attack me directly.
It's just a fight between the strong and the weak. Do I need to explain anything to you?
Sato Hyde waited for Jiang Tai to finish speaking, then slowly said, Mr. Jiang, I don't like to brag. As long as our Tianqiu group pays a high enough price, you will never be able to leave Sakura country. Jiang Tai had a smug smile on his face.
Then why the hell aren't you doing anything yet? Why are you still talking nonsense to me? Faced with Jiang Tai's attitude, Sato Hyde was silent for a moment.
He said slowly, Mr. Jiang, I don't want to easily make enemies with the powerful.
Promise me 2 things.
I will suppress the incident of you smashing my machine hall and injuring my men.
No one from the Tianqiu group will bother you again in the future. Jiang Tai was slightly surprised by Sato Hyde's calm demeanor. Jiang Tai was silent for a moment, then asked, What are the conditions? Sato Hyde said, First, you are not allowed to attack the Tianqiu group in the future.
Of course, I will restrain my men, and they will not provoke you.
Second, help the Tianqiu group take action against the Flower Alliance or the Jizha Society once in the future.
Sato Hyde added, Mr. Jiang, as long as you agree to these 2 points, you will be a friend of our Tianqiu group. If you need any help in the future, I will do my best to help you if it is within my ability.
Sato Hyde's words made Jiang Tai fall into deep thought.
He remembered what Hanakera Yasuji had said to him, hoping that he could help her Flower Arrangement Alliance unify the underground gangs in Sakura country.
Now, Sato Hyde from the Tianqiu group hopes that he can help him deal with the Flower Arrangement League or the Gokatsukai. It now seems that the three major gangs are ready to make a move.
The calmness of the Sakura Kingdom's underworld is all an illusion, and a storm may break out at any time. If you want to conquer Yasuji Hanakira, you must not agree to Sato Hyde's conditions.
But Yasuji Hanakira has plans for me. I have to be on my guard against this woman. This Sato Hyde doesn't seem to be a simple person. If I explicitly become his enemy, I might be in trouble.
It's better to agree to it casually first and then wait and see what happens. Thinking of this, Jiang Tai said,
Boss Sato, I still admire you. I can consider accepting your proposal. Sato Hyde stared into Jiang Tai's eyes and said slowly, in that case, please invite Mr. Jiang to visit our gang headquarters and take a photo together. We will publish this friendly photo on the media network as a testament to the deep friendship between Mr. Jiang and our Tianqiu group.
Jiang Tai frowned slightly. This Sato Hyde was indeed cunning. I want to use media information to make everyone think that I stand with them. It also stopped the other two gangs from asking me for help.
This is probably not very convenient.
Jiang Tai shook his head.
Why? Sato Hyde's eyes gradually turned cold.
I have a special status in Dragon Country, and your Tianqiu group is a gang from Sakura Country. If the news of my friendly cooperation with you gets out, it will have an impact on me.
Sato Hyde smiled and said lightly, Mr. Jiang, I understand.
He handed Jiang Tai a business card and said, this is the first time we meet.
I hope we can be more sincere next time. Chapter 102 Snowfall. Inside the Mengjingdong bar. Mikami Aya is telling Yasuji Hanakirara what happened in the VIP suite of the Mushua Hotel. A long time.
That's it, Sister Hua.
Mikami Aya lowered her head and said, Jiang Tai is too strong. I can't defeat him.
Yasuji Hanakirara chuckled, Mr. Mikami, this is the first time I've heard the word too awesome from you.
I think you had a very pleasant exchange last night. Mikami Aya's face felt slightly hot.
Jiang Tai was different from all the men she had met before. When she thought of him, she couldn't help blushing and her heartbeat was beating fast. It was as if she had returned to her high school days. She tried to calm down, Sister Hua. I have been trying very hard to complete your task, so I haven't felt too much happiness.
Mikami Aya answered in a halting manner.
Over the years, Yasuji Hanakirara treated her well. When she was not famous, she was harassed by a drunk customer and it was Sister Hua who stepped in to help her resolve the situation. Therefore, deep down in her heart, she did not want to betray Yasuji Hanakirara, but she was too shocked by Jiang Tai's conquest of her soul, so she agreed to help Jiang Tai.
Yasuji Hanakirara laughed noncommittally, then said, Didn't Jiang Tai ask you anything?
No, replied Mikami Aya. Mr. Mikami, I have always respected you over the years. Yasuji Hanakirara said slowly, because you never get stuck in emotional confusion and always manage to manipulate men.
You are a professional in this area.
Yasuji Hanakirara paused and then said, so, don't be tempted by Jiang Tai. Hearing this, San Shangyongya felt cold sweat pouring down her face. She hurriedly said, Sister Hua.
How could I be seduced by him? I am loyal to you. Yasuji Hanakirara looked at her deeply and said calmly, Don't be nervous, I'm just reminding you.
Okay, go get busy.
Looking at the departing back of Mikami Aya, Yasuji Hanakira fell into deep thought.
Jiang Tai returned to the hotel.
It has been a whole day since I left yesterday.
Zhang Xiaoyi and Zhou Qi were both a little angry. Obviously, he was not satisfied with Jiang Tai's statement that he was busy with work and did not come back all night. Jiang Tai felt a little embarrassed when he saw that both women were silent.
He said with a smile, Hello, my two wives. What do you want to eat tonight? Your husband will make it for you. Honey, you did it all night yesterday, right? Can you still do it now?
Zhang Xiaoyi started to speak sarcastically.
Sister Xiaoyi is right. How can I let you do that?
Your husband worked hard all night for our family.
Go and have a good rest. Don't hurt your waist.
Zhou Qi also followed suit with sarcasm.
Jiang Tai felt a headache. Alas, this girl Xiaoyi was spoiled by myself.
She was so well behaved and obedient when we first met, but now she dares to talk to me in a sarcastic way.
And cheer.
She was originally a very dignified and gentle woman, but she was led astray by Zhang Xiaoyi.
But, since when did they become so close? Women are amazing creatures.
Seeing Zhang Xiaoyi and Zhou Qi's dissatisfaction, Zhang Tai decided to make a hot pot to appease his two wives.
After all, they are your women and you must always love them. This high-end presidential suite is fully equipped with hot pot tableware.
Zhang Tai called the housekeeping manager and asked him to purchase fresh ingredients and have them delivered.
Heavy snow is falling outside the window. The presidential suite is warm and comfortable, making people feel relaxed and happy.
Zhang Tai and the other two sat around the dining table, which was filled with a steaming hot pot. The hot pot's broth was made from carefully simmered bone broth, and the milky white liquid was constantly bubbling under the heat. The dishes on the pot side are colorful and varied. There are fresh lamb, beef, pork, fish fillets, and a variety of seasonal vegetables such as spinach, tofu, mushrooms, etc. Zhang Tai put these ingredients in one by one, adding endless flavor to the hot pot. The seasonings are also prepared by Zhang Tai himself, including balsamic vinegar, sesame paste, minced garlic, and chili oil. Each one is just right.
Dipping food in the sauce will make the hot pot taste more unique.
Zhang Tai gently dipped his chopsticks in the hot pot, picked up a piece of tender meat, dipped it in the fragrant seasoning, and put it into his mouth.
A warm current instantly rose from his stomach, dispelling the cold air.
Then he took a bite of the vegetables and sipped the broth. It seemed as if the entire winter was concentrated in this hot pot.
Honey, I want to eat too. Zhang Xiaoyi acted coquettishly.
Zhang Tai smiled faintly. He picked up another piece of tender meat, dipped it in some sauce, and blew on it gently to cool it down. Then he held the meat slice to Zhang Xiaoyi's mouth. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qi curled her lips slightly and said, "Hubby, I want to eat too."
Zhang Tai picked up another piece of meat for Zhou Qi.
The heated air in the house was filled with the aroma of food, and the laughter of the three people could be heard from time to time.
Watching the snow falling outside the window, Nami Fukada suddenly felt a little lonely and thought of the person who once obsessed her.
She took out her cell phone and had already entered the number. After thinking about it, she still held back.
Life is always lonely like snow, just enjoy solitude.
She was stunned for a moment, and memories from long ago suddenly surfaced before her. She shook her head vigorously.
The past was not worth reminiscing about. Memories are meaningless.
Suddenly, Zhang Tai's image flashed through her mind.
Nami Fukada was slightly stunned. Why did she think of him? Oh. It's crazy. Brother Shio, it's snowing.
Ota Sakura has delicate features, fair skin, big and bright eyes, a straight nose, a small mouth, and a sweet smile. She wore a lamb wool hat with ears, a pink plush coat, thick leggings, and a pair of snow boots with bunny patterns. She looked very cute.
Yeah.
Sato Hide was wearing a gray windbreaker, dark pants, and a pair of marten boots, looking very tall. Sister Oda, you are already 20 years old this year. Looking at the Lolita-style girl next to him, Sato Hide asked with a smile, "Why are you still dressed like you are 12 years old?"
Huh? Wouldn't this kind of outfit look very kawaii? Ota Sakura winked at Sato Hide and asked, "Oniai-chan doesn't like it?"
She walked over and hugged Sato Shio, and said softly, "Brother Shio, I'm tired, carry me on your back."
Sato Hide bent down and carried Ota Sakura on his back.
He sighed, "If you refuse to grow up like this, how will you get married in the future?"
Ota Sakura's little face was a little red from the wind, and she said softly, "Then I will marry Oniai-chan, okay?" "No, I don't like little brats. I like mature women." Sato Hide refused decisively. "Ha!" As expected. Ota Sakura was a little angry. "After all these years, you still can't forget Sister Fukada?" Sato Hide stopped unconsciously.
At this moment, the wind and snow around him seemed to have stopped.
The pure white snowflakes stayed in the air, sparkling brightly under the warm sunlight. He. Sato Hide took a step forward, and everything around him returned to normal.
The snow fell silently, leaving only frost on the ground.
Chapter 103 Tanaka Calls. It's late at night.
Zhang Tai watched TV with Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi for a while. Then he sneezed and said, "My two wives, I need to rest."
Then he smiled wickedly and said, "Which wife will sleep with me tonight?"
Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi blushed at the same time.
I want to. Of course I really want to. But facing this question, it is not easy to answer. Be proactive, it feels like vying for favor. If I keep quiet about it, it seems like another woman could easily take advantage of me. For a moment, neither of them said a word.
Seeing this, Zhang Tai chuckled and said, "How about the two ladies come together?"
Roll. Shameless.
Seeing the two girls go back to their rooms angrily, Zhang Tai smiled.
It was inevitable, so why be shy? The next day, morning.
Zhang Tai took Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi to the Kawaii Bento headquarters. These two female vice presidents had already shown themselves at the last meeting.
Today, Zhang Tai's main purpose of bringing them here is to study.
As a world-leading fast food brand, Kawaii Bento has professional management models and employment experience in the industry.
Being able to learn from Nami Fukada's team is a very precious opportunity for Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi.
It will be of great help to their future work in management positions. Of course, Zhang Tai himself doesn't care about this at all. After returning from Sakura country this time, he will basically no longer be in charge of the affairs of Laughing Burger Shop. He planned to find Old Man Dongfang, the president of the Dragon Country Supernatural Association, to see if he could get some benefits from the association.
Nami Fukada brought her team to receive Zhang Tai and the other two.
In one morning, I learned a lot of knowledge about the industry and gained valuable experience. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhang.
Time is tight at noon, so let's just have a casual work meal. Nami Fukada asked someone to bring a few lunchboxes for the employees.
Okay, it's a good opportunity for us to try out the quality of your company's employee meals.
Zhang Tai nodded with a smile.
The work meal is a Kawaii Bento box consisting of rice, vegetables, meat, and fruit. They are neatly arranged in a specially made bento box to preserve their individual shapes and flavors. As an accompanying miso soup, you can see various ingredients such as tofu, kelp, radish, and spinach scattered in the deep yellow soup base.
A simple bento with miso soup.
It was a delicious lunch.
Ms. Fukada, thank you for your hospitality.
Zhang Tai thanked him with a smile. From now on, the company will be mainly managed by Zhang Wei, Zhang Xiaoyi, and Zhou Qi.
I want to pay attention to it very often. So, Mr. Jiang, you are going to be a hands-off boss? Nami Fukada was slightly surprised.
Zhang Tai's Laughing Burger Shop was currently experiencing rapid growth, but his words just now implied that he was planning to withdraw.
That's not entirely true.
Zhang Tai said calmly, they can handle most things.
If there are special circumstances, I will still join in. Nami Fukada nodded and didn't ask any more questions. They have been talking about work-related things today. It was as if the drunken rant that day had never happened, and no one mentioned it. During this day, Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi continued to study and take notes. Zhang Tai's mind is all on Nami Fukada.
He found that no matter how he communicated with Nami Fukada, the other party's favorability did not change at all.
It has remained at 40 points. There is no change at all, just like a programmed robot. There is absolutely no progress in the strategy. Zhang Tai couldn't think of any good solution for a moment. Based on the experience of the previous system, rewards can be obtained as long as an intimate relationship occurs. It is not necessary for the favorability to reach lovers or above. So, maybe we can use some tricks on Nami Fukada. After all, he was an extraordinary person. If he could transcend the emotional level, it would not be difficult to deal with her. In an instant, many methods flashed through Zhang Tai's mind. After a long time, Zhang Tai took a deep breath and put aside these distracting thoughts. Although the goal is to capture beautiful women, the means should still be upright. The various evil thoughts that just came to his mind made Zhang Tai break out in a cold sweat. After becoming extraordinary, he began to unconsciously look down on ordinary people in this world. Therefore, the way of doing things gradually tends to be simple and rough. Zhang Tai sighed inwardly, realizing that he still needed to stick to his original intention, otherwise the stronger he became, the more likely he would go astray. Mr. Jiang, what are you thinking about? Seeing Zhang Tai distracted, Nami Fukada couldn't help but ask. Nothing, Ms. Fukada, let's continue. Inside the Tianqiu Group's office, Sato Hyde said to Oda Sakura, who was sitting in front of the computer. Sister Oda, please help me investigate the relationship between Zhang Tai and Yasuji Hanakarara. During the negotiation with him that day, it was obvious that the other party was ambiguous about his proposal and there was a lot of uncertainty. Sato Hyde thought about it. If Zhang Tai had a close relationship with Yasuji Hanakarara, then he would take the first step to get rid of Zhang Tai. Okay. Oda Sakura continued, I'll continue to follow their situation. But Zhang Tai's company, Laughing Burger House, has a partnership with Fukada-san's Kawaii Bento. With these two interacting like this, isn't Brother Shou worried that they might develop feelings for each other? Sato Hyde was silent for a moment, then said calmly, her affairs have nothing to do with me anymore.
I don't care who she likes or who she has feelings for.
Ota Sakura glanced at Sato Hyde, shook her head, and began to collect information about Jung Tai and Yusuji Hanakura. That night, Hanakura Yusuji received a call from Takanori Tanaka. "Hello, Tanaka? You rarely call me.
You're such a rare visitor. Sister Hua, see you at Mengjingdong Bar in half an hour.
I have something to talk to you about." "What's the matter? You can't tell me over the phone? You're being so secretive. It's quite important. Let's talk about it when we meet."
"Okay, see you later." After Yusuji Hanakura hung up the phone, she suddenly thought. If you ask Jung Tai to ambush outside the bar and wait for Tanaka Takanori to come out of the bar,
can I solve it by cooperating with Jung Tai?
If Tanaka Takanori died, his only rival might be Sato Hyde.
So, should I contact Jung Tai? Chapter 104 Cooperation.
The night in Dongjing City is bustling.
Flashing neon lights and bustling buildings sparkle in the night sky.
Mengjingdong Bar is located in the city center of Dongjing City. As the name of the bar suggests, this is where most young people go to get drunk and relieve stress. The huge pressure of life makes young people in the land of Sakura feel breathless. They long to turn the city upside down and live a life of drunkenness and debauchery. At this moment, it is already late at night. The bar was still bustling.
Tanaka Takanori did not book the entire theater like Yusuji Hanakura.
He sat in an inconspicuous position, just like an ordinary guest. His face was resolute, like a carefully carved stone statue, full of determination and strength.
His eyebrows are like two flaming knives, straight and powerful, sometimes tightly locked, sometimes relaxed, showing his calmness and tenacity.
His eyes were like a deep lake, tranquil and profound.
Takanori Tanaka's outfit is very ordinary, a simple black down jacket with a dark sweater, black jeans, and a pair of black combat boots.
Even the thick winter clothes couldn't hide his explosive muscles and sturdy figure.
There was a glass of fine whiskey on his table. Whiskey is a dark liquor that appears amber in the glass.
In the reflection of the light from the bar, it sometimes reflects a golden glow.
Tanaka Takanori picked up the wine glass and took a big sip.
He felt a burning spicy sensation in his mouth, followed by a long sweetness and complex taste. There was a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, that was just his nature. Drink the strongest liquor, have sex with the strongest women, and then fight the most powerful enemies.
Boss Tanaka, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The arrival of Yusuji Hanakura broke Tanaka Takanori's contemplation. Yusuji Hanakura was wearing a black leather jacket, black boots, and dark tights. The outfit is still very domineering. "Sister Hua, it's been a long time since we last met." Tanaka Takanori smiled. "So, what is it that you want to see me about tonight?" asked Yusuji Hanakura.
Tanaka Takanori took another sip of whiskey and said slowly, "The man who attacked us last time has been found."
"Whom?" Yusuji Hanakura looked at Tanaka Takanori and asked, "Who is it?" "It's Sato Kawasaki." Tanaka Takanori said calmly, "Sato Hyde's father, the former boss of the Tenshu group." Yusuji Hanakura frowned. "Is there any evidence?" "Yes." Tanaka Takanori lifted up his clothes.
There was a deep sword wound on his chest, a wound that could almost penetrate his body. "I was ambushed that day, and this wound was left by a man in black." Tanaka Takanori continued, "I have been investigating swordsmanship masters for some time.
Recently, there's been some progress. Sato Kawasaki has a subordinate named Akutagawa Reihuo. He's an expert swordsman.
I watched some of his old footage, and his moves are very similar to the man in black that day. So, my conclusion is that the group of men in black who ambushed us that day were arranged by Sato Kawasaki."
Yusuji Hanakura thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid this alone is not enough evidence. I talked to Sato Hyde about this. That night, he was the only one among the three of us who was not attacked. If it was really Sato Kawasaki who did it, then it's too obvious. That's like telling us that there's something wrong with Sato Hyde." Yusuji Hanakura analyzed Tanaka Takanori's words and felt that there were still some doubts. "Sister Hua, maybe you're overthinking it," Tanaka Takanori said. "It's possible that Sato Yamazaki is doing the opposite, trying to make you believe that such an obvious loophole couldn't possibly exist, and that there's something else going on. In fact, it was the Tenshu group who did it." Yusuji Hanakura remained silent, as if waiting for Tanaka Takanori to say next. "Sister Hua, the global economy is in recession right now." Tanaka Takanori suddenly changed the subject. The Flower Arrangement Alliance's business hasn't been as good as before recently.
In this economic downturn, the men of Sakura country are lucky to be able to fill their stomachs.
How many people will come to spend money with the women under your command? Your film company, Mikami-sensei, and Miyuki-sensei's film sales have also declined, right? Money is a man's courage. Young people in Sakura country have so few dollars in their pockets these days. Walking outside without money is fucking weak. Are they still interested in watching movies? Yusuji Hanakura agreed with Tanaka Takanori's statement.
She had long been aware of the current predicament of the Flower Arrangement Alliance, which was why she had the idea of unifying the underworld of Sakura country. Tanaka Takanori continued, as you know, the businesses that my Jija club does are also declining right now. On the other hand, the Tianshio group's pachinko parlors are still packed.
Not to mention the underground casinos beneath the surface. People are like this.
The more difficult and poorer the times, the more they pin their hopes on luck. The three major gangs in Sakura country, whether it's the Flower Arrangement Alliance, the Tianshio Group, or the Jija Association, all have 20,000 to 30,000 members. These members need to be paid every month. If the Flower Alliance and the Jija Club continue to lose money, while the Tianshio Group becomes more and more popular,
all our people will run away. Then there won't be any three major gangs in Sakura country anymore. Only the Tianshio Group will be left as the sole dominant force.
Seeing that Yusuji Hanakura remained silent, Tanaka Takanori slowly said, let's get back to the point. Even if we can't be 100% certain that it was Sato Yamazaki who arranged for the attack on us, he is at least a strong suspect.
We were both close to transcendence at the time. Sato Yamazaki must have known the effects of the artifact and was ready to snatch it.
Judging from the current situation, the Tianshio Group already has a huge advantage among the three major gangs.
If we don't take action against them, they will take action against us.
After Tanaka Takanori finished speaking, he took another sip of whiskey. He was waiting to see Hanakura Yusuji's attitude.
So, Boss Tanaka called me over today because you want to join forces with me? Yusuji Hanakura asked slowly. Tanaka Takanori nodded and said, let's defeat the Tenshio Group together.
We'll split their territory and the venue in half.
Boss Tanaka, what's your plan? Yusuji Hanakura raised her eyebrows. Tanaka Takanori drank the whiskey in his glass in one gulp.
He said coldly, you and I will form an alliance and launch a surprise raid on the Tianshio Group's territory.
Yusuji Hanakura waved to the bartender and ordered a cocktail.
She took a sip of wine and sighed slowly, tens of thousands of people are fighting. Dongjing City is going to be a river of blood.
It doesn't have to be that intense, said Tanaka Takanori. As long as you and I kill Sato Hai together, the Tenshio Group will be defeated immediately. Chapter 105, The sound insulation is so poor? The news of our meeting here today will soon be known to Sato Hyde. Yusuji Hanakura looked around.
There was a crowd of people, and she didn't know how many of them were spies of the Tianshio Group.
It doesn't matter, Sister Hua. We already have business cooperation. Tanaka Takanori said with a smile.
Yusuji Hanakura pondered for a moment, but Tenshio Group still has another super expert.
Sato Yamazaki's strength may be greater than yours and mine. Tanaka Takanori said, so, we need to ask Sister Hua's father, Yusuji Keiichiro, to take action. One-on-one, I should be able to hold off Sato Yamazaki.
Then, you and I can join forces to kill Sato Hyde.
Then, it'll be 3-on-1, and there won't be any accidents. Yusuji Hanakura frowned, do I need my father to help?
At that time, the right to choose the territory will be given to you first.
Seeing the other party's expression, Tanaka Takanori made more concessions on interests.
After thinking for a long time, Yusuji Hanakura said, this matter is quite serious.
I need time to think about it. Tanaka Takanori's proposal has already made Yusuji Hanakura quite interested. But she didn't want Keiichiro Yusuji to get involved in this fight.
She has another card in her hand, which is Jiang Tai.
Maybe he could take on Sato Yamazaki in his father's place. But, is this card considered a trump card?
Her relationship with Jiang Tai is complicated, and even she herself is not sure whether Jiang Tai will stand on her side.
Not to mention Satoshu or Gokutsukai. Sister Hua, let me add one more thing.
Although the Tianshio Group has the upper hand in terms of economic trends among the three major gangs in Sakura country, their actual combat power is still comparable.
It's a pipe dream for any gang to defeat the other two and unify the underworld. Tanaka Takanori stared into Yusuji Hanakura's eyes and said lightly.
The best solution is for me to cooperate with you and let the two companies swallow up one of them, and then we can achieve win-win development together.
Yusuji Hanakirara nodded. I understand what you mean. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Sister Hua, then I will wait for your news. Tanaka Takenori said slowly. Yusuji Hanakira stood up and said goodbye.
She didn't bring Jiang Tai with her tonight, and the idea of ambush Tanaka Takenori was too hasty.
After much deliberation, she decided to go to the meeting alone to see what Tanaka Takenori wanted to say to her. As a result, she was shocked by Tanaka Takenori's proposal, but also very moved.
Because, from a planning perspective, it is indeed feasible.
The Flower Arrangement Alliance's reserve funds are running low. Inside the Mengjingdong bar. Looking at the departing figure of Yusuji Hanakira, Tanaka Takenori's eyes became deep.
He motioned to the waiter for another whiskey. After all, a glass of strong liquor is not enough for him. Jiang Tai woke up feeling refreshed. He suddenly missed Long Gui's wife a little. So he called Feng Qingmeng.
Qingmeng, good morning. Good morning, you idiot. It's almost noon. Feng Qingmeng sounded a little angry on the other end of the phone. Hey, wife, have you missed me these days?
No. You must have gone to Sakura country to pick up girls.
What do you want me to do? Hey, Qingmeng, I didn't expect you to think of me this way. I'm just doing this for work. To put it another way, even if I'm picking up girls, it's all to give my wives a better life.
It seemed that he didn't expect Jiang Tai to say such shameless words.
Feng Qingmeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed out of anger. Picking up girls is also a career? Indeed, it's my career for me.
Jiang Tai said with a smile.
A lifelong career? Feng Qingmeng was surprised. It's not necessarily a lifelong career.
Jiang Tai thought for a moment and continued, at least at this stage, it is.
Hey! A sigh came from the other end of the phone. You are such a talent. How could I fall for you?
After laughing for a while, Jiang Tai suddenly asked softly, Qingmeng, how have you been lately? Feng Qingmeng was stunned for a moment.
No, your tone is suddenly so affectionate. I'm doing fine, but I feel sorry for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu hasn't contacted me since we last met on the street. She used to be the one always pestering me.
She's on winter break now, she should have more free time.
I want to go see her, but I don't know what to say.
Jiang Tai sighed, Qingmeng, don't think too much. With Yuer's personality, it would be difficult for her to accept having multiple sisters.
I can't force her. Let's wait and see. It's a blessing in disguise. I only got together with you after breaking up with her. It can't be considered betrayal.
At least, from this perspective, I didn't hurt her that badly.
Feng Qingmeng snorted, how come all the good girls in the world are being wasted by scumbags like you? Although I have no right to say anything about you. Jiang Tai laughed and said, okay, Qingmeng, don't be unhappy. If there is anything you want in Sakura country, I will bring some back for you. I don't want anything. I just want you to come back safely. Well, Qingmeng,
I'll bring you some Sakura country-style uniforms.
We can study how to wear them together in the house. Feng Qingmeng blushed as she answered the phone at the law firm.
She looked around and luckily no one saw her.
Why are you so full of such messed up things in your head? Qingmeng, just tell me if it's okay. Jiang Tai asked with a smile. Feng Qingmeng couldn't help but have a charming picture in her mind.
She still suppressed her shyness and said softly, okay. Then, as if remembering something, she blushed. She added softly, but, next time when you're researching outfits, don't make me cry.
Although they were separated by the phone, Jiang Tai could imagine Feng Qingmeng's shy and beautiful face. He coaxed, I know, my dear wife. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tai went to the living room to have breakfast.
Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi were already sitting at the dining table.
Jiang Tai greeted with a smile, good morning, Xiaoyi, good morning, Xier. Not much earlier.
Zhang Xiaoyi drank a sip of milk and said angrily, you called Qingmeng so early in the morning.
You even asked her if she missed me.
Jiang Tai was slightly stunned.
Why could Xiaoyi hear what he said in the room? That's right, you're even calling me your first wife?
Zhou Qi rolled her eyes at Jiang Tai and asked, husband, who do you say is your first wife? Jiang Tai felt overwhelmed for a moment. He rushed back to his room and called the front desk.
Hello, Mr. Jiang, how can I help you? Fuck you. Is the soundproofing so bad in such an expensive hotel? Everyone in the hall can hear what I say. Wait a moment, I'll check for you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang.
The Sakura girl at the front desk said with a smile.
The room you booked has no soundproofing, the romantic movie room. In order to facilitate communication during the filming process, there is no sound insulation. This room is larger and more spacious than the other presidential suites.
Considering you said you're living with 2 wives, I don't think you'll need any soundproofing. I arranged this room type for you.
Zhang Tai sighed, thank you so much.
Chapter 106 Tonight, I can give you. Boss, late last night at the Dream Crystal Winter Bar, Yasuji Hanakarara and Tanaka Takenori talked for a long time.
I understand.
You can go down. Sato Hyde sat at the desk, thinking about something.
Yesterday, after collecting information, Oda Sakura discovered that Zhang Tai and Yasuji Hanakarara had known each other for several months. According to eyewitnesses at Kabuki Hall Ikibangai, it was Zhang Tai who carried Yasuji Hanakira on his back and escaped from the pursuit of the men in black. Zhang Tai performed leg surgery on her at the pharmacy, and they even went to a hotel together at night.
It seems like their relationship is really unusual. Is Zhang Tai the trump card of Yasuji Hanakira? Want to attack him? Now that he has female subordinates here, it is the best opportunity to coerce and weaken his fighting power. But, if we fail to get rid of him, we will definitely become enemies to the death. As for the late-night meeting between Tanaka Takenori and Yasuji Hanakira,
Sato Hyde closed his eyes. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop.
Sato Hyde's original intention was that the 3 major gangs would not interfere with each other and develop well on their own.
He is a man who cares about his subordinates and does not want to see them killed or injured due to gang conflicts.
Sato Hyde hopes to expand the gang by running a business.
During this period, Tianqiu Group's business has been booming. In contrast, the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jizha Society are in a bleak situation. This will inevitably cause jealousy from other gangs. If a war breaks out, there will be nothing but large-scale fighting among gang members.
What determines the final outcome is still high-end combat power like Chaofan. At present, the extraordinary combat power of the Tianqiu team includes 2 extraordinary people, Sato Hyde and Sato Yamazaki. The extraordinary combat power of the Flower Arrangement League is Yasuji Hanakira and Yasuji Keiichiro. 2 extraordinary people. The only extraordinary combat power in the Kaioketsukai is Tanaka Takenori.
But he also has a master and a master called Yagyu Kenzetsu.
If they encounter a life or death battle, Tanaka Takenori's master will most likely intervene. Therefore, they can also be considered 2 extraordinary people. The current combat power of the 3 gangs is balanced.
Now, it seems that the point that breaks this balance is Zhang Tai, a Chinese national.
The meeting between Yasuji and Tanaka may be an ordinary business cooperation. It is also possible that they are preparing to form an alliance.
If they form an alliance, add Zhang Tai. In the worst-case scenario, the high-end combat power of his own Tianqiu group would become 2 to 5. This is too difficult.
Should we get rid of Zhang Tai first?
However, if Yasuji Hanakira has a complicated relationship with him, once he takes action, it may bring the war forward.
Miyamoto, if a large-scale gang fight breaks out, do you think Yagyu Kenzetsu will intervene on behalf of Tanaka Takenori? Miyamoto Murakami is wearing traditional samurai uniform from the Sakura country, and his figure is graceful. He wore a famous sword.
The blade is made of high-quality alloy, extremely sharp, and can cut through almost any material.
The surface of the alloy has been specially treated to present a dark metallic luster that reflects a dazzling light even in dim conditions. Yagyu-sensei was entrusted by Tanaka Daimon, Tanaka Takenori's father, to take care of Tanaka Takenori. Miyamoto Murakami said calmly, if there is a life or death crisis, Yagyu-sensei will definitely draw his sword for Tanaka Takenori. Yasuji Hanakirara looked at Miyamoto Murakami and said, Miyamoto, how far are you from breaking through?
Sister Hua, I am only a step away from becoming extraordinary.
Miyamoto Murakami replied.
Or I can lend you the sword Aim Murakumo and let you nurture it for a while.
Yasuji Hanakira said. If Miyamoto Murakumo breaks through to the extraordinary level, the balance of combat power will be completely broken. By then, the Flower Arrangement Alliance will have much more choices.
You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat.
No need, Sister Hua. Miyamoto Murakami shook his head seriously. I am a swordsman.
I can only reach the transcendent level through understanding the way of the sword. In the Sakura country, there is no distinction between swords and knives. The way of the kendo is the way of the sword. If I advance through a divine weapon, my martial arts journey will come to an end.
Seeing that Miyamoto Murakami was so determined, Yusuji Hanakira didn't know what to say. She thought the plan given to her by Takenori Tanaka was very good.
But she had a better plan in mind. The prerequisite for implementing this plan is that Zhang Tai can be used by her 100%.
At night, Zhang Tai received a call from Yusuji Hanakira.
Ever since Yusuji Hanakira sent Mikami Aya to Zhang Tai's guest room, the two have not had any contact since then.
This is the first time we've spoken on the phone in such a long time.
Hey, Sister Hua.
Zhang Tai said lightly. Zhang Tai has complicated feelings towards Yusuji Hanakira. Zhang Tai, are you satisfied with the teacher Mikami Aya who was arranged last time? There was a hint of smile in Yusuji Hanakira's voice. Zhang Tai chuckled and said, I'm quite satisfied.
I communicated a lot with Mr. Mikami.
In that case, Zhang Tai, are you willing to do something for me?
Yusuji Hanakira paused, then added, after all, teacher Mikami Aya is also my gift to you.
Sister Hua, why are you so polite? Just tell me what you need my help with.
Zhang Tai said slowly. Yusuji Hanakira spoke word by word. Zhang Tai, the underground gangs in Sakura country are about to go to war.
Can you fight for me?
Zhang Tai was silent.
This woman, Hanakira Yusuji, is really dangerous.
Before, she said that she wanted to unify the underworld of Sakura country, and Zhang Tai thought she was just joking. Now the war is about to start, and he is asked to join in.
Is it really necessary to put yourself in danger for this woman?
After all, he still has several wives to take care of in Longwa. Although Yusuji Hanakira is a 90-point top-notch beauty who is comparable to Qingmeng, she is not irreplaceable. I have never fought against Chao Fan in the true sense, except for the sparring session with President Dongfang.
Who knows what will happen?
Thinking of this, Zhang Tai took a deep breath and prepared to refuse. Sister Hua, your dream of unifying the Sakura country underworld is too dangerous. Although I am very grateful for the gift you sent, teacher Mikami Aya, a gift of this magnitude is not enough to make me work for you.
Sister Hua, I wish you good luck, Ali Gu. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Just as Zhang Tai was about to hang up the phone, Yusuji Hanakira's voice came over. Zhang Tai, as long as you are willing to help me. Tonight, I can give my body to you. Chapter 107, Interception.
Zhang Tai was stunned when he heard this.
Yusuji Hanakira was really willing to spend a lot of money.
In order to win me over, he is willing to give up the first blood.
However, on the other hand, it also further illustrates how dangerous it would be to intervene in the gang fights in Sakura country.
He was so lost in thought that he didn't answer. On the other end of the phone, I could feel Zhang Tai's silence.
Yusuji Hanakira said with a hint of sarcasm, Zhang Tai, why are you silent? Didn't you say on the phone that if Sister Hua gave it to me, I would take it? Why are you silent now? Are you a cowardly gangster? Zhang Tai felt a little angry when he heard what Yusuji Hanakira said.
He thought about it carefully and realized that Yusuji Hanakira, like Feng Qingmeng, was a top-notch beauty over 90. If the strategy is successful, you may get 30 attribute points, not to mention other rewards. By then, combined with the remaining 10 attribute points, it might be possible to upgrade directly to the extraordinary high level or above.
By that time, is it possible that the other extraordinary people from Sakura country who are facing him will be defeated? Now that she has offered herself to me, why shouldn't I accept it?
Thinking of this, Zhang Tai calmed down. He said calmly, Sister Hua, give it to me wherever you want.
Yusuji Hanakira smiled and said, let's go to the VIP suite of the Mushua Hotel. Let's meet there last time.
I'm going to get a room, just come over in 2 hours. Zhang Tai nodded and said, okay, Sister Hua, see you later.
Yusuji Hanakira arrived at the Mushua Hotel first.
There is still an hour left before the time agreed with Zhang Tai. She took off her dark coat and black over the knee boots, revealing her snow-white skin.
Yusuji Hanakira came to the bathroom and began to wash her body.
The sound of running water could be heard in the bathroom. The running water wet her long hair, which fell down and covered her face.
I can't see her expression now.
Zhang Tai took a taxi to Mushua VIP Hotel. When the taxi was about to arrive at the hotel, it was stopped by someone. On a street not far from the destination, Sato Hyde stood in the middle of the street and stopped a speeding car with a wave of his hand. Driver, there is nothing for you to do here, so let's go.
Sato Hyde said lightly.
Of course, the driver also knew the underworld boss of Sakura Country. When the driver saw that the person who blocked the road was Boss Sato, he didn't dare to say anything and had to apologize to Jiang Tai and let him get out of the car. Then he turned around and left the place in a flash.
Sato Hyde, what does this mean? Jiang Tai frowned.
Sato Hyde wore a gray windbreaker, dark pants, and brown marten boots.
He glanced at Jiang Tai and asked slowly, Mr. Jiang, where are you going so late?
Jiang Tai was slightly stunned, then sneered, Why, do I need to report my schedule to you?
Mr. Jiang's connection with Yusuji Hanakirara is a bit too close. Sato Hyde sighed. Originally, I didn't want to take action against you.
But, you actually want to check into a room with Yusuji Hanakirara?
Jiang Tai's expression turned cold. You actually monitored my phone call. Sato Hyde smiled faintly. This is Sakura Country. I'm a gangster boss here. Is it strange that I have access to your phone information?
He continued, I thought, if your relationship has reached this point, then one day, when the Sakura Country gangs go to war, you will most likely stand on her side.
Sato Hyde said with some regret, so I thought about it. I've decided to get rid of you today, right here.
Jiang Tai took a deep breath and calmed his mind.
He sneered, Sato Hyde, just you?
He looked at Sato Hyde, who was more than 10 meters away, not daring to be careless at all, and had already assumed a fighting stance.
Sato Hyde smiled and said, I've researched your information.
You started as an ordinary person, and gradually achieved success and fame, finally stepping into the extraordinary realm.
You've come all this way without leaving any trace.
But I don't believe that someone could become stronger inexplicably, so I carefully checked your information again.
As a result, I discovered a little detail. It seems that you become more powerful every time you have sex with a woman.
I have a characteristic, which is that I like to daydream. So, I was wondering if you've practiced some legendary dual cultivation technique. Every time you get a new beauty, you become more powerful. So, when I learned that you were planning to get Tsuji Hanakirara, I finally made up my mind.
I've decided to kill you right here.
As soon as he finished speaking, Sato Hyde's aura changed immediately. A powerful murderous aura burst out from him.
Inside the hotel suite,
Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiui were resting in their respective rooms when suddenly there was a banging sound on the door.
Who are you? You are not allowed to enter the guest's room without permission.
The hotel security personnel heard the noise and immediately rushed out. Then, the sound of fighting was heard outside the door. The security of this hotel is very good, and the security guards are all professionally trained in combat. But after a long time, the sound of fighting still did not stop. Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiui looked at each other and both felt a sense of foreboding,
facing Sato Hyde's murderous intent.
Jiang Tai was not afraid at all, and a huge fighting spirit burst out from his body. He took the initiative to attack, and his figure came to Sato Hyde's side in an instant like a ghost, and his left fist hit the opponent with overwhelming momentum. But the attack missed.
Sato Hyde's body movements were also incredibly fast.
He dodged Jiang Tai's attack in an instant, appeared beside Jiang Tai, and hit the opponent's ribs with his legs and elbows. Jiang Tai blocked Sato Hyde's attack with his left hand, and his right fist collided with the opponent's fist.
With a loud bang, a huge impact force exploded in the air.
Next, Jiang Tai and Sato Hyde were like two streams of light, colliding with each other continuously at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. In an instant, they had exchanged hundreds of moves.
This is the extraordinary battle.
After countless collisions, Jiang Tai finally hit Sato Hyde in the face with one punch. The opponent was blown away for dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string, and his face was covered in blood when he landed. But he was also kicked in the chest by Sato Hyde. He could clearly hear the sound of his ribs breaking, and soon blood flowed from the corners of his mouth.
Sato Hyde wiped the blood off his face nonchalantly.
He looked at Jiang Tai and smiled gently.
Mr. Jiang, why are you so arrogant? Jiang Tai did not reply.
He silently gathered his strength and prepared to launch the next round of attack.
Sato Hyde continued, if you are a businessman, come to Sakura Country and do business properly. If you are a traveler, enjoy the local customs and culture.
But how dare you bring your two women to get involved in the affairs of the Sakura Country underworld?
Don't you know they are just ordinary people?
Jiang Tai looked at him coldly. The security at the hotel I'm staying in is military grade.
Even 100 people can't easily break in. Sato Hideo showed a hint of sarcasm on his face.
You may have some misunderstanding about our gang in Sakura country. Indeed, 100 people might be a bit of a stretch, so I arranged for 500 people to go there tonight. My instructions to my men are to find your 2 women and do whatever they want with them. When you've had enough fun, just kill him.
Sato Hide's handsome face showed a hint of cruel smile. Mr. Jiang, look, you didn't get the woman you wanted tonight, and your own woman had to be fucked by someone else. It's really a big loss. Chapter 108 Calculation.
Zhang Tai's face changed and he turned around suddenly and flew towards Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi's residence. However, the next moment, Sato Hide was in front of him.
Don't even think about running away. I told you I'll finish you off right here.
Zhang Tai was concerned about the safety of the 2 women and fought while retreating.
But Sato Hide was well rested and easily entangled him.
The mentality of the 2 men changed, and the situation of the battle gradually turned to Sato Hide. Zhang Tai suddenly turned around and rushed towards Sato Hide, clenching his right hand as if he was going to hit the opponent with all his strength.
Sato Hide was slightly stunned, judging from the distance between them.
Before Zhang Tai's fist hits him, he can crush his head with 1 foot.
Is it because of distraction that I lost my composure? In that case, let's put an end to this battle.
Zhang Tai rushed towards Sato Hide at full speed.
Sato Hide has accumulated all his strength in his right foot.
Just before Sato Hide was about to crush Zhang Tai's head, a 3-foot sword suddenly appeared out of thin air in Zhang Tai's hand. The 3-foot-long sword makes up for the distance. In a flash, the famous sword Xiao Xuanyu slashed across Sato Hide's throat. At this moment, Sato Hide felt the breath of death. Between life and death, he burst out with amazing potential and made a slight dodge in the impossible moment. It was this slight dodge that saved his life. A large amount of blood flowed from the neck, just a little bit away from cutting Sato Hide's throat. Zhang Tai did not pursue, he looked at Sato Hide deeply.
He quickly rushed towards the 2 women's residence.
Although Sato Hide was seriously injured, it did not affect his combat effectiveness. There was no frustration in his eyes, but instead a hint of smile.
So that's how it is.
The sword appeared out of thin air in Zhang Tai's hand. This should be his extraordinary skill, taking objects from the air or from space.
No matter which one it is, I already know the other party's cards.
And his own trump card has not been revealed yet.
This battle can be won.
He was about to give chase when he suddenly felt an invisible murderous aura locking onto him from behind.
Yusuji Hanakara was behind him, ready to strike at any time. Sato Hide took a long breath, seemed to understand something, and said coldly, Sister Hua, you are so calculating. I'm thinking about whether I should kill you in this state. Yusuji Hanakara said slowly. Sato Hide chuckled and said, this is indeed a good opportunity. You can give it a try.
Yusuji Hanakara stared at Sato Hide's back, pondered for a while, and finally gave up the idea of attacking. The opponent's sacred artifact, the Yata mirror, was useless, and her extraordinary skills were still unknown.
She wasn't completely confident.
Feeling the murderous intent behind him dissipate, Sato Hide slowly turned around. He looked at Yusuji Hanakara with a sarcastic smile, and said with disdain, I never thought Sister Hua would sell her body in order to get help from an extraordinary person.
Ha, what's the difference between you and those guys under you?
Yusuji Hanakara looked at Sato Hide and sneered, a woman's body is a very good weapon.
What's wrong with using it properly?
The fact that Zhang Tai could hurt you like this is enough to prove his worth. Sato, you still have the energy to show off your verbal skills here.
Don't you need to stop the bleeding quickly? Sato Hide didn't care about the blood flowing from the wound. He smiled and said, since Sister Hua is so open-minded, why bother going far away? Why don't you let me frost it for a while? I can help you. It turns out our boss Sato has this idea. Yusuji Hanakara said jokingly, I wonder what expression would the beautiful CEO Fukada have if she knew you were planning to mess with me.
Sato Hide glanced coldly at the woman in front of him, Yusuji Hanakara, you are really a wall, you better not fall into my hands.
Must see. Yusuji Hanakara didn't care. Sato Hide stopped talking and turned away. In the room, Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi were extremely scared. The sounds of fighting inside and outside gradually ended. Did the security personnel take care of the bad guys? No. Followed by the sound of bang. Bang. Bang, of slamming the door.
The 2 women realized that the bad guys had won. They didn't know what to do, after all, they were just 2 weak women. Followed by countless collisions, the sounds of electric drills and diesel saws. The security door was broken open.
A large group of gang members walked into the suite.
Oh, they couldn't help but start teasing when they saw Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi.
They whistled. These two beauties are much prettier than those women in Kabuki Hall Ikibangai. Yes, it looks very pure. Let us develop it well today. They had just had a fight with the security personnel. Although they won, the process was not easy. At this time, I am ready to vent.
At this time, Jiang Tai was rushing back, but it would take at least 10 minutes to get here. However, these gang members were already preparing to take action against the two women. At this moment, a graceful and elegant figure flashed in front of the two women. The first few thugs were knocked away by the scabbard.
Bullying women is unbecoming of a warrior, said Miyamoto Murakami, dressed in traditional samurai attire.
Your actions are contrary to the spirit of Bushido. Some of the members of the Tianqiu group recognized Miyamoto Murakami's identity.
Miyamoto Murakami is one of the greatest swordsmen in the Sakura country.
He is also a disciple of the Sakura country's sword master Yagyu Ken's. However, when they saw that the enemy had only one man and they had hundreds of men, they still decided to launch an attack. Miyamoto Murakami's sword, the sword is not unsheathed, only the scabbard is used to attack the opponent. He possessed both strength and skill, and quickly knocked several members of the Tianqiu group out of the house. Then, he stood at the door of the suite, holding a sword, like a single man guarding the pass. The space at the door is very small, and only 2 or 3 people can work at the same time.
Miyamoto Murakami standing here can easily deal with the opponent's attack.
These members of the Tianqiu group are completely unable to take advantage of the number of hundreds of people.
At this critical moment, the leader received a call from Sato Hyde. On the phone, Sato Hyde only said 2 words, quickly retreat.
So, these hundreds of people quickly evacuated from here. A minute later, Jiang Tai rushed back here. Seeing that the two women were unharmed, Jiang Tai breathed a sigh of relief.
Upon learning that it was Miyamoto Murakami who came to the rescue, Jiang Tai performed the ancient Dragon Kingdom fist-holding salute to the other party. Miyamoto Murakami nodded to Jiang Tai and turned to leave.
Seeing Miyamoto Murakami's departing back, Jiang Tai remembered that this person was Yusuji Hanakara's subordinate. Thinking of Yusuji Hanakara, Jiang Tai's eyes showed a complicated expression.
Flower Arrangement Alliance. Inside Yusuji Hanakara's office. Are Jiang Tai's two women okay? Asked Yusuji Hanakara. It's okay. Miyamoto Murakami replied calmly. Well, that's good. But Sister Hua, isn't it too despicable to set up this trap like this? Miyamoto, you are a guest of my Flower Arrangement Alliance. You are a gangster, not a knight. When gangsters do things, there is no such thing as despicable or not. Okay, Miyamoto, you go down first. Watching Miyamoto Murakami leave, Yusuji Hanakara sighed.
This subordinate is good in every way except that he has a strong sense of justice.
As for Jiang Tai,
in this time's calculation and setting of my own, he finally stood on my side.
Jishiwi Kendo Stadium.
An old man dressed in ancient kendo attire stood quietly in the center of the dojo. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his back straight, and he showed no sign of age at all.
He is the sword master Yagyu Kenzetsu of Sakura country.
His face was etched with traces of time, and his wrinkles were like ancient mountains carved by wind and rain, witnessing countless years of ups and downs. His eyes were deep and bright, like the starry sky on an autumn night, both profound and distant. His gaze fell on the tip of the sword, flashing with a sharp light, as if to cut off all illusions. Yagyu Kenzetsu held an ancient sword tightly in his hand. The tip of the sword slid down through the air, making a long low hum, as if telling an ancient story. He slowly swung his sword. The air in this kendo hall seemed to be sucked away by this sword, and suddenly became thinner.
However, a moment later, countless invisible sword energies were generated in the kendo hall. He continued to cut and slash in the venue, chopping countless wooden stakes into pieces. This sword move was so miraculous that the onlookers in the sword hall were amazed. Tanaka Takenori waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Only Tanaka Takenori and Yagyu Kenzetsu were left in the kendo hall. Teacher Yagyu, you are still so strong. Tanaka Takenori bowed slightly and praised sincerely. Yagyu Kenzetsu waved his hand and said, after all, I am an old man. In the future, you and your junior brother Miyamoto Murakami may surpass me. It's a pity. Junior brother Miyamoto Murakami is unwilling to join the Jija Society. Tanaka Takenori sighed. Look at it more openly. Everyone has their own aspirations. There's no need to force it.
Lu Shengjianju smiled faintly.
Tell me what you want from me. Tanaka Takenori said seriously, Teacher, the three major gangs in Sakura country may be about to go to war. I beg you to lend me a hand.
Ah. Lu Shengjian sighed, after all, it has come to this.
Can't we coexist peacefully? Back then, I was good friends with Tanaka Daimon, Yasuji Keiichiro, and Sato Yamazaki. Why is it so? Tanaka Takenori said softly, Teacher Yagyu, times have changed. The underworld isn't what it used to be.
Although the gangs still have a cooperative relationship with the Sakura country government, many businesses are no longer convenient to conduct.
Also, the overall economy is in a downturn. Gang members have to pay a huge amount of money every month.
None of the three major gangs are willing to reduce their personnel strength, so the result is bound to be war. Although I have achieved a breakthrough to the extraordinary level with the help of the sacred artifact Yasakani no Magatama. However, the overall high-end combat strength of the Jizha Association still lags behind the Huadao League and the Tianqiu Group.
I can only rely on you, teacher. Tanaka Takenori spoke very sincerely, and Yagyu Kenzetsu nodded after hearing it. Don't worry, Tanaka.
If a war really breaks out, I, the old man, will definitely stand by your side. Tell me what you think about the Tianqiu Group and the Flower Arrangement Alliance.
Aside from veteran superb master Sato Yamazaki, the Tenchu Group is currently led by Sato Hyde. Sato Hyde is a man with a very high IQ.
He can always keenly judge the direction of the situation. In recent years, under his leadership, the Tianqiu Group has done very well in related business.
Sato Hyde, this person is still very scary. Lu Shengjians nodded and said, Ashio was very smart when she was young.
She is indeed a rare talent.
As for the Flower Arrangement Alliance, Tanaka Takenori pondered for a moment, then continued, except for Yasuji Keiichiro. This generation's leader, Hana Kirara Yasuji, should never be underestimated. Many members of the Flower Arrangement Alliance are women. They are very good at dealing with men. So, each of them is a scheming goblin. And Yasuji Hana Kirara is definitely the goblin among these goblins.
Tanaka Takenori paused, and the most terrifying thing is that she recently found a man from Dragon Country named Zhang Tai.
At only 21 years old, he's already extraordinary. Yagyu Kenshin was very interested in this. At the age of 21, he became a transcendent? How strong is he? Tanaka Takenori was silent for a moment. He's very strong. He fought Sato Hyde just last night.
From what I heard from Hana Kirara Yasuji, Zhang Tai almost killed Sato Hyde. Yasuji Hanakira has such a strong supporter, and my junior brother Miyamoto is also a guest official.
The overall combat capability of the Flower Arrangement Alliance is very strong. Yagyu Kenzetsu looked at Tanaka Takenori and said slowly, Are you allied with Yasuji Hana Kirara now? It's just a temporary alliance. Tanaka Takenori said slowly, cooperating with the Flower Arrangement Association should be the best solution at this stage. As for the future, conflict is always inevitable. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. Yasuji Hanakira sitting in her office. She felt the evening strategy was successful. The only pity was that she didn't see Sato Hyde use his extraordinary skills. There are very few extraordinary strong people in Sakura country. Every extraordinary strong person keeps his extraordinary skills secret. Because unknown dangers are always more frightening. Therefore, no extraordinary person will disclose his extraordinary skills. Yasuji Hanakira watched the second half of the fight between Zhang Tai and Sato Hyde. She thought their overall combat power was about the same as hers. If you can know the opponent's trump cards and extraordinary skills, your chances of winning will be much higher. Yasuji Hanakira took out a wooden cigar box from the drawer and took out a cigar with her fingers. Chapter 109, Revenge on the Women Around You, That's Reasonable. Yasuji Hanakira lit a cigar for herself. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke. Start recalling what happened during this time. Zhang Tai's position after coming to Sakura country has always been ambiguous. At the Mengjingdong bar, he repeatedly expressed his desire to have an intimate relationship with me. I thought he was just a man who was after beautiful women, so I arranged for teacher Aya Mikami to take action. But after Mikami Aya failed to seduce Zhang Tai, I realized that mere beauty could not conquer this man. Later, according to my informant, Zhang Tai had contact with Sato Hyde. This makes his position even more confusing. In order to lock his position, I want to set up a trap. I found out where Jung Tai lived in Sakura country and arranged for Miyamoto Murake to live next to their suite.
Then I deliberately leaked the news to inform Sato Hyde in advance that I had close contact with Jung Tai. As expected, Sato Hyde used hackers to monitor the hotel's phone calls.
After hearing our intimate phone call, Sato Hyde finally couldn't help but make a move on him. From then on, the two of them entered into an endless confrontation.
I first went to the hotel, checked in, and took a shower. Perform all the actions to wait for Jung Tai to arrive.
After receiving the notification from Miyamoto that the members of the Tianqiu group had begun to break into Jung Tai's residence, I knew that Sato Hyde would definitely kill Jung Tai.
The battle between extraordinary people will cause violent fluctuations in the air. I sensed the sounds of their fighting and quickly rushed towards that street.
After seeing two people fighting fiercely on the street, I concealed my breath. Until seeing Sato Hyde being severely injured and Jung Tai leaving the battlefield. Although Jung Tai has good strength, he is still too young and has too little experience.
I should be able to control him and turn him into a useful chess piece. The cigar had burned to the edge, and Yusuji Hanakira placed the cigar on the ashtray. Soon, after releasing the last hint of tempting aroma, the cigar extinguished itself.
The next morning, Jung Tai took Zhou Qi and Zhang Xiaoyi out of the hotel.
Xiaoyi, Xi'er, I've contacted the hospital. They'll work with the medical team to take Zhang Wei to the airport.
You three and the medical staff will take my private plane back to Dragon Country first. Zhou Qi's expression changed. Husband? Aren't you going back with us?
Jung Tai nodded. I have things to do in Sakura country.
What are you going to do?
Zhang Xiaoyi had a bad feeling in her heart.
Husband, who were those people last night? Did you have any conflict with them?
Zhou Qi also agreed. Hubby, come with us.
This is a foreign country after all, don't be so stubborn.
Jung Tai said calmly, just listen to me and go back first.
I'll be fine.
Seeing that they couldn't persuade Jung Tai, the two women had no choice but to repeatedly remind him to be careful.
That afternoon,
Zhang Wei, Zhou Qi, and Zhang Xiaoyi returned to Longhua on Jung Tai's private jet Legacy 650.
After seeing these people leave, Jung Tai called Yusuji Hanakira. Jung Tai, what's wrong with you?
I waited for you in the Mushue VIP room all night yesterday. On the other end of the phone, Yusuji Hanakira's domineering voice was accompanied by a hint of charm.
Sister Hua, why did Miyamoto Murakami suddenly appear where I live last night? Jung Tai is not a fool. He has vaguely sensed what Yusuji Hanakira did. I don't know why he's here. Yusuji Hanakira said calmly, he's my guest, not a member of the Flower Alliance, so I can't control his whereabouts.
Jung Tai was silent for a moment.
In any case, Yusuji Hanakira did not attack him directly, and Miyamoto Murakami also protected his woman.
Besides, it was only a matter of time before he slept with this woman, so there was no need for him to turn against her now.
Thinking of this, he then asked, Sister Hua, is there any woman around Sato Hyde that he cares about? What's the matter, Jung Tai? You just confessed your feelings to me and you're planning to go after other women? There was a hint of smile in Yusuji Hanakira's voice. Sato Hyde attacked my woman last night.
Jung Tai said coldly. It's impolite not to reciprocate, so of course I have to repay him.
Yusuji Hanakira was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke.
I thought you, Jung Tai, were a gentleman and wouldn't do anything like coercing other people's wives and daughters.
Jung Tai sneered, you people in Sakura country like to play like this. I'm just following the local customs. Why, Sister Hua has been a gang leader for many years, could it be that she still has a compassionate heart? Yusuji Hanakira smiled faintly and continued, that's not the case. I'm just a little surprised by your behavior. There are two important women around Sato Hyde. One is called Ota Sakura, she is Sato Hyde's little fangirl.
She has been following Sato Hyde for many years and has a great admiration for him. This woman is an intelligence expert and a hacker herself. She's good at things like breaking into information and eavesdropping on phone calls.
Jung Tai's face darkened when he heard this. Good at tapping calls and collecting information? It seems that my phone is being monitored by Sato Hyde.
Including the past experiences that were dug up, they were all done by this woman named Ota Sakura.
Good, really good. This Ota Sakura is not only the woman beside Sato Hyde, but also an enemy who directly attacks me. Then, I would feel even less guilty if I attacked her. As for the other woman, Yusuji Hanakira hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, do you know her too? I know him?
Jiang Tai was slightly stunned.
How many women does he know in Sakura country? After a while, Yusuji Hanakirara slowly said, "This woman is the female president of Kawaii Bento, Nami Fukada."
What? Jiang Tai was shocked when he heard this.
Nami Fukada was originally his target.
I didn't expect that this woman was related to Sato Hyde. Yusuji Hanakira continued, Fukada Nami and Sato Hyde were in a relationship for 5 years and were even close to getting married. There was a sudden hint of pride in her tone. They broke up just before they got engaged.
So, this Fukada Nami is Sato Hyde's ex-girlfriend.
Jiang Tai was silent for a moment, then said, Sister Hua, I understand.
By the way, Sister Hua, shouldn't we make up for what we didn't do yesterday today?
Yusuji Hanakirara smiled faintly, Jiang Tai, you wish for it.
Yesterday I washed myself and waited for you, but you didn't even come. The result is, if you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. Jiang Tai didn't seem to care. It doesn't matter, Sister Hua, you will be mine sooner or later. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tai took a long breath.
His eyes turned somewhat cold.
Sato Hyde, you dog hit.
I didn't want to do such a despicable thing. But since you like to play this way, I have no choice but to accompany you to the end.
Last night, you attacked my 2 women. So now, it makes sense for me to have sex with both of the women around you. Chapter 110, Expansion at the Comic Exhibition. Inside the Tianqiu Group's office. There was a thick white bandage on Sato Hyde's neck. He had bandaged the wound on his neck. He frowned and was obviously in a bad mood.
Since Jiang Tai had already been attacked yesterday, the 2 sides had become mortal enemies.
Judging from Yusuji Hanakira's performance last night, they should have already secured a partnership. Combined with the previous late-night meeting between Tanaka Takanori and Yusuji Hanakira, the current situation of the Tianqiu Group is not optimistic. How to resolve this dilemma?
Brother Xiu, the latest news is that the other 3 people who followed Jiang Tai Lai have already returned to Longhua on a private plane.
Now Jiang Tai is the only one left in Sakura country. Oda Sakura saw the information from her subordinates and reported it to Sato Hyde. Sato Hyde frowned. Is that so?
Jiang Tai knew that the people he was traveling with were his weak spot, so he sent them all back.
But he chose to stay.
That is to say, he was prepared to take revenge on himself.
Unfortunately, I don't dare to act rashly against him now.
It's not because of his strength that she's afraid, but because she's afraid of being killed by him and Yusuji Hanakirara together.
Sato Hyde sighed, it was such a pity last night. Such a good opportunity to get rid of him. The strategy was not wrong. He held Jiang Tai back while he went to get her woman. He will definitely be distracted.
When the strength of both sides is close, any distraction may be fatal.
Jiang Tai was obviously upset at that time.
As long as I give myself more time, I can definitely get rid of him.
Unfortunately, I underestimated Yusuji Hanakira. I underestimated this woman's wisdom. She had actually anticipated that he would take action, and even arranged for Miyamoto Murake to secretly support him. He pushed his glasses and said to Oda Sakura, Sister Oda, please be careful during this period. It's best not to go out easily. I'm worried Jiang Tai will retaliate against you. Oda Sakura said nonchalantly, Don't worry, Brother Xiu, I have investigated the information of Jiang Tai. He's only become so successful recently. He used to be a loser otaku, the kind of self-righteous character you'd find in anime. They will be bound by moral shackles, so they won't attack women. Sakura Oda looks very cute in a plush outfit from a 2-dimensional cartoon. Sato Hyde was silent. Is it really what Oda's sister thinks? As a ruthless gangster boss, Sato Hyde never believed in the so-called goodness of human nature. He can take action against Jiang Tai's woman, and Jiang Tai can of course take action against Oda Sakura. Therefore, Oda Sakura's mysterious self-confidence made him very uneasy. He thought something might happen. Sato Hyde shook his head and said, Sister Oda, you have been with me all this time. You can also live in my house and stay by my side when traveling and eating. Oda Sakura's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was not worried about Jiang Tai's revenge at all. In her opinion, Jiang Tai is just that kind of middle school protagonist with an overflowing sense of justice, and he would never do anything to her. But Sato Hyde's proposal was hard for her to refuse. Oda Sakura's cute face turned a little red, and she said softly, Okay, Brother Xiu. She admired Sato Hyde very much, so when she heard that she could live and eat with him and be inseparable from him, she immediately agreed.
For the next few days, Oda Sakura and Sato Hide were always together. Jiang Tai did not find a good opportunity to attack, and he couldn't help but sigh at Sato Hide's cunning. But he was very patient and did not act rashly. In the Kendo Hall of Jishiwi, as Tanaka Takenori sheathed his sword, applause broke out. Yusuji Hanakara said admiringly, "Boss Tanaka, your swordsmanship has improved to this level.
Now he's not much inferior to even the Yagyu sword saint." Tanaka Takenori laughed out loud and said, "I am far worse than Yagyu-sensei." "Sister Hua, you came today, are you almost ready?" Yusuji Hanakara nodded and said, "I want to confirm Boss Tanaka's plan and when he will take action."
Just in the next few days, our two families will strike together with lightning speed to break up the Tianshou group.
Sister Hua, once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back.
Starting from Dongjing City and radiating outward, war will break out simultaneously in more than 20 cities in Sakura country.
It seemed as if Tanaka Takenori saw the raging flames of war in his eyes. "Well, Boss Tanaka, just decide on the time and take action." Yusuji Hanakara nodded.
But Sato Hide is a smart man after all.
With him in command and dispatch, our losses will probably not be small. Tanaka Takenori sighed softly. "That may not be the case." Yusuji Hanakara sneered, "If something happened to Sato Hide's most beloved woman, he would be upset." "Sister Hua, are you planning to attack Nami Fukada?" There was a hint of surprise in Tanaka Takenori's eyes. Yusuji Hanakara shook her head. "Fukada and I are also friends. I won't do anything to her."
"But someone will touch her."
The annual Dongjing City Comic Exhibition has begun. As a veteran 2D fan, Oda Sakura strongly requested to participate.
Sato Hide thought about it, agreed to her request, and stayed by her side. Dongjing City Comic Con is a very lively place, full of various anime fans and cosplayers. At this exhibition, you can see a variety of anime works on display, including the latest comics, animations, games, novels, etc. When you walk into the exhibition hall, you will see a variety of exhibition booths. These stalls display various anime-related products, such as figures, models, posters, keychains, etc. There are also some stalls selling anime character costumes and props for anime fans to use for cosplay.
During the exhibition, you can see many anime cosplayers walking around the exhibition hall.
They wore costumes of various anime characters, wigs and props, and tried their best to act out their favorite characters.
Oda Sakura also wore a cute cosplay costume and had a lot of fun.
Sato Hide was standing by, looking at her with a smile in his eyes.
In the crowd, Jiang Tai was also wearing a cosplay outfit. He was wearing a mask and his eyes were locked on Oda Sakura. He sneered and said softly, "Sister Hua, please help me distract Sato Hide. I'm going to go talk to this Miss Oda." Yusuji Hanakara smiled softly, "Okay, I hope you have fun." Chapter 111 Oda Sakura. Sato Hide glanced at Oda Sakura, who was having fun, then sat aside and drank an iced cola. "Boss Sato, why are you drinking something as cheap as Coke?" Yusuji Hanakara walked up to him with her long legs. "Is it because the arcade business has been bad recently that people are spending less?" Sato Hide snorted coldly and did not answer. He immediately became alert when Yusuji Hanakara suddenly appeared here. He quickly glanced at Oda Sakura and found that she was having fun with some cosplayers. Yusuji Hanakara squatted down, looked at Sato Hide, and said with a half-smile, "Boss Sato, why are you suddenly so aloof and silent? That's obviously not your character." Sato Hide's attention was still focused on Oda Sakura. He said coldly, "You have the time. Why don't you communicate with Jiang Tai in bed and come to me? What are you thinking?" "Oh, Sato, we have been friends for so many years, and what you said is so hurtful." Yusuji Hanakara sighed. Sato Hide smiled and said, "Our friendship has become so good that you want to kill me all the time, right?" "Sato, I came here this time because I actually have something to tell you," Yusuji Hanakara said seriously. Sato Hide didn't bother to pay attention to her. He looked around, worried that Jiang Tai would suddenly appear and attack Oda Sakura. "Sato, Sister Nami Fukada has always had you in her heart all these years." Yusuji Hanakara sighed and continued. "Can't you forgive her?" Sato Hide said coldly, "Shut up, Splash. How dare you mention her name? If it weren't for you..." Yusuji Hanakara said slowly, "Jiang Tai told me that he was going to take action against Fukada Nami." "What did you say?" Sato Hide was shocked, and his attention finally shifted away from Oda Sakura. He took a long breath and said lightly, You don't have to alarm me? Jiang Tai's Laughing Burger Shop and Fukata Nami's Kawaii Bento are still in partnership. What reason does Jiang Tai have to attack her? Yusuji Hanakirara smiled and said, Sato, do you think Jiang Tai, with his current financial resources and strength, would care about a fast food chain? Sato Hyde frowned slightly. If what Yusuji said was true, should he go find Fukata? He was a little confused for a moment. Oh, I was just joking, why did you take it seriously? Yusuji Hanakira suddenly laughed. What do you mean? Sato Hyde was slightly stunned and looked at the other party, not understanding. Suddenly, he realized something and looked towards the place where Oda Sakura had been playing. This COS communication area is still lively, but Oda Sakura is gone. Sister Oda! Sato Hyde shouted loudly, his voice was so penetrating that it could be heard throughout the entire comic exhibition. But Oda Sakura did not respond. Yusuji Hanakira seemed a little anxious as well, and said in a panic, why is Sister Oda missing? Could it be that Jiang Tai has captured him? Sato Hyde stared at Yusuji Hanakirara and said through gritted teeth, Yusuji Hanakirara, Oda Sakura has known you for many years and even called you sister. Now, in order to please a man from the Dragon Kingdom, you are helping him to attack Oda's sister. How shameless! Yusuji Hanakira showed an innocent expression. Sato, what are you talking about? How could I work with Jiang Tai to harm Oda Sakura? I'm here to remind you. Even if. Yusuji Hanakira looked at Sato Hyde, her innocent expression gradually disappeared, and she slowly revealed a smile full of sarcasm. Even if I helped him get your Oda's sister. What the hell can you do to me? Haha, you are a gangster boss and you are talking to me about something despicable and shameless. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The murderous aura from Sato Hyde suddenly burst out, and the terrifying pressure made the people around him involuntarily move away. Yusuji Hanakirara smiled indifferently and said, I advise you to save your energy and don't attack me. Go find your sister Oda now, maybe there's still a chance. Sato Hyde's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant like a stream of light. Inside the Mushue VIP suite, Oda Sakura slowly woke up. Jiang Tai was sitting on the sofa opposite. She recalled. At the comic convention, she was happily discussing anime characters with cosplayers. A masked cosplayer appeared in front of her and told her that he wanted to expand his circle of friends. She happily agreed as she was having a lot of fun. The other party suggested that there was an interesting comic exhibition booth up ahead and invited her to go and take a look. She didn't think much about it and just followed him. Not long after walking, she felt a pain in the back of her head and lost consciousness. When Oda Sakura came to her senses, she realized that she had been kidnapped by Jiang Tai. You are despicable, shameless, and vulgar. You actually pretended to be a cosplayer to deceive me. You are such a bad guy. Let me go immediately. Brother Shio will not let you go. Under Sato Hyde's protection, no one has dared to touch Oda Sakura for a long time. Therefore, at this moment, Oda Sakura was not very scared, but instead arrogantly scolded Jiang Tai. Jiang Tai ignored her. At this moment, a voice came from the system. Ding. Capturable target found. Ding. Displaying target information. Name, Oda Sakura. Age, 20. Height, 156 centimeters. Weight, 41 kilograms. Appearance, 81. Body type, 83 centimeters. Favorability, 50 disgust. Number of romances, 0. Characteristics, a fan of the second dimension and a fan of pure love anime. Intimacy, not activated. For a moment, Jiang Tai felt a little surprised. Although Oda Sakura dresses like a Lolita, she is already 20 years old and has been in love 0 times. Well, 2D fans, anime pure love party. I see. It seems she remained a virgin for Sato Hyde because she firmly believed in pure love. Jiang Tai smiled and took off his coat. He walked to Oda Sakura's side and stopped. Oda Sakura finally felt a little scared, and she asked nervously, What do you want to do? He looked at the little Lolita in front of him and said softly, Ms. Oda, you are already 20 years old. You shouldn't continue to be a child. Your first lesson in becoming an adult will be taught by me. Chapter 112 Enemy. Oda Sakura finally realized something. Her face became extremely flustered and tears began to drip from the corners of her eyes. 10 years ago, she met Sato Hyde for the first time. At that time, Sato Hyde was only 19 years old and looked handsome and elegant. Ota Sakura thought he was very handsome and her type, and she fell in love with him from then on. Later, Ota Sakura always stuck to him. Later, he saw Sato Hyde and Fukata Nami in love. She was very unhappy, but still followed him silently. Finally, after a few years, Sato Hyde and Fukata Nami suddenly broke up. Ota Sakura felt that her chance had come, and she stuck even closer to Sato Hyde. Over the years, Sato Hideya treated her very well, but only as well as he treated his younger sister. She felt that it didn't matter, as love in anime was also full of twists and turns, and as long as the ending was happy, that was enough. She likes to watch the two-dimensional pure love anime in Sakura Country, and has always liked the happy ending of pure love anime. But if Jung Tai attacks her now, wouldn't it be like the heroine of a pure love anime being robbed by a yellow-haired guy halfway through? In a panic, Ota Sakura said, "What does your relationship with Brother Shio have to do with me?" Ota Sakura was originally petite and adorable. Now her pitiful appearance would surely make most men feel pity for her. But Jung Tai had no expression on his face. He said coldly, "Investigate my information, monitor my phone messages, and help Sato Hyde deal with me." "Ms. Ota, how can you say it has nothing to do with you?" Ota Sakura was speechless for a moment. After she became proficient in intelligence gathering, she helped Sato Hyde a lot. These methods have been used on many targets, and countless families have been destroyed. But Ota Sakura always believed that her hands were not stained with blood, she was just helping. She believes she is innocent. "You are a piece of trash. You don't have the ability to find Brother Shio, so you only dare to find me. You assisted Sato Hyde and almost killed me and my woman that night. Are you still not my enemy?" Jung Tai chuckled, leaned close to Ota Sakura's ear, and said lightly, "Now that I've caught you, my enemy, is there any problem with attacking her?" Unlike what Ota Sakura expected, Jung Tai did not want to have sex with her. He simply punished Ota Sakura using the ancient acupuncture techniques of the Dragon Kingdom. But what Lian Jiangtai couldn't understand was that during this process, Ota Sakura's eyes began to blur, and the girl's pure and clear eyes gradually showed a hint of charm and enchantment. Even over time, Ota Sakura's mind was becoming increasingly confused. She looked at Jiangtai in front of her and thought that he was also very handsome. It's a different kind of good-looking than Sato Hyde's. If Sato Hyde is handsome and elegant, then Jiangtai is handsome and cool. For a moment, Ota Sakura actually began to feel a little confused and infatuated with Jiangtai. Seeing Ota Sakura's expression at this moment, Jiangtai felt extremely surprised. And Ota Sakura felt very embarrassed about her unconscious reaction just now. "No. Impossible. The only one I like is Brother Shio. Just now, why did I feel so distracted and lost?" Ota Sakura gritted her teeth and said with difficulty, You despicable villain, Brother Shio will help me get revenge." The system's favorability prompts keep coming. Ding. Ota Sakura's favorability plus 10 inch. Ding. Ota Sakura's favorability plus 10 inch. Ding. Ota Sakura's favorability plus 10 inch. Chapter 113, Just a Fright. Sato Hyde did not find the whereabouts of Ota Sakura, although he searched the surrounding area immediately. But Jiangtai did not use any extraordinary power, so there were no strange fluctuations in the air. After knocking Ota Sakura unconscious, he quickly took her into the car that had been prepared in advance. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Mushua VIP Hotel. Dongjing City is already bustling and noisy, and the comic convention here is even more crowded. Therefore, Sato Hyde did not stop Jiangtai's car, nor did he find Ota Sakura. He returned to the Tianxiu group and quickly ordered to find the whereabouts of Ota Sakura. On the other side, Mushua VIP Hotel. Jiangtai looked at the unconscious Ota Sakura and smiled. 3 hours had passed since they first came in. Sakura Ota's favorability level finally stayed at 70 ambiguous. No matter how hard Jiangtai tried afterwards, even when Sakura Ota fainted, her favorability level did not increase any further. But it doesn't matter, he never intended to take Ota Sakura in any way. It was simply revenge against Sato Hyde and a way to get the reward. Jiangtai had no sympathy for the little lowly beauty who had fainted. In fact, Jiangtai had no relationship with Ota Sakura. He simply frightened the other person into unconsciousness through intimidation. However, during this process, Ota Sakura's favorability inexplicably soared. Even unlocked intimacy.
You should know that with a favorability of 70, there is only a 20% possibility of unlocking intimacy at most. Just at this moment, the system's voice rang.
Ding, the intimacy between Oda Sakura and me is unlocked successfully.
The sound of the system's successful strategy came from my mind.
Ding. Rewards for successfully capturing the target, 200 million in funds, 10 attribute points. Skill pack, intelligence gathering.
Ding, the first phase of the main mission, drunkenly lying on a beauty's lap, has a completion rate of 85%.
Ding ding ding, a text message came to my phone.
200 million yuan was transferred to your card number ending in 1188, and the current balance is 76,000,6153 yuan.
Use the skill package of intelligence collection.
Following Jiang Tai's instructions, hacking methods, intelligence interception, call monitoring, and other skills for obtaining intelligence information entered Jiang Tai's sea of consciousness. Jiang Tai closed his eyes and concentrated, digesting the relevant techniques for obtaining intelligence. After a long time, he opened his eyes. He had already digested these abilities. Jiang Tai took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. This intelligence acquisition skill is very practical in both business battles and real wars.
It is definitely a useful skill.
Next, with the 10 attribute points you received as a reward for achieving this goal, plus the remaining 10 attribute points from last time, you can level up. Thinking of this, Jiang Tai gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, use the remaining 20 attribute points to upgrade to the extraordinary high level.
Ding. Attribute increase completed.
At this moment, Jiang Tai clearly felt that his strength had greatly improved. Both the speed and the strength are at least twice as high as before.
System, show me my current panel status. Jiang Tai issued instructions to the system. Show the host properties panel. Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 98 points. Extraordinary high level. Physical fitness, 70.
Financial resources, 76,000,6153 yuan, a laughing hamburger chain, a Bugatti Noir supercar, a Legacy 650 private jet, and the famous sword Xiao Shuangyu.
System stage, the official first stage.
Main mission, lying drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, with an 85% target achievement rate. Skills, gods, I can see relevant information about the target woman: combat master, cooking master, medical master, flying master, romance master, intelligence gathering master, exiled immortal sword skill, green lotus sword song. Seeing his attribute panel, Jiang Tai smiled confidently. The main mission of the first stage has been completed by 85%.
Besides, I'm already at the transcendent high level now. If I meet Sato Hyde again, I should be able to crush him easily.
Jiang Tai looked at the unconscious Oda Sakura, thought about it, and decided not to kill her. After all, I also got the system reward from her. I have punished her, so I will spare her life for now.
Thinking of this, Jiang Tai took out his mobile phone and took a picture of Oda Sakura at the moment.
Then he sent it directly to Sato Hyde and added a note.
Sato Hyde, your woman, Oda's sister, is at the Mushue VIP hotel. Come and claim her.
After sending the message, Jiang Tai left the hotel in a happy mood. Walking on the road, Jiang Tai lit a cigarette for himself.
With my current extraordinary high-level strength, I am very confident that I can wait and kill Sato Hyde.
The only variables are the opponent's extraordinary skills and the power of the 3 sacred weapons I heard from Yasuji Hanakarara.
To be on the safe side, let's test Sato Hyde's cards before taking action.
Jiang Tai exhaled a puff of smoke and a smile appeared on his face.
As for what to do next, you should take a look at our proud and cool beautiful CEO Fukada. Sato Hyde quickly rushed to the Mushue VIP suite. At this moment, Oda Sakura was already unconscious. Sato Hyde should be furious and rush to find Jiang Tai to fight him.
But he didn't. He tried hard to calm himself down. After he calmed down completely, he gently picked up Oda Sakura and walked out of the hotel. On the way to the car, Sato Hyde was thinking, if only my previous judgment was correct.
Jiang Tai can indeed improve his strength through women. So, will his strength increase again? If so, how should I deal with it? Also, will he really attack Nami Fukada?
Nami Fukada and I have broken up for a long time, but based on my understanding of that slutty woman Yasuji Hanakarara, she will definitely exaggerate and induce Jiang Tai to take action against Fukada.
Let's send Sister Oda to the hospital first. Inside Dongjing's first affiliated hospital. Doctor, how is the situation? Sato Hyde asked. Mr. Sato, Ms. Oda is fine.
said the female doctor who was doing the physical examination.
Miss Ota Sakura did not lose her virginity, but fainted from excessive shock. Sato Hyde found it hard to accept for a moment, fainting due to excessive shock? Chapter 114 The Eve of War. The afternoon sun shone through the hospital window onto Ota Sakura's face. She had been awake for half an hour. Since she woke up, she had been in a daze and hadn't spoken a word. Sato Hyde didn't disturb her and just sat quietly beside her. Ota Sakura felt very confused. She couldn't even muster much hatred towards Jiang Tai. She is clearly the victim. She even has a little more affection for Jiang Tai. This is outrageous. Kawaii Bento. Inside the president's office.
Nami Fukada wore a burgundy coat with a slim gray skirt, and a pair of black stockings and long boots made her legs look even longer. She was handling matters in the office when her cell phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was Sato Hyde calling. After all, this man had been in love with her for 5 years, and Nami Fukada's emotions were a little fluctuating for a while.
After calming down a little, she answered the phone. Shio.
We haven't been in touch for a long time.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then a voice came. Nami, I'm calling you today to inform you that you're in a very dangerous situation. What do you mean? Nami Fukada didn't understand what was going on.
Your former partner, Jiang Tai from Dragon Country, has become my enemy.
He has already hurt Sister Ota, and the next target may very well be you. Sato Hyde recounted the incident.
After a pause, he slowly said,
Nami, maybe you could move in with me.
Nami Fukada was excited when she heard this, as she had always had deep feelings for Sato Hyde. If it weren't for the incident with Yusuji Hanakarara, they might have already gotten married. At this time, the other party invited her to move in.
For a moment she didn't know whether to agree or refuse. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, Shio. Let me think about this matter.
I don't think Jiang Tai would do anything to me. Nami, if you think it through today, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning.
After hanging up the phone, Sato Hyde looked solemn.
Judging from Jiang Tai's actions, he has completely turned evil and lowered the bottom line of being a human being. When an extraordinary strong person does things without considering the moral bottom line, it is a very dangerous and scary thing. Now, in the entire Tianqiu group, no one can be his opponent except himself and his father. After Jiang Tai's residence was attacked last time, he quickly sent his companions back home. Then he started looking for an opportunity to take revenge. He hid in the dark while he was in the light.
It was very troublesome. Compared to Ota Sakura, Fukada Nami was the woman he once loved deeply. More likely to become the target of attack. IFA headquarters. Inside Yusuji Hanakara's office. Visit from Takenori Tanaka.
Sister Hua, we at Jija Club are ready and can start tomorrow.
Okay, Boss Tanaka. Yusuji Hanakarara glanced at him and continued, will Yagyu Saiken take action tomorrow? Master Yagyu won't take the initiative to attack. Tanaka Takenori smiled.
Sister Hua, with the current combat strength of your flower arrangement alliance, it's enough without Master Yagyu. Your friend Jiang Tai is already strong enough.
Yusuji Hanakara smiled indifferently.
Then, we'll start from Dongjing City tomorrow.
Hopefully everything goes well.
In the past few days, the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jija Society have been secretly mobilizing personnel. Both in terms of manpower and high-end combat power, they surpassed the Tianqiu group led by Sato Hyde.
Tomorrow night, a large-scale melee will begin in Dongjing City. Chapter 115 They are all wise people. Nami Fukada rejected Sato Hyde's proposal. In any case, she and Sato Hyde have broken up. Moving into each other's house to live together rashly is really a bit unreasonable. Besides, she is different from Ota Sakura. She has her own company to manage. I have to go to work every day, so it is impossible for me to stay at Sato Hyde's house all the time. Similarly, Sato Hyde has his own things to deal with and it is impossible for him to stay by her side all the time. The most important point is that she doesn't think Jiang Tai will attack her. In Nami Fukada's opinion, Jiang Tai had spoken rudely to her after drinking last time. But he behaved very normally afterwards and didn't seem like the kind of person who would do anything to achieve his goals. So, Shio. Nami Fukada paused slightly, then said on the phone, I'm glad you called me. I'm also very happy that you still care about me. But I have my own things to do, so thank you for your kindness.
Sato Hyde was silent for a while, then said softly, "In that case, please pay more attention to your own safety."
"Don't worry. I have bodyguards around me," Nami Fukata replied.
Sato Hyde really wanted to tell her that for extraordinary masters, the so-called thugs and bodyguards that ordinary people have, no matter how many there are meaningless. However, as Nami Fukata said, it is impossible for him to be with her all the time. The two of them will eventually separate, so saying these words will only increase her psychological burden. The only way to completely solve the problem is to find Zhang Tai and kill him. Thinking of this, Sato Hyde said slowly, "Well, call me if you have anything."
Hung up the phone. Sato Hyde leaned back on the sofa and pushed his glasses. He felt inexplicably uneasy today. Is it because of Nami Fukata? Or some other reason? Hayashino Super High-End Massage Shop.
It is a bathhouse under the Huadao Alliance. In the VIP room of this store, Mikami Aya is giving Zhang Tai a massage. The air was filled with a faint mixed scent of spices and cherry blossoms, which was the incense that Aya Mikami had ordered.
She is giving Zhang Tai a massage.
"Zhang Tai, Mr. Mikami seems to like you very much,"
Hanakira Yusuji on the side said with a smile. She was also receiving a massage from Paoji on a massage bed not far away.
The two girls were massaging the shoulders and back of their elder sister Yusuji.
Yusuji Hanakirara then said, "I feel that every massage that teacher Mikami Aiga gives you is full of emotion." "Heh. Sister Hua is right,"
Zhang Tai said calmly. "After rehearsing the plot all night, Mr. Mikami and I have become very close. It's normal for us to have feelings for each other."
Mikami Aya felt a little shy when she heard Zhang Tai's words. After all, she had already fallen in love with Zhang Tai. No matter how many things a woman had experienced, when she really liked a man, she would still feel embarrassed. "Knowing that you two have a good relationship, I specially invited our big star, Mr. Mikami, to come and help you." Mikami Aya did not respond. Yusuji Hanakirara was next to her, so she was not very relaxed.
"Zhang Tai, compared to a little lowly like Oda Sakura,"
Yusuji Hanakira said slowly. "Your partner, the beautiful CEO of Kawaii Bento, is an absolute queen.
Isn't long, black hair the life dream of you men?
When are you going to start?"
Zhang Tai pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled.
"Sister Hua, since you care so much about me, why don't you go into battle yourself?
You're also a queen with long black hair, and we can fight until dawn."
Yusuji Hanakirara was slightly stunned, then sighed softly. "Zhang Tai, you are really becoming more and more like a bad man."
"I still like the way you carried me on your back, full of justice."
Hearing what Yusuji Hanakirara said, Zhang Tai sneered. "Sister Hua, do you like me back then? Do you like me so much that you want to kill me with a dagger? We are all sensible people, so there is no need to say such meaningless things."
"As for Nami Fukata, I can take action against her at any time.
I will choose a more appropriate time to deal a fatal blow to Sato Hyde." Yusuji Hanakira smiled and said nothing more. She looked at her watch and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In a few hours, her operation with Tanaka Takenori will begin. Chapter 116: Cleaning the Scene.
In addition to the legal pachinko halls, horse racing, lotteries and other projects in the Sakura country, there are also underground casinos. The biggest difference between underground casinos and legal pachinko and horse racing is the handling fee charged according to the bonus ratio. After winning the lottery in the Sakura country, you will have to pay nearly half of the tax. Horse racing and other projects will also require you to pay 20% to 30% of the tax. In contrast, in underground casinos, games like blackjack, baccarat, and Russian roulette only require a 5% commission upon winning. Comparing the two, it can be said that the return rate is a world of difference. Therefore, although underground casinos are illegal in the Sakura country, there are still a large number of gamblers. Most of these casinos are under the management of Tianqiu Group. Due to the delicate relationship between the Tianqiu Group and the Sakura country officials, the local police often choose to turn a blind eye. Underground casinos are also divided into different levels. The lowest class venues cater to ordinary wage earners who have lost everything in pachinko halls and plan to try their luck here. These types of venues are generally simple and only meet the most basic gambling needs. Medium-sized venues usually receive corporate executives, the middle class, or small business owners. In addition to the rich variety of activities, a venue of this size also has high-end decoration. There will also be some private rooms and beautiful women will be arranged to provide services. High-end venues usually receive wealthy people, business owners, film and television star directors, and some official guests from the Sakura country. This kind of place is decorated magnificently and is located near luxury hotels.
It even has delicious food made by famous chefs and is served by professional beauties. Once you are lucky, you win money.
You can go on a shopping spree in the surrounding luxury stores and enjoy the joy of spending money lavishly. Of course, you can also arrange for the top service personnel of Sakura Country to provide door-to-door service. So, although many people have lost their fortunes and families because of gambling, but these underground casinos are still doing a booming business, with a steady stream of new customers.
This is a high-end underground casino.
As soon as you step into the casino, you can feel the colorful lights and various sounds, including the clinking of chips, the spinning of roulette wheels and the excited cheers of people. The gambling tables were arranged neatly, and at each table there were people concentrating on the game. Some were playing poker, some were playing roulette, and some were playing electronic machines. Everyone was nervously waiting for the lottery results. In the center of the casino, there is a large screen showing the odds and bonuses for various games. People gathered around the big screen, discussing their next betting plans.
Junko Ogawa is the person in charge of this place.
Today's revenue was good, and she wondered if it could be maintained. Her talent might catch the attention of her boss, Sato Hyde, and she might even have a chance to get into his bed. Just as she was looking forward to a bright future, a group of police officers from Sakura Country rushed in. "Who is in charge here?" asked a man who looked like a police officer.
Junko Ogawa came forward and said, "I'm the manager here." "Hello, officer. Don't you know that running this kind of underground casino is illegal? Arrest them all." The police officer gave orders to the police officers around him. Junko Ogawa frowned slightly. The casino always takes the money it should take from the local people every month. What is the situation now?
She walked up to the policeman and whispered,
"Officer, we are from the Tianqiu group. We have always had a very good relationship with the authorities. Many adults also come to this place to play. See if there's any misunderstanding." "No misunderstanding. Everyone take it away."
This underground casino, which was very popular in the Sakura Country, was suddenly closed down.
Pachinko Arcade.
As the favorite place for ordinary people in the land of Sakura, this place seems to always be very popular.
All pachinko machines can be configured.
The difficulty levels are easy, normal, and hard. When the machine is set to easy difficulty, most players can win a small amount of money. When the machine is set to normal difficulty, most players will lose some money, but they will not lose all their money immediately and can play for a long time. But if the machine is set to difficult, then no matter how many chips the player buys or how many times he puts in the balls, he will lose everything and there will be no chance at all. Usually the person in charge of the arcade will change the difficulty of the machines from time to time.
If a machine never wins money, no customers will be willing to play it.
The staff at the machine hall basically set up the machines every few days, so even though tourists know there is something fishy, they still want to try their luck. Although compared to underground casinos, people won't lose money so quickly, but if you continue playing, you will always end up losing everything.
Whether you win or not can be controlled at will, and the arcade is absolutely a sure win.
Most of the pachinko halls in Sakura Country are managed by the Tenxiu Group. These arcades can bring huge profits to the gang every month, and the most important thing is that they are legal. There will be no police to cause trouble. As the Tianqiu Group's place, the staff in each place have certain fighting abilities and are usually not troubled by other gangs. The store manager was leisurely inspecting the store. But something unexpected seems to have happened today. A group of strong and burly men rushed into the pachinko parlor, expelled the customers, and smashed and destroyed the parlor. The manager of this arcade quickly organized the employees to resist. But this group of people seemed to be well trained, and each of them was very powerful. They quickly knocked the resisting store clerks to the ground and continued to destroy the arcade.
Starting from this night, the entire Sakura Kingdom is centered around Dongjing City, with many cities radiating outwards. Countless venues of the Tianqiu Group were swept and destroyed. A large number of underground casinos were closed down by the police in Sakura Country. Legal pachinko parlors and other businesses have been attacked and destroyed many times by unknown organizations. The Tianqiu Group suffered heavy losses. The next morning, in the office, Sato Hyde received the news, learned what happened that night, and counted the losses. His face was ashen at this moment. The only gangs that dared to attack the Tianqiu Group were the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jija Society, which were also the three major gangs in Sakura Country. This reminds me of the late-night meeting between Yusuji Hanakara and Tanaka Takenori.
It is obvious that the two gangs have joined forces to deal with the Tianqiu group. Considering the scale of the other party's actions and the damage they caused, it is obvious that this is not just a small-scale fight.
A trace of anger flashed across Sato Hyde's face. Well, since you are planning to do something big, then our Tianqiu team will definitely stick with you to the end. Chapter 117 Sato Hyde's response. Dongjing City Police Department. In the office of Inspector Makoto Kiji. Captain Mumu, regarding the 7 pachinko parlors I opened in Dongjing being vandalized yesterday, how do you think we should handle this? Sato Hyde asked coldly with a gloomy face. Makoto Muki is a middle-aged man who looks very majestic.
I know what happened last night and I will investigate as soon as possible. Mumu Jinfeng said slowly.
Ha, Officer Mumu, this is already very obvious. Sato Hyde's tone was cold. Apart from the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jija Society, who else dares to mess with my place?
Mumu Jinfeng was silent for a moment, then said, but there is no evidence at the moment, so we still need to investigate and collect evidence. Officer Mumu, just now, 2 of my arcades were vandalized again.
Sato Hyde looked up in surprise. How long do you think the investigation will take?
Sato, I understand how you feel, but police dispatch always requires procedures, it can't be done that quickly.
Mumu Shinfeng frowned. Not so fast? Sato Hyde sneered, but yesterday many underground casinos were shut down.
I noticed that the police were not slow at all, and they didn't go through too many procedures.
So, why is this? Mumu Jinfeng sighed and said, Sato, the order to clean up the underground casino is from above. Although I am the chief inspector, I am only an enforcer.
Sato Hyde stood up, pushed his black-framed glasses, and said coldly, Officer Mumu, our cooperation has been very pleasant over the years. If you have any difficulties, our Tianqiu team will solve them ourselves.
Also, you can remind the people above me that I'm already a transcendent. So, don't overdo some things. After saying that, Sato Hyde turned and left the Metropolitan Police Department.
Mumu Jinfeng sighed again. He was also a little helpless. He has always had a good relationship with Sato Hyde, and of course he knows that he owns an underground casino. However, this time, a higher-up suddenly used drastic measures to seal off Sato Hyde's underground casino, which was completely beyond his expectations and did not give him time to inform Sato Hyde. Many video game halls were smashed in conjunction with Sato Hyde's incident. Needless to say, the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jija Society must have bribed the top leaders and jointly attacked the Tianqiu group.
Yusuji Hanakara was smoking a cigar in the office.
Compared to the slim, delicate, and fruity women's cigarettes, she prefers the feeling of holding a thick and domineering cigar in her mouth.
Yusuji Hanakara took a light puff, and the cigar smoke filled her mouth with a unique aroma.
As time went on, the cigar smoke became thicker and thicker. She closed her eyes and thought about the problem in the smoke.
There are many beautiful women under the Flower Arrangement Alliance.
Among them, there are many women who serve high-ranking officials of the Sakura country. They also have some leverage over these people to a greater or lesser extent.
The simplest one is to film these executives checking into hotels with women and use them to coerce them.
If it was just a gang, it would certainly be difficult to threaten the top officials of Sakura country. However, if these video contents are sent to these high-level competitors, the effect will be another matter. After all, there are always many people eyeing high positions. Therefore, with the help of Hanakara Yusuji, the top police officials in Sakura country issued the task.
The Tianqiu Group's underground casino was seized on a large scale. In accordance with the agreement, Takenori Tanaka selected a group of masters from his kendo gym. Let them specifically clean up and violently destroy places like the Tengsiu Group's pachinko halls. Of course, there is also the cooperation and assistance of Yusuji Hanakara. Through the relationship with the Ikebana League, the Sakura country police will intentionally or unintentionally turn a blind eye to these acts of destruction. Or delaying the police response would indirectly help the Jija Society's cleanup operation. Judging from the current progress, everything is going smoothly.
Next, we have to deal with the revenge of Sato Hyde and others.
In the Kendo Hall of Jishiwi, Tanaka Takenori looked at the group of his men in front of him and smiled brightly. You have done a great job. Keep up the good work. A small cadre said, Boss Tanaka, if we act like this, the people from the Tianqiu group will soon recognize our identities. Tanaka Takenori said calmly, it doesn't matter. Even if those people from the Tianqiu group know your identities, what can they do?
It's only a matter of time before we start a war with them.
We've already taken the initiative.
Tanaka Takenori thought for a moment and then warned, but you have to be careful. If you encounter Sato Hyde while sweeping the place, run away immediately.
Sato Hyde, he looks gentle and refined, but he's actually a lunatic. Tianqiu Group Meeting Room.
Boss Sato, our territory and site have suffered heavy losses in the past few days. The person in charge of statistics reported. 12 underground casinos in Dongjing City were shut down, and 26 pachinko parlors were vandalized. 2 horse racing tracks were attacked by rioters, and more than a dozen lottery shops were attacked and destroyed. 5 underground casinos in Tashikata City were shut down, 13 pachinko parlors were destroyed, and a horse racing track was burned down.
6 underground casinos in Hangbin City were shut down, and 20 pachinko parlors were destroyed. At this moment, Ningyu, Xinhu, many places have suffered heavy losses. After listening to the statistician's report, Sato Hyde said with a gloomy face, "Everyone, this is the situation our Tianqiu team is facing now. Also, the attitude of the Sakura law officials is clearly unfavorable to our Tianqiu group. They must have a dirty deal with them. From all indications, it is certain that the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jizha Society have joined forces to attack us again. What do you think about this?" For a moment, the cadres of the Tianqiu group in the conference room were talking about it.
Since the other party has already hit us, let's hit them back hard. If the Sakura country officials don't support us, we'll kill them. Capture those idiots from the Flower Arrangement Alliance alive and beat them mercilessly with sticks. That rubbish venue over at the Jizha Club, let's burn it down. Because of this wipeout, the top management of the Tianqiu group suffered huge losses, so they are all full of fighting spirit.
Sato Hyde pushed his black-framed glasses and said slowly, "We must not let the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jizha Society go.
We will start cleaning up their 2 places tonight."
"Everyone, what I want to say is," Sato Hyde took a long breath, "it's better to break 1 finger than to hurt 10.
It would be fine if we don't take action, but once we do, we will kill you." After hearing Sato Hyde's words, the senior executives in the conference room looked at each other with determination in their eyes.
Chapter 118 Ms. Fukata, let us talk about feelings. Night. Dongjing City. Business in brothels is booming.
The private rooms here are already overcrowded, and the soundproofing is not very good.
You can hear the sounds coming from one room after another. Many beauties are receiving customers. With a bang,
the door was kicked in and a group of people rushed in with murderous intent.
Sato Hyde personally led the team to clear the field. Dozens of people from the Tianqiu group, led by Sato Hyde, attacked anyone they saw.
The casino security was hacked to the ground before they could organize a counterattack. They were extremely ruthless and killed every female masseuse who was working, and even spared no guests.
A few minutes later, the Huadao League's venue was slaughtered with heavy casualties. After coming out from here, Sato Hyde took his men to a kendo hall of the Jizha Society.
The overall strength of the swordsmen in the kendo hall is superior to that of the thugs in the Tianqiu group, and they gradually gain the upper hand during the confrontation.
Seeing this, Sato Hyde didn't waste any time and took action directly.
Almost all the people in the kendo gym were killed.
Then they went to the next place. This is different from the previous styles of the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jizha Society.
That night, the Tianqiu group's behavior was extremely cruel and bloody, and they almost killed everyone in the venue.
This incident not only angered Yusuji Hanakara and Tanaka Takenori. It also shocked the police in Sakura country. This blatant killing seemed to completely disregard the police.
Even when Dongjing TV reported these incidents, it emphasized that this was a very vicious behavior, and named Tianqiu Group and Sato Hyde.
Inside Kawai Bento's office, Nami Fukata learned the news through the news and she felt very sad.
She knew that Sato Hyde was the boss of the Tianqiu Group of the underworld gang, but she didn't expect Sato Hyde to be so ruthless. After all, judging from the information reported on TV,
many female masseuses were also killed. It was so cruel. The most important thing is, if such a situation occurs, will the police let it go? How will Sato Hyde respond next?
Just when Nami Fukata was feeling uneasy, Zhang Tai came to visit.
"Ms. Fukata, good morning,"
Zhang Tai said with a smile.
Seeing Zhang Tai appear, Nami Fukata's face darkened.
She remembered what Sato Hyde had said to her, and she felt wary of Zhang Tai.
"Mr. Jiang, is there anything wrong?" Nami Fukata said in a cold voice.
Zhang Tai sat down on the sofa across from Nami Fukata's desk, leaned back on it, and said with a smile, "Nothing, just came to see Miss Fukata."
"Why?" "Mr. Jiang, why don't you go back to Longhua with Mr. Zhang and others to expand the business? Do you still have time to come to me?" Nami Fukada frowned slightly.
I remember I told Miss Fukada last time that I would slowly fade out of Laughing Burger Shop. Jiang Tai took out a cigarette from the cigarette box.
Miss Fukada, do you mind smoking in the office? Nami Fukada glanced at the other person and said coldly, I don't mind, but there is no ashtray in my office.
Oh, sorry.
Jiang Tai smiled and put the cigarette back into the cigarette box. I forgot that Miss Fukada is different from Miss Hua and doesn't smoke in the office. Nami Fukada looked at Jiang Tai and slowly asked, Mr. Jiang, is your visit to me today related to the company's cooperation?
Jiang Tai shook his head and said, No, my visit to see Ms. Fukada today has nothing to do with work.
In that case, Mr. Jiang, please go back. Fukada Nami said coldly, I still have work to do.
Jiang Tai chuckled and said, Ms. Fukada, you can put your work on hold for a while.
I still have something to discuss with you. What do you want to talk about? Nami Fukada's face became increasingly worse, and she was already very impatient.
Jiang Tai took off his coat and placed it on the sofa.
He looked up at Nami Fukada and said softly, I came here today to talk to Miss Fukada about my relationship. In the meeting room of Tianqiu Group, Inspector Makoto Muki came to visit. Sato Hyde, are you crazy? Mumu Jinfeng asked angrily. Your actions last night were completely different from theirs. You actually killed so many people, including some guests. How do you think we're going to end this terrible incident with such a devastating impact? Sato Hyde glanced at Mumu Jinfeng indifferently and said lightly.
I just see that your police are very tolerant of things like destroying places.
So I just couldn't help but want to test your tolerance. What's the problem? Mumu Jinfeng sneered and said, the Metropolitan Superintendent, Mr. Nishimiya Nagawa will handle this matter personally. Tell me how you want to calm it down. He.
Sato Hyde said softly, Captain Mumu, please tell Mr. Nishimiya that I will go to his house tomorrow to explain the situation.
Mumu Jinfeng's face changed. Sato Hyde, don't go crazy. Do you really think that a larger gang like yours can compete with the power of the Sakura country officials? Sato Hyde closed his eyes and said slowly, Officer Mumu, don't be nervous. I know what's going on. After Mumu Jinfeng left, Sato Hyde called Yusuji Hanakura. Sato Hyde, you killed my people last night, and you still dare to call me today? Yusuji Hanakura's voice was full of murderous intent. Yusuji Hanakura, you slutty woman, the tricks you and your flower arrangement alliance use are truly shameful. My actions last night were to tell you that if you're going to cause trouble, do it as thoroughly as I did. Let's play to the end. He. Sato Hyde, I don't need to do anything, the police will take care of you. Just wait and see. I called you just to let you know. I'll continue sweeping your place tonight. Sato Hyde did not speak to Tanaka Takanori. As men, things have come to this point. We have already become mortal enemies, so there is no need to say more. Inside Nami Fukada's office. What do you mean? Nami Fukada's face turned cold. I have bodyguards here.
Mr. Jiang, please respect yourself. Jiang Tai waved his hand and said, Ms. Fukada, I just wanted to talk to you about my feelings.
Why don't you respect yourself? There's no relationship to talk about between you and me. Nami Fukada's voice was as cold as ice. I'll say it again. I still have work to do. If Mr. Jiang has nothing else to do, please leave. There was a hint of contempt in Jiang Tai's eyes, as if Nami Fukada was a lamb to be slaughtered. Miss Fukada doesn't want to talk about relationships with me. Could it be that she's planning to talk to Sato Hyde? Jiang Tai. If you don't leave, I'll call the bodyguards. Nami Fukada said angrily.
Jiang Tai stood up from the sofa and walked in front of Nami Fukada.
Miss Fukada, I still want to confirm with you. Are you still in a relationship with Sato Hyde? Nami Fukada said with disgust, What do you mean? What do you want to do?
Jiang Tai waved his hand, and the curtains in the office fell down naturally.
Miss Fukada, if you must ask. The main reason I'm here today is Chapter 119 Nami Fukada's Secret. Nami Fukada's face changed and she immediately pressed the alarm button under the desk. As a female CEO of a company worth billions, her security is definitely in place.
Jiang Tai didn't stop her, just smiled and said nothing.
For a long time, no one came in. Nami Fukada frowned and felt a bad feeling in her heart. Could it be that these bodyguards have already? As if he saw what Nami Fukada was thinking, Jiang Tai chuckled and said slowly.
Miss Fukada, your bodyguards were dealt with before I even entered this office.
Of course, don't misunderstand me.
I just let them sleep for a while, but I didn't kill them.
At this point, Nami Fukada took a deep breath and calmed herself down.
Haha, he is indeed a despicable man.
Nami Fukada looked at Jiang Tai with contempt in her eyes.
She looked at the handsome man in front of her and felt a little disgusted. He's born with a good appearance, but he still has to rely on the most shameless means to get women.
It's really disgusting. Jiang Tai was not angry when he heard Fukada Nami's insults. He shrugged nonchalantly. Miss Fukada, are you done scolding me? Nami Fukada stopped talking.
If you're done scolding me, then I'll start.
Jiang Tai chuckled and said leisurely. Do you think I will submit to you? Trash. After all, Nami Fukada holds a high position.
She is 29 years old and has experienced some things. Although the current situation was extremely unfavorable, she was still not afraid to beg for mercy.
Miss Fukada, you may have some misunderstandings about me. Misunderstand? Jiang Tai smiled and said, I won't force you. You are not like Oda Sakura. Oda Sakura almost killed me and the people around me. It's only right that I take revenge on her.
I'm being very merciful by not killing her.
But Miss Fukada is different. After all, you have never harmed me. So based on my bottom line as a human being, I won't force you to do anything. A hint of doubt flashed in Nami Fukada's eyes. She asked in confusion, if that's the case, then what did you say you wanted to do?
Jiang Tai smiled and nodded, I won't force you, but you will beg me.
Absurd! Fukada Nami shouted angrily. Miss Fukada, is this really ridiculous? I know some of your little secrets.
Jiang Tai looked at Nami Fukada in front of him. Although it is winter, the air conditioning in the office works well and the temperature is warm enough.
At this moment, Nami Fukada was wearing a black coat and a burgundy tight-fitting suit. Her two slender and well-proportioned legs were covered in black transparent stockings and silver high heels under the tight skirt. She looked sexy, charming, cool and attractive. Secret?
A hint of barely perceptible panic flashed across Fukada Nami's eyes.
What do you mean?
Jiang Tai did not answer her question, but looked at her with a smile and sighed softly. Miss Fukada, it's a pity that you haven't found a man in recent years with such a great figure.
Nami Fukada looked at him coldly without saying anything.
Jiang Tai walked up to her and gently pulled her, without using much strength.
Nami Fukada leaned uncontrollably into Jiang Tai's arms. Jiang Tai leaned close to Nami Fukada's ear and whispered, Miss Fukada, do you know?
From the first time we met, you acted so proud in front of me.
I used to respect you very much, until Yasuji Hana Kirara told me your secret. Chapter 120 Noble and Lowly.
Jiang Tai's offensive words reached his ears.
Nami Fukada did not respond.
She snuggled in Jiang Tai's arms, still making soft strange sounds.
At this moment, Nami Fukada's mind was in chaos.
She felt that another self was about to emerge.
This is her darkest secret. Born in the family of Togashi Fukada, a business tycoon in the Sakura country, Nami Fukada has been the apple of everyone's eye since she was a child.
Before she was 15, she had already grown into a stunning beauty. In addition to her excellent family background, there are countless men pursuing her. There are so many of them, some are caring, some are romantic, some are super dog-licking. But she found these men boring. It wasn't until she was 18 that she met Sato Hyde.
One day after school, she saw a group of hooligans fighting. Soon, the team led by Sato Hyde won. Then, Nami Fukada saw a shocking scene. Sato Hyde asked his men to bring a pot of boiling water. He came with a kettle of boiling water to the opponent who had just been knocked to the ground and poured the boiling water directly on the opponent's face. Nami Fukada saw that those who had boiling water poured on their faces quickly developed blisters and ulcers on their faces. Faced with such a cruel and disgusting scene, Nami Fukada felt her heart pounding and she felt very excited. For a while, screams continued to ring out. Sato Hyde had a gentle smile on his face. He poured a pot of boiling water and said with a smile, Remember, my name is Sato Hyde, and this territory will be under my control from now on. When he turned around, he saw Nami Fukada. He was surprised by her beauty and was distracted for a moment. Before long, the two fell in love. This relationship lasted for 5 years. During this period, 2 women appeared around Sato Hyde. One of them is called Oda Sakura. This girl has been sticking to Sato Hyde and is very hostile to Fukada Nami. Nami Fukada didn't care about this.
She was just a little girl and there was nothing to worry about.
The other woman is Hanakira Yusuji.
Their parents seemed to know each other and had thought about bringing the two together.
However, Yusuji Hanakira does not like Sato Hide.
Moreover, Yusuji Hanakira seemed to regard Sato Hide as a competitor and always wanted to steal his things.
Sato Hide didn't react much to this, as if he didn't take Yusuji Hanakira seriously at all.
In response to this, Yusuji Hanakira felt that she was being looked down upon and was very angry.
Until one day, Hanakira Yusuji invited Nami Fukada to her home to play.
Although it felt a bit sudden, after all, they had known each other for a long time.
After careful consideration, Nami Fukada finally went along with the appointment.
This day, Yusuji Hanakira entertained her warmly, showing her around her horse ranch, treating her to a glass of her prized red wine, and inviting her to dinner. Finally, invite her to sleep with you in your bedroom. Nami Fukada was surprised by Yusuji Hanakira's enthusiasm, but as a woman, she had no concerns.
That night,
after this, the relationship between Hanakira Yusuji and Nami Fukada became very subtle.
Yusuji Hanakira was filled with joy.
The arrogant Sato Hide was about to have his most beloved thing stolen by her.
And the other party is still unaware. In order to attack Sato Hide, Yusuji Hanakira later directed a play. So, Miss Fukada, let me ask you one last time. Do you need my help in your current condition? Nami Fukada slowly raised her head.
The coldness on her face was gone, replaced by a charming and enchanting look as bright as a peach.
She took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Yes. Mr. Jiang, I want." Chapter 121 Confession of the Female CEO. Jiang Tai looked at Nami Fukada's charming appearance at the moment and revealed a faint smile. He pushed Nami Fukada away and sat back on the sofa.
With a gentle push from Jiang Tai, Nami Fukada fell back into her chair. Jiang Tai leaned back on the sofa and said coldly,
"Miss Fukada, what's wrong with you? You look completely different now than you did just now."
Nami Fukada did not answer. Her long, beautiful legs and black stockings were tightly twisted together.
"Miss Fukada, how can you behave like this? If someone else came into the office and saw this, what would they think of you and me?"
"Mr. Jiang, please help me,"
Nami Fukada murmured softly.
Jiang Tai shook his head and then asked,
"Miss Fukada, did I force myself on you?"
"No,"
Nami Fukada replied shyly. "So, Miss Fukada, did I use any means to coerce you? Like, that really boring, you don't want anyone to know kind of plot?"
Jiang Tai made a puzzled expression.
Nami Fukada bit her lip and said softly, "You didn't threaten me."
Jiang Tai nodded and continued.
"So, you're like this now. Did I drug you out of my madness?" Nami Fukada was almost crying. "No. Mr. Jiang didn't do these things." "In that case..."
Jiang Tai's face suddenly turned cold. "Then why the hell did you just call me despicable and vulgar?
Shameless and disgusting?" Nami Fukada lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong." "What's wrong?" Jiang Tai asked coldly. "I misunderstood you. So, who is despicable, shameless, and disgusting?" Hearing Jiang Tai's questioning, Nami Fukada felt both shy and excited.
She hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "I am the despicable, shameless and disgusting woman." Jiang Tai leaned back on the sofa and looked at her teasingly.
"So, you just did something wrong to me, and now you want me to help you? Does that make sense?" Nami Fukada was slightly stunned, and then said with some disappointment, "That doesn't make sense." On the sofa in the office, Nami Fukada leaned in Jiang Tai's arms with a satisfied look on her face. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for helping me." "Miss Fukada, how long have you been experiencing this symptom?" "Ever since I was little. I've felt like I have two personalities. One is aloof and proud, and the other yearns to be bullied. But no one dares to bully me. I'm the eldest daughter of the upper class in Sakura country. From childhood to adulthood, the men I meet only try to please me. Seeing how they fawned over me, I just felt sick. They were willing to be lickspittles just to win the favor of women. They are like a group of self-castrated animals, without any dignity or bottom line, and have lost the charm of masculinity." Jiang Tai smiled without saying anything. "Most men in this world are like this. In order to get a woman, he starts to flatter her from the moment he falls in love.
If you are married, you should hand over your salary card to show your loyalty. Little do they know that the more they do this, the more women look down on them. There are also some brothers who work in other places and send money home on time every month. As a result, the woman in the family took his money and spent it on wine and women with other men. When a man gives everything he has to another, he becomes worthless.
Then, I met Sato Hyde, Fukata Nami said softly.
He's different from those men.
He's not a bootlicker.
But, he still can't satisfy me, he's always so gentle to me.
Jiang Tai sneered, so, you climbed into Sister Hua's bed?
Nami Fukata replied softly, Sister Yasuji Hana Kirara is completely different from the others.
She seems to understand what I'm thinking.
You can also do some overbearing things.
It makes me feel very excited. This kind of thing is addictive. I can't resist it at all.
From that moment on, the open personality within me began to have a greater and greater influence on me.
The only pity is that Yasuji Hana Kirara's sister is a woman.
Although her skills are good, she is a woman after all.
I always felt like something was missing, until I met Mr. Jiang.
Jiang Tai raised his eyebrows and said calmly, Ms. Fukata, are you going to confess your feelings to me next?
Nami Fukata said obediently. Later, I figured it out. There aren't two personalities at all.
My worth, looks, education, job, and abilities are all impeccable.
But I am only a woman after all. I have always longed to meet a man who can conquer me. Being cold and aloof is just a protective layer on the surface.
This protective color can filter out a lot of waste. When they see me like this, most of them don't even dare to say a word. The slightly better ones, as I just said, try to get close to me through flattery and fawning.
That's really disgusting.
Only Mr. Jiang dares to actually attack me, and I can see that you are not just boasting.
Jiang Tai was speechless for a while. Damn, this Sakura countryman is quite perverted. Even the reason why you fell in love with me is so weird. Chapter 122. Come to my house to spend the night. Maybe I was too tired just now. As Nami Fukata was talking, she fell asleep leaning against Jiang Tai. Jiang Tai sighed, System brother, why aren't you actively distributing rewards now? Do you still need me to call you? Ding. Host, why are you so anxious? Will you get less reward?
I just saw you being affectionate with the girl, so I don't want to disturb you for the time being.
Hee, thank you, brother System. Ding. Fukata Nami's sensitivity has reached 100. True love. Ding, the intimacy between Nami Fukata and me is unlocked successfully.
The sound of the system's successful strategy came from my mind.
Ding. Rewards for successfully conquering the target, 1 billion in funds, 10 attribute points. Skill pack, CEO's manipulation technique.
Ding, the first phase of the main mission, drunkenly lying on a beauty's lap, has a completion rate of 95%.
Ding, a text message came to my cell phone.
1 billion yuan was transferred to your card number ending in 1188, and the current balance is 176,000, 6153 yuan.
Use the CEO's skill package for managing people.
Following Jiang Tai's instructions, management skills for managing talents in the workplace, such as openness, checks and balances, empty promises, making threats, and killing the donkey after it has done its job, all entered Jiang Tai's mind. Jiang Tai closed his eyes and concentrated, digesting the CEO's techniques for managing people. After a long time, he opened his eyes. He had already digested this ability. Jiang Tai took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This CEO's skill in controlling people is actually derived from the ancient dragon country's wonderful book, The 36 Stratagems. As expected, the business world is like a battlefield, and this is definitely a useful skill. The 10 attribute points awarded this time aren't enough for another level up. So save them for now and use them after conquering the next target. System, show me my current panel status. Jiang Tai issued instructions to the system. Show the host properties panel. Name, Jiang Tai. Age, 21. Appearance, 99 points. Extraordinary high level. Physical fitness, 70. Financial resources, 176,000, 6153 yuan, a laughing hamburger chain, a Bugatti Noir supercar, a Legacy 650 private jet, and the famous sword Xiao Shuangyu. System stage, the official first stage. Main task, sleep drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman, with a target achievement rate of 95%. Skills, gods. I can see relevant information about the target woman, combat master, cooking master, medical master, flying master, romance master, intelligence gathering master, CEO's human controlling technique, exiled immortal sword technique, green lotus sword song.
Looking at the attribute panel, Zhang Tai couldn't help but feel excited. 95% of the main quest of drunkenly lying on a beauty's lap has been completed. This also means that you can complete the game by successfully conquering one more goal. What huge reward will you get then? However, it's still a little bit off. This perfect ending should still be done by Sister Hua.
It can be considered as a severe revenge.
If he was not killed by Yasuji Hanakarara, I would consider whether to give him a ride. As for the Sakura Country Gang War, Yasuji Hanakarara and Tanaka Takenori are currently facing off 2 against 1.
If nothing unexpected happens, the demise of the Tianqiu group is only a matter of time. As a member of the Dragon Country Supernatural Association, there is no reason for me to get involved in the fights among the underworld of Sakura Country.
Let's wait for the results. As she was thinking, Nami Fukada woke up.
She rubbed her eyes, put her arm around Zhang Tai's arm, and said, "It's time to get off work."
Do you have anything to do tonight?
Zhang Tai was slightly stunned, then said, "Nothing, what's the matter?"
Then come spend the night at my house. Nami Fukada said expectantly.
This.
Zhang Tai thought about it.
He had already sent Xier, Xiaoyi, and the others back to their country. I don't have a fixed residence in the Sakura Country now, so since Nami Fukada has invited me, there is nothing wrong with it.
Thinking of this, Zhang Tai nodded and said, "Okay, Miss Fukada invited me, how can I not go?" Nami Fukada blushed a little. "You, don't call me Miss Fukada from now on, just call me Nami."
Zhang Tai smiled and said, "Okay, Nami, don't call me Mr. Jiang or Mr. Jiang anymore.
Just call me husband." "I understand, husband." Nami Fukada called gently. After a while, the two left the office hand in hand. Chapter 123 Is soft rice delicious? Night. Nami Fukada's residence is in the most prosperous area of Dongjing City.
She lives in a detached villa with an area of more than 500 square meters.
This was the smallest house she had ever lived in.
When she was a child, she lived with her father Tomakin Fukada in a 600,000 square meter estate. While studying abroad, I lived in a small castle of 9,000 square meters. Although the single-family villa is only more than 500 square meters, it is already very luxurious compared to the generally small wooden houses in Sakura Country.
The villa is fully equipped with facilities.
The first floor of the villa is a spacious living room and kitchen, as well as some potted plants.
The second floor of the villa is a luxurious master bedroom with a large bed, a separate bathroom and a large balcony. The third floor of the villa is an independent study and a gym. This is where I live. Nami Fukada took Zhang Tai's hand and showed him around her residence. It's a little small, but it's okay. It's close to the company, so it's convenient for working. Zhang Tai secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. This one is still so small. The other one is much bigger than my flat.
Zhang Tai couldn't help but say, "Nami, this place is already very big."
You think it's too small for you to live alone? Aren't you scared at night?
Nami Fukada smiled and said, "Honey, the manor where I lived when I was a child took a long time to drive from one end to the other.
When I was studying abroad, I lived in a castle.
Besides the servants, I was the only one there, and I never felt scared."
Nami, how rich is your family? Zhang Tai asked in surprise. Even a large international company like Kawaii Bento only has assets of several billion dragon national currency. They shouldn't live in such an outrageous place, right? Nami Fukada chuckled. "Husband, you think too much.
Kawaii Bento is just a company that my father gave me to learn business and try my hand at." Zhang Tai was stunned for a long while before he came to his senses.
Nami, how rich is your family?
Fukada Nami smiled slightly and said, "If converted into your Dragon Country currency, it would be around 150 billion.
Fuck, Nami, you are truly a rich and beautiful lady."
Zhang Tai was a little embarrassed. Thinking about completing the strategy mission today and the 1 billion reward from the system. In total, he still has more than 1.7 billion yuan, which makes him a wealthy man with this cash flow.
But in the end, Nami Fukada's family has over 100 billion. In comparison, doesn't it seem shabby? Humph. Husband, you can't do this. Seeing Zhang Tai's embarrassed expression, Nami Fukada suddenly got angry. Zhang Tai was slightly stunned, then said, "Huh?" Nami Fukada said angrily, I think you are domineering and confident, and you dare to bully me. That's why I fell in love with you. If you feel lost or even inferior because my family is rich, then I've made a mistake."
Nami Fukata glanced at Jiang Tai and her face turned a little red.
"If you could always be like today, then all my property can be given to you."
Although Jiang Tai had been mentally prepared for Nami Fukata, he still opened his mouth wide when he heard these words.
In this world, is there really someone who can dominate the world with just a stick?
Jiang Tai took a deep breath and said, "Nami, you sound like I'm a gigolo."
"Isn't free rice good? Isn't it tasty?" Nami Fukata laughed.
She took the initiative to hug Jiang Tai, snuggled in his arms, and whispered, "I wonder how many people dream of eating my gigolo."
"But I'm only giving you this chance. So, isn't it nice to have a freeloader?"
Jiang Tai was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "It smells so good."
Chapter 124: The Trouble with the Tianqiu Group. Tianqiu Group Office.
Sato Hyde was sitting on a chair with his head lowered, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Therefore, it is impossible to guess what he is thinking. The women around him were taken away or robbed by the enemy one after another. Any man with a little bit of blood in his veins would be furious and want to fight the other party to the death. There are only two types of men who can endure in this situation.
One type is the most cowardly and timid man. These men have no bottom line and can be bullied by anyone.
The other type is the most terrifying man.
This kind of man's revenge is calculated and far-sighted.
If such a man doesn't strike, it's fine, but if he does, it's sure to be fatal.
Because the last mopping up operation by the Tianqiu Group led by Sato Hyde was too bloody. This caused outrage among the police in Sakura Country. Under the charge of Metropolitan Inspector Nishinamiya Nagawa, members of the Tianqiu Group were arrested and suppressed. During this period, Sato Hyde once called Nishinamiya Nagawa to arrange a meeting, but was flatly rejected by him.
Combined with Nishimiya Nagawa's previous laissez-faire attitude towards the smashing of the Tianqiu Group's pachinko hall and the thunderous action to ban underground casinos, it is obvious that he has been bribed by the Flower Arrangement Alliance. The Tianqiu Group was already facing attacks from the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jizha Society, and now with the added pressure from the police, the situation is very bad.
In the meeting room,
all the members of the Tianqiu Group had gloomy faces.
"What do you think about the current situation?" Sato Hyde looked around and saw that everyone was silent, so he asked.
A calm and experienced member of the Tianqiu Group said, "Boss Sato, the current situation is indeed difficult.
The suppression from the other two major gangs is secondary. The most crucial thing is that the official attitude is clearly against us.
Being attacked from both sides like this, our brothers really can't stand it. Our Tianqiu Group runs a casino business. We have an advantage in capital, so we can consider bribing the top police officers in Sakura Country.
This will also relieve pressure on everyone."
The cadre's proposal was supported by the majority of people. Even the cadres who used to have hot tempers and impulsive personalities acquiesced to his proposal. It is conceivable how bad the situation of the Tianqiu Group has become.
Sato Hyde nodded.
He waited for a while and found that no one else expressed his opinion. So, he said, "I will take care of the police matter in the next 2 days. Putting aside the troubles caused by the Sakura Country officials, are you confident that you can defend your territory against the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jizha Society?"
At this moment, the hot-tempered cadre who had been silent just now slowly spoke. "Boss Sato, if the Sakura Country officials do not intervene in our fight,
as long as we act more ruthlessly than the other two gangs as before, I can't say we can definitely win in the long run, but the other side won't be able to hold out for long."
Sato Hyde nodded.
Indeed, although the other party may injure people and damage property when sweeping the place, they are ultimately reluctant to kill. However, every time our side sweeps the field, blood will be shed, which also serves as a deterrent to the enemy. At the same time, since the Flower Arrangement Association, the Gokatsukai, and Metropolitan Superintendent Nishimiya Nagawa have cooperated. So, when they took action, due to Nishimiya Nagawa's face, they could not use such heavy hands as their own Tianqiu Group did when they swept the field.
Now, the main problem is to deal with Metropolitan Superintendent Nishimiya Nagawa.
Since the other party ignored my phone invitation, I had no choice but to visit him in person.
Chapter 125: Nishimiya Nagawa's Attitude. That night, Nishinamiya Nagawa was having a secret meeting with her lover Hashimoto Miryu at home. Hashimoto Miryu is a very charming woman.
As a senior official of the Flower Arrangement League, she is one of the most famous courtesans in the Sakura Country. Hashimoto Miryu's love action skills are almost at the pinnacle, even better than Mikami Aya.
Countless men have fallen between her legs. Apparently, Metropolitan Inspector Nishimiya Nagawa is one of them. At this time, Nishimiya Nagawa was sitting on the sofa leisurely.
And Hashimoto Miryu was showing him her dancing talent. She has a beautiful figure, and when she dances, it's like a flowing painting, with every movement full of sexiness and charm. Her eyes are captivating and make people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves.
Just when Nishimiya Nagawa was watching very happily, the door of his house was opened. Sato Hyde walked in. "Good evening, Superintendent Nishimiya Nagawa." Sato Hyde found a chair and sat down opposite Nishimiya Nagawa. Nishimiya Nagawa's face turned cold instantly. He remembered clearly that the security door of his house was completely locked. So, how did Sato Hyde get in? More importantly, I have already clearly rejected the other party's invitation to a meeting. What do they want to do by coming to me now? Sato Hyde, you broke into the Metropolitan Superintendent's house without permission. Do you know how serious a crime this is? Sato Hyde chuckled and looked nonchalant. Mr. Nishimiya, as a Metropolitan Superintendent, your daily work must be very busy. Sato Hyde paused, glanced at Hashimoto Mizuki, who was standing next to Nishimiya Nagawa, and said sarcastically, "I can't believe you still have time to sneak out of your busy schedule and work on the Flower Arrangement Alliance's banner at home?" Nishimiya Nagawa drew his gun and shouted, "How dare you? You break into my home and insult my beauty. If I kill you now, it would be considered self-defense." Sato Hyde smiled faintly. "Mr. Nishimiya, I came to talk to you about something." "Why are you pulling a gun on me?" "I'm a timid person, please don't scare me." Nishimiya Nagawa said coldly, "I am a police officer representing the official, and you are the boss of a gang. What can I talk to you about? You're committing armed violence in the street. It's only right that I put you in jail." Sato Hyde pointed at Hashimoto Miryu and said slowly, "Mr. Nishimiya has slept with a leader of the underworld gang, the Flower Domination League. Why do you act so noble in front of me?" Nishimiya Nagawa's expression became increasingly ugly, and his tone became increasingly cold. "Your Tianshio group is killing people directly in the street. Your behavior is completely different from that of the Flower Alliance." He glanced at Hashimoto Miryu, who was beside him. "Besides, Hashimoto Miryu is different from you. Although she is a member of the Flower Arrangement Alliance, she has a kind heart." Sato Hyde sighed. "A police inspector actually got seduced by beauty like this. If all the official police officers in Sakura country were like you, they would be doomed. Mr. Nishimiya, I don't want to talk any more useless nonsense with you. Let me be frank. I demand that you stop arresting members of the Tianshio group. Also, release the members we captured earlier." Hearing what Sato Hyde said, Nishimiya Kawana laughed. He was laughing out of anger. "Sato Hyde, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Your Tianshio group has no more than 30,000 members in the entire Sakura country. Our Sakura country police can mobilize 200,000 fully armed officers to encircle and suppress you at any time. To put it bluntly, you are a thief and I am an official. The way you are talking to me now is a way to death." Hashimoto Miryu looked at Nishimiya Nagawa with admiration and said gently, "Master Nishimiya, you are truly a great hero of our Sakura country who punishes evil and promotes good. You always speak with such righteousness, it's fascinating." Seeing Hashimoto Moroku's admiration for him, Nishimiya Nagawa felt proud. He was already thinking that after sending Sato Hyde away, he would definitely handcuff this beauty and try some different tricks. He looked at Sato Hyde coldly and said sternly, "So, you should get out before I shoot." Chapter 126, Cruel Destruction. Sato Hyde ignored Nishimiya Nagawa's threats and turned his attention to Hashimoto Miryu. He said coldly, "I'm talking to Mr. Nishimiya. Did you interrupt me?" When Hashimoto Miryu saw Nishimiya Nagawa right next to her, she smiled fearlessly and replied, "Boss Sato, what are you talking about? Lord Nishimiya and I were enjoying a wonderful date, and you barged in out of nowhere. You're questioning me now? Could it be that Boss Sato thinks this is the Tianshio group?" Sato Hyde sighed. "Besides dragging you to the bed and teaching you the techniques of lovemaking, didn't that splashy person, Yusuji Hanakarara, also teach you to use your brain?" Hashimoto Miryu was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, as a rival gang." Sato Hyde pushed up his black-framed glasses and continued, "Seeing the other side's boss coming, he didn't realize he was in big trouble and was still shouting. It's really ridiculous." Hashimoto Miryu glanced at Nishimiya Nagawa beside her. This man is her support.
She doesn't believe that Sato Hide would dare to openly attack the senior police officials of Sakura country. So, at this moment she has no fear of Sato Hide. Feeling Hashimoto Whaleyang's gaze, Nishimiya Nagawa felt that his lover was wronged and his dignity was also challenged.
Nishimiya Nagawa yelled, "Sato Hide, that's enough. Do you really think I won't dare to shoot just because you're a gang boss?" Sato Hide snorted coldly and stretched out a hand to pull Hashimoto Whaleyang.
Although there was a distance of several meters between them, Hashimoto Miryu felt as if he was being pulled by an invisible force and was involuntarily bumping into Sato Hide's hands.
In a flash, Hashimoto Miro's position changed from standing next to Nishimiya Nagawa to falling into Sato Hide's hands.
Yes, her fair and slender body has been grasped by Sato Hide. As long as the other party exerts force, her neck will be broken.
Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Nishimiya Nagawa finally fired.
The bullet flew out of the muzzle at an astonishing speed and shot towards Sato Hide.
Sato Hide did not panic or dodge, he was indifferent.
The bullet stopped 3 inches away from Sato Hide. It was as if the pause button was pressed, and the 2 bullets flying at high speed stopped in the air. Sato Hideo pinched Hashimoto Miryu's neck with one hand, and picked up candy with the other hand.
He caught the 2 bullets in the air, and then he swung them lightly at Nishimiya Nagawa. The suspended bullet regained its vitality and shot towards Nishimiya Nagawa at a speed faster than it came from. A bullet hit Nishimiya Nagawa's pistol, and the pistol fell to the ground.
Another bullet flew past his face and penetrated the wall.
"Mr. Nishimiya, I advise you not to shoot me again," Sato Hide said coldly. "I can't always control the strength. If my hand shakes next time, I might hit you through."
Nishimiya Nagawa had just experienced a life-and-death situation and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Faced with Sato Hide's amazing performance, his face darkened and he remained silent for a while. And Hashimoto Miryang, who was in Sato Hide's hands, was extremely panicked. She had no idea that Sato Hide was already extraordinary, so with Nishimiya Nagawa by her side, she felt confident.
However, things seem to be changing now. Nishimiya Nagawa seems unable to protect her.
She took a long breath and said with difficulty, "Boss Sato, please don't kill me.
I am willing to submit to you." Sato Hide smiled faintly, "Submit to me? How do you submit?"
Hashimoto Miryu showed a charming smile on her face, her eyes moving.
This is the charm technique she relies on to survive. Countless men have been bewitched and conquered by her using this trick.
She said softly, "Boss Sato, I will submit to you wholeheartedly." She tried her best to show off her beautiful figure. A very seductive sound came from Hashimoto Miryu's mouth, "I will start with my body, and surrender to you." Sato Hide smiled and nodded, as expected of a senior official of the Flower Arrangement Alliance and one of the top courtesans in Sakura country. She is truly stunningly beautiful.
When Hashimoto Miryu heard what Sato Hide said, she smiled coquettishly, then showed an aggrieved expression. "Sato-sama, can you let me go? My neck is being pinched so tightly that it hurts." Sato Hide said calmly, "No." Why? Hashimoto Miryu said in a trembling voice, "I'm already yours, yet you're still worried. Why do you hold me so tightly?" Sato Hide suddenly sneered, "Is this the only way the women of your Flower Arrangement League can seduce men?"
Hashimoto Miryu's face changed, and when he was about to say something, he found that he could no longer speak. Sato Hide exerted a little force with her palm, and Hashimoto Miryu, who was being strangled by the neck, was not only unable to speak, but she couldn't even breathe. A look of horror appeared on Hashimoto Miro's face, and she struggled desperately. Sato Hide looked at her coldly. "Compared to your false surrender, I would rather send you off here." He squeezed hard, and with a crack, Hashimoto Miryu's neck was broken. Hashimoto Miryu, a senior official of the Flower Arrangement Association and a famous courtesan in Sakura country, just died like that. Sato Hide let go of his hand, and Hashimoto Miryu's body fell to the ground. He looked at Nishimiya Nagawa and restored his polite smile. "The outsiders have been dealt with, Mr. Nishimiya, we can continue our conversation." Nishimiya Nagawa has regained his composure at this moment. He looked at Sato Hide and snorted coldly. "Are you extraordinary?" Sato Hide nodded and said, "I am extraordinary." Nishimiya Nagawa said slowly, "So what if you are extraordinary?" Just like the Supernatural Association in Dragon Country, we in Sakura Country also have a supernatural organization called Ryu Sakura. If you kill me here today, you will be hunted down by Luiying. No matter how powerful you are as a transcendent, you can never defeat a group of transcendents. Sato Hyde nodded and said, Mr. Nishimiya, you are right, so I have no intention of killing you.
As soon as I walked in, I told you I was going to negotiate with you.
As long as you stop targeting the Tianqiu group and release the members you previously arrested, you will be a good friend of our Tianqiu group.
Nishimiya Nagawa shook his head and said, Sato Hyde, I was able to reach the position of Metropolitan Superintendent not by flattery. I fought my way out of the hail of bullets. Although I cherish my life, I am not afraid of death. You openly committed murder in the street. This is no longer just a simple illegal act or gang-related behavior. This is a blatant disregard for the laws of Sakura country. The top police officers are all furious. I will get to the bottom of this matter.
You killed Hashimoto Miryu in front of me, just to show off to me.
Unfortunately, I don't buy it, so I reject your proposal. Facing Nishimiya Nagawa's answer, Sato Hyde smiled nonchalantly and said lightly, Mr. Nishimiya, don't be so quick to refuse. You will accept my proposal. Chapter 127 Pink Skeleton. Nishimiya Nagawa did not respond to Sato's words, but his eyes were firm.
This time, the mission against the Tengsiu group was assigned to him by Mr. Ayato Yamamoto, the chief of police of Sakura country and the chief of police headquarters. Yamamoto Ayato is already very old, and as a candidate for the next director, this anti-gang operation is likely to have a decisive impact on the subsequent election. Given the current situation, it is impossible to stop halfway.
Seeing Nishimiya Nagawa silent, Sato Hyde smiled. Mr. Nishimiya, you are a police officer who is ready to face death head-on. For this, I, Sato Hyde, admire you very much. But you have a family too.
As far as I know, besides your wife, you have 3 secret lovers, and you have a good relationship with them all.
If something happens to them, will you, as their man, take full responsibility? You have a pair of children. If they die on the street, when the time comes, you will be the one sending your loved one away. How sad you will be. Nishimiya Nagawa took a deep breath and said, Sato Hyde, the tricks you Yakuza usually use won't work on me.
And I can guarantee that if you dare to touch my family, your Tianqiu group will be swiftly wiped out.
Sato Hyde shook his head, Mr. Nishimiya, don't speak official language in front of me. Before the Tianqiu group is destroyed, all your relatives and friends will be killed. If you insist on going against the Tianqiu group, this is the price you will have to pay. Nishimiya Nagawa didn't say anything, but it was obvious that his face had turned pale. Sato Hyde pushed up his black-framed glasses and said slowly, so, why does Mr. Nishimiya have to be an enemy of our Tianqiu group? If you were a friend of our Tianqiu group, the situation would be different. Given the age of Police Chief Yamamoto Ayato, he will be retiring soon.
As far as I know, there are 10 candidates, including you, Mr. Nishimiya. As a friend of the Tianqiu group, before running for the position of director, the other 9 candidates will either give up the race or die unexpectedly. By then, Mr. Nishimiya will naturally become the head of our Sakura country police and serve as the chief of police headquarters.
Nishimiya Nagawa was obviously beginning to be moved. He stared at Sato Hyde with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He took a deep breath and asked slowly, can you do it? Sato Hyde nodded. Just like I came here today, I can easily deal with the other 9 candidates. And Mr. Nishimiya will definitely not be implicated. As for the task assigned by Yamamoto Ayato, it's very simple. They just said that after investigation, they arrested the wrong person. It was done by another gang and framed our Tianqiu group. Then you can just grab a bunch of people and hand them over. Nishimiya Nagawa was hesitant, but he was very tempted by Sato Hyde's proposal. He was not very confident that he would be successful in the election for the position of director. It would indeed be much easier if we had the assistance of this underworld giant. However, the risk is also very high. Once the matter is exposed, not only will the election be hopeless, but you may even end up in jail. Sato Hyde gave the other party a long time to consider. Then he slowly said, Mr. Nishimiya, you chose to be an enemy of the Tianqiu group, and ended up with your family destroyed. Or become our friend and rise to prominence. What do you want to choose? A long time. Nishimiya Nagawa finally spoke, if I cooperate with you, and the people from the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jija Society cause trouble for me and say the same thing as you did today, how should I respond? Mr. Nishimiya, you don't have to worry. Sato Hyde smiled faintly. You have already made your attitude towards our actions clear before. You don't need to have a falling out with them. You just need to delay them by saying that there's insufficient evidence and that the police need to go through the necessary procedures. It won't be long before the Sakura country underworld war breaks out. By then, will they still have time to keep an eye on you?
Nishimiya Nagawa's expression was struggling, and after a long time, he finally let out a long sigh.
Sato Hyde, I hope you can do what you say. After receiving Nishimiya Nagawa's reply, Sato Hyde stood up with a smile. Mr. Nishimiya, don't worry, we will definitely have a pleasant cooperation.
He walked up to Hashimoto Miria's body and grabbed her hair with one hand. As for the body of this woman, it would be too much trouble for you to leave it here.
I'll help you clean it up. Then,
Sato Hyde just grabbed her hair and dragged Hashimoto Miria's body out the door as if she were a dead dog.
After coming out of Nishimiya Nagawa's residence, Sato Hyde got into his car. He placed Nishimiya Nagawa's body in the passenger seat and drove to a suburban wilderness. Deep in the suburban wilderness, Sato Hyde dragged Hashimoto Miria's body out of the car and threw it on the ground.
Then he whistled, and soon several wild dogs came out from the bushes. Sato Hyde kicked the body in front of the wild dogs and clapped his hands.
This is the gift I brought to you today. Enjoy it. These wild dogs seem to be starving.
They first sniffed the corpse and then started to bite it.
Soon, Hashimoto Whalyan's body turned into a bloody mess.
After a while, the flesh was eaten away, revealing the white bones.
Sato Hyde quietly admired the scene in front of him with a crazy smile on his face.
There is a hint of compassion and Buddha nature in that crazy smile. Hashimoto Miryu was a charming beauty not long ago, but now she is turned into a bloody corpse.
Pink skeleton, white bones and flesh. All conditioned phenomena should be viewed in this way. Chapter 128 All his women must die.
Yusuji Hanakara hasn't contacted Hashimoto Mirio for 3 days. As a senior official of the Flower Arrangement Association, Hashimoto Miryu is not restricted in his actions and is relatively free. However, she has maintained the habit of talking to herself every day for many years. He hasn't contacted me for such a long time, it means something happened to him.
Yusuji Hanakara's face looked very ugly.
Hashimoto Miryu is not only her subordinate, but also her beloved woman.
From the age of 10, Yusuji Hanakara discovered that she did not like men.
When faced with a man's closeness or even just approaching her, she instinctively feels disgusted and resists. But when it comes to women, she feels very.
When I first met Hashimoto Miryu, she was just an ordinary female college student.
Yusuji Hanakara used her wealth and power to use both soft and hard tactics on him. On the one hand, she arranged for her men to beat Hashimoto Miryu's boyfriend to a cripple. On the other hand, she gave various expensive gifts to attack the other party's psychological defenses. Finally, after a month, she successfully got Hashimoto Whalyan to climb into her bed. After that, Yusuji Hanakara used her unique skills and techniques to turn Hashimoto Miryu from a straight woman into a lesbian. Hashimoto Miryu also went from being an innocent schoolgirl to a high-ranking official in a gang organization. It can be said that Yusuji Hanakara and Hashimoto Miryu are not only in a superior-subordinate relationship, but also in a lover relationship.
But now,
her woman, Hashimoto Miryu, is missing. No one is seen alive, no body is found after death, it's as if they have evaporated from the face of the earth.
Just when she was feeling depressed, Takenori Tanaka called.
Hey, Sister Hua, something's not right these past 2 days.
Tanaka Takenori said. Yusuji Hanakara frowned and asked, what do you mean? The police seem to have paused their crackdown on the Tiensho group.
Not only did they not continue to arrest them, but they even released some of those they had previously arrested.
Yusuji Hanakara's eyes began to turn cold. Hashimoto Miryu's last whereabouts were probably at the residence of Metropolitan Superintendent Nishimiya Nagawa. I later called Nishimiya Nagawa, who said that Hashimoto Miro had left on her own at night. Now, considering what Tanaka Takenori just said, it is most likely that it was Sato Hyde who attacked Hashimoto Miroku. At the same time, he reached some kind of agreement with Nishimiya Nagawa.
Therefore, the police stopped targeting the Tiensho group.
Tanaka,
at the moment, it seems that suppressing Sato Hyde and the others through the police is not going to work for the time being.
Yusuji Hanakara sighed and continued, the people from the Tiensho group are too ruthless. If this continues, our losses will be too great. Tanaka Takenori was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, then asked, so, Sister Hua, what do you mean?
Tanaka, the Flower Arrangement League and the Jija Society are now in an alliance, and we have the advantage in terms of numbers. Just gather the troops and attack the headquarters of the Tiensho group. Kill that bastard Sato Hyde, and the rest of the people will naturally collapse.
Tanaka Takanori thought for a while, then asked, how many people does Sister Hua plan to bring?
According to the intelligence gathered by our Flower Alliance, although the Tianqiu group has 30,000 members, they are scattered across more than 100 cities in Sakura country.
Yusuji Hanakirara said, the Dongjing city headquarters will not have more than 6,000 people.
Tanaka, we will each mobilize 5,000 men, a total of 10,000 people, to directly sweep the headquarters of the Tianqiu group.
Tanaka Takanori said slowly, isn't this too big of a fuss? Previously it was just small fights involving a few dozen or 100 people. It suddenly turned into a war involving tens of thousands of people. Will the Sakura country police intervene? Also, what I'm most worried about is Ryuo taking action.
Yusuji Hanakirara sneered, Tanaka, it was you who proposed the plan to join forces to fight the Tianqiu group.
Why, now that we need to see the truth, you're hesitant again?
Tanaka Tsunhiko smiled on the other end of the phone and continued, it's not that I'm cautious, but considering all possible scenarios will give you a better chance of success.
Don't worry, Jija, will fight without mercy. Yusuji Hanakirara said calmly, Boss Tanaka, you just need to mobilize the manpower. As for the police, don't worry, they won't do anything about it.
Since they chose to let the Tianqiu group go, they will not interfere with the Flower Arrangement Alliance and the Jija Society.
From another perspective, as long as fighting between gangs does not harm ordinary people, the police are actually happy to see it happen.
After all, it's the individual gang's own combat capabilities that are being weakened. The police will most likely choose to stand by and watch.
Tanaka Tsunhiko thought for a moment and said, okay, Sister Hua, I understand what you mean. When are you going to do it? Maybe in a week. During this time, try not to make a big fuss about recruiting people.
When the Tianqiu group is off guard, we should catch them off guard.
Yusuji Hanakirara gave her opinion. Okay, then, Sister Hua, it's a deal. Tanaka Takanori said slowly, in a week, we will join forces to destroy the Tianqiu group.
After finishing her call with Takanori Tanaka, Hanakira Yusuji called Hide Sato.
Sato Hide, where is Hashimoto Miryu now? Yusuji Hanakira asked straight to the point.
Sato Hide sneered, are you talking about the woman who dresses like a Sao?
Yusuji Hanakirara was silent for a while, then slowly asked, is she still alive now?
Dead.
Sato Hide sneered.
Yusuji Hanakira felt sad when she thought that her subordinates and lover who had followed her for many years were dead.
She suppressed the grief in her heart and said slowly, where is her body? The person is dead, what's the point in asking about the corpse? Sato Hide laughed out loud. Yusuji Hanakira, you are such a hypocritical woman. Sato Hide, stop talking nonsense.
Yusuji Hanakirara said coldly, according to the rules of the underworld, hand over the body and I can pay you a ransom.
Sato Hide sneered, what's the point? Doing such a boring thing. When a person dies, he must be buried in peace. Yusuji Hanakira said angrily. What a pity.
I'll send you a photo, take a look.
Sato Hide laughed wildly. There's not even a bone left of her now. After saying that, Sato Hide sent Yusuji Hanakirara a photo of several wild dogs gnawing on a corpse in the wilderness in the suburbs. After seeing the photo, Yusuji Hanakira's eyes were bloodshot. Sato Hide, I'm going to tear you into pieces.
Feeling Yusuji Hanakira's anger, Sato Hide smiled indifferently, Splash woman, listen to me, Hashimoto Miryu is just the first. I won't let any of you, the descendants of the Flower Arrangement Alliance, go. Inside the Tianqiu group's office.
Sato Hide hung up the phone with Yusuji Hanakira and closed his eyes to think about his next plan. Dong dong.
There was a knock on the door.
Enter. The office door opened and Ota Sakura walked in. Sakura, are you okay? Sato Hide looked at Ota Sakura and asked with a little concern. Ota Sakura smiled, walked to Sato Hide, and said softly, Brother Shio, I'm fine now. Sato Hide nodded.
In that case, please help me do something.
What do you need me to do? Asked Ota Sakura.
Please help me investigate which women Jiang Tai has in Longwa.
Sato Hide's eyes became cold. When she heard Jiang Tai's name, a complicated look flashed across Ota Sakura's face. She took a long breath and said, okay, Brother Shio. But what's the point of you knowing the information about his women in Dragon Country? Sato Hide smiled faintly, I will avenge my grudges. Before Jiang Tai is killed by me, all his women must die. Chapter 129 Sister Hua's Late Night Invitation. These days, Jiang Tai has been living in Nami Fukada's house. Nami Fukada is extremely smart and learns everything very quickly.
After a few days, she made rapid progress and already knew how to please Jiang Tai. At this moment, Jiang Tai's hatred for Sato Hide had almost dissipated. After all, Zhou Qi and Zhang Shui were not really hurt. They returned to Longwa safely just like Zhang Wei. On the contrary, it was Sato Hide's behavior on that occasion that angered him.
He decided to lower his bottom line when facing the enemies of Sakura country and forcefully took down the little lowly Oda Sakura. Next, through the information provided by Hanakira Yasuji, he completely conquered the once cold and proud beauty president Nami Fukada. Moreover, a scene of answering the phone was staged, which severely trampled on the dignity of Sato Hide, the cuckold. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't yet obtained the strategy for Yasuji Hanakira, he would even have planned to have fun for a few more days before returning to Dragon Country, and he didn't want to continue to get involved in the affairs between the underworld gangs in Sakura Country. Just when his thoughts were in a mess, Yasuji Hanakira called. "Hey, Sister Hua, what's going on?" Jiang Tai asked leisurely. "Jiang Tai, have you been having so much fun with Sister Fukada these days? I haven't seen you around much." "Sister Hua, what you said is true." Jiang Tai smiled and continued, "Didn't you have a lot of fun with Nami before?" Nami Fukada, who was standing by, blushed slightly when she heard Jiang Tai's words. "Jiang Tai, let's come to Mengjingdong Bar tonight to discuss something." Yasuji Hanakirara did not flirt with Jiang Tai and spoke in a flat tone. The death of Hashimoto Miryu was a huge blow to her, and she is still very sad. Feeling Yasuji Hanakira's tone, Jiang Tai restrained his attitude. "Okay, Sister Hua, see you tonight." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tai was still thinking about what Yasuji Hanakirara was going to discuss with him that night. It's late at night. After a stressful day at work, young people in the land of Sakura always like to get drunk in bars. It's as if when you're drunk, you don't have to face the pressure of life anymore. Inside the Mengjingdong Bar, Yasuji Hanakira has been waiting for a long time. This time, she didn't book the bar. The surroundings are still bustling and noisy. When Jiang Tai walked into the bar, Yasuji Hanakirara had already drunk a whole bottle of liquor. Unlike Takanori Tanaka, who likes to drink whiskey, Hanakira Yasuji prefers to mix cocktails with beautiful colors. But today is different. Sato Hide's provocation made the murderous intent in her heart boil like fire, and she hoped to suppress it by drinking this equally fiery liquor. After all, on the eve of the war, she didn't want anything to go wrong because of her impulsiveness. "Sister Hua, good evening." Jiang Tai walked over and sat down opposite Yasuji Hanakirara. Yasuji Hanakira glanced at Jiang Tai and drank the liquor in the glass. "Jiang Tai, the decisive battle will begin in a few days. Please lend me a hand." Jiang Tai did not answer immediately. He could see that Yasuji Hanakira seemed to be in a bad mood. Sighing softly, "Sister Hua, what's wrong with you today?" "That bastard Sato Hide killed my beloved general, my beloved woman, Hashimoto Miryu." Yasuji Hanakirara said harshly, "They even fed her body to the wild dogs. I will never let him go." Jiang Tai frowned slightly when he heard this, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. But this feeling was fleeting, and he didn't catch the inspiration of this moment. Jiang Tai glanced at Yasuji Hanakirara and asked, "So, what does Sister Hua want me to do?" "I just want you to help me kill Sato Hide on the day of the final battle. The Tianshio team also has an extraordinary master, Sato Yamazaki, although Tanaka Takanori and I also have backup plans. But just in case he escapes, I still hope you can join me and assist me." Yasuji Hanakira poured herself another glass of liquor and drank it all in one gulp. "Jiang Tai, there are no tricks this time. After this battle, I will give myself to you." Chapter 130: The Assassin of Tianshio Group in Longwa. Jiang Tai looked at the other person quietly and fell silent. Yasuji Hanakira didn't say anything either. She was waiting for Jiang Tai's reply. After a long time, Jiang Tai said slowly, "Sister Hua, why do you have to embarrass yourself? You confessed to me, you are a lesbian. If you don't like men, why did you sleep with me?" Yasuji Hanakirara was slightly taken aback and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to sleep with me?" "It's true that I want to sleep, but can't there be some love between you and me first as a prelude?" Jiang Tai said with a smile. Yasuji Hanakira was silent. "Just kidding, Sister Hua." Jiang Tai smiled faintly. "Deal, I'm willing to help you get rid of that bastard Sato Hide. After this is done, I hope Sister Hua can make me feel the feeling of love when we're in bed." Yasuji Hanakirara sighed, "Jiang Tai, you really talk like a scoundrel sometimes. How can I possibly be in love with you?" I can sleep with you, but I only love women.
Jiang Tai asked the bartender for a glass and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He took a sip and felt a strong spicy sensation.
Sister Hua, don't be so absolute. Wasn't Nami Fukada the same as you before? Now she's as obedient as a kitten in front of me. He looked at Yusuji Hanakara and smiled slightly.
Drinking strong liquor and having sex with the most intense woman can show a man's true character.
Yusuji Hanakara was not angry at all. She picked up the whiskey on the table and filled her and Jiang Tai's glasses with liquor. Jiang Tai, I'm different from Fukada Nami. I've slept with countless more women than you have.
So all those tricks you have are just leftovers from me. Jiang Tai smiled, picked up his wineglass and clinked it with Shangshan Huachilua.
Sister Hua, just wait and see. I'll straighten you out. Yusuji Hanakara smiled and said, I'll be looking forward to it.
The two smiled at each other and drank the wine in their glasses. From that day on, many gang members began to gather in Dongjing City from all over Sakura country.
Not only did the underworld gang members gather in Dongjing City, but the Sakura country officials also began to deploy police forces to Dongjing City. 7 or 8 extraordinary people from the Luiying organization have successively entered Dongjing City.
Even the residents of Dongjing City felt a strange and solemn atmosphere.
It seems like something big is about to happen. Tianxiu Group. In the office. Sato Hyde leaned back in his chair, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. Have you got any results on the matter I asked you to investigate last time? Sakura Oda, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded.
She turned on the computer and spoke slowly. This can be found based on my information on Jiang Tai's communications and whereabouts. Jiang Tai has a total of 6 women in Longwa. As she spoke, she gently touched her hair. Oda Sakura herself did not realize that after being with Jiang Tai, she unconsciously gained a touch of maturity and charm that only women have. Sato Hyde nodded and said, Tell me the information about these women. The first woman is Fengyu, a freshman at Longwadong City University of Finance and Economics. According to the information, she and Jiang Tai had already had a relationship. But they broke up later for some unknown reason.
The second woman is Zhou Qi.
She used to be a housewife, but now she's the executive vice president of Jiang Tai Company. I also came to Sakura Country with Jiang Tai this time, but I have already returned to Dragon Country.
The third woman is Lin Yenran.
She used to be a nurse at East City People's Hospital, but she has resigned now.
The fourth woman is Lu Shueya, a teacher at the affiliated middle school of Dongshi Normal School. The fifth woman is Zhang Xiui.
She used to be a flight attendant, and now, like Zhou Qi, she's the executive vice president of Jiang Tai Company. I also followed Jiang Tai to the Sakura Country this time, but now we have arrived in the Dragon Country.
The sixth woman is Feng Qingmeng, a top-notch beautiful lawyer in East City.
She is the cousin of the freshman Feng you mentioned earlier.
She is a stunningly beautiful woman. Jiang Tai's women in Longwa should be these 6.
Oda Sakura glanced at Sato Hyde, hesitated for a moment, and continued, apart from the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Tai also met with Mikami Aya, a senior official of the Flower Arrangement Association, during his visit to Sakura Country. Although the two did not have much contact afterwards, they still had a close relationship. Also, judging from his schedule over the past few days,
he and Nami Fukada have been almost inseparable these days, sticking together. Oda Sakura did not mention anything about herself and Jiang Tai, and she didn't care about Mikami Aya at all. The reason why Mikami Aya is mentioned is to introduce Nami Fukada later.
She was reminding Sato Hyde how ruthless Nami Fukada was and didn't want Sato Hyde to still be thinking about this woman.
Sato Hyde had a blank expression on his face, as if Nami Fukada was just a stranger and there was nothing unusual. I understand, Sakura, you've worked hard.
Oda Sakura shook her head and said, Brother Shio, I don't feel tired if I can help you.
Sato Hyde stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked Dongjing City from the window. Yakura, you know, the war is about to begin.
Why don't you leave Dongjing City first and hide for a while, and come back after everything is over?
Oda Sakura shook her head and said firmly, Brother Shio, I will not leave you. I'm by your side. At least I can help you with intelligence gathering.
Brother Shio, no matter what difficulties you face, you have never failed.
I believe it will be the same this time. Sato Hyde smiled faintly, this time the opponent is very strong.
Although I am not afraid of him, I may not be able to distract myself to protect you.
If you were kidnapped like last time. Oda Sakura smiled and said, I've learned my lesson this time.
I'll just stay with Brother Shio and stop running around.
If I hide somewhere else, wouldn't it be more dangerous if I were caught?
Satohide was silent for a moment. In that case, you should be more careful.
After Oda Sakura left the office, Satohide thought for a long time, then took out his mobile phone and contacted Ito Takaru. Ito-kan is a killer planted by the Tenshu Group in Longwa. Although Tenshu Group's main business is in Sakura Country, they occasionally go to Dragon Country to expand the market.
In line with the idea that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, Satohide has always advocated peace in the business development of Longwa. However, sometimes the other party goes too far or tries to rob you.
Ito Takaru will be assigned to handle it.
He is a qualified killer with good marksmanship and always does things cleanly.
The call was connected.
A middle-aged man's hoarse voice came. Boss Sato, you haven't contacted me for a long time.
Satohide smiled and said, Ito-ken, you are about to get married and have children in Dragon Country. Thanks to Boss Sato, my life is pretty good. Okay, Ito Takaru, I won't exchange any more pleasantries with you. Satohide's tone suddenly became extremely cold. I contacted you this time to ask you to get rid of a few women.